really wanted to, we can go lock down 10 spaces at the same time. They could be running 10 spaces, and we can go to every single different space, and we all are being just individually pitching this narrative. You know what I mean? That's what we call power. So we don't all really have to be sitting in one space. You're going over there, Khaleesi can go over there, Caesar over there, I can go, Snags can go over there. We all got knowledge, wisdom, and understand. Nothing for us to, bro, grab them bags of that Terry. Contract is up there in the Jumbotron, Telegram, and remember, this is only the beginning. You got to be mentally prepared for 6, 7, 8, 9 months, man. And if you can't do that, then you're just cheating yourself. You feel me? So I'm loving the community, loving everybody that's part of it. Powerful men, and this is only the beginning. I got a contract every week. You know what I mean? The signs is in your face. What you gonna do with it? You know what I mean? Your best bet accumulate. So when this shit start moving and grooving, you already got yourself in position where you ain't gotta be trying to play catch up. You know what I mean? Now you just on a journey, just smooth sailing because you accumulated at these levels. Do not be foolish. Do not fade the alpha. You know what I mean? And we usually do an hour. We on an hour and 21. You know what I mean? Anybody that got a mic, y'all want to say any final words before we pill out? Shout out to P down there. Rabbi, make sure you pull up to the Telegram or your and come and be a critical fan out here. Yourself, you know what I mean? You come to that here, get involved, meet the right people, you know what I mean? And then show up and show out help. You know what I mean? Because it definitely ain't no crying in the casino. It ain't no crying in real life. It ain't no crying out here in these streets, man. And us over there, man. You know, you gotta love the vibe, man. It's a series thing you already know. Glad to see you back. Khaleesi, Nero, Eliel, Airborne, everybody doing your thing. Caesar, you know what I'm saying? Chris Operation, man, Wanya, hey. Everybody, man, I love you guys. Y'all are awesome. Keep the energy going every goddamn day. I appreciate you. Khaleesi, loving the whole value thing. You know, that's something I talked about today. Values, everything. And one thing I can say about the community, there's definitely value in every talk, whether it's the VC, whether it's the space, and that's something that's hard to find. And I can honestly say that, like, everybody can talk to value. Everybody's spitting that gas for real. So I appreciate you guys, man. Keep it going. I'm glad everything's going on. Let's keep mobbing on these fucking fools, man. Turn it up. They find about the real blatant. And yeah, you know what I'm saying? I appreciate everybody. Florida, sorry, yesterday y'all didn't see me, but I promise you I was there. I heard the whole job. That was annoying the whole time telling whatever's going on, but y'all did a great job, so keep it going. And yeah, just keep shutting it up, man. Shut it down out here. Y'all got a strong team. Everybody should get with it. I heard your little a few times, but you should get right. And now you're blessed out there. No doubt, that was my man Numbers, man. He always showing up, you know what I mean, for the spaces, supporting the whole Terry movement, supporting ladies of Terry, and also over there doing this thing with P&B, you know what I mean, which is another project that's working on building community and just having solid shit going on, man, with one of those narratives, you know what I mean? So make sure y'all follow my man Numbers as well, man. Follow everybody that's on the speaker, you know what I mean, and show some love. See my mag down there. You know what I mean? And anybody else got anything to say before we pill out, man? Ryan, what's good, Brody?
You know, I was just listening in, mobbing it out, you know, Ron cutting number 34. And I just realized, I know you got 2 years, right? We've been together in the space for 2 years that I've known you. I've been running Twiggy now for coming up tomorrow is our 1 year. And now I get to experience a whole nother year and plus with Terry. So, I'm saying what's next in the market. It's time to get the market correct. We got to start fresh, teach these newbies what that 2019 and, that grinding for the bag, working for it, consistent. Ryan, why are you in the chat by yourself? When Twiggy was down in the dumps and, it was only 3 or 4 of us, keeping it alive. I was like, because that's what I came into the space for. I came in and I saw these communities that back in the early days voice and, the people, the person who teaches the next generation of people joining into this market and show them the right way. So I think it's time to get back to the old grind. So if you don't grind, you don't shine. And there's probably back in the day, definitely. So that's what I'm gonna leave it with. Another fire, episode. So, here's the number 34 more, and 34 more. And I'll see you on the next one because I'm gonna be there. So shout out to all the speakers, ladies, gentlemen on the stage, people that tuned in, y'all are the real ones. Y'all make it.
That's a fact, man. Appreciate you pulling up, Ryan, man, and just representing, man, and everything that you be doing out here in this space, man, and just staying consistent, man. What you believe in, man. So always a valuable person like you in this space, man. You know what I mean? You already know that you've been rocking with you for like 3 years. Gang, 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 gang. You feel me? Yeah, man. Rabbi, we're gonna let you get your shit off real quick, man, and then we're gonna shut it down, man. Appreciate it pulling up. You know what I mean? For 34, this is only the beginning of more running and kicking, man. And shout out to everybody that pull up, everybody that's about their business. Let's just keep it powerful out here in these stretches. You understand, Rappy? What's good, my J?
Absolutely. I wanted to let you know I joined your Telegram. You guys should be very proud of your $200,000 market cap. And shout out to my man Numbers. If you haven't had the chance, join his spaces, Community Over Coals. It's Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 12:30 to 2:30 time. There's a lot of alpha delivered there, and I hope to see you again soon. Thank you for the opportunity.
Word, man. No doubt, man. We appreciate you pulling up. Appreciate you joining that Telegram. Hopefully you grab your baggy so you can take this ride with us. You know what I mean? Because no man get left behind. You know what I mean? And with that being said, God is good. Health is wealth. Wake up above the ground and count your blessings. Till we meet again, my friend. Say hello to the bad guy. Raise a remote mic on my toothpick in your face. No, I'm just kidding. It is what it is, man. Y'all know I'm gonna raise your remote. You heard? Yeah, man. It's good, man. See y'all in the trenches, man. Let's keep on locking it in. You ain't locking it in. You ain't clocking. Just get your right. You heard? So, man, appreciate y'all. You know what I mean? See y'all next week. We're gonna turn the fuck up to the Mexico. Don't need side.
President Trump said the bill to reopen the government after the longest shutdown in history. Chris Merrill, are you here? Sorry, there you go. Yeah. Well, that was a speech from the President Trump. The Democrats shut down the damage, shut down possible. Democrats this is what you heard him say here over the last few weeks, talking about accomplishments, gas being below $2 a gallon, and no, anyway, it is. But he also made mention of Walmart Thanksgiving report. He referred to it as being very unaware that Walmart Thanksgiving. A general decision, unaware. There were things that I did think we could take away from the president had to say, and I'll be curious to see if this is something that he wants to follow up on in the coming weeks and months. He's very concerned about the filibuster. Either way you don't do it, the Democrats will do it. But he also has a good thing, so I guess there's some credit proposal on that. When it comes to health care, his proposal on health care puts power you. Put money in your own pocket or negotiate with the insurance company. We'll have a little bit deeper into that here in just a few moments. I want to make sure we get off to Mark Rogers, KFI, and AM 645 everywhere. Mark Rogers live, KFI 24. As you can hear, President Trump has also shows the Trump does many Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. The news is brought to you by Southern California Edison. Former top aide news has been indicted on federal charges. It's alleged Daniel Williams was involved in a scheme to steal campaign money from former Federal Health Secretary Javier Becerra. He was pleaded not guilty. Williamson was Newsom's chief of staff from late 2022 until late 2024. Forces of Jewish organizations are joining forces to step up security.
The Jewish Federations of Los Angeles, Greater Santa Barbara, Ventura County, and Greater San Gabriel Valleys have announced they will share resources in order to security of Jewish facilities. According to the Federation's recent FBI data shows that 69% of religiously motivated hate crimes inmates target Jews, although they only account for 2% of the nation's population. The initiative aimed at making the Jewish community feel safer will cover more than 700 Jewish institutions spanning across the 40,000 square miles. Gonzalez, KFI.
Edith Brahava has been sworn in as the newest member of Congress and immediately signed a discharge petition for a vote to release the files related to Jeffrey urges the 218 signature number needed to push the petition forward. Brahava won a special election in an area more than 7 weeks ago to fill the House seat by her late father. So fine weather for light clouds in the upper 50s. Chance of rain starting tomorrow and likely lasting through the weekend. Highs tomorrow are going to be in the low to mid 70s, pretty much everywhere. Now it's 66 in La Palma, 68 in Belinda, and we're headed to crash on the 105 in South LA. That's heading eastbound just before Burbank Avenue. It looks like it's been cleared out of the carport and left lane. You're driving recovering from the Hawthorne Boulevard. And as you travel on the 405 headed northbound to West LA, once you get to Santa Monica Boulevard, it's a slow crawl there until you get to Burbank Boulevard. And as you make your way on the 5 southbound in East LA, some traffic building up as you approach Indiana Street. It's a slow crawl until you get to the 605. It's Southern California's most accurate traffic report. I'm Pedro Moreno.
On this podcast ourselves, we unpack travel. Also, we know in the world of resentment, cynicism, anger against women, and identity. Tomorrow is the day of retribution. The day in which I will have my own. This is Insults. Listen to Insults on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Insults and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart is like this. We all love a good jailbreak. The elaborate schemes, the moment was wrong.
Oh my God, the twists and turns.
And when things finally click into place.
Thank God we lived to tell the tale.
I'm Arturo Castro, and I've been looking up through stuff like Broad City, Narcos, and Roadhouse. So many commercials about that thing. And now I'm starting a podcast because honestly, guys, I don't feel the space is crowded enough. Get ready for a podcast about the wildest true escape in history. Very few people know this story. Each week, I'll be sitting down with some of the most hilarious actors and writers and comedians. People like Ed Helms. I climbed up and it was just like, ah! Diane Middle.
And she goes, "You're on your own. You have to run."
And Joseph Gordon-Levitt. I love storytelling and I love you, so I can't wait. Together, we're going to puzzle our way through the most buck-wild true escape stories of all time. Like, what should you do? Maybe write a musical?
I would hide under the desk.
I'll tie a rope around the fish's neck and use it to, like, water heat across the boat. So we'd love for you to come hang with us for some of the greatest escapes in history. Listen on America's #1 iHeart app. Listen now.
From the producers who brought you Princess of South Beach comes The Setup, a new romantic comedy podcast starring RBDN and Christian Navarro. The Setup follows one man's search for love in the Big Apple. Well, the thing is that I didn't actually use the one. Every time I opened it, I got hit with this wave of nausea in it. And then my heart started beating like so fast. Open the app, close the app, open the app, close the app, open the app, close the app. Meet Juan, the lonely museum curator whose true love, art, his biggest fear, everything. Juan is able to stay out of the house and into the room. But when the perfect man walks into his life, well,
I guess I'm saying I like you. Yes, that's perfect.
I don't know. I think so. He actually is too good to be true.
This is a call. I'm calling him.
To pull off this heist, they'll have to get close.
Status check. Nervous, erratic, cautious.
Jump into the deep
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Have you come down yet?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
How should I believe you?
I don't know. Look at you.
You don't sound like you've come down. You sound like you're still in the sky, son.
I'm okay though. I'm okay.
All right, how's that truck running?
It's awesome. Fucking love it.
All right. Have you worked in the back seat yet?
Yep.
There you go. All right, have you towed anything yet?
Nope.
All right, then you're basically most owners of trucks. That's all right. If you were going to tow something, what would you tow?
You can call me a car.
Okay. What about a boat?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Who are you with?
My sister again.
Oh, your little sister? Wait, that was your
My
niece.
big sister.
Your big sister. Okay, hold on. Last night you were babysitting or something. Now you have your sister with you?
No. Yeah.
All right, what's your sister's name? That's okay. You don't have to give it. We'll just say so. So your sister is older?
Yeah.
All right. You have a good friendship with her? You guys on your best behavior?
Yes.
All right. Did she ride around in your truck with you?
Yeah, sometimes.
All right. What did she get for graduating from high school? Did she get a truck?
She got a car.
What'd she get?
She got a Ford Edge car.
All right. That works. If she were going to tow something, what would she tow?
My truck.
There you go. That's what I like to hear. All right. So what are you guys doing tonight?
Just, chilling, smoking weed,
That's tight.
eating some good food. That's about it.
That's tight. Do you have a relationship with grandmother?
Probably.
All right. That's good. Tell her to be on her best behavior and keep you out of trouble, okay?
Okay.
Excellent. Did you show her so? Did you show?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Good job. Did you show her Sora yet?
My what?
Did you show her Sora yet?
Oh yeah, she was on it like all night last night.
She's amazing. A girl at my own heart. Ask her what she made. What did she make?
She made nothing. She literally just loaded it, bro, and that's like she didn't even.
All right. Well, she wasn't on it all night.
She was just staring at her screen.
All right. That sounds interesting. All right. So what did you? That's cool.
I made Bob Ross and Tupac smoking a cigarette.
Oh, did you finally get it to work?
Yeah.
Good on you.
I did.
All right. What's
I
that?
made one off a pickup.
Okay. So are you like basically till more animals come in or something?
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't go back to work till you know when? You don't know when?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the last thing you lassoed?
Fucking steer.
All right. How big? Yo, how big was?
It was like 1,300 pounds.
All right. Have you been doing that professionally?
Yeah.
All right. Have you been riding horses?
Yep.
All right. How's that been?
It's been good.
Have you fallen off one recently?
Hell yes.
Okay, does that hurt like a mother?
Yeah.
Okay. Get out of a vape, out of a like a joint.
Okay, so that's incriminating. A pipe.
Oh, that's tight. All right. Very well. So you guys are just chilling?
Yeah.
All right. Very well. How's TikTok been to you? Have you made 41 cents yet? 42 cents? Are you at 42 cents yet?
Yeah, every day.
Oh, you're at 41 cents?
No, 45 now.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Did your Sora video get 5 cents for you?
Yeah.
Okay, that's right. Are you serious? That made you 5 cents? Because I don't.
Nope, it did.
Are you for real?
Yeah.
All right. Well, you owe me a nickel.
I'll rub you. How about that?
Okay, I appreciate that one. All right. Your sister, my joke?
I think so. Yeah.
No, you didn't. You don't even remember. You didn't even know why I was.
Oh wait, was it about the fucking? I can't remember the goddamn name of that.
Okay, you ready? I'm going to tell it to you again, and then you tell her. Okay.
Okay.
What's the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean? Oh, okay, say you won.
Yes. Please.
What's the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo? So say it.
What's the difference?
Say what I just said. What's the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean? Not just what. Say this sentence. What is the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean?
Say it. What's the difference?
No, you say this sentence. What is the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean?
Okay. What's the difference between chickpea and garbanzo? Whatever the fuck.
Not whatever. Look, we're gonna say it again clearly. What is the difference between? Hey, big dog, big dog, big dog, big dog. Calm down. What is the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean?
What's the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean?
I've never had a garbanzo bean on my face.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
Say the answer.
I never had one on my face.
You can't even say the word. How are they supposed to laugh?
He's fat as fuck.
Thanks, baby. Hey, Connor, you need some new friends.
Okay, hold on. I'll be right back, okay?
Yeah, okay, you're never coming back. That's fine.
I'll be back in like 15 minutes.
I don't believe you. I believe it when I see it.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah, that wasn't quick enough for you to take a shit. All right. All right. Well. All right. Well, you can't tell a joke for shit. All right, big dog. Well, I'm not here to entertain you. I'm about to talk in the Twitter space, so listen to me.
Okay. Oh, shit.
Thank you so much. When you have time, do you mind if I share a project with you? Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I will soon, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 years for work. I've been doing it for years. Pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a human show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline or time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined content is king, and I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any, which is making me extremely influential. And once I go viral, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure generational wealth if you don't already, and I want to make sure that you have the opportunity at eating not-for-profits, charities, and fill your own. I'm the biggest influencer. I'm not live on one social media, live on two. I'm live simultaneously on more than 20 YouTube streams. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you look at my pin post, you'll see a link to all of those YouTube. Look at them. You've never seen anybody with so many live streams. I also have my link tree there. I dare you to look at my link tree. I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever through all of my content. I also have a link to my Discord there, discord.me/rabbi. If you wish, I'm live 24 hours a day Discord for you to be able to discuss anything you wish. Additionally, I want you to know that I am someone who is an advocate for ending world technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers, developing nations such as for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and most nation technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a shiller, you need my Discord. Everything that I will tell you is free. I am here to be a coach. I'm here to be your friend. I want to make you more money, and I have a proven strategy to be able to do so. I have a proven track record of success. But most importantly, I want you to know that I'm here to support you both professionally and personally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view of the future. And most importantly, I want to give with that, really thank you for the opportunity to share. Yo, what up, baby?
This is actually amazing, Rabbi. With everything you said, I checked the page, and I won't lie, I'm honest, foolish for you. Can you guys hear me? Even can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You feel like, hey, Rabbi, times for all this space. I'm trying to understand.
Certainly. Well, by 100%. Yeah, by trade, I'm a rabbi, but I'm also a certified project management. I have a teaching background. I have successfully launched major apps on the App Store and Google Play, downloads of millions of people in major markets, including have marketed in essentially every type of medium that there is, including television, radio, online, vertical, you name it there. Additionally, I have had major contracts with Fortune 100, and I am really giving my talents and knowledge away. I want people to be more successful. I don't currently have a project of my own, though I'm sponsored by a project. It's known as Harry Potter Masonic 10 Inu. It has a long name, but it's dollars and Bitcoin, and we have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars building wells in rural Nigeria of the people there. And I'd like to not only continue to help those types of projects, but I want to help the people of the world, particularly those in Nigeria. So if you want to know what I find there,
Of course. That's why I asked the question. I want to tell you what you want.
absolutely. Okay, so here's what I want to do. I want to be a social media marketer on the internet, and here's how we're going to do that. You send me a direct message or join. What I do is I send social media that is available to you. All the things that I say, everything I say is free. You'll never have to pay anything. There are no catches. So you may be someone who has a Twitter account or a Telegram or a Discord account, or maybe all three, and that's great. I don't have all of the chances are. So what am I talking about? You need a YouTube account, a Facebook account, an Imager account, a Reddit, a Rumble account, a Twitch account. There are about 25 different free platforms that are major opportunities for you to social media. So what you do, you're going to create a Linktree account, and you're going to create the 25 largest social media platform. Once you create the Linktree, what we're going to do is we're going to populate with something which is an AI product. It's taking over the United States, and it's soon to take over the world. It produces excellent videos that are about 10 seconds each that will tell you everything that you need to know about a certain video. So we're going to create about 10 of those videos and populate all of your social media with that, so that your accounts aren't just skeleton accounts, they have content. Then what we're going to do is I'm going to teach you how to make memes. Now you may say, I know how to make memes, and that's great, but I aren't your socials, meaning you're not tagging them as you're putting your link tree. So we're going to put in there, we're going to put handles in there so that people know who the creative genius these different memes. We're going to make sure that these memes are. So then we are going to populate your social media and your profile, and we're going to optimize the best opportunities and hashtag available crypto and NFT and Web3. Then what we're going to teach you how to clip. So hosts, if you weren't aware, they clip their spaces when there's a really people are laughing, somebody tells something fun, and part of you clip it, you'll tag the hosts, you'll tag the speakers who are involved, use hashtags to be able to great post, and that post is going to get you on the radar of the host and the other people influential in social media. Then what we're going to do together is we're going to get your elevator speech together. We're going to put together at least 3 of these: a 30-second elevator speech, a 6-second elevator speech, and a 3-minute elevator speech. Depending on the environment, depending on the space, some hosts give you more time than others. So you want to be able to get out your message in a clear and concise manner, depending on. Now, you've heard a lot of people shield themselves. Many times it sounds like the co-host, GM to the speakers, GM to the audience. How are you guys today? I want you to know I'm XY and I'm in Web3, and I'm the best person in Web3, and you want to work with me in Web3, DM if you want to give me a job. Many people shield themselves, and that's great. At least they're putting themselves out there and they're trying. Better, I want you to be able to come in and say, GM everyone, I'm XYZ, and I'm the best social media marketer in Web3, and here's why. All of the other reply guys are just going to comment GM on your post. They are to post. They're going to repost your Twitter, and that's just the beginning. From what I'm going to create excellent reply. I'm going to ensure that your content is not on my Twitter, but I'm going to make sure that it's on my YouTube, the number 2 website in the world, Facebook, the number 3 website in the world. I'm going to make sure when people Google you, the number 1 website in the world, you show up number 1 because of the strength of our SEO, search engine optimization, and search engine marketing. When you on TikTok, your post show. I'm going to make sure up on Reddit, your post, to make sure that you are highly ranked on Tik and all of the streaming platforms, that you are number 1, not just on Twitter, but on Blue Sky and Truth. All of the tips. And there is possible to rank number 1. I'm going to make sure what is that going to do for you? I'm going to repost you on 30 social media accounts, which means 30 times more direct messages to you. 30 times more people are going to your coin. It means 30 times more people are going, and 30 times more people buying your NFTs. When you partner with me, you partner with an entire marketing team with the social media. And the best part is I charge exactly what my company. You can go the regular reply guys, all of that on Twitter, or you can be number 1 on all of the social medias. And I'm excited to work with you. That's what you want to say. That's the kind of passion that you want to have. And in addition to you have these social media accounts, you only have to create them. You're going to get organic followers, you're going to get organic likes, and on top of that, it will make it very difficult to be able to impersonate you on the other part of your name. No one will be able to. With those reasons, I think if you should send me a DM. I'll send you the list of social media that you need to create. And go ahead. I don't really want anything. I don't want anything. I'd like people to be more successful. I get a great joy out of that. I have a teaching background and I have a lot of skills. So I get joy out of teaching people. I like to see people succeed. But again, I don't want your money. Please don't offer me anything. All I want from you at the end of the day is to be proud of your work and to know that you're a better marketer than when before we first met. Absolutely. X 24 hour day. Discord links in my chance to join. If you don't totally understand, a direct message and I'll list social media lead, and you can get started 1 or 2 days, create all the social and to link it in your link tree. But once it is, you have a very, very powerful role in social media, and all of your content be left in the dust because you're going to be the best social media Web3, especially on Twitter Space. When we have the opportunity to work together, you can work amateurs or anything. I don't want them anything. More confident, they're able to promote themselves better. They're able to promote their customers out of that.
Okay, nice. Doing
We just started this too long ago, and it takes people a while to create all the 30 accounts or so. If you search the Chris Israel you'll find someone who's pretty long in the process. Underscore the person who we've helped, and we're this. So I can tell you from my own experience, I have more social media than any person on earth. So out of experience, I have over 100 YouTube accounts, 200 Instagram accounts, 500 Twitch accounts, 1,000 TikTok accounts, 2,000, 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and 10,000 quite well on a lot of social media time. And if you give us so you're going to see 30 or so people we have who are currently creating their accounts and such all over the internet. Usually one of them is in one of my so happens to be pretty late where you guys and they aren't in here around. Hey, do you know Rabbi? They're going to be oh yeah, I know him. He helped me create my pitch, and I'm getting more business. So that's what I can tell. Just ask around. I'm pretty well known in the Nigerian community on Twitter. Excellent. And I just to even Henry crypto to be able to share. I don't mean to take up your whole space, but again, if you're interested, everything that I tell you is free. I'm never going to charge you anything. All of the social media that you're going to forward, you're going to sign up. That's all free. Give me a DM and I'll rolling. I'll send you a list of what you need to create accounts.
I have one last question for you. So, you're talking about, let's say, 25 social media platform like that. And don't you think that's not too overwhelming for the creator or for one person to handle?
Oh, in fact, if no, not at all yourself a social media market minimum that you need to have. The marketers in the United States have. If you want to work at a look at, they're going to want to see your media, and if you just to you so that you know that these aren't just these are popular. So of course the tree email account somewhere, Twitter, you have your Facebook, WhatsApp, Tik, WeChat, Reddit, Discord, Tumblr, House Social, Blue GPT, and Sora. And you already have about at least a quarter of those to half of them already. You may not realize it, and we just have to help you with the other half. And then you're a full-scale marketer. If you consider yourself a Web3 promoter, Web3 marketer, you need to know that your competition is creating these types of, and you should be as well. This is really important. You want to be say to your client that for your social media, and it's very important, especially in the age of AI, where AI is crawling all of these social media accounts, to be able to populate it with accurate and important information about what project is that you are promoting. And I want to get all of these. That's total. But just know that somebody's going to steal your name, and then you're going to be upset, and if your name is the same, and you have to have some of them be different. Effort to get them all created. Now, them again once they're created. It's not like I say you have to do this once a month or once a year. One time you have to do this. So for those reasons, I do not think it is an overwhelming amount at all. This is what agencies in the United States and globally, this is becoming more common.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you so much for explaining that. Find out something. So let's say we started to work together, and you're putting me on some of these. What do you think let's say the nearest future for me being a social media marketer, and since what's that case do you think we can get information?
Yeah, this is a great question, Duckler. So, firstly, opportunity to get business, so not just Twitter like you were previously. You reach out to you on YouTube and on Discord, on Brand, and they're going to say, "Hey, see that you are promoting a project you to promote, or I have a that I'd be a part of." So the kind of job you from here, moderate community leaders, things, spaces, hosts, and Web3. You certainly could social media. You can be a brand ambassador. All of those positions that you may see in people's profiles, even graphic designers and project managers, all of these are going to be included in this sign-up process and create these accounts, and you can use them for anything. I want to be a Web3 marketer. I'm going to be a graphic designer. Okay, that's great. You need to have all of these accounts because people are going to want to see your art on all of these different social media platforms. Also, AI and DuckDuckGo and all of these social media and AI engines scrape all social media content, and that's how they use them to have action about you and about your product. Not only going to be able to be a social media marketer, but really what you're going to be is at a brand and future for people, and perhaps certain projects. They're going to say that you were able to project. I want to bring you into my project. I want to make sure that a I want to make sure that it's an NFT, whether it's a cryptocurrency, whatever it may be, you're going to be than you are currently with just a 5 minutes, Aquarius. I'll be there in a second.
Exactly. It's all about networking, getting the attention. So really nice having you on here. Thank you so much for coming and giving us this information. I appreciate that so much.
My pleasure so much. Again, me a DM. I'll be right back to that connection, and come to my Discord 24 hours a day. You can talk to me about any of the issues that you have, or if you just need a friend, I'm here for you. All righty, Miss Aquarius, are you ready?
I'm sorry. I was going to play with you before when I did it. So my phone to my dad. Do this little flowers in his room. I was trying to get him in his bed, and he was like, he was like, no. So got him in his cane, and he sit down at that window. We're going to sit down. So I was trying to get myself to get up. I told him, I said, you want to sit here for a few minutes? He said, yeah. I said, okay, good. They gave me enough time. What I needed to do, I just put him in bed. Now, I saw once she was up, but I thought she was asleep. Hold up for me going to sleep. Had to get her to figure out how to get him. His space, he got the window over there in his bed. And why it's a small space out, how we would get him up about that. I said, no, not tonight. No, you are not going to do this. I had to run and go get her. I told him to stay right there. And put him on that little stool right there. I'm glad. I got me time.
Is no.
I'm ready now. I wanted to play for one of that. That gave me time. We ain't doing that Father's Day tonight. This one got to go to work tomorrow.
Okay, I'm gonna.
How was your day?
It was really good, thank God. Just we had the opportunity to promote myself and get more people in here. We're approaching 2,500 people. It was just like, I don't know, 2 months ago or so. We just hit 2,000, which is really, really joining. And got half a night here, so people are really nice. I've met on Twitter. I'm doing my best to help and everybody, and just promoting myself, doing what I can. And people are really positive about what I say. Nice show, Miss Aquarius. Those two were pesky. Give Miss Aquarius, how difficult it is. Just get one of them. I mean, that's all I could do.
Hey, Rabbi. Yes, dear.
Thank you. Get it. Miss Aquarius, you even kissed it, right?
You got it.
No doubt. No doubt.
Get this one.
No doubt, Miss Aquarius.
Just there. Yay.
You're gonna get a strike right now. I feel it. Get it. I was right. I was right. Nice job.
Thank you very much. Let's go.
Agree.
Yeah, that's there.
Oh, Miss Aquarius, how didn't you get that one in the back? That was got this. Yeah, that's Miss Aquarius. Lou, you are tough, man. Oh, beatable. I need to get. Okay, big one. That was a big one. Big score. That was not easy. That was not easy, Miss Aquarius. All right, Miss Aquarius. You win. I win. I win. Now it's your turn. You just won, but you're gonna gotta win again. Yes, man. Girl, you got it. No, I shouldn't even make you do it. So, oh, come on. I got the. I that you got.
Yeah. Yay.
Thank you. Get it. Go, go, go. Half off. Okay, easy to.
Nope. Okay.
I shouldn't have said it's easy because those are actually two.
It's not.
Right. All right. Now this is not easy. Go. I'm watching you. That's right. All right, you got this now. You've got a tough hit here. You're gonna get them. Who on that one?
Let's go. Come on, Rabbi.
Give it to me. Oh, come on. Miss Aquarius, give me this one. They shouldn't even make me throw. That's automatic. Get it. Get. Okay, this is a tough split. At least get two. The goal is two. Hey, you got one. You got one. That's could have been worse. Oh, no doubt. Okay. To me. Not,
Right.
no way. No way. Ooh, this interesting setup.
Mm-hmm.
Get it, girl. Get it. Oh, folks, if you're watching at home, you should know she got one of the toughest 5 splits I've ever seen. That was amazing. Get it again.
Right, Rabbi, you got it. Go.
With lead. Give it to me.
Come on, Rebecca.
Uh-oh. I need to get all these.
Come on.
Get it. No! Miss Aquarius. With the W. I win, you win, I win.
Yeah.
Excellent. In bowling, undefeated in friendship. Miss Aquarius, that was phenomenal. Good job. Miss Aquarius. That's all she wrote.
All righty. I'll see you in the morning.
Sweet
God
dreams,
willing.
God willing.
Drugs like Ozempic and cancer death.
Recent university in Colorado found that colon cancer patients taking blood sugar and weight drugs about to die within 5 to 5 days among those who had a very high body mass index to begin with.
It shows weight training may lead to weight loss and preventing type 2 diabetes. Running, he said Virginia Secretary on weight watching company. That's really. It is like Telegram, but you can't put pictures in there. I don't know. I just don't like it.
I'm so
What's up? Protect it, save it from that. Using fast. 25 people, 5 comments. Yeah, if you guys are Florida,
That's my partner, so he told me, and I was like, sure.
Gotta go.
Thank you. Great. Good.
yeah, this is funny.
How you doing? Hey, what's up?
What up, Brando? Oh, Brando. Yes, you can.
Sorry, guys. Hello. I just want to say hi. I'm driving. Not much, but I'm in here to say what's up, hang out on my drive home.
Place to be. Glad to have you in here, man. It's good to hear your voice. I know you're
Always blessed having you.
I heard him talk. I just texted because I'm loading the ball. I just stopped what I was doing and looked to see who it was. I'm like,
What's going on? When does that end?
on the 15th, 3 days. You should pin that up.
I think I'm gonna win, bro.
You got a good one?
I didn't start it yet, but I have the concept in my head.
You probably could win.
Holy shit! You're not believe this.
Brando, so I got
I can't wait.
to draw it, and I drew this 101 the last couple because I've been kicking ass, and it's on a whole new level. My artwork is going to get so much better now. I can't wait to show more and more. I'm excited to draw again.
Yo, did you see Shiny go that picture I put out my birthday?
Yeah. Somebody knows.
That was pretty good. Good one. Dexter. And but that was good, man. You chose it. What happened? You draw that.
So I use GIF, and GIF, like so with GIF, just I'm not really sure I can draw shit. I would use a stick. Is that GIF is a photo. It's like Photoshop. It's not really for drawing. It's photo editing. So I could do my 4K
You have to use a mouse or
No, I got XP pens. It's like a pencil. It's like a pencil on a pad. It feels like you're drawing.
Yep.
But you can't. You have to look at the screen while you're drawing. I'm not on a tablet. It's a little quality. The tablet NFTs. The NFTs from tablets are cool. They just don't have the computer to be able to pump out through a GPU and CPU like
Right.
powerful. Well, so campus basically treated, and so I've been using. It's just so much. It's got a bunch of shit. Source app, which is amazing. So it's free. You can download it and start drawing. And I'm big on free apps that are centralized. So that it's good. We're going one tonight. The one that holds the most. I finally got his done. Oh, dude,
It's insane. Thanks everybody for coming pretty fast. Let's go.
yeah, I mean, even the shadows under the hat, bro. I'm doing hard. I'm stepping to that hard. My spark plugs today. I get on a ride. Fucking through that one. Yeah, I work on cars. Like I can do it all. So I went and bought like my grandfather's tools. All been fucked around by my dad. And it's fucked up. So I went and bought my own tool set yesterday, so I can get this shit done. And I feel so much better. You know, to have my own little setup. I work on my fucking car, not knowing where a tool is, knowing where the tools are. Feels so better.
You work on your own cars?
Yeah, bro, I've been doing that. Like me and I was changing my girlfriend's brakes and fucking sending her home with new brakes on and shit. I felt manly in high school.
That's cool, man. That's good.
My grandfather's old school, bro. He's from California, like he's from Compton. And back then, it's like, you know, poor greaser guy. He's the greaser guy. So you work on everything. He pushed a 55 Chevy home by night. I don't even have a quarter.
Yeah, he's basically like a fucking tire. Not much more than that when it comes to cars, but without the set tag and all three things. But
Oh yeah, we got a garage.
I'm better with like.
Oh, bro, yeah, small engines.
No, like
Like we.
Yeah, you gotta do it like shit.
Yeah, that stuff's dope, dude. I got a small engine certificate to work on certain stuff. My dad does too, but yeah, I do all of it, bro. Like still rebuild still. I went into the boats for a while, just rebuilding the bottom end on the boats. You know, a lot of the top ends they didn't have much miles on them, so it was pretty easy to flip boat. And then, you know,
My cousin just got a
anymore. What?
My cousin just got a pontoon.
No, those are nice.
Photoshop. Fucking here's a Photoshop.
I used to use Adobe Illustrator, like 3D models. I used to use Premiere Pro for like editing video.
Back in when I was in high school, I've been using it for about 15 years, on and off. I was making logos for games that like maybe like Fear Mode. But yeah, you know, all my work was back then, but I didn't have a mouse, or I mean a pen with my mouse and you know Photoshop. So I got a lot of that.
You gotta use a combination of things, like I couldn't make the cartoons I put in there the jumbo. You can't get that much. You gotta I should it looks fucking sick. Smoking a cigar with Buster Fuck. A lot.
Yeah, it's dope.
I can't wait for that one to drop. And that, but I think a lot of TV videos.
I like those.
I like those. I can I don't think I should post them right now. First, they're private, and secondly, I'm starting to shadow them. Yeah, no, once that money. There's a lot of space. Put them all in. It's not bad. I'm good. But I could DM some I don't. It's just some stuff in.
Yeah, he's already yes.
That looks so good. Yo, did you guys get those scare dust proofs? I got someone else.
Yes, I did. I have 3.
Who? Who's that?
I have 50.
50? I have 20.
Fuck yeah, dude.
2 of them are like orange, red. One's like
I didn't get any good ones. I'm gonna be real. I wanted the deep now, but I got 50 of them, and I really like it. I like it. And coming, they've been quiet for a while, so that community is getting ready out here in the space.
hell yeah. Hell yeah. Just because when I saw it in the morning, I was like, he said, timer on my phone. 3:30. That's when we start.
Can work it first.
Yeah, and then the woman, I put it, and finally, after a while, it started working.
Yeah. No, I got to get election ID. There's 2 collection IDs, and it's weird because the bottom one worked before, and now it don't. So I have to send them the top one. But yes, dude, we been at NFTs within 5 minutes. That was crazy.
Yeah, but I got it. They're just like me. Like, what the fuck?
Is it not rough? I posted things in my face.
Yeah, it can be. You gotta wait. You gotta spread it out like 20 minutes.
Get out like every hour or 2 because if you keep spamming it with I got scared duster and fly. I mean, we both go now since you're inside of a space.
Yeah, check your DM, bro.
But I just been like always.
I mean,
No, you just gotta be careful. Like if you post in your DM, you got everybody. It's not just you being the host. It's like if Digit posts in the DM as well, you don't want to post and then post in and post again. It's just using himself in space. He's gotta spread it out. It's just like
that's what I. Because if
I do the same thing to hit the algo. It's weird.
because it's hitting in a few hours. It's hitting the year people.
But Ann, I drew your one man. I didn't know if you've seen it. I want you to see it, dude. I've kicked ass on this. Yay or nay, but I love it, bro.
only 5 well, 4K one. I'll send upload on blockchain. It'll be in your you again, Ann? Dude, I love it. Honestly, I hate to say it. My favorite one-on-one. I hate to say it. I hate to say it. Wait, when I completely forgot because like 2 years ago. Oh hell, we did 1,000 NFTs in one day. That's fucking awesome. Yeah, the whole NFT out. You know, Doginal Dogs, everybody, dude. People that are here, they bought one. I think a lot of people were not expecting that. They thought it was going to be, you know, when that game we're minting out today. But, you know, I don't know, Tim still was shit guy. I won't say too much about it. But check out. Real question, where the fuck is he? Because I don't even know. I haven't heard him. Well, I got his address. I know where he's at too. I gotta fucking like, here you go. DoorDash for me. I'm gonna call and check on him real quick. But yeah, I just DM'd you the one-on-one. You tell me. What you think?
Who's got a one-on-one coming?
So you got a one-on-one coming, but Ant is our top holder.
He's got.
Yeah, so Rock, I had to get his done. I didn't rush it. I got it done.
Alright, so. I just had a question. Somebody with a replies to the video I put and tell me if they like it and if it's going to get
Did you post it?
I'm not putting it in.
I mean, I can lie. It's really not going to get you home. It's yeah. Comes like I gotta.
Oh, dude, I'm trust me. I'm saying, I like hundreds like that.
You wanna know what the craziest thing? On this app, but it isn't outside this app, which is so good.
Dude, I posted my DJ Dog thing. It was like a naked girl with a towel, anime girl, and I got like 4K views. But then when I looked at it on my second account, it was restricted.
Yeah. I never once got for any photos I used to post because I was smart about actually posting.
Yeah, not me. I'm just like,
I mean, if you're that desperate, go fucking on Tinder. I don't know. Okay.
I know, like, there are a bunch of users here.
I'm not trying to look like this. I'm part of like a basketball community. It's self-evident, like I have a man, so I'm gonna like post my gym. It's gonna be so dope. Yeah, we just solidified the lineup, and it's so fire. I made the new flyer, and that's up like on my Instagram, and that shit is gonna be flipping.
And he DM'd me. He's here in spirit. He's sleeping right now. He's on deck.
I heard answer her voice.
Yeah, but I'm so picky, man.
Tell me, text me, say it out loud.
I love hoodies. You know that.
Okay, you want a hoodie on it? Fine,
I
I
want
want it on.
a sleep over. And one more thing. Over there, headshot.
he's looking food inside the microwave. Okay, so I gotta get this work. Now this is crazy. You don't have to be today. Tomorrow, take your time.
You're working on mine, and then we can have this conversation ready on time.
Yo, what up, Zoo?
No, it's not ready. But
Hello.
what I wanted, bro.
Are you ready to lose?
No, he's okay.
My phone's nearly dead.
I know.
Okay. What up, baby?
Honestly, it's not going to help you win. Because anyway, if you need to increase your chances of winning a lottery.
Yeah, I'm sure there are.
He owns a lot of them. He owns a lot, and I want to.
I mean, so I want to go off the results because they're unlikely to be
That's Zoo. What's known as the gap fallacy. Same here. There's the exact same change that next choice will be previous is a choice.
Okay. More than it being like 6, 9, 12, 22.
Choice fallacy again. It's the same odds.
No?
Yeah, right now.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just like all in a row. You know the chances of that happening?
Zoo. Oh, in a row? That's a different story. But just mixed up, it's the exact same odds.
You know the chances of it being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in a row? Fucking like 12 billion.
Julia won some of my money and then won it again. When the news came and interviewed him, I've seen like 1,000. Yeah. In another dimension, that's you.
It wasn't in the lottery, it was a scratch.
Whatever.
There's another dimension where became a really successful famous million little dimensions where that happened. There's multiple dimensions where we never fucking met in the life of the world. Kidding, that's man. Scrub out.
Please.
There's a dimension where your nose is blue.
Word, dog. She's up.
There's a dimension where I'm.
Yep. It's dreams.
What?
Right. It's known as your dreams.
Here's the thing, right? It wouldn't be that bad because at least you know it's fucking cool. Alright, that's right. If you know she's like a fucking massive force. There's a lot of girls out there that people are in relationships and they have no idea how much of they are.
Okay.
So, fun guy.
Dude, have you joined the big stuff?
Not yet.
Okay, could
But
you?
I know this one guy out there. I know this one guy out there, right? He doesn't know his girlfriend's like a massive whore during the weekdays. She works too much.
It's,
No idea.
so she just sucks dick during the week or something? That's tight.
And he doesn't know where the money's coming from. He just his dad's giving him for the money. It's fucking hilarious.
Man, it's not that funny. It's sad.
Nah, it is pretty sad, yeah. But like, I'm right shit with Lou. Then a relationship with your idea, and then you find out later. You'd
Right.
be like, so that was that.
Right. Let me know before. Like record breaking horror. I'd rather know than the alternative.
Hey, Rabbi,
Yes, sir.
are you gonna have Bonnie Girl on your drink?
100%. That bitch is gonna be 25 for an A.
Hey, Rabbi,
Yeah, baby.
another question.
Go ahead.
Do you want the fame?
Not really.
Are you just going to enjoy it, or do you want the fame?
No, I definitely enjoy it. I enjoy it a lot. I love being on stream. There's like nothing in the world that brings me more joy than being able to share my life with people. I mean,
What do you have?
what'd you say?
Say if this stream blows up, stream blows up in the next 10, 15, 20 years, are you gonna be happy? Are you gonna be happy with the fame?
I'll be happy with the pop. I'll be happy with the power of the
I mean,
thing. So, are you gonna shut the fuck up and let me answer the question?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I'll be happy with the power the fame gives me.
You already have no privacy. Kind of. No, if you went outside, no one would know who you are. You already have no privacy. So how are you gonna handle the fame when you have no privacy in life? You can't go anywhere.
Well,
And if you do go anywhere, everyone's gonna know where you're going.
Well, I do go outside and people don't know who I am. But even when I live stream primarily outside, people didn't know who I was. So that's not like a major issue for me. The fact that I could probably disguise myself and then live amongst the people, that's not hard. There are stories of presidential children who sneak away from the Secret Service and go on dates and go hang out with their friends and stuff, and celebrities who wear disguises. So I'll be able to do all of that. It's not hard, and I'll be able to make a huge difference in the world. So I see it as a win-win.
Do you think anyone like in those situations can get out and disappear and start new life and like not be recognized?
Yeah, I mean, it could be done. It's getting more difficult though. But if you were like an indigenous person born like in a jungle, nobody knows who the fuck you are, and you could pretend to be your brother or sister. or whatever.
You think? Do you think I can start a new life in another country and it'll be discovered?
Nope.
Why not?
Doug, you're already within the king's clutches, man. You're in a Commonwealth country. They've known about you since before you were born.
You know what my favorite song is?
No, what's your favorite song?
Yeah. Dilemma. Millie Vanilla.
That's not the name. It's Milli Vanilli.
Hey, Nelly.
Nelly?
Yeah, Dilemma by Nelly with Kelly Rowland.
Dog, have you seen that video?
What?
Doug, of Nelly's Dilemma with Kelly Rowland. Have you seen the video?
Yeah, but they're using the XL, which she's talking about over and
Right, that's my favorite
XL.
part. It's like, bitch, he's never going to get your message. You're using a spreadsheet program. And she's all pissed off at him. You've seen that from a meme, haven't you?
Yeah.
Right. You like that song that much?
No. Yeah, it's a good song.
That's your favorite fucking song? You just like the background that goes, ow, ow, ow. Nelly, I love you. Ow, I do. Need you, bubba, no matter what I do. All I think about is you. Even when I'm with my crew. You know I'm crazy without you. No matter what I do. You know I'm crazy about you. You know I'm crazy without you. You know I'm on a ride. Do you like Nelly? Do you remember that time I asked you a question and you were just dead fucking silent?
Yep.
Okay. Why was that?
Maybe in that song.
Zoot. Do you like Nelly?
Yeah.
Do you like Nelly?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, what's your favorite Nelly song? Aside from Dilemma. There are only two appropriate answers. Go.
Fuck. I can't remember another Nelly song.
Country Grammar or Hot in Here?
What about Just a Dream?
That works. That works really well. That's a good song. That's a very good song. And then he also did this song. He did like a remix of Cruise. Baby, you a song. You make me want to roll my windows down and cruise.
What about Drop It Like? No, that's Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, what song did you say of Nelly?
I realize that's Snoop Dogg.
I know. What song did you say of Nelly before Drop It Like It's Hot? Ride With Me? What was it?
Just a Dream. Just a Dream.
Just a Dream. That's a good one. I think he has a
There's one
song.
that I'm thinking of, but like,
I think he has a song Ride With Me.
yeah, what about yeah.
What about what?
Nelly doesn't really have that many hits.
Yeah, he does. There was a time when Nelly was the biggest rapper in the world.
He's not a rapper.
Yeah, he is. American rapper Nelly.
He's an R&B.
He's called a rapper. He's a rapper, singer, and actor.
Did he have a song with Kelly?
No, I don't know. He has 5 children. He's from the Lou. That was a song. He had Sweat and Soup. Party People, Step on My J's. Oh, he had Air Force Ones. That was a big song. Okay, he had Just a Dream. He did like country rap.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, baby? He had Nellyville. He had Country Grammar. Country Grammar was such a big song. Bump hot shit, down, baby. You don't street in a Range Rover, street sweeper, baby. Huh? Let it go. Shimmy, shimmy, talk a what? Listen to me now. Ride it up and take a blunt. Listen to me. You can find me in St. Louis rolling on thugs, rapping on thugs. Bump, 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 bump. Bring on the some caps and hugs. Mean mugs and shoulder shrugs that you all because you related enough scratch just to navigate it. Fully decorated and painted. This candy painted. As I'm around painted. Wild ain't it? I'm back around St. Louis to Memphis, from Texas back up to India, Chi-Town, KC, Motown to Alabama, LA, New York, Vegas, Logos, no Atlanta, Louisiana, getting paid on this country grammar, smoking. Going down, baby, don't drop, sweet sweeper, baby, ready to let it go, shimmy, go, well, listen to it now, light it up and take a bunch. How'd you like that one, Zoot? He had Batter Up.
Yeah.
He had St. Louis.
Robot.
He had Hot in Her, Dilemma, Air Force Ones, Pimp Juice. Dog, he had Pimp Juice. He had Pimp Juice. That motherfucker had Pimp Juice.
That's just not possible because it's not possible in a world where all the network is dispersed throughout the entire globe. So something like Bitcoin and networking. So does that answer your question? I know it sounds kind of complicated. There's a lot of moving parts there, but yeah. So like there's a like I can
couple people or something like that, and people taken out of that media and GPay payments into that node, and then it becomes about like that, right? Not kind of. It's not it's essentially inscribed on it. And if you own the token address to the address that has an image inscribed on it, you are without a dispute the owner of it. I mean, sure, anybody else can go and copy the image and use it against the internet. They can save and download it as a JPEG, but you owning the token means that you actually own the rights. Like, you actually are the owner of that image. So that regardless if somebody else goes and downloads it, you can say, I own the NFT. I'm actually it's like music, yeah, so if I have to
This is
Yeah, so, but because I've seen this before, and the song is what makes it funny. Then you have to kind of just say, no, it's we can be heroes, but not the Bob Dylan. Or not Bob Dylan, Jacob.
Posted by to the rookie, it's called Memorial Day Salute to the Thousand Thinkers.
The end, what got me really laughing was the pushing the mic away so you can laugh. It's just so unrealistic. Like, there's just no way that something, no offense to other people. What's that guy's name?
I think it's Chase.
I don't know.
Oh, Akash.
Yeah, Koch, right? I'm sure he's funny no way.
Yeah.
Something was that funny.
Yeah.
They had to push the microphone. I'm dying. Like, there's no, and they must be having a lot of sex. Everybody in the clip. Because all of it is like sex active.
Yeah, but, okay, so what I wanted to say, right? So the clip itself is probably going to be cut out of the episode, but it's basically about the physical comedy of these very successful comedies, right? I think all of it is wrong, and it makes it all funny and okay. It is that Rogan is basically proclaiming 1,000, right? 1,000. Yeah, that's hilarious. But what I don't think is funny is like to make fun of things that are funny in the moment. Yeah, taking it out of context and putting it into a video with a sad song. That's not funny to me. Saying that there's 1,000 of them and then like seeing what they're doing, obviously the equation equals a laugh.
Yeah, the setup and punch is funny.
Yes. There's something I'm very against like taking things out of context, especially for comedians, because like they're a victim of their time, really, right? Like right now everything's fucking stupid, right? Right. And the reason you kind of fall into that, you know.
I see what you're saying, and I agree, but in that video, I think the way I interpret this video, okay, so some of it, like the dolphins fuck people. That's not funny. Yeah, that was never funny. So that makes sense. The thing that Brian is doing, where he's dancing or whatever it is, I haven't seen it before. I'm sure it's not. Yeah. But towards the end of the video, I think he's just, whoever made this, they're kind of, it's like, it turns like a little switch, because it gets to the point where it's Bert laughing with yeah, and those are like, at least Tom is good. Yeah, I like Bert. I think it, and then it's like Shane at the end and doing whatever they have on their podcast. Yeah. So it's not all. I think it's kind of just like making fun of. Comedy should just, well, who cares what it should be, but it's just like, it's funny. It's a goofy shit. You do it to be entertaining. It doesn't have to be this thing where Joe and all those guys talk about like how important it is. Yeah, it's only 1,000 words. That's when it gets like a little bit, because like when it's an ad nauseum cliche at this point, you should say it, but every podcast is the same. Oh, man. Remember those days, man? Oh, yeah, that was like, we were in the shit. Like, talking about, that's almost like they're the Chicago Bulls talking about Jordan's run or something. It's not
Also, with me and you, there's like things that we say before we start recording the things we say, right? That are very embarrassing, right? And in the moment, believe it, and that's what adds to the embarrassment, right? Yeah. And imagine having, you're always going to have those moments. Sure. Out of context, it'd be embarrassing. Yeah. It's on me. Not all of it. Also, just like that, another, so that clip is just a joke. I'm all for it, dude. I'm all for being, like, part of it. What bugs me, I think, is the fact that it is disrespectful to people that I do respect as far as the art goes. Yeah. Like, achieving that amount of success is very hard. I'm assuming. I don't know. I've never fucking achieved it, you know? So, like, it's just like Monday morning quarterback, like they're trying their best at something they love. So this clip is funny to me if he means it or if they mean it the way we think they mean it. But it's not as funny if it's like another one of these people. Some of the people on the subreddit just clearly hate comedy. They hate anybody that does it. They're like, comedy just you know, cute on your face, whatever it is. So, but I don't get that. Fuck you. I hope you're fucking. I'm gonna comment every time. You call us, you have no small cheese. I hope you die. But the way this clip is just kind of funny because it's riffing like we do on the 1,000 comedians. Like that's always gonna be funny. Anytime someone's super serious about something, very easy to make fun of it, which I think is what they're doing. But yeah, Tom obviously is gonna stand up. Joe is a great host. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, and also too Shane. Change great. Yeah, she did bad speaking about this is great. I've never really watched it other than clips on the show, but I'm sure it's funny. Yeah, it's hilarious. Bert Kreischer's funny. Yeah, he's I think jumped the shark in his way. Yeah. Tom Segura's great. Yeah. Whitney Cummings, dude, I can't tell you how much I dislike Whitney Cummings, but even then, I have respect for the fucking grind of just give a fuck about. She produced the show. Also, she probably has a lot more privilege than others achieving that, but like to go ahead and do it all the time and be that bad at it, it's so amazing stuff. Well, men shouldn't talk about fun on earwaves. Yeah. You're wrong, but no way. I don't really like they like Brian and what's say. I don't but anyways, it's just like the disrespectful thing gets when whenever like and then I just want to be known that I don't like being disrespectful to things, but the thousand ACs, I get what you're saying. All right, well, let's go to this next one. It's Brian the Ray Pest origin story. That posted by Ritual 4416.
Like someone over by the Ready Range probably hit a problem. It goes all the way the fuck over here. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, this is Boy Scouts in New Hampshire, okay? Listen, so survival of the fittest. They would take kids, pull them out of their cots, like couldn't pick their cots up, and tie them up and leave them in the middle of the woods. It was pitch dark. I was here out there. Did you? Yes. Tell a story about I don't know. It doesn't matter. It wasn't. I mean, it was less than tell us a story. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Tell the story though. Well, yeah. So, well, no, I woke up with damn. His name was Madonna, and I had a morning heart on, and I was like, what's going on? He was like doing this. I was like, I did this. She was like, what is he doing? I remember going, I did this. Why is he? I didn't even occur to me. So I go to my buddy Connie. I go. Probably 11. Hey man, this guy hit me. I'm like, well, he's playing with my dick. And my buddy John goes, he's playing with my dick too. And Donnie goes, he sucked mine. And I go, come tell my mom. So I waited like a little tiger in the tall grass. Sucked mine. Yep, Donnie has dick sucked. Yeah, Donnie Bailey. He wasn't like a crying.
He doesn't understand. He never. That's a great thing about Chavez. He never understands the gravity of the moment. Whether you've been molested, your fiance just died, he will never get it. And that's almost like sweet in a way. For real. Yeah, no, really, because it's like in that moment where you're talking about something really sad and tragic and sad and you feel bad, someone like Shab, he doesn't mean it negatively or like sinister way. He clearly just doesn't understand how to process something like that. So he's like, he got his dick sucked. You're like, oh, I was making laugh how stupid he is. It's almost like he cares, but he just doesn't get it.
It's as if he focused in on one thing and forgot that it's a story about a kid getting bullied. You know what I mean? Like he hears the dick getting sucked and he's like, oh, Johnny got his dick sucked.
Yeah, here's blowjob, or here's like a way that he can be funny that someone's made. It's like, oh, this could be a gay joke. It was sad, but now it's not sad because now we're pretending to be gay.
And to the comments, people are like, when he did this this, you did that, you did this, back to my truck, you know. So I feel like there is some sort of wherewithal inside of his head. Not that, yeah, no, I'm not giving him a full pass for his actions. That's just in these instances, it is all sweet.
Sure did. Sure did. It was probably a guy who he had a beard. I remember with ball head. Charlie had a guy going through a ball and he clapped. He was clapping at a bug. And then he just loved boys. And I went to tell my mom. My mom wasn't there, so she didn't come for about 2 weeks. And he kept asking me why I wasn't going on more trips. Because I was just taking, I was like not signing up for any work. One time. I was at camp for 2 months. He just had it was hard. We were all intense. It was like me and my color, and he had his hand. And my second bag, my little wiener. Jiu-jitsu positions, side control. Tents are small, though. There's 3 kids. He's probably like this. 2
I know. He does the no and then so you have to start and you don't, you're gonna watch several things that you say. So for instance, if you say pedo, that's part. If you say perro, that's dog. And if you say pedo, no. Pedo. I think that's what. It's you have to roll your R's or else you just gonna screw up what you say. Pedo is part, perro is dog, and pedo is boss. You kind of got it. This is actually, I'm extremely new when it comes to crypto, so this is the first time I'm actually hearing it. Have you heard that news about Dude, I am so new with crypto. It's not even. You see, I joined X because I thought it was just another social media platform, and so I started doing comedy and all sorts of like goofy stuff and art. And then I started doing spaces, and that's when I started getting into what is this? And people just kept calling it CTX or whatever. I was like, damn, why people is it? I heard them say that. I was listening in, even though I was also drawing while I was listening in, but that's actually very interesting. I like it.
Another reason that I'm so bullish on XRP is they have people like in the White House, like Trump is the Genius Act. I know I forget his name, but there was an XRP rep standing outside in I saw on YouTube. XRP, they're putting people
Especially after the news that came out
In the cold winter of 2003, tensions were growing between tent mates and Colorado military outposts. The ensuing battle would be responsible for the homelessness of thousands. Lieutenant Dan writes home to his family about the mounting tensions.
My dearest mother, I like to see I received your biscuits. They remind me of home. Brendan's been eating my rations again. I don't think it's an accident. The dispute over parking continues. I strive to be the noble man you raised me to be. Fear that confrontation is inevitable. Loving son, Daniel. Give my sister a kiss from me.
The messenger also delivered news from Brendan to his family.
What, Jay? You made still a bitch. I think I'm gonna eat his food and trash his stuff for fun. Spit in his face and see where that goes. Oh yeah. Then I told his mom to fuck off. It was hilarious. Storytelling. Later, bro. But yeah, take my comic shop.
Then, one cold, fateful night, tensions came to a head. Brendan blamed Dan for the work of vandals and declared battle. The first maneuver was to remove his shirt, followed quickly by an artillery volley of saliva.
That's understandable, but I mean, I'm new at this, but when it comes to working cars,
Dan hesitated to take up a defensive posture. By the time Brendan's charge reached him, little could be
so I
done.
mean, I'm more than, open to learn new stuff.
Good news, through his last door.
But yeah, no, when it comes to working cars,
The battle was over before Dan fired a shot. To make matters worse, Brendan went on to spin the narrative in his favor, slandering Dan's good name, sending Dan on a wounded retreat home. Though he may never know, thousands have been defending his honor for years, drawing attention to Brendan's many misdeeds. Still to come in the redacted report. Hi, Shane.
Some of the richest people in the world, they got that rich by they put their chips on the table and they bet on what they thought the market. It's paid off for them. But the cool thing about it, the casino is kind of here. You can really think through it. You can use all the data. You can talk to other people. You can get pretty scientific with it. And feel pretty confident about where you're actually going to go for those chips. There's infinite ways to expand on something, create another ways. Choose to create something and to put your mind together. It actually gets a lot easier to figure out. I gotta thank
The people that I call out, these are most definitely the ones that you guys want to pay attention to because if you guys are looking for reply guys, these are people. Reply guys and reply girls. There are some girls that actually do stuff too. But let me reset it. Yeah, I can't stand how X is even after an update still. This thing still messes up. I mean, he's lagging. But anyways, we have underscore OX triple 4 mainnet art. That is a crazy name. We have Big Bag, the underscore Amigo X triple 4. We have XR Volcano Expressive. Big Bag freaking has abs on his fingers. Apparently, he's tapping it with his fingers, his nose, his toes, and he's going down. We have Wilson, Akil, I like that name. Different. We have Defy how do you say this? Vincentius X. Interesting. First time I think I've heard it. Also, Jen. Check your page. I'm actually following you. Okay, I just got you the follow. Let's see who's actually posting. Did you see we have 55 reposts? What are you guys doing? You guys are not logged in. You need to repost this space so we can get more people in here. What are you doing? Again, what are you doing? Okay, so the people that actually reposted to get their friends in here, we have Dragon Mint, Chisto, Jaden, Telegram, Satoshi Coin, Amen, and Big Bag. Let's go and let's go. Let's go. And again, repost the space. Stop lagging. I already see that I went out. And let's see who hasn't spoken. Somebody want to speak. If you have any questions, don't be shy. We do not mind, even if we did, because we're in the room. So, you know what? It's okay. So, look at how many wish to speak. We did just bring up gender market research. The floor is yours if you wish to speak.
Just one address. I was trying to send you stuff that address is not correct. Hey, you guys sending somebody your address to receive crypto? You gotta check that like 5 or 6 times. You gotta make it Actually, I really can't do that. I recommend like that, but this clip is really combat, right? I think this is absolute. It's weird. I try to find the clip. It's been taken off. I think they might have deleted the clip, which is weird. I'm taking this clip from right against the subreddit. Actual original clip has been taken from my life. It's bizarre to say the least. Right? It's bizarre. Let's see if it's true. So, while we're doing that, there's a clip here from Morning Combat. The show just happened just, I think, a couple of hours ago, where they obviously previewing One thing, Thomas and Frank Campbell, excellent show. Morning Combat, really good analysis, really good fun. Back to the subject, guys. And there's a segment on their show called DM the Dogs, where they get fans of questions in there, right? And can you guess what subreddit this guy that PM'd So also, when I think so, live stream is the live stream on YouTube and several of the chat running. It's edited the video in a way the live chat replay won't be available. Even that will be turned on in this video. Live chat replay. Live chat replay is watching they are retired for it and stuff in the chat if you want to. But when I check the chat next to this video, it wasn't available. So I feel it's been edited out. I think my mentally take a decision to maybe ready by the Showtime the boss, the kind of boss, but this is funny. And guess what this would be? Out of all the response, what some of them might represent.
And Jim Chang, this is our final entry into this one. Let's hear from him.
Josh Thompson isn't listening to some poor words yelling into the void. I need to start promoting the promotion I work for because I'm not doing my job. You know, does he have a point? Do they all stop promoting Bellator? Also, do you think PFL has a smart gig? I mean, it's pretty impressive.
Yes, it's always a good approach. You shut up.
He just so fucking hard, bro.
Oh wow, there was an inside baseball going on there. Wow.
Cheers. Honestly, that legitimately would be one of the best matches I've seen in my entire life. Honestly, look at this. Start. Absolutely brilliant.
No, you can't work in trouble there. We're talking about one of the
Are you doing
Can't talk. Good to welcome me to my telly. Can't talk. How can we go on my truck? Can we go on my Okay. I can't talk. I can't talk. I can't talk.
I mentioned that Daddy got.
Listen, athleticism.
They've been so sweet. Like, what do I do? I'm so grateful for you. I've always wanted to meet somebody that scam others.
It's been 2 weeks since Brian Callen's comedy special dropped, and themes
Look at this athleticism.
not only has it failed to gain traction, the special itself is absolutely. If you haven't already, you can check out my full review via the link in the description. However, that dust has had time to settle. The disappointment is growing, and the goatee is starting to follow. This was meant to be the springboard for Callen's career comeback after being stuck in purgatory due to the allegations that surfaced from multiple women a few years ago. But instead, it proved one cold hard fact once and for all. It wasn't the allegations, he's just not funny. And that's a difficult pill to swallow for a guy like Brian who isn't used to hearing the word no. Just ask what farmer wins. But as we all know, when it comes to anyone associated with Joe Rogan and Brendan Schaub, things don't just stop there. It's one thing to pump up your comedy credentials and workshop your material at the mothership. If that's not embarrassing enough, then getting scammed by a group of Russians pretending to work for a famous comedian makes things a lot worse. So I'm going to take you through the details, and trust me, this does not disappoint. But I'm also going to show you how this was the final straw for Brian, now that his dreams of making it big have been crushed yet again. So stick around for that too. And let's start with this scam though. It all started when Brian thought he was being booked to do Amy Poehler's new podcast.
Let's do Amy Poehler's podcast. I say about that. So I was supposed to do Amy Poehler's podcast in LA. Yeah, her assistant reached out. She was like, "Hey, we'd love to have you on storytelling."
Yeah, he's a big podcast.
Yeah, big podcast. And I know Amy's back in the day. I love Amy. She's known Amy for many years. I haven't talked to her in a long time, so I love her. I think busy. She's busy being super successful. I've been busy. She's busy talking on Amy. It's cool because I know her and we've always had a great rapport. Sister reached out, and I had to do it like we're gonna actually. I found out it was gonna be Zoom first because she does it with somebody comes on the internet and then talks about the person there, and I was like, it's a surprise. It's probably like a friend. So they have to make sure that your camera is all. And now I got to do it through Facebook Live. With your, and I don't know how to do any of that. So he's got me on Facebook, and I'm like, Jesus, I'm doing this thing. And he's like, do you see it? I'm like, I don't see anything. He goes, let's screen share so I can help you with this. So now I'm screen sharing with the guy as he's trying to configure my Facebook thing so I can get to a point where I'm there. And then 20 minutes in, I'm clicking. I go, wait, so when are we doing the podcast? This Friday. And I go, okay. All right. Yeah. I go, how are we going to do that? So is Amy, okay, so I'm going to do the same thing. Yes. I said, where are you looking? I'm in Los Angeles. I said, where in Los Angeles? You want my address? I was like, no, I'm not here. Anyway, so we configured the thing, and I'm, okay, Friday, yeah,
So Brian Callen and Amy Poehler go way back. They just haven't spoken in years. That's why it made sense when her people reached out to him. This is like the equivalent of when Shaw talks about Theo Von and how they're still super tight. Talk every day, kids call him Uncle Theo. Except Brady doesn't have his number anymore and has to go through Rogan to get in touch. And don't think I missed remarks from Brendan. Callen was setting up his story. The thing about these guys is that you can learn from watching them sitting there and together. It's like they're in equals therapy, spilling the beans to a therapist, and the other one can't help but jump in and add shit. As you probably realized, though, Brian wasn't speaking to Amy. People, it was all a scam. How happy it makes Brendan to know that isn't going on Amy's podcast. Actually, it's probably more relief than anything.
My producer for my podcast. I did it when I started my podcast. And my producer called me. Hey, did you know that Amy Poehler podcast? Do you know it's a scam? No. They've been scamming me, bro. I was waiting to do the podcast and it never happened. And I'm like, hey, I'm waiting. Like, what do I do? I'm going,
I'm so grateful. I've always wanted to hate somebody that scammed by the podcast.
And when I say I got scammed so hard, I gave them all my access. I had to call a cybersecurity expert, and he saw what they did. He goes, so the good news is, I think that these guys were just trying to get access to your followers so they can spam and do a lot of stuff. And they wanted access. They sell access to your channel. He went on the dark web. And they have all my passwords. They have all my. I changed everything. I even texted Amy, and I was like, I'm DM'd Amy. I was like, hey, I'm supposed to do your podcast. I'm waiting, but nothing's going on here. No, I didn't get my. Meanwhile, it's been going on, and somebody else who's a comic. I can't remember. She got taken too.
She came out. As we are, time to time.
Like all the questions, like Amy can't wait to
talk to you. They know somehow that I know her. They researched me. And it made sense. I was like, of course she'd have an assistant reach out to me.
Brian, Amy Coleman doesn't know who you are, babe. You're not on her radar. I swear this reminds me of two schoolboys convincing each other that some girl was checking them out. The desperation is real, as if Amy gives a fuck about his YouTube special. The irony is that the scammers knew more about Brian than anyone else, and they knew that his boomer ass would fall for their scam. You can just imagine him sitting there in front of his laptop, squinting at the screen as they guide him around Facebook, getting him to input his password so they can steal it and sell it for $3.50 on the dark web. But Brendan takes the cake here. Whenever he hears a story of someone falling victim to a scam or making a series of bad decisions, he sits there and acts like he would have sat through it. You know, like the time he got conned into believing that there were 300 pages of evidence showing that Bobby Lee and Kalila were scheming to ruin his reputation off Reddit, and he probably still believes it. That's probably why he always says he's got feelings towards Bobby Lee, the guy who Brendan and Brian physically threatened and tried to blackmail. Makes sense, huh? And so Brendan couldn't help himself and got Brian to repeat everything just so he could tell everyone how smart he is at spotting scammers and red flags. This is the equivalent of Joe Rogan flexing about his bullshit detective 3 minutes on Forbes to AI stuff on Facebook.
On your phone, he's like, you trying to laptop? He said, my laptop, and he was trying to tell me how. And I just started looking at it. He goes, let's try to share these. We have to spend share these. I can help you. Pharaoh's pointing out, clicking here, here, all those people. He said a question. Like, where are you from? He goes, I'm Israeli. I was like, you're not Israeli. You're Russian. So I have it all recorded. So I sent it to my cybersecurity guys. They go, he's Russian. Those are Russian. Yeah, they got it too. You show this face prior? No. They got into my meta business suite. Damn. I got house. Damn. And I was just coming down to it. I was like, oh, I got one on. I didn't get one on.
So here's where things get even funnier. Fuck we did. These guys are cool. Brian keeps saying that after about 20 minutes into the screen sharing call, he realized it was a scam, but then he accidentally reveals that he was sitting there waiting to join Amy's podcast on the day it was scheduled, and only realized the whole thing was a scam 2 days later. So not only did he get duped in the days before the podcast was supposed to take place, it took him 2 more days after the fake booking to realize it wasn't real.
Oh, so good. And it did dawn on me until 20 minutes in. And I was like, where are you from? And I was like, I don't, this doesn't feel right.
When did you start taking action as far as when you found out?
Like the next day.
On this educational space that I've gone into over time, which I really do like it.
It doesn't matter if it's in there. At that point, they've got everything. Yeah, it's all. They've already sold to it.
It doesn't matter, right? Because they can't get back to it.
It honestly couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. On what planet did Brian think he would be a draw card on a comedy podcast? Especially after he dropped that sad excuse for a comedy special on YouTube 2 weeks ago. Like I said in the intro, though, the disappointment from the failure of the special has taken its toll on Brian. Over the last few months, he's a lot more upbeat he was back in LA, and Scott, a regular spot at the moment. He'd taken 8 months off from writing because he felt he had nothing to say, but then the move to Austin perked him back up and got him back on the stage doing what he loves. However, now that it bombed, the reality is slowly setting in that even though he put Joe Rogan's name in all of his comedy special, and did a solo guest appearance on JRE to promote it, the Rogan bump is a distant memory, a tale that will be told in green rooms around the world. Do you remember when hacky comics would go on Joe Rogan's podcast and become millionaires overnight? They'd come back again and again, and before you knew it, they were selling out arenas
streets for 50K a pop. Sad days are over. All that's is the elephant graveyard of media talent hung out to dry by the rays of sunshine that lit up the shadows of their empty souls, revealing the shallow depths of their depraved minds, infected with the deadly bacteria of their own egos, cannibalizing their blood cells in a pagan sacrifice, starving its host one cold set at a time. Until finally the truth dawned that maybe, just maybe, they were never funny, and it was all just a dream.
I always look at it this way, like somebody we were doing this thing, and Ryan Reynolds, people were talking about how he gets paid or he gets criticized, and I was like, man, I don't know. I tried really, really hard to be Ryan Reynolds. I tried my hardest. I was in acting class. I went on every audition. I did okay. I was on a couple sitcoms and movies and stuff. But for whatever reason, I'm not Ryan Reynolds. I think I'm really good at comedy, but maybe I'm just not as good. Or maybe just for whatever reason, I didn't do it. Maybe he was smarter in this other. But either way, he's there. That's fine. So I'm not going to hate on the guy because of it.
Thousands and thousands and thousands of people trying.
I tried hard. For anybody who's listening, people are going to take you to talking about that. People are going to do that.
I'll use early 2000s because I'm the same as you.
Yeah.
Well, good. They didn't use me. I was cool. You can't afford a kid. But do not
don't forget. To let them go with love. Because otherwise, you'll hold on to resentment. And I also think that whatever happened to me, I always look at it as I think all of us will be in chaos. Now, it could be cancer. It could be a stray bullet. God forbid it be something to my kids. There are so many things that are way worse. Do what you will with me. I know who I am. You stay close to the truth. You're going to eat a dick. You're going to pay a price. But I think that perspective is also huge. But all of these things are a learning experience. The only way out is through, and the only way to understand and learn them is that way. I know exactly what you mean. Like after this, for the past almost, by the way, everyone says it's a beautiful, special day. Thanks to you and thanks to Dana. Dana's the best. Amazing. And I'm proud of it. But there's that 8-month period where I went through, I didn't feel like writing. I didn't have anything to say. I want to repeat myself.
Isn't there enough chaos that we're going right now?
This is weird.
Well, the reason I get kind of upset is anything regarding both of you gentlemen for two different reasons. The reason I want Ryan to not have to deal with the feeling of raise, the feeling of disappointment with what he does is because so many people, especially in the modern era, the last 10 to 15 years with YouTube, with social media and stuff, there's people who have this idea that something catches, something comes viral, next thing you know, they have the person that they believe in. I watched this guy do the road. I watched it, and then he gets an MTV show here, and I was like, hey, that's funny. And I'd see everyone else that I went to see at the Orange County Improv or something like that, and I was like, God, it's just consistent. And then The Hangover comes out, and I'm like, he's funny, man. He's playing different characters in different Hangover movies, but it's the same character. And then the next year, I'm going to do a show with an MMA fighter. It's just like no one made you quit. Like you had what you had, you had love what you do, and you continue going. And it's like that. Those are the people who deserve to be celebrated. Keep that in mind. And sure, you would love to cash the same checks that you want to cash. And sure, probably because you and I are coming from a different generation, you probably compare yourself as a successful comedian to anything you're doing wrong. To
surrounded my friends who fly private.
Right, but the idea of a touring comedian and then it's like, okay, Seinfeld was peak and Eddie Murphy in 1986. It's like, that's, there was a time and a place where Kinnison selling out Marina, Ice Clay selling out, Cowboy Stadium or something, You can't be what we measure successful. At the end of the day, can you sit here and confidently tell yourself, like, I'm a damn good comedian and no one's ever helped me out? Because there's a lot I can truly say that, and you should.
This is Brian Callen in Stage 4 coaching. You can see it on his face, the denial, the confusion, the disappointment. How did this happen? How am I 60 years old and still figuring figuring shit out. These are the ramblings of a man still pretending the spotlight hasn't dimmed. On in the accepted stage of a career death spiral, putting on a brave face, he's resigned to the fact that it's all over. The last-ditch attempt to revive his breathless career failed miserably. He knows he's never going to leave that chair, and so does. This is like a Shakespearean proceedings. It's funny as fuck.
Yeah, Will Chamberlain sitting on the bench, kids. These motherfuckers have Will Chamberlain sitting on the bench.
These guys who preached about doing it for the love of the game, but secretly chase validation more than anyone. And now they're all like, Rogan included, that the internet is a cold, hard place. These guys were never funny. They were just Rogan and Jason. All roads led back to Austin, to the mothership, where broken comics go to pump egos full of testosterone, and as Jimmy No Breaks called it, hell piss. These are the modern-day sacred clowns, sponsored by AG1 and ExpressVPN. Brian thought he could rewrite his story by standing on that stage, by absorbing the audience full of funnier friends, and all he brought was the sequel to Gringo Puppy that ended up feeling more like a prequel, and that's why this latest humiliation hit so hard. Getting scammed by Amy Poehler's fake handlers is just the surface. The true poetic justice was just how hard his comedy special bombed. It was so bad that there isn't a timeline in which it would have succeeded. It's the universe holding up a mirror and saying, "Hey Brian, you were never funny. You fucking suck." This isn't what I wanted for Callum. Most of you will know his comedic restoration almost entirely just so we can witness him abandoned.
Yo, are you gonna call them motherfuckers? Yo. What up? Yo, dog.
Just so everybody knows, I'm reading in Felix right now. What happens is all that carbon dioxide sits right here now. So I'm getting high.
The amazing things about my friends' houses. I got to have Brendan. I got to be there for my friends.
Every week, Brian Gallagher gets closer and closer to walking out of Brendan's shop and quitting the fire and the kids. We have passed the low energy phase of the podcast. Now we've moved into Brendan's last-ditch effort to save the big boy empire by getting rich kids on the show and begging them for money. I honestly didn't think we would last this long with Texas, but now it looks like they're running on fumes. Literally. I'll get to those of you who don't know who he is. He's one of Papa Rogan's former business partners, the guy who founded on it. He brought on tall and funny scientist Joe Rogan to collaborate on the now infamous Alpha Brain supplement and then solved the whole
Yo.
corporation Unilever during the pandemic for over
How are you?
$2 billion. However, can I just say, all is not
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. What's good? Word, dog. How'd you find out about me, son? All right, big dog. What's doing in your neck of the woods, son? You're looking for games to play? All right. What do you like to play?
Like Warcraft, League of Legends, Warcraft 3.
What about Grand Theft Auto 5?
don't have Grand Theft Auto, actually.
How the fuck don't you have Grand Theft Auto, son?
I'm just a weirdo.
Yes, you are. What are your thoughts on Grand Theft Auto 6 getting delayed?
I mean, I like Grand Theft Auto. I didn't mean to.
No. Not the question I asked her. What are your thoughts on Grand Theft Auto 6 getting delayed? Doug, you didn't even know Grand Theft Auto 6 got delayed.
But a delay's never good. That's all I can say.
Then, so it got delayed from May 26, 2026 to November 19th, 2026. What are your thoughts?
Fuck that shit.
Fuck that shit is the correct answer. Word. All right. So what's on your agenda for this weekend? Aside from slanging dick like it's going out of style.
Get a job.
You're going to get a job on the weekend?
I lost my job recently.
Okay, how'd you lose your job? From being too sexy?
I don't really. Probably for being too pasty.
Too pasty, like too white?
Yeah.
Where were you working?
Tyson Foods.
Okay. That's the largest poultry producer in the United States.
Hell yeah.
They practically own the state of Arkansas. Where, dog? Them and
You know more about the company I work at.
where, dog? That's nothing surprising. Them and Walmart own that fucking state. Where, dog? Okay, so Tyson Foods. That's a tough place to work, isn't it?
It's very. It can be hard on your body over time, but.
Were you with the animals?
Shit, right?
Were you with the animals?
I saw them after they got.
While they were still alive? Or
no, I never seen them.
yeah, it's like illegal to use.
They come to me.
It's illegal to film them. Did you know that?
Yep. You signed a contract.
Isn't that shit wild?
They say you basically signed a contract that says you cannot film, video, or anything. And if you are caught filming, they have a right to go through your phone and remove whatever it is.
Word, dog, and I think you get criminal charges for that shit.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's cool because how do you get whistleblowers, number one, and number two? Well, that's like a violation of your rights. And three, what are you doing that's so fucking secretive?
There's the big answer right there.
Word, dog. But here's what happens.
I'm pretty sure they use stuff that they're not supposed to use to basically gas chickens.
They gas them, and then they fuck
something else that they're not supposed to use.
And they electrocute them so all those fucking feathers come off.
That's what it is. Gotta be what it is.
Word, dog. And
it's a big ass machine they got in there for doing it too.
And they don't want those videos to get out because it causes millions of dollars in bad PR whenever one of those videos gets out on anybody in the animal industry. And I think that's horseshit. All right. If I ever have a farm, it's gonna be live streamed 24/7. Those fucking chickens are gonna be backing in the sun till the day die of natural causes, and then we'll fucking eat them. No, I don't want them to die. I don't want to eat them. So perhaps lab grown.
So what do you? Is this all you do for work?
Oh, this isn't my job.
You make enough money to live?
I have gained.
Obviously you do, but
I have gained some financial independence through apps that I've launched on the App Store and Google Play.
okay.
So I'm an app entrepreneur.
I would love to make my own app, but
Dog,
I just don't like phones. So.
you don't even have the money to get it off the ground. It's so expensive nowadays. Dog. All right. So you ready to hear what I do? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic, more than 4 years. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline or time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history. The reason why is in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than ever, which is making me very influential with that influence. And once I go viral, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all instantly wealthy. I want to make sure that you have the opportunity at generational wealth. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound to you?
Sounds nice.
Excellent.
Sounds very genuine.
Word, dog. I stream my life not only for world peace, but I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating water greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the life stream and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land and make it drinkable. How does that sound to you?
Sounds nice.
Word, dog.
I like it.
I'm a futurist. I like to talk about things that unite us as a people, as opposed to that which divides us. We're 99.9% the same DNA. Thus, I like to talk about things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, space elevators, space tourism, things like terraforming of other planets. I like to talk about interstellar travel. I like to talk about things like Neuralink and Santa Claus machines and invisibility cloaks and de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Cole. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years or by the year 2028 to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I think this is a mind-blowing goal. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Iranian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think is very exciting to be able to capture live on my stream. When you were born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you was about age 80 years old. If you want, with your consent, I'd like longer using life extension technology, things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryogenics, things like cold shock therapy, red light therapy, ambrosia therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, to get you to be age 100, 120. But at about age 120, you may say, Rabbi, back in 2025, everything that you said sounded like science fiction, but it's become science fact. My body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? This is again with your consent. If you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as uploading technology. That's where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI with your consent, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you is you may have an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
I would love that.
Fuck yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Fuck yeah, dog.
fucking the video games where you can just play them with your mind.
Yeah,
That's
baby.
where I want to be. I'll die there.
That's Neuralink. That's already happening. There's a man named Nolan Aspro who plays the game Civilization with his mind. Yeah, he was the first Neuralink patient. It's like LANASBURG, something like that. That's not exactly right, but it's close. Nobody can tell you that motherfucker's name though, so I'm giving you 95% of the way.
See.
Look him up. Nolan, Nolan space ASB. Okay. Yeah.
That's one hell of a last name.
Yeah, exactly. It's tough for me. Nolan Arbro. Okay, there you go. Nolan Arbro. There you go. I got you 95% of the way there, baby. Nolan Arbro. Nobody can tell you. Nobody can tell you that motherfucker's name.
Yeah, he's like a couple years younger than me.
And he's better than you are at video games. How does that make you feel? That motherfucker can't use his.
I feel like I want a Neuralink implant.
There you go. He can't use his arms nor his legs. But you don't want a Neuralink implant. You want one of the skull caps so that you don't need to have anything put into your body. And the skull caps work just as well.
Give me one of them. Shit.
Word, dog. All right. So you want to be on the Neuralink list. Shout out to Nolan Arbro. Apologies to UG for correctly. And shout out to my man here, Riaz, who had the balls to look your name up. It's been a long time since I've seen an interview of him. But yeah, about 2 or 3 years ago, he was the first Neuralink patient, and now at least half a dozen of them. And so far, so good. So that's good. Like none of them have died, to my knowledge. So that's baller.
Yeah, hopefully, updates the implement is gonna do pretty well. And it doesn't fucking be up terminally.
So that's an issue. That's an issue. So basically, from the interviews I've seen with Nolan, he has said that like they put it in him, but they don't have a way to update it really well right now. And so he wants the second version of it or whatever that is. But they haven't done that yet. They haven't like taken one out and put a new one in and make sure it works. And so he might be exactly. So he might be with volume 1 or version 1, like for life, or hopefully, and he said like hopefully they've talked to him about this. They'll be able to figure out how to remove version 1 and put in version 2. But that's why I'm of the belief. That's why I'm of the belief. Don't put anything in me, because I see how technology shit works, and it gets wet, and it's got a bad battery, and the battery becomes a spicy pillow and explodes. I don't need any of that inside me. Give me the skull cap. I'm cool with just the cap.
Like you're driving down the road and then you get your fucking hard drive gets corrupted and now you can't press the brakes in your car.
Word, dog. He gets fancy and waves a magnet by my head, and then all of a sudden, like a fly. I don't want that. Word, night games. Do you know what Twitter Spaces is?
You were telling me about it last time.
Oh, it sucks, but it's great. It sucks about. Basically.
I mean, you were talking about how you could probably use it for
Oh, I'm going viral on it, baby. It just sucks. It's an uphill battle. It's an uphill battle. But yeah, you can use it to become successful. I'm in one right now, and you're able to speak to like 1,000 people at once. That's really hard to do, just randomly. You can't do that on YouTube. You can't just hijack somebody's stream and start talking. So this gives you the opportunity to do that. And I've been promoting myself. The thing is, you have to be very, very, very patient to get into these big spaces. Sometimes you might wait 4 or 5 hours and not even get called up to talk. But then if there's ever one of these serendipitous moments where you're paying attention and they call you up, you get to shill for like a minute. And whenever I shill for a minute, I get so many motherfucking people here at once. It's too many to talk to. And then I get a ton of DMs and I get a ton of people who follow me. So it's a very effective way to be able to promote yourself. Way more effective than any other way on live, just by far. Like, I've been live streaming my life for more than 4 years, doing everything I can to promote myself. And there isn't anything that works as well as Twitter.
I remember seeing you on YouTube about 5 or 6 years ago.
Well, that wasn't me because I wasn't streaming my life 5 or 6 years ago, but 4 years ago I was.
4, it might have been 4 or 3.
There you go. That could be 100%.
I started commenting on like a YouTube video at one point.
Oh yeah.
Everybody's like, "This has got to be fake. This has got to be fake." I'm like, yeah, this could definitely be real. Like, easily. No, I didn't leave a comment. I just said this to myself. That's what it was.
That's all right. If you left a comment,
like, what are you talking about?
If you would have left a comment, I would have never read it. So no big deal.
That's fucked up, man.
Well, because I have so many fucking streams. I have 20 different streams going at once. Nobody's got time to read comments on 20 different streams. As of them are, go fuck yourself. Nobody has time to read that shit.
I don't blame anybody.
Word, dog. And they could make it so much better on YouTube if they just had a sound. Like if just the computer made a sound when somebody typed to you. But they don't have that. And you have to use third-party apps. And the third-party apps absolutely suck dick. A lot of times they don't work. And so it just becomes a very frustrating situation where you could have somebody typing to you and you don't find out they were typing to you until 12 hours later. It's like such a simple thing for these platforms to just say, if somebody sends a message, just make a sound. That's all. That's all you have to do. But they don't do that. And the third-party apps that do make sounds and do read you the chats and shit like that, they only work, and not always. They get disconnected. They have integration issues. It becomes frustrating. So what I tell everybody when I stream, it just says, come to my Discord to talk to me. And I get people who do that. They're like, hey, I saw you streaming. I started commenting to you, and then I read the title, and it said your Discord link. And so I just came in here and checked you out, and I can't believe you're a real person. And I say to them, of course I'm a fucking real person. Nobody would make an AI with this bullshit. And then they're like, oh my word, I watch you every fucking day. I had a girl come in here last week. She's like, oh my God. I'm like, what? She's like, I'm going to cry. I'm like, why are you going to cry? She's like, I can't believe I'm talking to you. I watch you every day on YouTube. I just like to not be alone. And I just put on your streams and it's somebody else there. And I was like, and it took you this long to come in and introduce yourself? She's like, yeah. I'm like, all right, well, you can tell I'm a real person. And you're more than welcome to come in here whenever you want. So I do get some fans. And
companionship.
Pardon me?
That's a companionship.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. I get other people. Some of the people who are in here right now, they just like to sleep with other people just to know they're not alone in the world. And I frankly enjoy it as well. I like to know other people are there. Just We're not alone. We've got friends in this world.
You know, you're doing something I had a dream about a long time ago.
Have you ever seen the Truman Show?
No.
What the fuck are you doing with your life if you haven't seen the Truman Show? It's a movie from like 1996, starring Jim Carrey, and his is on camera, but he doesn't know it. The story is he is born into a world. He's born, but a corporation adopts him. And the corporation that adopts him is like the first corporate baby. And they use this baby to put cameras all over the house and the crib and behind his mirror and all kinds of places. And he doesn't know it. And he goes through his entire life, and everybody's like artificially nice to him. And everything about his life is like corporate and controlled, and everybody in the outside world watches him on camera, and they're like really excited for him to discover that he's like eventually maybe gonna find out he's on camera and get out to the outside world. He's basically born on a soundstage, like a giant soundstage, and there are clues that he kind of might not, like, things might be artificial. He like but they make him like really scared of water, so he never like tries to go outside his area. And he falls in love, and the person who he loves tries to warn him like, hey, I'm an actor and this is fake and you need to like try to figure it out. Anyway, it's a really good movie. It's a really famous movie. And so when people say this is a real life Truman Show, when I say that, that's what it is. It's basically like my whole life is on camera. And even though I know it's on camera, I don't know that I'm ever really going to be famous. When I do become famous, we'll go back and watch these and be like, oh, that was so bad. I didn't even know he was famous then. Baller as fuck.
Yeah, I heard that once you become famous, like it takes a little while to get you to famous. To like really like the realization. It's a lot of celebrity.
Yeah. I don't know if it ever settled in. Meaning like I mean,
feels
like
there's no feeling for it.
Right.
Something that is.
Right. I think it probably would start feeling real when you start to meet other famous people and they know who you are. And you're like, motherfucker, I know you. You're the center for the Lakers. And you're a pitcher for the Dodgers. And you play center field for the Yankees. And they all know who you are. You're like the biggest actress in Hollywood. And you own such and such tech company. And they're all like, yeah, we know who you are. Like, you don't have to, like, we know who we are too. You don't have to tell us. We get it. Like, and they just, and then like wherever you go, everybody's like, they know who you are. And they fucking bitches masturbate to you. That's when you know you're fucking famous.
Bitches masturbate to you.
That's right. Isn't that wouldn't you say that's a pretty big standard? If you've got bitches masturbating to you, random ass bitches on the street who are just like, I fap to you, you're pretty fucking famous.
That's a whole ass dub.
Word. But it happens.
No, I mean dub isn't like a win.
Oh, I know. Definitely. 100%. Knock yourself out, woman.
Go ahead.
Word, girl. Let that sprinkler fly.
Let it fly, baby.
But yeah, I would definitely, if I were ever a famous person, I would definitely be the kind of famous person who would wear disguises and go out and just try to be normal and fuck with people too. I would totally fuck with people. I'd be like the biggest person to fuck with people. I would be like, I'd go to Starbucks and I'd be like, hey, can I get an apron and just pretend to work here? And the baristas would be like, yeah, sure, Rabbi, go for it. And then people would come in, random ass strangers, and I'd be like, all right, welcome to Starbucks. How can I help you? And they'd be like, damn, you look like the rabbi. I'm like, yeah, I get that all the time. What can I get for you? And they'd be like, you look just like my rabbi. I'd be like, yeah, I know. I get that all the time. What can I get for you? You want a frappuccino? Do you want a mocha? Do you want a latte? What can I get for you? And they'd be like, man, can I take a picture with you? I'd be like, look, I'm just a barista here at Starbucks. I would make that my whole fucking morning. Then I'd go to Target. I'd be hanging out at Target. People, Rabbi, I'd be like, no, I get that all the time. I am a Target customer service agent. I'd just go in wearing khaki pants and a red shirt, and they'd just be like, you look like a rabbi. I'd be like,
just an everyday normal guy.
yeah, exactly. I would do that all fucking day. I'd make that like the first part of my week, every fucking week. I would just go to random ass places and just be famous. I've seen people do this before, like on Candid Camera, those Jamie Kennedy experiment kind of shows. And it's so fucking funny to me when they're like, who did I see? Or who did I hear about? Oh, I know. Aaron Rodgers. I heard about one of these recently. So he's a quarterback for the Steelers. He was a quarterback for the Jets, and prior to that, he was a quarterback for the Packers. And he was on one of these shows or something like that. Yeah, I read about it on social media. And he was just like, I think they had some customer service job. And somebody comes up to him and they're like, are you Aaron Rodgers? And he's like, yeah, no, I'm not. I get that all the time. And the girl's like, the team you play for is like my favorite team. You look at him. And he's like, yeah, I get that all the time. It's common. How can I help you? I would do that shit all the time. I would be all about that shit. I would think that is the funniest fucking shit. And I'd play along with it as long as I wanted. Like, they'd be like, can I get your autograph just in case? I'd be like, yeah. Do you want me to sign it with my name or the famous person you think I am? And they'd be like, can we get a selfie? I'd be like, oh, yeah, totally. That's one thing. I don't know if you've probably ever seen, but like, there are these things on, like, I'm on social media like 24/7. So I see all the internet. And they have these people who sign autographs and I always see John Cena doing it, and he can fucking do these autographs, stack of these things, and he just boom, 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 and they remove them for him. He doesn't even move them. He just puts his fucking signature on, and they do the next one, and the next one, and the next one. And I feel like my arm would get tired. So what I would do is I would just get like a stack of paper and have it go sideways, and I would just drive by in a car with a marker and just like mark it, and I'd be like, all right, you got my autograph, because there'd be a lot of people who want it, and I'd want to do it in the most efficient way possible. These are the things about which you think when you're like, oh, maybe I'll go viral. But yeah, I'm trying to think what else I would do. I really know I would do this. I would go to places really well. I'd be like the best tipper ever. Like, I'm already a very good tipper. I'd be like disgusting tipper. Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. There's this one. Oh, dude. Okay, so there's this show. It was called Nathan For You. Did you ever see it? It was on Comedy Central. Okay, so they had. It's called Nathan For You. So it was a really interesting. It was a really interesting show. In one of the episodes, they wanted a lookalike of a celebrity to come in and tip a really big amount. So if you remember who Kramer was on Seinfeld, his name's Mike. They had a Michael Richards look. Yeah, they had like a Michael Richards lookalike or something come in and tip like $1,000 or something like that. Oh, I know what it was. I think it was just to get a business some free publicity, so to get like the news there. So they had a Michael Richards look like tip $1,000 or something, and then they called the news and said, "Hey, what a cool thing!" And then the news came there, and they were like an interview at the place, and that got them way more than $1,000 in free publicity. It was something like that. I would do that same shit, but I would really do it. I'd be the real person. I'd be like, I would tip like a motherfucker. Everything. I'm trying to think of things that people normally at which they don't tip, and I would tip. And even if they don't accept tip, I would tip the pilot of a plane. You don't normally tip that guy. I tip him or her. I would tip like, I don't know, police officer. I guess you're not allowed to do that because that's like bribery. But I would tip. I don't know. I would tip everybody though. Everybody would be on my list. Yeah, I would try to think who I wouldn't. I would tip. I'd tip the local councilman, but I guess that could be an illegal bribe too. So you got to be careful with some of that shit. But I would tip doctors. Nobody tips your doctor. I would tip doctors. Everything. 100%. I would just be like, bingo. Trying to think what else I would do. I would definitely do the whole disguise and sneak out of places. That would be baller. Oh, I would be really good friends with the paparazzi. I'll tell you that. They could take as many pictures as they wanted me because I'm live streaming my life. They're helping me. So I would be like, take all the pictures you want, and I'd be really cool friends with them. And you can tell what celebrities are cool with the paparazzi. I'd be like, all right, so I'm gonna go this strip club. You can take pictures of me going in, and then I'm gonna go to this brothel afterward. You can take pictures of me coming out. Then I might swing by Krispy Kreme late at night. You can take pictures of me there. And I might hit a Baskin Robbins. You can take pictures of me there. And then, I would give them my schedule. What else would I do?
That's so. I never even thought about the
Word dog. 100%. What else would I do? How would I use? I would do the whole thing of going to children's hospitals. I would fucking live at those bitches. I would be like, I've got a tea time. I've got a tea time at 1 p.m. I'm gonna go to a children's hospital before then. All the nurses would think I'm the coolest motherfucker. Ice cream cones and lollipops, taking pictures with kids who are gonna die in 2 weeks. That shit would be cool as fuck to me. Just to make a kid's day. I would go to schools. I would just randomly show up at schools and be like, talk to the principal and talk to the teachers and just be like, hey, can I just pop in and like make these kids fucking life? And like, I'll sign all the autographs they want. We could sing songs. We could play video. I would actually want to go have recess and play football with them and like that kind of shit because that would be fun. And just like kids would be like, yeah, I can't, like the rabbi came to my 4th grade class. We played catch and like we fucking ate ice cream and we watched, I'm trying to think what kind of cartoon would be interesting to me. I don't know. We could do something cool and then they'd remember you like the coolest fucking, that'd be like the coolest fucking school day ever. What else would I do? Definitely help children's hospitals, regular hospitals, definitely. Maybe nursing homes. Just like, you got to think like, if you're a super big celebrity, Nobody to you. Like, hey guys, I want to go call the numbers at bingo. They're not gonna say no to you. They're gonna be like, fuck yeah, you're super famous. Like, it's gonna give us a bunch of attention, and we will forever be known as the retirement home where the rabbi read bingo numbers. That would be fucking. They'd love that. I would just love. I would love to do shit like that where it would just be totally a surprise. People living their normal life, and not only do they get a break from their mundane day, but they get a story that they're gonna tell their fucking grandkids. That shit would be great to me.
Yeah, it's nice getting the material from the stories to grandkids.
100%. Trying to think what else I
I
would.
always feel like I was somebody who didn't do enough stuff and take enough risks.
Have you ever thought? Have you ever thought of life? Have you ever living your life?
No, I haven't, but that sounds interesting.
It's a pain in the ass, but it's amazingly worth. Met you because of it. I would have never met you and all the other people I've met. In total, tens of thousands of people I've met or interacted with in the last 4 years, and I've learned a lot. I've been able to. I can't tell you how much I've learned. I learned so much every single day, and I learned a lot when I had a traditional career as well. I'm always a learner, but I just I greatly enjoy it. I know I'm creating like an archive of human development that will be studied in the future. I know it has the potential to make me a lot of money, but I don't really think about that. I do think about that it's going to help society, just like with computers. Like I can show the world, like computers need to be more efficient. Here's where they crash. Here's where batteries fail. Here's where devices need improvement. Like that kind of shit, I would love, and I'm gonna love to be able to help improve if I can get enough attention to it. Um, yeah, that's definitely tight. I'm trying to think. I mean, I know there will be drawbacks, perhaps, of being a famous person. Somebody was asking me about this earlier today, and I get it. The whole like not being able to go outside without getting mobbed and that kind of shit. I get that. So that part will. Um, I don't know. Sure that you get enough bodyguards to kind of take care of that shit. And celebrities, like I don't know, 30 years ago or something, they would like you'd have paparazzi that would go through your garbage and would like stalk you. Celebrities don't really have that anymore. They basically pay for paparazzi to take pictures of them now, so they get more attention. Like just social media.
Being a paparazzi and you just that's your goal. That's how you're gonna make money.
Yeah, that's a
annoy
big.
somebody so much that eventually they just pay you to be not where they want to be.
Exactly, and that's what they do. Social media basically killed a lot of that industry, though, because before the people were like clamor for magazine pictures and things, but now celebrities give you those pictures, so it kind of cut out the middleman.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Word, dog. I would I would pull a bunch of pranks on people, like not in a mean way, but I'd be like, "Can I cook as a chef at a restaurant for a day?" And they'd be like, "Yeah, sure, go for it." And I would like, I'm not a professional chef, and then maybe I wouldn't make something right, and somebody would complain about it, and they'd come up to me and they'd be like, "Yeah, they didn't think you cooked the steak right or whatever." And I'd be like, "Oh, they didn't," and I'd come out there and I'd be like, "Oh, you don't think I cooked the steak right?" And they'd be like, all embarrassed, and I'd be like, "I'll try my best next time. Sorry," and they'd be like, like that kind of shit is funny to me. Like, of course they're not gonna do it correctly or something like that. Would love that shit. Or like to somebody the next time the next time somebody asks for the manager, just come get me. And so somebody be like, I don't know, at like a store, and they'd be like, I'm going to speak to your manager. And then I'd come out and I'd be like, yeah, can I help you? And they'd be like, oh my word. And I'd be like, yeah, this person's making minimum wage or doing everything that they can, and you're acting like a huge bitch. How about you shut the fuck up and just buy the shit and don't complain? Like whatever the fuck it was. I would just do my best to make people realize that thing either immaturely or inappropriately or whatever. I think that shit would be so funny. And what else would I do? Word. Oh, I would do this one. I saw there's a famous picture of where Anthony Bourdain and Barack Obama ate in a Vietnamese restaurant like 15 years ago or so. And it was so famous that nobody's been allowed to sit in the chairs that at this restaurant ever since. They put it in a glass cube, like, you know, because that's a really famous people to be there. But there are these famous pictures of these Vietnamese people who are just eating, and they don't know who these two guys are. I would do that shit all the time. Go to like rural Africa, and no one would know who I was, and I'd be like, "Hey guys, you want to play soccer?" And they'd be like, "Yeah, who's this guy?" And I'd be like, "Oh, I'm just in the neighborhood." And then they find out who I am. That shit would be hilarious to me. Or to go to like China and just, or like Mongolia and somebody's like hut, somebody's yurt, and just be like, "Hey dog, you have cable TV?" And they'd be like, "Fuck no." I'd be like, "You have Wi-Fi?" They're like, "Yeah, with that." And I'd be like, "Oh, tight. Can I check my email?" And they'd be like, "Yeah." I think it'd be hilarious. Yo, what's up? How are you? Yo, Toasty the Toast. What's good, son? Toast gonna be super famous someday. What do you want to say to the world? Toasty the Toast, do you speak English? Toasty the Toast. Toasty the Toast, do you like toast? Yo, can you hear me? Oh, Toasty the Toast, you're not 18 years old. You need to go, big dog. Here, big man. I was going to ask you all about toast. Just a moment. I have to ban them. There's going to be this huge group of people in the future who I banned who are all underage. They tried to get in my server, like in the future. They'll be known as like. They'll be like. Right, exactly. But no, they'll be tight as fuck. They'll be like, yeah, I was 13 years old and I found this fucking server, and then Rabbi got famous and they banned me, and then he got famous, and then like they'll be like this whole they'll be like this whole it'll be like a badge of honor. Like, yeah, man, I was banned when I was 15 years old from Rabbi's server. They're
gonna have to show you their ID.
Oh yeah, for sure. 100%. So in those cases, I kind of, because sometimes Discord asks you to show your ID stuff in some servers, but I'm not gonna do that to people. I'm not, because then you gotta then you're dealing with people's personal information. I don't want to deal with that. I don't ID. But here's how I check if you're 18. If you get past me, that's great. So somebody comes in, I say, how old are you? If they say they're 18, look, I was once a young person. That's the first age that you say, because you're like, oh, maybe I can pass for 18. So that's automatically red flags if you say you're 18. If you say you're 19, okay, then there's a chance. But then I ask you very quickly, okay, quick, what year were you born? And the people who are 18 are like, I was born in 2007. And the people who were not, they're like, I was born in, and they have to do the math. And then I just automatically know, like, dog, you're not 18 years old. But the people who know right away, yeah, I was born in 2007, I'm like, were you born at the beginning of the year or the end of the year? They're like, I was born January 26, 2007. I'm like, oh, well, that makes you 18. Okay. So that's kind of how I check on people. Though I get some people, I had a girl in here yesterday, and she came in and she even said this herself. Some people say that she sounds like a young boy or like a 20-year-old girl. And I couldn't really tell at first. And so I'm like, how old are you? And this happened 2 days ago. And she's like, I'm 19. How old are you? I'm like, well, I'm 39. Okay. You've got some spunk. I'm like, all right, what are your hobbies? She's like, oh, I don't really know. I'm like, okay, well, what do you do? And she's like, I'm in med school. I was like, oh, okay. Well, most 15-year-olds aren't going to come out and say that they're in med school and know a lot about it. So I guess I'm willing to believe you. But I'm like, how 19? And she was from so it's like, okay, I guess that passes. I do my best though to keep out anybody who's not 18, but you know, it's not a perfect system. It's not a perfect system, but it's better than most people. Most people will let anybody in their server. I do what I can. Well, I'm sure they'll have something in the future to make it easier, but as of right now, I just do what I have to do. And
but is verbal verification enough on the internet? That's the question. Being the person who's
I mean, there are going to be ways around it. I know when my friends and I were like under 21, the friends who looked like an older sibling could get into bars, and that was like a really hard thing to detect. I'm sure there'll be some kind of biometric reading and stuff, but that still can incorrect. If you look your older sibling, who's to say you're not? How are you going to prove it? The ID's legitimate. The picture looks
right.
So yeah.
This day and age is, it'd be so easy to find out, or to get an easy and quality fake ID is probably right around the list. If I go on fire and find it.
Yeah, 9/11.
Probably ask somebody at Discord.
9/11 really changed the game with that, where they made it like they changed, like it used to just be like a misdemeanor to have a fake ID, but they changed it and made it the punishment worse and shit. But people still do it, and then they've got the ones that scan all kinds of shit that happens. But I don't know, like the British, or you need a digital ID. That'll be human enough to get rid of all the riffraff, and I think that's something that makes my stream special. Like, this is the wild, wild west of, pardon me, the internet. Like, nobody's gonna fucking. The SWAT team's not gonna bust down my door. But in the world of the digital ID in the future, they could fucking make some law that says once you get banned, you're banned, and you can't create another account. And if you do, it's a crime. That's when it's gonna, and that day is only a couple years away.
That day's coming.
Oh yeah, you know it, and I know it. Where if you fuck up, you can't recreate an account, and it's just like, oh, you fucked up. Sorry, but it's the wild, wild west. So why not utilize it as much as possible? And until that day comes, and then people will look back on this day and be like, no way. Back then, you could just create as many accounts as you wanted. They couldn't really stop you from getting out your message. If they banned you on Instagram, just create another Instagram. They banned you on Facebook, create another Facebook. They banned you on YouTube, just create another YouTube. They say that you can't, but they're just like, there's no enforcement of that. But in the future, there will be, and they'll make it a crime. And then if you try to get around the system, you'll have a knock at your door. That's basically what's happening in England right now with the people who have tweets. And these tweets aren't even bad, but they've already arrested hundreds, thousands of people for like tweets from like years ago. And that's going to come to the United States. Thousands of people in the United Kingdom have been arrested over their tweets. I mean, and these tweets are like, so like they're tame. Like in comparison to what people in the United States are tame, and that's coming to the United States, and they'll use the premise of hate speech and shit, even though it's a violation of the first. You should be able to say all this shit. You should be able to, in my opinion, you should whatever the fuck you want, whenever you want, to whomever you want. And if you want to threaten somebody, go ahead and fucking threaten them. If you want to go fuck themselves, go tell them to go fuck themselves. You shouldn't be able to put your hand on somebody. That's a different story. But you should be able to say, I'm going to fuck you up. Or you should be able to say, go fuck yourself. Or you should be able to say, I think you're ugly. Or whatever the fuck. That's the First Amendment. There's freedom of speech. That's why we have it. Because when you don't have that, then courts are legislating over the meaning of words and shit like that. And that's not what they're there for. Now, if you come out and put your hands on somebody or you punch somebody or, then I have an issue with that. But in terms of saying whatever you want, say whatever the fuck you want. That's how I feel. There you go. And I should say you should be able to write whatever you want to. That's somewhat included in that. There's the idea that, well, the thing that really changed this is, what about yelling fire in a crowded theater? Well, if there is a fire in a crowded theater, of course you should be able to yell fire. So there are some times when yelling fire in a crowded theater is appropriate. And in those times where somebody does it and it's inappropriate, then people will just learn not to trust this person. Society gets to know people and troublemakers, and they'll be like, yeah, there's no fire. This person likes to yell fire all the time. Don't worry. Likes to yell fire all the time. Don't worry about them. That's just kind of how things are. It's already how things are. If you're at, I don't know, sometimes kids do this. You'll be in an event and somebody will be like, oh, there's a famous celebrity here. I think there's a really famous celebrity. Or maybe there is. You never know. You kind of judge those things. But should those people be arrested for what they said if there's no famous celebrity? No. That's their freedom of speech to be a thing. So, I don't know. That's just my belief on it. That's how I feel. And what it is, then laws are passed, and then it starts to become illegal to even say things that are like mundane. You can't. So, like, for instance, let's say you say, go fuck yourself, you loser, or something like that. Okay, well, what if they consider loser to be hate speech because that's a bullying term? Well, now you're going to get the book thrown at you because you're using bullying terms. It's like, what the fuck is this shit? It's like, who, that's not what the First Amendment's about. If it were, then the founding fathers would have said, you can't use hate speech, you can't use threats, you can't use terroristic language. It doesn't say anything. It says, Congress shall make no laws prohibiting the use of speech, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, all that other shit. And that's kind of how you have a free press. That's why you have the freedom to be able to say what you want. And in the very near future, that's all going away. And it's already gone away. Not that they had freedom of speech in England, but where you make, like, the thing that people are getting a lot of, for which they're getting a lot of trouble are memes. They'll post a meme on Twitter and they'll have the police at their house.
Yeah, that's a little extra.
Word dog, thousands of them.
At least for the media.
Definitely. I think they passed 23. and I'm not exactly sure the date that it went in, but over 1,000 people have been arrested. And the UK is not that big of a country. So when you think if they do that in the United States, it's going to be a lot of people who are going to be in trouble. And I mean, I feel as if I see the worst shit on the internet in terms of quote unquote hate, because I'm in all these discords and I'm on YouTube all the time and I'm a huge target and I don't let any of it get to me. I know I'm cooler than all of those motherfuckers. So bring it. Say whatever you want to me. I don't go and call the police on you. I get people who say I want to kill you. Oh, that's fine. Like, that's opinion, man. Pardon me? I get people in communities who are like, I haven't seen you in a long time. I hope you die. Okay. I mean, that's cool. I mean, the other people like me. This guy's just a dick. I get that. Do I think that they should be in jail because of that? No, I don't. I truthfully do not. Say whatever you want to me. We have a saying from where I am. You may have it from where you are. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words may never hurt me. And your words are never going to hurt me. Yeah, exactly. So say whatever the fuck you want to me. I do not care. And the reason why is just because then you start to creep in with these different laws, bullying terms, terroristic terms, and hate terms, and then you turn into a police state. Then you're not. Then you can't say you can't say things that you want to say, like we need a congressperson. That doesn't seem like it's that bad to say, but they just need to pass a law saying that basically criticism of Congress people is in line with bullying because the majority in your area elected them. It could be seen as a sign of bullying. I mean, does that make necessary sense? No, but it doesn't have to. In this world, legislatures can pass things, and I feel like that's why, at least in the United States, the founding fathers specifically gave us this right, and you should be able to use it. That's just how I feel.
They could they could.
Oh yeah, definitely. I don't agree with the 3/5 of counting people, the 3/5 compromise where they counted African American people as 3/5 of a person. That's not cool. And I didn't like that many of them owned slaves. That's not cool.
That's so wild.
Oh, isn't that fucking wild? One of the wildest ones to me is Thomas Jefferson had babies with his slave Sally something, and when he died, in his will, he specifically did not free them. So his own fucking kids, he kept enslaved. Isn't that fucked up? And he's seen as like this amazing fucking politician and president and all this shit. He doubled the size of the United States with the Louisiana Purchase. Oh, Louisiana Purchase, pardon me. I'm tired. But yet he didn't free his children in his will. That is fucked up. It is.
What the fuck?
Isn't that fucked up? Own kids were in. Yeah, dude.
I can't stand that.
It's wild shit.
That's the white people's shit.
Oh, that's as dirty as it gets. They're your own fucking kids. You rape your slave and have children with her, and you don't free them. Like, if anybody you think's gonna get freed, especially when your dad is the president, is like you'd be like, hey, can you do me a solid? You raped my mom basically, and you're president, and You have the freedom and the power to be able to let me go and give me my freedom. And he chose not to. That is the dirtiest fucking shit. That is, it's like, you are a scumbag and to the highest order. Firstly, you're cheating on your wife with Sally Hemings or something like that, with your slave, and then get her pregnant. And not only do you not think she's a fully human, but you're going to keep her a slave, and then your kids, your flesh and blood, 50% of them is your DNA, and you're not going to free them when it's done. That is some dirty shit. And right, and we hold these. Right. No, I get that. Just you using that word, hate, in the future, I bet you won't be able to say that kind of shit. Like, that's a perfect example. You could be like, I hate what Thomas Jefferson did and not freeing his own children. And that goes against hate speech laws because you can't say you hate anything. Like, in the future, I could easily see that happening. Easily. And that's some bullshit. I'm sure they won't let you say that's some bullshit either. Some bullshit.
It's like people that
People that what?
it's like people that don't like cussing and like stuff like that.
Right.
It's always just in a weird way.
100%. And what do you consider cussing? Depends on the household. Some people say crap is a cuss word. Other people, crap's appropriate. Some people don't think you should be able to say crud. The television stations.
I would say those aren't curse words though.
I would not in your house, but in a lot of houses, a kid will get in trouble for saying crap. If you said to your mother as a child, not you personally, but just saying in general, you're full of crap, you don't think that kid's going to be in trouble?
Depends who you say it to.
If you say it to your own mother, in 90% of households in the United States, you're going to be in trouble.
Okay, yeah, but at the same time, it depends where you're coming from with it. You know what I'm saying?
I get it. Can you say pussy willow?
Really
Can you say pussy willow? Can you say pussy?
Pussy willow? What's that?
Can you say pussy cat?
Pussy cat.
The word pussy, you can't say the word pussy in a sexual context in a lot of places.
Yeah, I would consider pussy a curse word.
There you go. So you can't say.
If you use it, like, if you're like going up to somebody and be like, you're a pussy.
You use the term pussycat in like Bugs Bunny cartoons. Tweety Bird says pooty tat. When Tweety Bird.
Like that's different.
I know, I get it. It's too subjective though. The television stations can't even get it right. Meaning, there are some words on television. George Carlin had a very famous stand-up routine about this, and some that you can't. The term is a kind of bird. You can say tit when referencing the bird, but you can't say it in referencing a breast. The term like ass is a term for a donkey, but you can't generally say it in some parts of society as a butt. The term bitch, in some aspects, you can't call a person a bitch, but that is the scientific term for a female dog. So it depends. It depends.
And I'll stand on it. I think I don't care what age the person is. Anything, I think every word in this book should be free to use.
That's what I'm
Every word
saying.
don't matter.
That's what I'm saying. You should be able to say whatever you want. Now, the people who hear it can react in whatever way they want. So that's their right too.
Right.
But anybody should be able to say anything. You want to say.
Right. Like, you might get your ass beat for it, but.
Exactly. If you want to say, if a black person wants to say the N word, they should be able to say the N word. And amongst black people, they're not going to get a reaction in some circles. If a white person wants to say the N word, they should be able to say the N word. But they're going to be judged by saying it. And that's the right of the people to be able to judge them. That's how society works.
Collective accountability.
Exactly. Exactly. But especially when you start legislating that certain people can't say the word, okay, well, how dark do you have to be to say it? What if I don't think that most people are dark enough to be able to say it? I mean, then you're starting to get into like, how dark are you? You don't want to get into that argument. If you start legislating that way, you just, so the best for people who are of mixed race, you can't get into that argument. That word is used in there, and it can mean friend, it can mean person, it can mean a whole bunch. And
Mean
brother, absolutely. And so who are you to take away the ability for them to be able to use that word? What if someone is albino? So they're like white looking, but of African American DNA. You're gonna take that away from them? Who are you to who are you? Who are you? They have black brothers and sisters. Their parents are black. They're black going all the way back to Africa. They should be able to use that word, as should anybody. But the albino person is not going to be judged on. A random ass white hunky kid who uses it, they're going to be judged. They're going to be either seen as very small minded or racist, or, I mean, there are situations where I hear that term being used by white people, and they don't mean it offensively. They mean it or whatever, and they're just around black people a lot, so they think that they can use it, and their black friends don't really get on them too much. And then they get out in the bigger world and they sound extremely racist, but they don't mean it that way by any means. It's just how it works. And then it's used a lot. It's used a lot in the Latinx community, where it's not used. Sometimes it's used offensively, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's just used to be friend or dude. It's just a filler word. And then sometimes it's used in a mean or spiteful or racist way. So I feel that you should be able to use whatever word you want.
Or you're not using it in a derogatory manner.
No, you should in a derogatory manner. And the people should be able to judge you for using it in a derogatory manner and think you're an asshole and not want to do it. But it shouldn't be illegal. That's as simple as that. People should be able to judge you for your actions and your words, all of that, absolutely. But it should not be illegal. Because when it starts to become illegal, that's when the court's going to come in and say, how dark do you have to be able to say this word? What if you're mixed race? What if you have 3 grandparents who are black and 1 white parent? Or 1 white grandparent and 3 a grandparent who is black and 2 parents. You get what I'm saying? Like, there are lots of combinations here, and you don't want to get into that. You don't want to get into that, and that then becomes
now you have to break the whole thing down to the very.
Then it's
just.
There's a Family Guy episode with this. It's completely racist, but they're joking about it, poking fun at it. There's like a where to get into New York City, you have to be like a certain color, super white, white, tan. And if you're any of those three, you're fine. But then when you start getting to the darker tan, and like brown and then black, it's like, no. Hold the card up next to your skin. And if you're in the approved version, you can go in. But if not, they pull you over to the side and they do all kinds of questioning to you. You don't want to live in that world. Exactly. And that just complicates things. It's fine for society to judge people based on what word someone uses. If someone's using a word, they are allowed to basically excommunicate that person. They're able to ignore them. They're able to yell words back at them. But you do not want to get into a world where it becomes illegal to say that. Because then when it's illegal to say that, then it becomes who gets to say it, who doesn't get to say it. How do you dictate who has the right? What skin color are you, or what makeup are you, or whatever it is? What religion are you? Like, you just don't want to get into that world. It becomes too difficult to legislate, and courts have agreed it becomes too hard to legislate that kind of stuff. That's why Congress shall make no law impeding free speech, or whatever the language is. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of the press, freedom to gather. Those are all in. Those are all given to us by our Creator. They're not even really given to us. The founding fathers, they're endowed by our Creator, which is the Constitution. All right, big dog. I'd love to talk with you more. I'm gonna get some help. That's all right, my man. All right. Well, then, with that, feel free. I'm gonna listen to some podcasts and
Switch
enjoy.
Why do you say it's good? Because I have to be honest, dude. You're one of those guys that you annoy me because you'll be like, the best wings, the best pizza. I'm like, it's just wings. Yeah, no, the wings were good, but
that's like Brendan's equivalent to Andrew Schultz's epiphanies. When he figures something out for himself, it's the next best thing, and he cannot wait everyone about it, like a child. And that's the ongoing theme with Brandon. It seems like the more things slip away from him, the more immature and juvenile comes. There's a segment in the podcast with Aubrey Marcus later on that I'll play for you, where if you close your eyes, it feels like you're back in middle school all over again. Except then you open your eyes and realize you're watching three grown men dressed like teenage fuckboys, unironically talking out of their asses. But the thing for Brian Callen is that he's clearly struggling financially, and the daily grind of having to turn up to Brendan's storage unit to record the podcast twice a week, being forced to inhale fumes from bumpers of a truck, and then slogging it out of the comedy mothership where he's constantly workshopping new material that doesn't seem to land. Well, it's all starting to weigh on him. For Brian, everything's a business transaction for him now.
Aubrey Marcus, I haven't seen you in way too long. I've been here more than 4 months. I know, bro. But we get to a certain age, buddy, where it's like, if we ain't making money, if we're not doing business or learning, it's hard to just hang out. When I'm too old to be hanging out. I got kids. Often have kids.
That's how we're starting comedy podcasts these days. I'm sorry I haven't seen you since I moved to Texas. I couldn't justify financially, but we should be hard on Callen. It must be hard to support 5 families whilst living in the shadows of all the allegations that were leveled at you a few years ago, forcing you to work for a guy you clearly despise as you cruise into your 60s with no end in sight. And now that looking for cosplaying as a scientist on the recent companion, I'd say his opportunity are drying up. Personally, I really wanted this move to Texas to work out for him so he could finally escape captivity and leave Brendan behind once and for all, just like Theo Von did. But the thing is, I'd rather watch the fighter and the kid die a long, slow death of 1,000 tiny cuts until the lights literally go out in the middle of a pocket. Oh, no, wait, that already happened. But all jokes aside, no pun intended, their most recent episode with Aubrey Marcus was eye-opening to say the least. I've been documenting their struggle to book guests on the show on this very channel, and here we are with quite possibly one of the slimiest snake husbands you've ever seen, here to lecture us on authenticity on the fighter and the kid. He's lecturing us about authenticity on the fighter and the kid. All right, I've made my point. Let's roll the tape.
Still taking Alpha Brain now, along with the new Prime supplement. You know, there's an interesting study I just saw that was Zach Bush was talking about, where they put people in a Faraday cage and they measured their electromagnetic frequencies and everything that was happening in their body. And when they brought them into emotions of like extreme joy, like talking about a sentimental moment with their grandmother or something with their wife and their kids, the time their kids were born, and they brought them into that moment, there was a spike of energy, whether it's from the heart field or the mental field, but there was a spike of energy that was measurable. And then when they asked them about other traumatic, experiences or places where they were super vulnerable or bad things happened, they saw the same equal amount of energy expelled. And the theory being actually that it's authenticity that actually spikes the field, because our souls are in truth, like our spirit, our body knows truth. We know the frequency of it. We know the resonance. Your whole body lights up. And so truth is even more important than positive emotions. Just being real.
I think especially now, like with AI, like Rogan and Zig, like AI is going to take over. It's going to rule entertainment business and all these jobs. I think there's going to be a thing where Reddit repel, destroys all that. We're going to be able to tell what's AI, but then the people that are authentic and actually have talent are going to be bigger than
So the guy who lied about his football career continues to take anabolic steroids for recreational use, got caught cheating on his girl multiple times, soon exposing him, and was then forced to submit a sworn affidavit to the court, admitted he blatantly lied multiple times on his podcast. Thus, on that very podcast, propped up by fake news and bots, authentic creators with talent are going to be in high demand once AI takes over. And we're only just getting started with this episode. The absolute lack of self-awareness on display is mind-blowing. You've got Brendan Schaub, the human embodiment of failure, sitting there nodding along to snake oil salesman Aubrey Marcus, talking about the power of authenticity, while Brian Callen's soul visibly leaves his body with every passing minute. You can literally see Brian calculating in real time how many more episodes of The Fighter and the Kid he'll have to sit through before all his kids turn 18 and he's no longer on the hook for child support. Meanwhile, Bubba's sitting, he's about to stage a comeback off the back of a supplement collaboration between him, Rogan, and Aubrey, if I can get the Scorpions to milk themselves. When I was listening to this episode, I thought to myself, this is the perfect snapshot of a dying brand. Even the bots I hate watching at this point.
It's going to be a real fight. Did you say this next
exhibition? How do you feel? This is my thing on it. We both, like, you're close to Jake, we both love Jake.
Yep.
I'm with Dana when he was on Pulse, and he's like, dude, you and your brother, fight guys your size.
Right.
He's like, what are we doing? Like, fight people your size, man. I'm a little bit like with the Javante Davis Jake, it's like, all right, can Javante deal with the size? But I just don't. For Jake, he has this, it appears you know better than most. He has like this yearning, he wants this cosign, this validation from the body.
That's 100% in his sights.
Yeah, but my thing is like, this is pushing that further and further. Because I think he was kind of here, and then the Javante Davis, the Mike Tyson's going,
well, so he just did. So he has this strategy where he'll fight a legit, fighter. Like Chavez Jr. was getting a little older, but it's still got a rank. Then he'll go for something that's just a spectacle. And we remember spectacles in the Pride days where you had some little guy versus a guy, and everybody's asking that question.
how will speed do against size? And Jake capitalizes on this question that's in people's minds as a fight. And so he has this strategy of like, all right, let me go do the thing that's going to get maximum attention. Netflix is going to co-sign, and then he'll go switch back and then fight another fighter who's on his track. That his goal, I think, is to be the cruiserweight.
That's what I don't get. If I'm Jake being legit in boxing, being a cruiserweight champion, I think that's going to be more difficult things. Just keep doing the circuit.
All right, so let me tell you, I know Jake's one of my best.
Of course, this guy is best friends with Jake Paul. So far, everything checks out. And did you see our boys flip-flopping around, desperately trying to agree with Aubrey about Jake Paul's career trajectory? First it was, I agree with Dana. Why doesn't Jake stick to fighting people his own size? And then after Aubrey spun his web around Sean's head, he came out with, why is he trying to push for the cruiserweight title? Just stick to the circus money fights. Oh, buddy, what are we doing here? Whenever Brendan's in a room with someone wealthier than him, he goes into autopilot and ends up searching for the truth. Callan, on the other hand, wasn't one of the only redeeming features of Brian's character is his willingness to call people out on the spot. After sitting there listening to Aubrey washing Jake Paul's balls, he finally had enough and said what we were all thinking.
Bob talked for the fights and Aubrey dicks will win. He's been right with 3 for
6 for 6. Three of the times we saw the reactions together, and we'll have visions, and they've happened to turn out, oftentimes in strange ways. Like we're going to have a picture of the fighting just knocked out on all fours, knocked down in a lot of different ways. But we just saw that moment. Your mindset is in the right place, and I think that'll play to Jake's advantage. But let me just answer the question: why is Jake doing this? Jake's doing this because he's got plenty of money, and so at a certain point, the money doesn't matter as much. But what Jake needs is he needs some kind of thing that's scary to him and dangerous to him to actually keep him on the path where he's not off the rails. I think it ends with Jake being a cruiserweight belt holder. I don't know if he'll unify the belts or whatever, but they'll find a path to like somebody in the cruiserweight who has a belt. And I think Jake's going to bring that energy of shocking somebody with the attention. Jake's positive energy that we're working on the whole time. Like, what people don't realize is this is also, for anybody who's seen Chief of War, which is a great show out now on Apple TV Plus. At the end, they have and this isn't a spoiler. At the end, they have a battle, and in the battle, it's like let the spiritual warfare begin, and their own shamans and singers start calling in the spirits of the elements and all, and like everything good to get the mind and the spirit aligned. And Jake's doing that at 100. He's got, Lucas Mack, who's one of the best breathwork practitioners. He's got myself and Bolana singing the sound bowls. Like, we're bringing the best spiritual energy. He's got the best training because he's not going to say it. I really appreciate that. Spiritual energy, brother. Because when he's there with a cruiserweight contender, some dude who's been throwing his right hand since he was 7. I don't think a lot of that's going to matter. That's a big problem. I say that Alex Pereira does the same thing. I'm sure he does, but I'm training for a long time. So, but it's like Alex Pereira, he does that thing where he walks out. It's for real.
Yeah,
it's for real. He's bringing some deep jungle energy.
Did he just say deep jungle energy? What the fuck did we just listen to? I lost several IQ points after listening to that clip. Deep jungle energy sounds like his next supplement. Imagine admitting you're friends with Jake Paul in public, but then down by claiming you're his breathing and spiritual coach while wearing those pants. It was only a few weeks ago that Jake announced he was quitting podcasting because he's talking, and his brother and all his friends agreed with him. Jake thinks he's cooking by fighting a guy almost 70 pounds lighter than him in an exhibition fight, but that was being such good friends and a former business of Joe Rogan, I shown that Aubrey Marcus was trained in the fine art of stand-up comedy worship. You guys know I don't usually do this, but I'm issuing an official cringe warning to anyone new here, or just for anyone with a weak stomach. It's like that old saying goes, laughter is the best medicine.
All spiritual people need friends like all of us, because we get way too serious. Also, laughter is the most underrated. As far as cultivating good energy, you want to feel good energy, find a comic that's dialed in, that's locked in, and you're under a spell of hilarity, and your gut is bursting.
I say that to people like
ecstasy.
Yeah, people who hate on comics, I always say, hey, like, we literally spend all our time trying to make people laugh. That's the worst we are. We're not great, but for the most part, I promise you, the comics that you're hating on, whoever they might be, all we do all day is sit around trying to think of ways to be funny.
Look, I work with the best shamans in the world. And the best shamans in the world can cultivate a level of positive energy that keeps you safe, that keeps you focused on what you're learning. The comics are better than any great shaman. They're able to take a whole stadium. Try to get one ayahuasca shaman to get a whole stadium. Maybe they could. Maybe they're the baddest in town. But you get a whole stadium in the same energy, laughing, and it's the best, highest frequency energy that you can possibly imagine. Like, comics are laughter shamans in a way, and it's like, I have so much respect. It's so true. So true.
Brandon was awfully quiet during that entire conversation. He wanted absolutely none of that. That was just a bridge too far for me. As you all know, I'm a huge fan of stand-up comedy, getting to a point where comedy worship is out of control. The Austin comedy gatekeepers aren't just trying to monopolize comedy, they're trying to monopolize laughter. Do these guys actually believe the bullshit coming out of their own mouths, or are they just so dialed into their grift that it all comes naturally to them now? Aubrey Marcus was talking about laughter like it's some sacred psychedelic ceremony, while Brendan Shaw was sitting there looking like a kid in timeout. The comedy writes itself with these puppets, and Brian Callen's speech about comedians spending every waking minute thinking of how to be funny is just as bad. The reality is they spend every waking minute scheming how to grift off their audience. This brand of pseudo-spiritual grifting is next level. The Austin comedy assassins have moved on from promoting vitamin supplements to pitching their comedy as vitamins instead. And we all know the golden rule of comedy in Austin. If at first your audience doesn't laugh, just keep saying it until they do.
Every conspiracy theory always has a bunch of Jews who are controlling the world, and it's like,
well, that's the term cabal. And I think that's
right. By the way,
that's all comes from Kabbalah.
I've never seen it.
And so it's actually a Jewish slur. And so this idea that it's the Jews, well, they've been getting blamed for a lot of, and 25. Certainly, I think there's probably Sith Jews. And probably full-on Joseph, full-on Jedi Jews. I'm fucking Jewish. Like, I care more about the good. There's maybe 7% Ashkenazi. So, like fundamentally, yeah, they can go. I mean, they have. There's something that's in. I think it's also like. So there's this idea. There's this idea that genetic bottleneck.
You got there in the end, Brendan. There's no trend that Bubba won't jump on board with. Did you see how proud of himself he was there? There's nothing quite like interrupting to explain a joke that didn't land in the first place. One suggestion, though, Chin, please get Brandon to say the word anti-Semitism. Seriously, could you imagine? That would be epic. And then after he says it, ask him what he thinks it means. Come on, Chin, you've got the opportunity to do something really fun. Getting Aubrey Marcus on as a guest just further proof of just how desperate these guys are. Complaining just the other week over on his Patreon that it's too hard to book guests because he's too busy with the kids to make a phone call or send an email, and also for some reason Brian doesn't want to ask anyone in the Mothership Green Room to come on the show. So all that's left is a Rogan affiliate who peaked in 2016 selling nootropics to CrossFit dads. This guy takes word salad to a whole new level. Hopefully, though, Brendan is officially entering his spiritual phase. We all knew it was only a matter of time before he entered his right-wing Christian arc. Producer seriously imagine him sitting there on his own after everyone's left him, fumbling his way through the Bible, trying to explain the subtext of each passage. Meanwhile, Brian Callen, who just recently publicly humiliated Joe Rogan, now finds himself spiritually handcuffed to the very man-child that Rogan helped to create in his own lab. This is actually a new experience for Brian. For once, he's being forced to suffer the consequences of his own actions. I think that's enough slander for me for today. Link in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in seeing my breakdowns of Kill Tony, as well as my comedy special reviews and much, much more. And if you want to see more cringe outside the universe, head over to my newest channel, More Cringe, and get subscribed so you don't miss out on my uploads throughout the week. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Translation of borders. Now look at actually just the moment which actually says over here that sweet.
Rogan said something interesting. He was talking about last night we were together, and he was talking about some people that tend to get a little bit. They blame other people for their failings, and they get critical. They get. You did this. Like, what are you doing, man? No, I didn't have anything to do with your not being a superstar. You did. Like, I mean, when was the last time you took responsibility for where you're at?
So if we were smart, we would have done Patreon 10 years. Regulate, so, you know, there's a lot of the Reddit super toxic, you can get rid of all that. So you're hardcore fans, well, thank God I can finally comment again and not get destroyed. Yeah, and get made fun of. That's cool. That's why at this point, I'm convinced that Brian Callen is low-key trolling Brendan. In basically every episode of The Fun the Kid these days, it brings up a major criticism of your boy and masks it off as a random thought he had or some conversation he was having with somebody else. We saw just a couple of weeks ago how he brought up the shorter life expectancy of athletes and had Chin pull up all the sports that Brendan's attempted over the years, just to show everyone how the leading cause of death is heart disease from steroid and PED abuse. And of course, we can't forget the sad reality of CTE and TBIs in football and MMA. Brendan was sitting there biting his nails, squinting as he read off the screen about how his days are numbered. But over the last few episodes, for some reason, Brian's been grilling Chin about his alcohol abuse and all the various health issues that he's been dealing with as a result. Naturally, Brian has this special way of bringing it up. He has the subtlety of a poet and the precision of a marksman.
So, Chai, and here's the thing. Take your pulse right now.
Ironically, Brian's probably the healthiest person in that storage unit, and so in keeping with the theme of bullying his producer over his poor lifestyle choices and bad health, Brendan casually goes, you know, it's edgy to air employees doing laundry on a podcast just for a laugh. But things quickly turned on Brendan after Brian did a piece of advice that seemingly applied more to Brendan than it did to Chin. This was another one of those moments where Brian Callen directed his wise cautionary tale at Chin, when he was really speaking to his boy Bubba. Just quickly though, if you haven't already, check out my new channel, More Cringe, which I just launched yesterday, where I plan to cover cringe from all over the internet, not just on podcasts. Shout out to all of you who have already subscribed and helped to get it off the ground. You guys are the best. Alright, Chin.
So even Fred, so people messaging about that episode, by the way. What day? A lot of them on my side. They're just like these just see. Do your thing, bro. Do your thing. And then some people just do your thing. One thing is you can count on them. I appreciate their support. But then also some people said like, yeah, we love you. People that care about you, people that actually are in for your best interest. We care about, yeah, of course. That's what we're trying. That's the main thing is that people that say, dude, you're fine, keep doing this. It's not your friend. I think Brendan and I have been around long enough. We've had our own issues, and so I think what happens if you get some age on you is you realize that there's a limit to what you can say and do for anybody, and we all have to be our own source of change. You know, Rogan said something interesting. He was talking about last night we were together, and he was talking about some people that tend to get a little bit. They blame other people for their failings, or they get critical, or they get better. He said, "You're there. You're where you are because of you. You did this. Don't blame don't then turn and look at successful people and go, guys are assholes. Like, what do you mean? No, I didn't have anything to do with your not being a superstar. You did. So why are you turning to people that have been a little more successful and criticizing them? And it's exactly right. It's like, when was the last time you took responsibility for where you're at now? You know? Yeah. And when they say yeah, sure, exactly. Maybe. I don't blame anyone for anything. I'm just like, no, I'm saying, and I appreciate that with you. But I'm saying that, you know, it's all responsible for the condition we're in one way or another. There's things happen, but, you know, what are you going to do to get out of it? And, yeah, but there's some salty people out there in our community. And they spend a lot of time kind of like criticizing people that are just successful. It's like, hey, bro, yeah, maybe that attitude is the reason you are where you are. You're not happy with it.
I seriously could not watch that clip with a straight face. I was literally cringing the whole time as Brian spelled out Brendan's entire career right in front of him. Nobody is saltier and more bitter than Brendan Schaub. His whole downfall started in the first place because he tried to be someone he wasn't, thanks to his North Star Joe Rogan, who I'll get to in a moment. Don't miss that bit. This Martin Barron beef is out, but the sheer irony and hypocrisy coming from both Brian and Brendan when it comes to lecturing Chad taking responsibility and taking steps to improve his life when they're both sitting in armchairs in some random storage unit in Austin, Texas, making podcasts to entertain their haters and a bunch of bots. Like, imagine being in a meeting at work and your boss randomly brings up that you're an alcoholic with health issues at a meeting about the stationery budget. Brendan has to be one of the biggest hypocrites I've ever seen in my life. Stick around because in a moment I'll pull up a clip of Brendan choking up with tears while blaming everyone else for Brian's problems. He does almost exactly what Joe Rogan was describing through Brian right there in that clip. But like I said, let's quickly switch gears for a minute because when Brian was recalling that conversation he had with Rogan the night before, Brendan blurted out that he was talking about an old salty comedian. And we all know talking about Mark Maron. The Rogan being is crazy because it all started with Rogan being a little gossip queen and completely making up his own narrative. I know, right? That's completely out of character for a tall and funny comedian like Joe Rogan. When has he ever done that before?
Rogan texted me the other day. Some guy was talking about me on a podcast, and Rogan texted to me, he goes, yo, it's not your boy. And I was like, he pays attention to that stuff. Joe's hyper aware of weird concentric circles. Like, he doesn't care about him. He doesn't care about, like, he cares about his boys and, like, you know, just giving you a heads up. This guy told me, when he said it to me, I was like, the guy, I'm friends with the guy. I don't know my podcast, dude.
What was it about the thing? Like, I was on an Instagram Live, just doing a thing. I was rambling on, you know, like I do. And I was talking about Netflix. And basically what I said was that Netflix has created this cash grab culture where certain echelon of comics can just do, pop-up shows and make millions of dollars.
Yeah.
And I wasn't talking. Do you know who I was talking to? Chappelle. So it's not no, it doesn't pop up under me, but yeah. And I decided just to be diplomatic and not mention it. Somebody on this like talking about Kreischer. Oh, that's awesome. And then like I'm scrolling and I see him on a podcast saying like, you know, there's this guy who we were friends. He's been on my show, and like he said some shit. And you know, Rogan got my ear and said he's not your boy and all this, and his name rhymes with it. I'm like, oh.
So Joe, don't read the comments. Rogan created a beef with Martin Maron and Bert for absolutely no reason at all. On a side note, I couldn't help but imagine what Dave Chappelle's reaction would have been if Rogan called him up to let him know that Mark had been talking shit about him. he'd probably be like, you know, like the time Joe was explaining to Chappelle how Andrew Schultz is a comedy genius for doing his little skits in the pandemic, and Chappelle didn't have a clue what the fuck he was talking about. And so clearly, according to Brian Callen, Rogan hasn't been following his own rules about ignoring the haters and not giving them any attention, because it looks like Mark Maron's recent publicity tour for his comedy special has been keeping Joe up at night. It's so funny to me how Rogan falls for this time and time again. Remember how last year Cat Williams caused a stir by calling out Rogan on Shannon Sharp's podcast, which led Rogan to cave and invite Cat onto his podcast, which in turn gave Cat so much publicity that his comedy special went straight to the top on Netflix a month later. Now everyone's talking about Mark Maron talking shit about Rogan, and what do you know, Mark's also got a comedy special out. The whole business model of going on JRE to promote your special has been flipped on its shiny bald head. Now comedians are just calling him out for the same effect. Now that's genius. Maybe Schultz should try that instead of getting into the UFC. Except there's no fight, just comedians. But I promised you earlier I'd show you a clip of Brendan doing what Brian was describing earlier. How Rogan was saying he's sick of these comedians blaming everyone else for not being a success as the top 250 are. And what do you know, Brendan was actually talking about Brian.
It drives me off. You don't believe this, you know this, edit this out. I'm speaking from my guitar, I can like this. I'm gonna cry. It drives me nuts. Nuts. That Brian's at where he's at. I will challenge anyone, any comic, to go on stage after Cat. I challenge any of those comics. I don't know if it's the Comedy Store, if we're saying these, wherever they're at, then you're telling me Brian's not better than 99% of the comments. It drives me nuts that he's not up there with those guys. He's better than 99% of them. And you want to outcast him over some bullshit? That's what I don't with. That's what upsets me. So what makes me proud, and I'm now trying to get mad, what makes me proud is he's not going to lash out about it. Brian's cool. Brian goes to work. Brian's doing the road. Brian's trying to sell tickets. Well, I'll tell you right now, I don't forget. It's not cool. That's why you don't see me at those places.
Right, the system is set up, not to execute someone. That's how it's set up. So when someone also all the people who watch this says, no, you shall other than the alcohol, which is 1,000 educated. Yeah, also,
do you guys miss Brendan's side piece, Schloss? Yeah, me either. I actually have some solid advice for your boy Bubba, though. You see, the thing is, B, you can't keep blaming everyone else for Brian's acts. At some point, he's going to take responsibility for where he is. You know, sitting next to a washed UFC power bottle with shit from that's on him, bro. You can't keep blaming everyone for you crashing down. By the way, I thought the reason why you don't go to those comedy clubs anymore was because you retired to be with your family.
Yeah, back in the studio, had a healthcare baby girl, just on social media. She went for emergency surgery. She has trouble breathing, and she's been in that hospital. Like I explained on my Instagram. Yeah, I had to cancel on in Nashville. And usually I hate doing that stuff. It happens, but I think this time I just don't care. That's where I'm at. I gotta be home more. I'm gonna pull back from touring so much, and I just gotta be home, man. I can't miss Tiger's games. Can't miss my Boston growing up, baby girl. Just I can't. I'm tired, man. I'm tired. I've been hustling for 12 years now. I'm gonna stop doing the pods, but as far as the playing life and stuff like that, I gotta chill out. Like these ones in LA, local, SoCal, NorCal, but international, going across the United States ain't happening right now. So I'm gonna take a break from that and just focus on family and do my thing, man. Do my thing. So yeah, let's get into it. Enough of that. Enough of that.
You need to get your story straight, B. You're going round in circles. First it was family, then it was too many soy boys talking shit about you, then it was because Rogan left LA and you couldn't get any stage time. What are we doing here, B? But the haters have well and truly broken Brendan's job, and at this point it's more pathetic. It is sad. The amount of absolute dog shit spoken into a microphone, and then changed his story to make it worse, and then lashed out of people for things that he was irresponsible for, is out of control. And instead of following Rogan's advice to take responsibility for his own actions and improve himself, his solution is to start a Patreon to get away from all the haters. You seriously cannot make this stuff up anymore.
What's fascinating is
I can't believe this is you have any just podcasts. If it didn't, that would be awesome.
Just do podcasts now. Worry about reads.
If we're smart, we're done Patreon 10 years ago. Yeah. And so then eventually that gets built up enough. We're making the same money you are on that. So we're just all free as the actual thing. I'd be down for it. We've never really done. I'd be down for it just to hold on, because we've been around so long. Are we as big as we were 10 years ago? The one thing we have is more fans. Yeah, to repeat it. Yes, that's the reason I do it. Yeah, and you can regulate so you can. There's a lot of the Reddits and the YouTube super toxic. You can get rid of all that. So you have hardcore fans like, oh, thank God, you finally comment and get made fun of. That's why I do it. Like, you have to give incentives after doing your show. Like, the pay was just $3. You have to add content to it. You can't just do the same show. Right? It's like, dude, you gotta free for time. If you do some like behind the scenes, you do some live shows, you do extra episodes, you do more episodes just for the Patreon, you give them a reason to subscribe to it. That makes sense.
But going ahead and getting other shows, that's also
Aria though, that's why we get some Aria. You're down? Oh, when I just commit to it, it's gonna be a beast. That's what we're working on now. Bro, all right. All right, I look like.
Because he has access to his content.
I'm afraid. What do you think, Jim? I'm down as long as it gives the coach. Still put up free content, right? And just adding to it, like extra stuff for the hardcore, which is the supportive sense. Yeah, extra episodes, longer episodes, Q&As, on there. And that big goal would be like, we don't have to maybe just do it. And they can just enjoy the content. That's the biggest thing too. Also, we can just like on their videos. You don't have to edit the video. Oh my gosh. Wow, that's the real. Just be completely raw. I mean, we are pretty raw as is, but every now and then we'll have to do something. I'll say a few things and shit. Not just that, but just say names of people that you don't want to put them out there. That kind of stuff. Something else.
Incredible.
Like even currently, this is wow. You know, I love my serial killers.
That is classic Bubba right there. The real reason I'm starting a Patreon is for hardcore fans. It's for them. But also, it's so I can hide from all the toxic haters on YouTube and Reddit. Let's get real for a second here. The real reason why Brendan's never started the Patreon is because without ad reads, there's no reason to have a paid subscription. Because who's going to pay for all the bots? I'm being serious. Think about it. They start a Patreon, they buy a bunch of fake memberships to boost the numbers. But because there are no ad reads, they can't offset the cost of all the bots. So what would be the point? There's no one to fool. And for the life of me, I cannot understand why these so-called comedy podcasters insist on having production meetings in the middle of a podcast. Tom and Bert do it as well. Guys, nobody wants to hear that shit. Have a conversation behind closed doors, make a decision, and then announce it. Talking us through the pros and cons of a business decision is fucking boring. Not only that, Brendan's in for a rude shock if they ever do start a Patreon. Does he really think a bunch of homeless cats won't sign up to troll him for the low price of $3 per month? And no ad reads too? I smell a bargain here, guys. Brendan, you should definitely do that. I can't wait. Sign me up. Incidentally, check out the link below in the description to my Patreon if you want to see my uncensored exclusive content. I'm currently working on a video covering the disaster Killer Tony show in London that Tony Hinchcliffe and Brian Redband have been hiding from us. So check that out if you're interested, and don't forget to subscribe to my other channels right here on YouTube as well. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
This is prototypical PD. How do I talk about the job? Here it is. He's dumb. He's a meathead. He's bad at podcasting. He's a bad fighter. Did you flip it? The standards, right? The standards. None of it's original. So his team did ChatGPT. How do I talk to Revenge Shop? Again, he's in Brazil, so I don't know. Maybe just if you think yourself as dumb, people that watch Ringo Show show on YouTube, they comedians, they special. That's okay, brother. Even I can do better than that shit. And I don't even speak English, and I can be funnier than you. So was he on Ariel when he said that? Correct, right? That's the point. Hold on. No, but did he go on? No, but he didn't go on. Right? He didn't go on to address this. He doesn't have a fight. He doesn't have a fight. Go on there for. He doesn't have a fight. Right?
Brendan Schaub is losing his mind in the most prototypical Brendan Schaub way possible. This is some of the funniest shit I've seen in a while. The guy simply cannot stop taking L's. Whenever there's a new situation with his podcast, or someone's calling him out, or he fumbles a business venture, he always manages to misread the room and make the situation worse than it needs to be, while also embarrassing himself in the worst way possible. This beef between Brendan and UFC fighter Renato Moicano is no different. It's the same shit, different day. Brendan starts it, the other guy claps back, and then Brendan has a full-on meltdown over it, while claiming, wait for it, this is the best part, he does not give a fuck. Brendan cares so little about this situation that he decided to dedicate half an episode of The Kid to addressing two sentences Moicano dropped on the Ariel Helwani show. This reminded of the time Brendan lost line over a 6-word Nate Diaz tweet where he ranted and nearly had an aneurysm, C-clamps and all, to tell us how much he didn't care. And he even brought up his beef with Nate while ranting about Moicano. This dummy spit has everything. We've got Brendan confusing himself, we've got Callan pushing back with logic and Brendan shutting him, humiliating him, and we've got some new Shawbisms. Remember though, if you like my videos and you want to keep up to date with my uploads throughout the week, make sure you subscribe to both of my channels, Podcast Cringe and Podcast Cringe Lives, and check out the link in the description to my Patreon for uncensored exclusive deep dives on all the usual suspects. But for those of you who don't know what's going on, this is where it all started.
So I'm sure you, I don't know how much money you've been giving me my money. Give me my money. I've got a little time to you. Give me my goddamn money. I already put a deposit down on ZR1. Here's the thing that's about this. So it's the same with all listeners. Yeah, so what you brought up says, Hanato Moicano turns out $200K, which I put on him. $200K settlement check, bizarre display of UFC solidarity. This is not what free market says about. He says his decision. Here's the thing, Moicano. That money is getting allocated no matter what, buddy. No matter what. You being a company man and not taking it doesn't give you an inch of good grace with the UFC. This does not matter. There's guys that are more famous than you that are fighting right now that are taking their settlement. The UFC does not give a fuck. The UFC made out in spades. They got off so easily. It's so dumb not to take the money. It's so dumb. It makes no sense. I'm not his friend. If I just take him to the side and explain to him how, if he has kids, but he can take this money and invest it for your children, and the UFC's not going to be a bad match. Literally, don't care. I'm probably the one guy who's going to send me my goddamn money. He's just uneducated about the whole situation.
This all has to do with the recent class action antitrust lawsuit that Brendan was part of by default, which accused the UFC practices to suppress athlete pay by using exclusive contracts. The UFC ended up settling for $375 million in October last year, and it was officially approved by the court in February of this year. This whole thing had been going on for over a decade, but the final settlement was split between fighters from December 2010 through June 2017, which is why Brendan Schaub was included, and of course Moicano as well. Except Moicano rejected his $200K portion of the payment because, in his own opinion, it just didn't feel right.
Podcast, the Great Children Money Podcast, the YouTube channel are saying that you turned down the settlement money. This created a whole uproar, and everyone weighed in on this. Everyone, Brendan Schaub weighed in on it, all the media weighed in on it, other fighters were writing you and whatnot. The whole lawsuit stuff was based on UFC's a monopoly. I think they should treat the athletes better. I think they should pay more money. And so they filed the lawsuit with the lawyers. They went to the court, and at one point they say, no, let's settle this down. And they do agreement with the fighters in UFC, and they say, no, we're gonna give you 300 and I don't know how much millions, and they dropped the lawsuit. So that was not about UFC being a monopoly. That was the way for the lawyers and the fighters to get money. I'm not playing to be friends with UFC. I'm just doing things based on what I believe and my principles.
As you can imagine, opinions are pretty divided on Moicano's reasoning for rejecting the payment. He's simply saying if he accepted it, he would implicitly be agreeing that the UFC is a monopoly, which he disagrees with, and that he was underpaid early on in his career, which apparently he also disagrees with. But his main point is that if the fighters who started the lawsuit genuinely cared about putting a stop to the UFC's predatory tactics, which everyone is well aware of. I mean, Dana White's the biggest unless he's playing blackjack. But if they really cared about the UFC to account, they would have settled and instead looked for a judgment to actually force the UFC they do business with fighters. Instead, they forked out a few $100 million and went back to business as usual. So I can see where Moicano's coming from in the sense that this decade-long lawsuit didn't actually change anything. It just put a little bit more money in the pockets of a bunch of fighters who were underpaid. But Brendan, being the business shark that he is, thinks that choosing not to accept money based on morals and principles is so outrageous that it actually hurt his feelings.
You forego that because you think that you're going to be in a good graces of the UFC past buddy. I hate to tell you, they could give two. That's the truth. If nobody in your team has told you that, if agents or managers or people in your camp and coaches tell you not to take it, fire them. The other brain busters, Chin.
Alright, hang on. First of all, what the fuck is a brainbuster? Papa, you can't just keep making this stuff up. A brainbuster is a wrestling move. I think you mean brain teaser, you know, like 2 times 2 plus 1. And for the love of God, stop saying they could give 2 fucks. It's they couldn't give, as in could not. I mean, even Moicano knows how to say it, and English is his second language.
I cannot care less about UFC.
Honestly, Moicano is easy to understand than your boy Brendan. But Preston's aside, a few days in the Ariel Helwani show, Renato clarified his position on rejecting the money in quite a bit of detail, doubling down on his reasoning and how he believes it would be unethical to take the money. But the best part was when he called out Brendan Schaub for saying he was dumb for not taking the money. This is what now has Bupper's knickers in a knot. Brendan spent a whole episode of the Schaub show a couple of weeks ago shitting all over Moicano, saying he's dumb and doesn't understand business, saying he doesn't understand what's really going on with the lawsuit, that he's handling it by not explaining it to him properly. And so while he was talking to Aaron, had a little message for your boy Bubba.
Calling me dumb, keep calling me whatever you want. I have principles, and I don't expect you that don't have principles to understand what I did and it is what it is. This choose you and keep your opinions. I don't care. You can use opinions. Again, I did not watch your show, and I did not watch Brendan Schaub or whatever did, because he's been the whole hour talking about me. I saw his small clip, and I'm commentating on that. But I'm not going to be watching every clip that people talk about money. It is what it is. You can do whatever you want. When I'm doing the show on my podcast, I cannot articulate like that. I cannot say the things that I believe on because it's a 1 hour show and I have to be funny. I have to be funny. I want to be funny. I'm speaking my second language, and so that's why I can understand why the people click and they say, hey, this guy is dumb, And if you think yourself as dumb, think the people that watch the Brandon show on YouTube, it's special. That's okay, but I'm better than that shit. And I don't even speak English, and I can be funny as they do.
And just like that, a new homeless cat is born. That was absolutely fucking brilliant. What a bloody legend. This is how you deal with Brendan. He was right where it hurts, square and nuts. Not only did he insult Mother's intelligence, he doubled down and insulted his whole audience. I mean, you got entertained. Well, apparently your boy was not happy about this, so he decided to spend half of the latest episode of The Fighter and the Kid addressing just how much he doesn't care. Yet even after all this time and after Moicano coming out and explaining in detail why he rejected the bill, Brendan still managed to completely and embarrass himself. Now, I don't actually completely disagree with Brendan's take on all this. Sure, if you agree that UFC fighters are underpaid, which I do, then yeah, you should take the money. UFC is $1 billion company that grew off the back of good promotion, but also off the back of guys who are willing to take a beating in the octagon. They've got to get paid too. So there are definitely merits to both sides of the argument, but as usual, Brendan ends up getting demotions and making the strangest points. This truly was just bizarre.
Did you see Fine McConnell respond to me criticizing him not taking the McConnell? I did not see that. He responded to me criticizing him for not taking the money. Now, let me be very upfront here. Him not taking the money helps me out. So I don't give up for flying. It actually puts more money in my pocket, Don Cerrone's pocket, some other friends can probably use it. Here's my thing about it. I expect a rebuttal. Whenever you criticize a fighter. I think you went hard in the press. So whenever you call out a fighter, I expect a response from fighters. You call me out. If you're just a general fan or a hater, I don't respond. If we're from the same alumni or you're professional, then they got my attention, and because I'm not going to come off as a bully there. Like with Nate Diaz, that's not bullying. He called me out. We're from the same fraternity. We can both fight. So if we fight, we both have a set of skills, and we both agree to it. That's different than if you're just some schmuck at the bar. That's not cool. Here's the thing with Makana is if you're going to start beef, if you're going to go back and forth, buddy, you can't hold on. You can't wait 10 days to respond. I don't know if it's a language barrier. I don't know if it's a translation thing where they have to figure out what I said. Either way, your handlers, you can't get back to me after 10 days. I moved on. Fans are hitting me up like, oh, Makana's get shots. What if they already back? What if you did? About what? This is, it's like what it is. It took him several days to respond, and all he said was, you'd be surprised. First of all, I've already moved on in my life, dude. And second of all, it's not original. That's so weird. You're making a reference in 12 years ago. And your team, your handlers, that's what you got. And with McConnell, right? And this is typical. How do I talk about Chuck? That is, he's dumb. He's a meathead. He's bad at podcasting. He's a bad fighter. If I put a truck, did you flip it? The standards, right? The standards. None of it's original. So his team put in ChatGPT, how do I talk to British on? Again, he's a Muslim, so I don't know. Maybe it's a translation.
Is that seriously what we're going with here, being you took too long to respond, so it don't count? Was that really the best you could come up with? It took too long, return to sender? There's no expiry date on this shit. Gringo Bobby is forever etched in the imaginations and collective conscious of the internet. You ain't never gonna beat it. Come on, B. Don't you remember
just
when
my
your boy
performance
Ruben
review
told
comes
you
up.
you ain't never going to beat the
just
internet?
for a
And why would you bring up Nate Diaz's response saying you'd be surprised? That was a genius line. Look how much it got to you. You're still talking about it. And that came from a guy with worse CTE than you. But the whole angle that Moicano took too long to respond definitely took the cake for me. That was some prime Brendan Schaub logic right there. Yet even still, even though Moicano was out of time and past the deadline, Brendan still decided to go through his response and break it down line by line. That's how much he didn't care about it.
You think yourself as dumb. I don't understand I was dumb. I might call myself an idiot, but compared to him, I'm lost.
Well, he's not talking to you about it.
He's talking to me about my fans, which is, if you listen to me, that means I'm dumb and he's dumb, and the fans are dumb, right? And then he goes, Brendan Schaub show on YouTube. Oh, it's a podcast, mainly audio. We do YouTube just for the comedy special. Hold on. And the comedy special. Oh, you're talking about from 5 years ago? This is so just like again, if you were gonna come with this rebuttal, you gotta do that at least within 24 hours. Otherwise, I'm out, bud. I'm not gonna play your game. But if you're gonna wait in a week, 10 days, however long this took to come up with this rebuttal, it has to be good. I'm like, all right, we took their time. We probably got some writers. Then I'm in. But when it's this, and listen, I like McConnell. Him not taking the money helps me out, helps the other fighters out. You're putting more money in my pocket.
What the actual fuck is going on here? Now you're grilling him for saying it's a YouTube show instead of a podcast? Brendan, nobody gives a fuck. Everyone knows you get most of your views on YouTube. The only reason you claim audio is king is because you know that we can't see those numbers. They're hidden. Do you not see how transparent you are when you say that? But hold up, this just gets better and better. Apparently, Moicano only had 24 hours to respond. Otherwise, Brendan's not going to play his game. In response to his call out 4 fucking days later, think about what you're actually saying, mate. Even Brian's sitting there trying his best not to cringe and correct you. And who the fuck would hire writers to go back and forth in an internet beef? This response from Brendan is an absolute disaster. Like, the guy has completely lost the plot. Not a single good point has been made so far, and I've edited this down quite a bit. What else you got, Jim?
Here's the other thing. If you're going to respond and then make fun of me, how no one watches my show, I can't podcast, can't do this stuff, blah, blah, blah. But to get your message out, you have to go on another man's show to reach me. I sit down over there in a chair for the last 12 years and get my message up. When you saw it, it got to you. You have to call another grown man who's built a platform, and here Hawaii has a big platform, just to reach me, but I do it from here, and you're making fun of me.
Wait, it might have been that he let it go, and then Ariel asked him about it.
No. He doesn't have a fight coming up. This is the only thing.
But wasn't he on Ariel when he said that?
Correct, Brian. That's the.
But he didn't go on.
Brian doesn't. He didn't go on to address this. He doesn't have a
that.
He doesn't have a fight.
Go on there for other.
He doesn't have. Right.
It was at that point Brian Callen said to himself, what are we doing here, B? Clearly Brendan's all in his feelings over this. I still don't understand his point about going on another grown man's show. He's a UFC fighter going on Ariel Helwani's show to talk about the settlement and whatever the fuck else. He only hit back at Brendan at the very end of the interview, but your boy's acting like you went on there just shit about him. This is the raging narcissistic lover coming out. The way he tried to shut down Brian by doing that little cringe-ass telephone call act was some of the saddest shit I've ever seen a grown man do.
And then you have when he's trying to podcast and mom, right? Weird. Who's the first UFC fighter to do a podcast? Do you know who it is? Right? So he's going to launch a podcast. You're going to call it, show me the money. And then when they show you the money, you turned it down. Oh, but I'm the dumb one. But I'm the dumb one.
All right, Brendan, you got me with that one. That's actually a good point. Moicano calling his podcast Show Me the Money after he rejected the money is ironic. But just to clarify, you're still the dumb one, bro. That one don't count. And I'm not going to lie, I'd never ever heard of Moicano's podcast Show Me the Money, so I looked it up and checked this out. He's only got 39,000 subscribers compared to Thick Boy's 177,000. yet they still do around the same numbers. I mean, Moicano's podcast almost does the same numbers as The Fighter and The Kid, and that's got over 500,000 subscribers, and it's been going for over a decade. Bro, why would you bring that up? You're the most frequent guest in JRE history, yet when you adjust the numbers to account for all the paid bots you have, Moicano's podcast is actually performing better than both of yours. Tell us, Brendan, how is it that you have an 8-hour-old comment on your video 9 minutes after it went live? But that's besides the point. Almost every argument Brendan up in retaliation to Moic's brutal takedown didn't even make sense. Not a single well-thought-out point was made in that whole episode. Just bucket loads of copium on full display for the world to see. And if you want to see more of comedians coping on podcasts, make sure you subscribe to both of my channels, Podcast Cringe and Podcast Cringe Bites. Check out the link in the description to my Patreon for uncensored exclusive deep dives. Thanks for guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
What's going on in the world? I'd like to touch on something that have happened.
Last time we were in there was
I said Hulk Hogan. You know, he also did all the steroids for 13 years or more. And I think that probably back then, when they were doing all that stuff, that puts a strain on your heart.
Yeah.
Right? A lot of these guys, they're doing a lot of roids, and they're not really with a doctor.
I don't think you chalk it up to roids. It's just they do so much with their body. Homicides, suicides, Calvin Clemson, and deaths.
Wow. 20%? That's got to be chalked with CTE, I guess. Or just what else?
The Brendan Schaub saga continues this week with the sad realization that maybe his attitude towards his mind and body is taking years off his life rather than adding them on. This is something I've spoken about on this channel a few times in the context of guys like Rogan and Brendan Schaub promoting recreational steroid use and even doing paid ad reads for unregulated substances, which in some cases have open lawsuits against them, such as Rogan's previously owned supplement company Onnit, which produces Alpha Brain. But there was also Brendan's close encounter with those kratom supplements he used to plug on his podcasts, which turned out to be harmful and highly addictive, forcing him to retract his endorsement and telling everyone about how bad they are. I doubt he gave the money back though. Speaking of endorsements, I have an update on Brendan Schaub's latest lawsuit coming soon, so make sure you subscribe to both of my channels so you don't miss out. Also, don't forget to check out the link in the description to my one for my uncensored exclusive videos covering the usual suspects. As for your boy's latest realization, before I show you his slow motion panic attack from yesterday's Fighter and the Kid episode, when it dawns on him that his steroid use and CTE are putting him at risk of a premature death, let me give you some context for why this makes him look so stupid from earlier this year.
How are your shoulders? Good.
Yeah.
And yours? Good shoulders. Good shoulders. I don't my bicep.
Did you get it fixed or no? You don't have to get it fixed? Is it small tear?
Yeah, it's small tear.
Oh, okay.
I just been injected
APC.
Start taking blue scorpion venom. Yeah, some scorpion venom. Name something.
Brand name is Venom or actual
blue venom. They take venom and then from peptides they from a scorpion.
What's the name of it?
Yeah, they milk scorpions, dog.
They have scorpion
jizz. Dude, I could have lived 3 weeks ago.
Scorpion did it for you?
I don't know. That's the thing. I think so much. I don't know.
Well, the muscle you put under your tongue?
No, you put it under your tongue. Yeah, every morning, every night. And I'm like, how much they take? Double.
Is there a side effect to it?
Yeah, being awesome. Feeling healthy.
Does it make you feel great?
Oh, yeah. I feel great.
Wow. But you're doing a lot of stuff.
That's the thing. I don't know. That's like, then I stumbled upon, was it methanol blue?
That's not how you say it. What is the actual
methylene? Methylene. Dude, it's on me all the time.
Do you want some? What did I take it? 3 or 4 times a day?
Yeah, I know I'm supposed to do 1 a day. Do it. Yeah, this one's diesel stuff.
You're like a test rat.
Yeah. I think it doesn't work. I think so.
Probably.
Yeah.
Something's working.
One of them is good.
Full combos working.
In case you missed it, that was the scorpion milk drama. Brendan actually thought they milked scorpions to create a supplement, and then Brian Callen fact-checked him and explained that it's probably mostly water. And that was the perfect display of Brendan's endless pursuit for Joe Rogan's affection, where he'll try to impress Joe with his willingness to harm his body in the pursuit of Superman-like performance, so he can have the edge over the competition while he sits in his sweaty leather chair upstairs in the Storage Unit podcast studio, sliding used nicotine pouches down the side of the cushion whilst sound out two-syllable words. This peak Brendan Shaw. Inject first, ask questions later. Or fuck it, just ask questions at all. And I know most of the substances thinking about in that clip there aren't actually anabolic steroids. They're mostly regulated supplements created by savvy corporations who push influencers like Brandon to promote podcasts that nobody watches. Sorry guys, I'm still recovering from that whole Greg situation. My female AI alter ego triggered some bottled up trauma from years ago that I clearly haven't dealt with properly. But we've all seen both Rogan and Brendan discussing their recreational testosterone use and how much they love it. Now, whenever I bring this up, it always ends up sparking a debate in the comments. So just to be clear, I'm not talking about TRT. Obviously, there's a place for that if you have a deficiency. I'm talking about guys who take tests so they can get jacked in the gym purely for aesthetic reasons. They're two completely different things. And so when Brian Callen brought up Hulk Hogan's passing on the fighter and the kid yesterday, it led Brendan Shaw down a path of discovery and despair.
Hogan surprised me. Yeah, and Jamal Warner, what sucks for him is two more famous people died.
I guess he had an operation, and I heard his trachea collapsed. I don't know. At the end of the day, what's interesting about this is that he's 71, and you can have a compromise in your arterial branch. You can have an aneurysm that you don't pick up. You can pick it up on a on a sonogram if you're good. But overall, your vitals can look totally, and boom, it just breaks. Yeah, something happens. There's something wrong with the machinery. And look, man, he you know how big he was in his prime? You ever look at his stats? Size 6'7", 320. Large.
He's obviously.
Well, you might have seen him now that his spine is completely shrunk.
Yeah, I think he's done a few inches because when I met him, he was on heels.
Yeah.
He's my height.
Yeah. Because
he's had all that surgery.
Yeah, but he shrunk. But when he was younger, 6'7", he was a tall man.
There you go. Numerous surgeries due to wrestling. He's now closer to 6'4". Like I told you, he's my height, and he had heels.
Yep. And then all the surgeries, but he also did all the steroids for 13 years or more. And I think that probably back then, when they were doing all that stuff, that puts a strain on your heart.
Yeah,
right.
Maybe.
Big dogs, plus you're at.
Hogan was so massive. What to me is the people that are like, dude, red. It's like, get nothing. It's like you're getting
a great American.
Brendan just has to be bigger than everyone else. Bro, nobody gives a fuck that you're taller than Hulk Hogan after a bunch of surgeries and in his senior years. If you want to talk about people who wear lifts in their shoes, let's talk about bald dudes slinging dick instead. Yeah, you thought we'd forgotten about that one, huh, Bubba? But I remember listening to this episode in the background last night while I was trolling Greg on Instagram, and as soon as I heard Brandon push back on Hulk Hogan's steroid use as a potential cause of death, my ears pricked up and I knew exactly where this was going.
Well, so I kind of looked at how many of these pro wrestlers haven't made it to 50. It's pretty alarming. There's something about that sport, and
it's so hard on their body.
Yeah, man. It's so hard. A lot of these guys, they're doing a lot of roids, and they're not really with a doctor.
I don't know if we can chalk it up to roids. It's just they do so much with their body.
Well, there's a lot of drugs. There's a lot of tranquilizers, and then there's a lot of steroids and stuff like that.
And then you bring up how many WWE guys died before 50.
It's crazy. Dorian Yates was saying that. Dorian Yates was saying, I know so many people that I
480 died before the age of 50. Yeah, because they go hard in the pain. You think the burn hard from both ends, and then also the amount of wear and tear on your body doing that sport's insane.
They're also giant men. So I think that has something to do with it.
Yeah, you're not. You don't want to. They're not too many guys who are small who get into WWE.
Yeah, and they're so big, but they're probably doing an irresponsible amount of crazy the big steroids like Tren and stuff. And I think that just works. That works wonders on your heart there.
Boy, Brendan, what the fuck is WE? Bro, it's not even a full word. It's just 3. Come on, man. What are we doing here, B? Of wear and tear professional wrestlers put their bodies through is the amount of coke coming out of Brendan's mouth as he sits there in complete denial that steroid abuse is a contributor toward premature death in pro wrestlers. This little copium session from Brendan is as transparent as his wife's thirst trap posts on Instagram. He was scrambling through his empty head, searching for every excuse under the sun, trying to convince himself that steroids don't have side effects. That's right, Brendan, they die young because they go hard on the paint. Nothing to do with all the shit they take to stay jacked with low body fat well into their 40s and 50s. And let's not act like he hasn't been around elite athletes before. How is it possible that he's gotten this far in life, competed in multiple sports at an elite level, and it hasn't once occurred to him that maybe abusing your body is not sustainable? Sounds like that scorpion milk went straight to his head. At this point, though, it was all starting to dawn on him. If pro wrestlers are dying young, then what about NFL players?
Isn't that crazy?
A lot of guys.
It's a crazy stat. It really is a crazy stat.
Do me a favor. How many NFL players died before 50? Okay, obviously, there's more guys. There's more guys
in the NFL, right?
Still, I'm kidding.
Oh my God,
a ton.
300,000,
3,850.
Those qualifies on base were twice as like the day before age 50. Right there. Yeah, they were just heavy, right?
22% of all deaths were contributed to heart. Again, I think common factors. NFL players, WWE, they're all big people.
Big. And also NFL guys, they get fat. They get fat as they just do. Some of the linemen and stuff like that, they just get way fat.
Heart disease, cause of death. Homicide, suicides count for 20% of the deaths.
Wow. 20%? That's gotta be chalked up to THC, I guess. Or just what else?
All right, guys, let's get serious for a second here. Brendan has nothing to worry about. Never played in the NFL, but first it was the juice, and now it's the CTE. That slow realization from Brandon that he's got 2 major risk factors was actually kind of hard to watch. It was at this point that I actually started feeling sorry for him. This always happens with Bubba. Covering this guy is such an emotional roller coaster. See, guys like Andrew Schultz and Bert Kreischer, they lean into the cream-tain relevance, but Brendan's just a straight-up dumbass. Like, I genuinely believe that he's never really thought about the side effects of his steroid and all of the head trauma he's endured over the years.
75% of the 517 NFL players have occurred before the age of 70.
Yeah. Wow. That's kind of nuts.
So the average NFL player, the average age of 60, compared to MLB 66.
Hold on. Rates of NFL and NBL. The NFL players died at an average rate of 59.6. What the Dude, that's my age.
Damn. Yeah, but these are big boys. And you're talking about 30 years of running into people. Also, like, training really hard. Yeah, the wear and tear on your body.
Yeah, it tears your body up. And probably, I think a lot of them just gain a lot of weight, don't they?
I don't know about that. But then also, the MLB, the average death is 67.
That's shocking, too, by the way.
Yeah, because
that's shocking.
Might just mean athletes in general are dying.
I think athletes, yeah, but I think that's got to be chalked up to their size. Maybe. And I also think that
this is 2013. They weren't huge like they are now. What about NBA? I think they're all just bigger people.
Yeah, that's another good question. Let's see NBA. Damn.
Wow. They were 5.
Do not live to see their 50th birthday. What are you talking about?
Risk factors like lifestyle choices, career-related injuries, pre-existing conditions. Yeah. Also, they're just Great Danes.
Great Danes.
They're great games. I would imagine too, with anti-inflammatories, all the drugs you're taking all the time, painkillers, that's gotta have something to do with it.
It's all heart related.
Yeah. Yeah. Damn. Shit. That's crazy, man.
I wonder what UFC is.
Believe it or not, that actually made me feel kind of sad. I mean, this guy has a wife and 3 kids, and he's only just realized the decisions he's made, in some instances continues to make, have caused him irreversible damage. And don't get me wrong, I don't think Brendan deserves any of the harmful side effects of his steroid use or the effects of CTE. My point is that he spent years bragging about taking everything under the sun, doubling and tripling the doses, joking about it in front of Rogan to make him laugh and to get his approval. But now at the age of 42, he's finally realizing that he's fucked himself. Like, how embarrassing is that? To just sit there on a podcast, biting your nails as you read off a screen, searching for excuses as to why athletes in sports that are known for steroid abuse are dying early. And it wasn't just me that noticed. Brian Callen could see where Brendan was going with all the questions, telling Chin to bring up the NFL data, and then finally the UFC.
UFC can't be high. I feel like you are gonna live longer.
Dude, I did. So, Ways to Well has this test you can take.
Yeah.
And it looks for all cancer cells in your body, like before they become cancer. So you donate all this blood, they run all of it to see if there's any, if it catches it before it's a problem.
Right.
I just got the call before the show. Your boy's in the clear. Yeah. I was like, really? Nothing?
But you even though you've never actually been an addict, you went through a little stage where you were drinking and taking Adderall, but you have an addictive personality.
Yeah.
But you've always worked out.
Yeah.
You've always eaten well.
Yeah.
And you've always, so there's all that, I feel like. I don't know.
Do you have any, cancer in your family, though? In my family? Yeah. Aunts, uncles. My mom had it in her thyroid. All my grandparents had it too. So it does run your family. That's like, you're very lucky then.
But your family's fairly long-lived, right?
Oh, yeah. I was like 98, then I was 99. Yeah. UFC hasn't been around that long, so but it can't be better odds than the NFL or NBA. It can't be.
No. Although,
after years,
a little smaller.
Yeah, it just depends, right? But not the light heavyweights and heavyweights. They're size NFL guys. They're huge.
Some big boys. Yeah.
And they're cutting weight. So it's even harder on your body. So the lighter weights are cutting weight. Yeah, which is even worse, right?
Yeah, you're taking some shots in the head.
So Chick didn't end up looking up the stats for MMA fighters, so I did a quick Google to see what the numbers were like, and as you'd expect, it would. I know this isn't a comprehensive analysis, it's just a Google search, but that's exactly what Chid was doing in those clips there. And what do you know, the main cause of premature death in MMA fighters is head trauma. Credit to Rogan though, he's never shied away from this discussion, and he's done a lot over the years to spread awareness for CTE and the damage fighters are doing to their bodies. But fuck Joe Rogan for promoting PED steroids to a whole generation of men, including Brendan. I know so many guys who are on the gear and justify saying, well, Joe Rogan does it and he's fine. We're at the point now where scrawny comedians like Tony Hinchcliffe are taking tests while having shitty diets and smoking cigarettes. And it's not like it's a secret. They all the same doctors at to well. I think Rogan even pays for some of his buddies to go down there and get sorted out. The Austin comedy scene has turned to the biggest cash cow for all those doctors who keep pumping them full of shit they don't need. And did Brian Callen get the idea that Brendan's on a good diet? How many times have we heard him shitting on Brian since they moved to Texas for not eating barbecue the right way? Brian will say he ordered the lean barbecue option with a side of veggies, and Bubba will call him gay. Like, this is what it's come down to. They've completely revived middle school humor while dressing like Gen Z fuckboys, but have the biological clocks of boomers who drink too much. Like I said, guys like Brandon make it real hard to feel sorry for them. Anyway, that's enough ranting for today. If you enjoyed this video, please hit the like button and make sure you subscribe to both of my channels so you don't miss out on my uploads throughout the week. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Hashem created one movie for two primary purposes. Number one,
So walk me through this idea again. Oh, dude, you're gonna love this. So, you know how the CBD industry is like the Wild West. You never know what you're gonna get. Right? I represent Pure Spectrum. You know exactly what you're gonna get. So I ride into this lawless, like, old country town, right? I'm representing Pure Spectrum on the ship. I'm on the bird horse, and I like brown horse, and towns, they circle around me. They just all gather around. They don't want me. I'm real. They're bad guys. I'm good guys. They've got something, and they take them out. I hear one go, "Hey, cowboy, we don't want you coming around here." I says, "I'm out of bed now. Get out of here." And I go, "Because they don't want Pure Spectrum anymore. Why would they? Why would they?"
All right, guys, before we get into today's serving of lawsuit lasagna, I've got to remind you, everything I'm about to talk about comes directly from the plaintiff's legal filings in this civil case. These are just allegations. None of this has been tested or proven in court yet, and Brendan Schaub is still fully entitled to defend himself. In fact, according to the latest court records, Brendan hasn't even been officially served with the lawsuit, so technically speaking, he hasn't had his chance to respond, deny the claims, or put forward his side of the story. There's a very real possibility Brendan's sitting in his storage unit studio right now watching this video, finding out about these allegations for the very first time. So let's be crystal clear. As of today, these are just claims made by the plaintiff. They still need to be tested in court, and Brendan Schaub has not been charged with any crimes in relation to this civil complaint. This is a civil business dispute, not a criminal prosecution. We're just unpacking what's in the public court documents. The legal system will handle the rest. Also, I will alternate between the words lawsuit and lawsuit, Texas and Texas throughout this video. No, it's not intentional. It's just the price you pay for watching hours and hours of Brendan Schaub content.
And then they're all around me, and they're like, "Make your move, boy." And then I see one girl come out of the bar. She's like, "Don't hurt her!" And she, "Don't hurt her!" And I'm like, "Thanks, sweetie, I'll take it from here." And they draw their guns. I'm like, "Oh, we doing this? Not up in here, y'all." And then I go, and then they're just all laid out. And they're like, "Damn, that was sick, man."
All right, guys, because what I'm about to tell you is so classically Bubba that Ringo Puppy is looking like the least embarrassing he's ever done. See, while most comedians move to Austin to chase stage time, network within Rogan's inner circle, or just sit in traffic near a Bubba's, your boy Brendan's been busy racking suits like he racks up missed punchlines. And this latest one isn't about the so-called. It's not about podcast bots with failing podcasting empire. This time, Brendan Schaub is knee-deep in a civil lawsuit out of Palm Beach County, Florida, with allegations so ridiculous, so on brand, that Fighter and the Kids subreddit couldn't have dreamed this one up. We're talking tax fraud, wire fraud, civil theft, conspiracy, and brace yourself, you guys are gonna fucking love this one. Allegedly using a CBD company's private customer database to spam strangers with promos for his failing comedy special at the time. That's right, you buy CBD oil to help your anxiety, and next thing you know, Brendan Schaub's in your inbox begging you to watch Gringo Puppy. That's not just poor marketing, that's psychological. But let me back up for those of you new to this Bubba saga, because to really appreciate how epically Brendan fumbled this one, we gotta start from the beginning. Before the lawsuits, before the storage unit studio, and before the Botox.
Shane smells like red. Smell it. It smells like your cologne.
Yeah, I wear that.
How does gold hold
I got
smell?
that when that thing's kind of a good luck charm. My son had seizures. I got that like this. The day when we figured out that CD oil gets rid of them. So I think about he was, not anymore. I think it's CBD oil.
Really? What was wrong with you? What was causing it?
They don't know is epileptic seizures, but benign though. And then there's like all like doctors like, "Oh, let's put on some medication, let's do this. And then I went to these forums and the mom's like, "Do not give them medication. Everything you're doing, try CBD oil." And I have some friends who know some people in CBD oil business. So like, I'm going to try that before I try anything else. Tried it, hasn't had one since.
Great.
Dude, and I got that chain when we figured out that the CBD oil fixed it. So
This story starts with Brendan's newfound love of CBD oil around 6 years ago. He starts asking around, and eventually Pure Spectrum CBD, a company founded by a guy named Brady Bell, enters the picture. Brady's your typical entrepreneur trying to build a legit CBD brand. He's making moves, sponsoring athletes, trying to get space, and for some reason, someone, possibly under the influence of too many audited supplements, suggests Brendan Schaub as a brand ambassador. Now, most rational people would look at Bubba's track record, fumbled an MMA career, fumbled stand-up comedy, fumbled podcast after podcast, fumbled basic geography by moving his business to a storage unit in Texas, and think maybe he's not the ideal choice. But they roll the dice anyway, and in late 2018, Brady Bell brings Brendan Schaub into Pure Spectrum as a partner, giving him 10% ownership of the company straight out of his own personal stake. All Bubba has to do is promote the brand, make a few social media posts, show up to an event or two, mention it on his podcast, the bare minimum for someone constantly bragging about being a business shark. But Brendan didn't just fumble the bag, he lit it on fire, shoved it in a Texas storage locker, and called it content.
I had some stuff going on. I had some joint issues and some other stuff.
CBD with that.
She told me, she told me, you brought it? Charlotte's Web?
It's Pure Spectrum. It's the best CBD on the planet.
Is that what's the brand? Pure Spectrum is the name of the brand?
Yeah.
And she told me to ask you for that.
Yeah. Let me talk to one of the owners.
Did you just talk to them?
I'm one of the owners.
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh, you started your own brand. Did you buy into it, or did you form this company with them?
They formed it, and then I came in as a fourth partner.
Wow, congratulations.
Yeah, thanks.
So you brought it. You brought it, I'm going to try it out.
I'm going to bring it, I forgot it. But I got the best for you. Okay. We don't live far from each other. I can go get it, come back.
Okay. Thanks, dude.
Yeah, no problem, man. It's the least I can do.
So here's where it all starts to unravel, and honestly, it wouldn't be a true Brendan Schaub story without some world-class self-sabotage. After getting his 10% stake in Pure Spectrum, Brendan allegedly does what Brendan does best. Absolutely fuck all. The lawsuit spells it out clear as day. Brendan missed every single required social media post. Those keeping score, that's 88 out of 88 missed posts. He skipped promotional. He failed to honor his contractual obligation. Get this, he still managed to collect over $370,000 in commissions from Pure Spectrum. That's right, Brendan allegedly pocketed hundreds of thousands of dollars while doing less promo than Chin does research for The Fighter and the Kid. And honestly, that's impressive in its own way. But like every good Bubba scandal, things get dumber. Because as Gringo Puppy started tanking harder than his Spotify download numbers, Brendan allegedly decided to get creative. And by creative, I mean desperate. This lawsuit contains possibly the funniest sentence I've ever read in a legal filing. On multiple occasions in 2019 and 2020, Mr. Schaub solicited plaintiff to send mass emails using Pure Spectrum's customer database to promote defendants' unrelated comedy specials to help boost poor ratings on Showtime and IMDb. Let that sink in for a second. People are signing up to Pure Spectrum's mailing list because they want CBD products. They're dealing with anxiety, pain, sleeplessness, and Brendan allegedly tries to hijack the database to spam them with ads through Gringo Puppy. Imagine buying CBD to help your anxiety, and next thing you know, Brendan's in your inbox. What else you got, Chin? While begging you to rate his comedy special higher than a Rotten Tomatoes disaster movie. But wait, it gets so much better, because apparently even Showtime and IMDb were so pissed off by Bubba's guerrilla marketing tactics that they allegedly threatened legal action. This is directly from the lawsuit. Defendants' misuse of company assets for personal gain resulted in negative consequences, including threats from Showtime and IMDb for improper promotional activities. After receiving threats from Showtime, Mr. Schaub acted like he didn't know about the promotional campaign, leaving plaintiff with Brendan's dirt on his hands. That is peak Brendan Schaub. Fumble the execution, blame everyone else, retreat to Joe Rogan's bunker. Honestly, imagine being so bad at comm strategy backfires, and the platforms you're desperately trying to impress threaten legal action just to get you to stop. It's almost poetic if poetry had CTE and a Thick Boy logo slapped on it, but we're just getting started. This was only the beginning of Brendan's downfall with Pure Spectrum. The next chapter, the non-compete violation, the $100,000 payoff, and what might be the sloppiest business move since he tried to trademark Tiger Thick Whiskey.
My CBD company, they were doing this market. I said, hey, my friends are the funniest comedians in the world. Give me whatever marketing budget you have for the next 2 months. Let me do my thing with my guys. They go, okay. So I hired Chris D'Elia, Santino, I had to do Santino, Fahim, Derek Poston, I love Derek, Hassan Ahmad, and Brian Callen. Great. And I had them come in. I gave them Michael Rappaport. I gave them an outline of what I want to do. We're just going to freestyle this. You can get paid. We're just going to do this. We did 3 commercials.
Brendan's failed attempts to boost his comedy career misusing a CBD company's customer list like his own personal email chain. Things finally came to a head. By late 2020, the undisputed king of denial couldn't ignore the writing on the wall. The lawsuit claims that after months of skipped promos, failed appearances, and illegal marketing tactics, Brendan finally agrees to part ways with Pure Spectrum, but not before allegedly pocketing nearly $400,000 for doing, quite literally, less than nothing. The terms of the deal were pretty straightforward. Brendan signs a dissolution agreement, his entire 10% stake in Pure Spectrum. He agrees to, meaning he can't promote or partner with any rival company during that time. Everyone walks away with less brain cells than when they started. Simple, right? But this is Bubba we're talking about. If there's one thing Brendan loves more than abusing PEDs, it's violating contracts he never fully understood in the first place. Because not even 2 months after signing the non-compete, Brendan allegedly turns around and starts publicly promoting Direct Hemp, a competitor of Pure Spectrum, founded by co-defendant Daniel Herder, one of the masterminds behind what allegedly happens next. Brady Bell, the founder who originally brought Brendan into Pure Spectrum, wasn't having it. He sent cease and desist letters reminding Brendan of the non-religious side, and he probably even tried to speak slowly so Brendan could keep up, But Bubba allegedly ignores everything, keeps promoting Direct Hemp, and so the only thing he's consistent with, doubling down on the dumbest move. It doesn't stop there though, because behind the scenes, things are about to get a lot darker.
And then I sit on my horse. I'm taking slow motion. As I'm on the horse, like I'm going, and there's like smoke, and the town's blowing up behind me like this. Why is my horse out going? Are the innocent people there? No, they ran because I heard one girl in the saloon go, "Oh, that's a sick ass cowboy." Now, why you ride, sweetie? I know, but the town's, and then in slow motion, it's like, and then I'm looking like super smoky, and then even my horse in slow motion goes.
August 2021. According to the lawsuit, Pure Spectrum insiders and investors are plotting a hostile takeover of the company. The plan: push Brady Bell out of his business, take control, and in classic podcast industry fashion, glaze over the details later. But they have one problem. They need Brendan's help to pull it off. If he signed away his ownership, they allegedly approached Bubba with a deal. Hey Brendan, we know you gave up your stake, but how about you lie on some documents you still own 9.3% of Pure Spectrum and help us vote Brady out with $100,000 for your trouble. Now, if there's a thing Brendan loves more than scorpion milk, it's easy money with zero accountability. The lawsuit claims he took the deal faster than Theo Von distanced himself from the fighter and the kid, signed the false declaration, claimed he still owned part of the company, and helped oust Brady Bell from Pure Spectrum entirely, all for a cool $100K, which in Brandon's world would cover chin salary for the next 4 years. But don't worry, the stupidity doesn't end there. After pocketing a questionable $100,000 for allegedly faking ownership documents, Brendan Shaw went right off into the sunset, maybe retreat to another failing YouTube channel, or finally invest in a real studio that doesn't double up as a car park. But no, when Bubba fumbles, he fumbles hard. The lawsuit claims that after Brady Bell from his own company, brought the scam going with some classic paper trail manipulation. We're talking allegedly filing false tax returns, using a fraudulent Schedule K1 form to pretend he still had partnership income from Pure Spectrum, and participating in what the lawsuit calls a civil conspiracy designed to defraud the IRS all simultaneously. I mean, the man's so addicted to fake numbers, he allegedly tried to block his own tax filings. And look, this isn't just, oops, I forgot to declare a podcast ad. We're talking potential felony-level allegations. Wire fraud, tax fraud, civil theft, fraudulent misrepresentation, conspiracy to commit tax-related crimes. The lawsuit doesn't pull punches. It paints Brandon as a textbook scammer, hiding behind his MMA background, influencer persona, and ever so fragile ego to cover up for his incompetence. The plaintiff's legal team even calls out Brendan's pattern of behavior. Defendant has simply leveraged his perceived public persona as a former athlete and comedian to mislead business partners, evade contractual obligations, and engage in fraudulent conduct for personal gain. Translation: the Thick Boy business model isn't built on hard work. It's built on smoke, mirrors, storage units, and allegedly illegal shortcuts. But to truly understand how we got here, let's zoom out for a second.
You know, I'm in the business of likability. So when I go on the road, I think too, for the comments and people get into this, you think that the internet through all the comments or whatever it is real. It's not real, man. I make a business off likability. I don't know, 10 endorsement deals. That's how I pay my bills. I have 10 endorsement deals. This isn't a flat, it's just showing you that, you know, more love than I have life. You know, I go to a coffee shop, I can't just remember I can't go in without being nice people, man. You know, we love what I do. And then also, I sell tickets on the road. That's how else I pay my mortgage. You know, so that stuff is real. That's attainable. I see them and meet those people. So I think that's what helps me navigate through all the darkness. You know, I'm a shark when it comes to business. They underpay me.
This lawsuit isn't happening in a vacuum. It's part of a long, slow-motion train wreck we've all been watching for years. Failed MMA career, blamed it on concussions. Failed comedy career, blamed it on being too big. Watch podcasts, blame it on Brian Callen and production staff. Banned from Rogan's mothership, blamed it on protecting comedians from his fists. Now allegedly scam CBD customers, falsifying tax documents, and panicking when the feds get a suit. Basically takes all parts of Brendan's public persona, the fragile ego, self-sabotage, the desperate clinging to relevance, shows that allegedly it wasn't just happening on YouTube, happening in boardrooms, tax filings, and corporate documents. And to no one's surprise, it all circles back to that same trademarked Bubba energy. Deny, deflect, distract, and somehow still fumble. If you thought this was just a civil court drama, think again, because the fallout from this lawsuit could make Gringo Copy look like a career highlight. Brendan Shaw, former UFC heavyweight, failed stand-up comedian, storage unit landlord, podcast bot enthusiast, now facing the most on-brand legal meltdown of his career. If even half of these allegations are proven true, we're not just looking at some slap on the wrist YouTube drama. We're talking massive financial penalties, triggers under Florida civil theft laws, IRS investigations for filing false tax returns, potential criminal referrals to the Department of Justice. Most of all, more storage unit podcast episodes while he scrambles to salvage the empire. But let's be honest, we all know how this plays out. Brendan's going to hit the fighter and the kids set next week, acting like nothing's happened. He'll glaze Rogan harder than ever, even though Rogan hasn't acknowledged his existence since the move to Austin. He'll blame the haters, aka anyone who's been reading the court filings and knows how to pronounce the word conspiracy. And in true Bubba fashion, he'll probably fuck up the legal defense worse than he fucked up his copyright lawsuit. You know, the one he thought was a defamation lawsuit for 2 years until I called him out on this channel, and his lawyers had to scramble to convince the court that he was lying on the podcast to save the case, which he still lost. But let me stop for a second, because even with everything we've seen from Brendan over the years, there's one particular part of this lawsuit that feels almost too dumb to be real. According to the filings, Brendan allegedly sold a 9.3% ownership stake in Pure Spectrum CBD, pocketing $100,000 for it, despite the fact that, and I can't stress this enough, he didn't even own the stake at that point. He had already signed it away months earlier in a dissolution agreement. Now, look, I've covered Bubba long enough to know he's no Terrence Howard. The man once thought Texas was an actual place. He thought Gringo Puppy was going to break Netflix. He thought Rogan would actually let him set foot in the mothership green room. But surely even Brendan Schaub isn't dumb enough to sign legal documents selling part of a company he doesn't own. Surely the people around him, and let's remember, Brendan's constantly reminding us how professional his legal team is. Were they just sitting there watching him allegedly sign fake declarations, cap for non-existent equity, and thinking, maybe this is how Bezos built this one? I mean, how do you even end up in that situation? Where are his lawyers, his manager, with literally no adult supervision? They're fumbling focus, Callan's busy as escape, and Brendan's out front allegedly committing corporate fraud like another poorly planned drug giveaway. We've seen Bubba talk about being a business shark. We've seen him glaze himself on his car shows. We've seen him claim he's too strong, big, and good looking to fail, but allegedly selling phantom ownership in a CBD company while already locked in a non-compete. It almost defies belief, almost. When you zoom out and look at the pattern, the comedy career that fell apart, the Texas move that backfired, the numerous scandals, the alleged tax issues, maybe this isn't as surprising as it sounds. Maybe Brendan's been winging it so hard for so long that people around him just stop questioning the dumb moves. Maybe the Bitcoin ecosystem is running on autopilot, fueled by bot views, blind confidence, and questionable paperwork. But let me be clear, this is all just speculation. It's my opinion based on what's in the lawsuit. I believe this case will hinge on whether or not Brendan legally still owned a share in Pure Spectrum CBD. Brendan hasn't filed his defense, and maybe when he does, it'll make sense. Maybe there's a rational adult explanation for how he allegedly tried to sell a stake in a company he didn't legally own. Maybe he still owned it and the plaintiff has it all mixed up. I mean, it's entirely possible. But based on history, I wouldn't count on it. This is going to get messy. It's going to be public, and we're all here for it. So if you want to stay up to date on the Bubba downfall, make sure you smash that subscribe button for this channel, then head over to my second channel, Podcast Cringe Bites, and subscribe to all my uploads throughout the week. Don't forget to hit the link in the description for my Patreon, where we go unfiltered, uncensored, and deeper than Brendan ever went into reading his own contracts, allegedly. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
And then I look at the camera, and I know there's only one pure CBD in this town, and it's Pure Spectrum. Partner. I love it. You do. I do it. This makes me want to use Pure Spectrum. What do you think of the mustache? Too much? No? Hell yeah. In comedy, because I was trying to compare to how I could fight, so I never brought that side out. But then it became I was just a stomping pad, shotgun kid. You can fire away, man. You can say whatever you want. And I went so far where I was like, man, if I return to that scene and I get in that environment, now methods, I'll fuck them up. Yeah, that's what, so I took myself out of it. That makes sense.
Brendan Schaub's back to his old ways again, threatening comedians with physical violence because they hurt his feelings. Ironically, doing exactly that to Bobby Lee was the straw that broke the business shark's back and set off a chain of events that would see him fall from grace and land himself in a puddle of his own piss in Austin, Texas. There is so much going on right right now and up as well that you might not know about. So just before we get into today's serving of cringe slop from the fighter, let me tell you what happened this morning. In the middle of the night, I woke up to what I thought was the door. I rolled out of bed, chucked on my wife's undies, and went down to see what was going on. Outside my front door, laid out neatly on the top step, was a yellow package with the words "Cringe Lord" written in thick black text. Being the naturally curious individual that I am, I scooped it up and brought it into my study, which doubles as my kitchen, and opened the package. Inside were a bunch of legal documents with Brendan Shaw's name written all over them. My initial thought was, finally, that fuckface is suing me, and I started to freak out. Now, I don't know if you've ever cracked a fat in women's underwear, but it's possibly one of the most uncomfortable things you could possibly do to yourself. But after I realized that Brendan was being sued by someone else, I grew an extra inch and had to take the damn things off. So I'm standing there in my kitchen, which doubles as a study, completely naked, reading about all these allegations against Brendan Shaw, from tax fraud to wire fraud to conspiracy, and I thought to myself, fuck, it's cold. And so as soon as the sun came up, I got my lawyer on the phone, explained what happened, and now we're in the process of verifying all the documents I received so I can do a full breakdown of exactly what's going on, knowing that everything is correct and accurate. But fuck me dead. Allegations in these documents I was reading about Brendan had me absolutely howling. Most of the events alleged between 2019 and 2022 is in full flight. So I've got my fingers crossed that it's legit and I can share them with you as possible. So stay tuned, make sure you subscribe to this channel and my second channel, Podcast Cringe Bites, because if shit is real, then I'll be going deep on this one. Also, quick shout out to all my members over on Patreon. There's still a few spots left in the $5 Founders tier before it gets locked, so make sure you head over there via the link in the description and sign up before it's sold out. My video on TV No Breaks will be up very soon, but I just uploaded a video on the worst guest in Kill Tony's history, so go and check that out if you're interested. As for your boy Bubba, life is just getting harder and harder down in Texas. If you've been following my coverage of his epic fail of a move, Brian Callen has abandoned him yet again to go on a Mediterranean holiday with his family. So in the very first test of Brendan's move to the comedy capital of the universe, he's failed to get any big guests on to replace Callen while he's living it up on a cruise ship. Instead, we've had Tim Stoll and Vala Kennedy on twice, and the first of two appearances from Mike Catherwood. And we all know there's nothing worse than seeing grown men sucking up to Brendan Shaw.
You're not someone who I don't like you sit around thinking, I would love to hurt someone right now. You're not, but you have capacity to the same way. And I've rolled and done all combat sports with Tim. It's a thing. But your capacity to put people up is very high. Very high. Tim's is very high. And so there has to be situations, a lot of situations in life where you're like, I don't know what you're getting into. But the reason I ask this is because I don't have a very high capacity to hurt the people that hurt. But the other day, my daughter has male friends, male buddies, and she's 11, but the oldest kid was like 8th grade, like 13, 14, like right then. And then the youngest of the group was probably like in the 9 ballpark. A collection of brothers and their male friends. And I like these, and they're good kids. And I was driving around, we went to the water park, Typhoon, Texas, here in Texas, and we're having a great time. And so they would have I mean, and in the back of my, they were like little boys, especially the 14-year-old, they're like, yeah, well, I'll show you what's up. And I pulled the car over. I was like, you're having a good time. This is fun. I wouldn't even break a sweat. Yeah, dude. I would smash all of you in the car. Everyone in this car, all versus me. I would destroy you. Just so we know. Let's have some fun here. But let's get that out. Does that happen to you with adults? Especially in that
comedy world, you know? You gotta be like, I know we're having fun here.
Never. In comedy, because I was always like trying to like tone down my parents and how I could fight, so I never like brought that side out. But then it became, I was like just a stopping pad. Shut up, Ken. You fire away, man. You say whatever you want. And then I went so far where I was like, man, if I return to that scene and I get in that environment where I'm now meant to, it's like, oh, so I took myself out of it. That makes sense.
What could be worse than two 40-something-year-old has-beens trying to convince everyone how tough they are on a podcast that gets most of their views from paid-for bots? Even the ad reads are getting shorter and shorter. Have you noticed? I keep telling you guys, this podcast is on its last legs. We have irrefutable evidence that it's almost over. As soon as podcast one starts pulling ads from the thick boy empire, Brendan won't be able to pay Callan to be his friend anymore. Jin will probably keep working for free, and before you know it, it'll be Brendan, the train tracks, the air conditioning unit, and Jin all sitting there in a storage unit with no lights on, repeating that same line over and over again. What else you got, Jin? Man, that's rough. But for all the growth that Brendan pretends he's gone through since quitting comedy to focus on being the most embarrassing baseball dad of all time, it seems like he's still harboring an enormous amount of resentment towards the top 250 elite killers who used to pay the shit out of him in green rooms around the country. Instead of ignoring them and moving on like the big man he claims he is, now he's claiming that he'd beat the shit out of them word around him ever again. That's why he doesn't move around those circles anymore. It's not because he's not allowed at Ruben's Comedy Club. It's because he's protecting all those comedy assassins from his fears. But it's not just the mothership green room that isn't safe anymore. Even his own kids are in danger.
My son, like, I'm his dad. So it's all, was talking about it, it's whatever. And he was getting lippy with me, and I was like, oh, dude, you have a yeah. He's like, no, you won't. I'm like, no, because he was getting over there again. And I was, I'll tell you what, I'm not gonna hit you hard. Whatever you want to do. And I said something, I was like, if you do this, you can do that. He's like, cool, man. He's like, well, Jim, here's my body. And I was like, go, dude, you can throw as hard as you want. I'm going to be at 10%. Because that's what was educational for him at that point. That's all I wanted. I'm like, let me show you the difference. But he was doing, he was like, kick my hard kicks in my legs. Jesus Christ, dude. And he was like, yo, what's up, man? I'm like, all right, keep going. He throws a kick, and I just shoot with my knee, and he's top of his foot hits my knees, like on the ground. And I can tell you he's mad or surprised he thought he was going to win. And he's still like going hard. I'm like, killing chokes. I'm like, you good, dude? I'm like, just like, and we got done. It was a learning experience from my buddy. If you fight another 9-year-old like that, you're gonna dominate. Like, take that energy. Anytime you're eating blood or whatever,
even like a tough 9-year-old, like that's devastation, right?
If you just throw one of those leg kicks on his own, it's at the schoolyard, it's game over. Like, just take that energy, put there. I was telling him, like, as long as you're never gonna be. Yeah. I'm constantly staying shape, so you never get free.
So in that one interaction with his dad, Brendan's son learned 2 life lessons. My dad has the most fragile ego in the world, and it's okay to beat the shit out of kids in the schoolyard. What are we doing here, B? Next minute, Brendan will be in the principal's office pretending like he doesn't know where his kid got the idea from. Luckily for him, though, it's highly unlikely that the school principal has ever seen an episode of The Fighter and the Kid. I mean, let's be honest here. How many times have we heard these multi-millionaire podcasters pretending like they had to do it tough on the way out, having to scrape their money together to make the rent each month? We've heard it from Rogan, Burt, Tom, and Schultz. Apparently, the hardest part is having to call up your parents and ask for a couple of grand to get you through the month. According to Bubba, it's those phone calls that make men out of them.
You were the guys where, not that you came from nothing, but would you have money with you come from now? Do you have that constant fear of
if you pay retail, you're Jewish.
No, what I do have, because I did not struggle at all.
You've struggled before.
I was 2001 to 2005, I was like, how am I going to make that work? And
I just refused to, like, I happened 2 or 3 times. I felt like I was swallowing razors. I go to my parents' house and be like, so you know, I run for a couple grand because I don't know today that you don't wake up. No, I don't feel like that, but what I do feel like is like I think about those times when I would be sitting there watching TV or doing whatever you do to kill time on a table 24. And my dog's sitting on my lap, and I'm like,
so the idea over here is
I'm gonna lose. Like, how am I gonna pay my rent? And I'm sitting in those moments, and I don't necessarily fear being in that financial. I feel that feeling.
Good wine.
Good. I don't ever want to feel like a loser.
That means that that's what keeps rising.
Well, no, it's true. I think that's what most especially as our business, that's the biggest fear. Well, my thing is, my kids experience, like, they're used to this life. Like, my life out here is a fucking do. Like, I wake up, there's the lake there, like, the middle of the lake every day. And, like, my wife, I tell her, I'm like, why should I be watching shit also?
It's gotta make you feel weird. It's gotta make you feel like, well, is this real?
Yeah, it's we're in a simulation. We're going to Elon Musk. My thing is that they have this life where my wife's like, you've called it, man. Like, it's so good. It feels like we're on vacation every day. The biggest motivation is we can't go back. We can't go back.
Yeah, I can't.
I don't want my kids to be like, have that story when they're in their 20s, like, yeah, we grew up in this dope, incredible on the lake, and something happened, and now I'm in a party. No, my dad sold all his cars. Like, that's the motivation.
It's not even the amount of money. It's, you're right. It's not the idea of regression. Yes, seems so scary.
Brendan outlining his own demise right there is a page's delight. It's clearly been keeping him up at night with those cold sweats he was just talking about. He can't just admit that it's all falling apart around him. Moving to Texas was his last-ditch effort to save the podcast, and we all know how that's going, don't we, Benny? At least he's got a hot wife to sit with him throughout thick and thin. Once the money runs dry, she'll be the first one to get pay the bills.
That's all.
The reality is, Brendan will blame his team, claim troll, his dad will bail him out, and he'll be on the first flight back to LA ready for identity theft. If you ask me, I think he'd be better off asking Brendan for a job doing security at the company mothership. It'd be funnier than anything happening inside. But if there's one thing we know about Brendan, it's his strong sense of self-awareness. This next clip was bought and paid for by Thick Boy Studios.
I think a lot of people in the hemisphere get very critical about you is they'll be like, there's no self-awareness, and I couldn't disagree. I think no one in none of my friends in the entertainment industry, especially in like digital space, are more self-aware than you are, because you struggle with the idea of like, I'm going to be in the space of like influencer / comedian / this and that, where I'm buff and used to fight in cages, and I'm handsome, and you know what I'm saying? Like, it would be so hard to do that and not. It's so hard to kind of express to people who aren't in this world. There's a reason why a lot of comedians are kind of like nebbishy, like Toby and the ill-fitting clothes. It's like, God, these because that fits what people understand, and it also makes it easier for people to kind of connect with them on stage. And same with broadcast, same with radio guys. And when someone comes along, and you can say what you want about Dane Cook or these guys, or Delita, Matt Wright, a lot of it is just like you're swimming uphill when you don't fit that role. And since day one, when you and just piecing together the idea podcast, you're living in a condo in Marina, and you just got your first Beamer, like that, you were just getting like your baller car, like it, and you're like, yeah, dude, I don't care, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, and it's like, it'll be rough, it'll be, because like, look at my jeans, and I'm gonna go, I'm looking at buying this Porsche, and you're like, this is gonna be rough for me, you never once were like, I don't even understand. People are talking, you're like, look at my jeans, look at my, so anyway, that's the one. That problem this whole time was that Brendan is too fit, too strong, and too to be famous.
It's not because he's a massive dumbass with shit for brains and doesn't have a funny bone in his body. It's because he's too talented, so he had to swim uphill his life. I remember when Joe Rogan said almost the exact same thing years ago. He had trouble accepting Brendan Schaub because he's too big, strong, and good looking. Oh, and I almost forgot, he's also too self-aware. And since now, Brendan basically begged Mike to come back for a second recording this week, but he just found Brian Callen's replacement, and so this cycle repeats itself. But with all the dick riding in this episode, it made me think, what happened to Brendan's North Star, Joe Rogan? We haven't heard him even mention Brendan's move to Texas yet. He hasn't given the guys a shout-out, let alone phoned into the podcast to help push the numbers. Yet, according to Bubba, Rogan's most loyalist friend in the world.
Dude, on my first flight out here looking at houses, this like whatever, 4 months ago, arguing with two people on the plane about Rogan. What's that?
Listen to this. Turn up.
Here. You and Ryan and Bert and all the like that Rogan's here. You guys see like one. There are people who like he's so cheap. Rogan's not my boy, but he's always. I knew Rogan. If Joe Rogan walked in right now, because he'd be like, "Oh, Mike, what's it?" He knows me. Before Dairy, he used to have to do radio to promote. He has no comics that and he used to come into Kevin and Bean all the time. He was one of our favorite people. He was amazing. He used to light up the airwaves. He always was cool with me. He gave me and Kevin tickets to go to UFCs. He was cool. I have an experience. What I want to say is, like, I'm not in the Rogan sphere. I'm not hanging out with him later. I'm not going to go to the mothership and do anything. I will tell you, in 2004, Joe Rogan would come in, do the radio show, and you know what he would talk about on and off the air? MMA, conspiracy theories, wild animals that I've never heard of that are living on some island in Beach. Can you believe what this guy said? There's a theory about Hitler right now. Oh my God, I just got this new Porsche. All of this you're seeing, this isn't a creation, this isn't a costume. There's people watching. Yeah, and so I'm going to say, hate him or love him, I will tell you, I saw it with my off the air, on the air. It's completely him. It's just completely him. I don't know anybody who's off the air without wanting to get his buzz for it. So essentially, more supportive of becoming comic. That's why, by the way, I don't want to hear it again. I don't want to hear it. This is my That's why the mentation happened. Not because Rogan was magazine. He was very sorry to the guys. I've never seen a guy more actually concerned. Dude, you're talking about the royalist person, you know, there was a comic who went bad on me. Forgave them. I don't give a fuck. It happens. And he was like, you forgive, but don't forget. I was like, dude, you can allow me. Like, you don't. It's just days in one night. Then insulted me.
Mike's really pushing for a job in this one because he's off the charts. But does anyone know who the comedian Rogan banned from the mothership is? He said it's a dude, so it can't be Annie Letterman. It's obviously not Bobby Lee because Rogan loves Bobby and had him on the podcast last year. I mean, is it Andrew Santino? I honestly have no idea. Let me know in the comments who you think it is, because the only thing funnier than Rogan not letting Brendan into his club is banning someone else who had beef with him, and that whole thing about him hasn't changed. He's the same way he's always been, blah blah blah. If you showed Joe Rogan from 8 years ago any of his podcasts from the last 12 months, his eyes and ears, all of the shit that Mike just mentioned, Brendan, have all become more douchey ever since they got the Rogan bar. I seriously think he's angling for a job with one of them, and he's using Brian's absence to get the chip in with Brendan for when they eventually split up for good. Like I said at the beginning, make sure you subscribe to this channel and my second channel, Podcast Cringe Bites, because there's a lot happening at the moment, and you don't want to miss out on any of my uploads. Shout out to all my members on Patreon. You guys are fucking legends, and I'm sorry to my wife for ruining another pair of her underwear. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Also, I think that those guys, like, I'm a wild boy. Yes, I guess my issues. You don't become a cage fighter because you're
halacha l'maaseh, any meat that is set and sold.
We're back. I want to apologize for leaving again.
Incredible. Let's go back.
But it's only 10 days. 11 days. 10 days.
Yeah, I need to say that fermenting wine is not selfish.
That's right. Like, hey, listen, I'm going to get us some great guests. I'm at the mothership. I'm at Creek in the Cave. Johnny Depp on. Johnny Depp. We're going to get Elon Musk on. Elon on.
Today,
Elon's in Austin.
Yeah, listen to me. So we just got her, so that's cool. Welcome back to the most slow-motion breakup in history. Just when you thought Brendan Shaw couldn't embarrass himself anymore, his move to Texas is proving to be worse than everyone thought. When this all started almost 6 months ago, there were two main narratives going. The first one was moving to Texas is going to be an opportunity for Brendan to start fresh in a new city and rebuild what was once one of the biggest podcasts in the world. The second one was Brendan's move is going to be more the same, and instead of a slow death in LA, we're going to witness a slow death in Austin. But I could never have predicted how much worse all of this would all turn out. Both narratives were completely wrong because, yet again, Brendan has redefined hitting rock bottom. Seriously, take a look at the new studio. They've gone for a Texas-themed logo background on the wall next to the stairs, and literally at the top of the stairs on the landing, that's where the Redac himself sits. And why do they have so many fucking tripods? If the camera locations are fixed, why don't they just build it to save space and hide the cables? They could have saved base by doing that. Then, of course, you've got the solo show set up right behind, which is just more of the same. And across the whole upstairs area, there is not one sound absorption panel inside, just some useless black rags hanging in the corners that do absolutely nothing for the human voice. So not only does the set and lighting look like a high school visual arts project, it also sounds like dog shit too. But that's not even the worst part. Wait until you see this. Brendan is using the entire lower floor to store all of his cars for the channel Drive Fast All Gas, and wait for it, they're actually in a storage unit. This gives a whole new meaning to what are we doing here, B. So let me just get this. They moved their podcast studio from LA to the middle of nowhere in some Austin storage unit that nobody can find, including Brian Callen, and then they squeezed two podcast sets in the smallest area up the top, so they could fit a bunch of cars downstairs for a failing car channel that doesn't make any money. This has Brendan, the business shark, Shaw written all over it. The studio setup is only just the beginning. Everyone could see what was about to happen, except for Bubba. Brian moved down there a couple of months before Brendan, and he's absolutely killing. He's got a regular gig at Joe Rogan's comedy mothership, and he's making regular appearances at other comedy clubs and on various podcasts and shows. Now that Brian's flying high again, he's ready for a vacation. And your boy Brendan isn't happy about it. This was the conversation at the very beginning of the podcast, right after the cringy intro thing.
Yeah, here we are, baby. Back, bud. We're back, and I want to apologize for leaving again. But it's only 10 days. 11 days.
Why did I ship 2 weeks? It was a huge cycle.
I'm not missing 2 weeks. I'm missing, come back. Well, come back on a Wednesday. Yeah. I'll be, we'll get a podcast in that week. So it'll be 3 shows I missed. 3 shows. A total of 3.
Just come back on Wednesday and film on Thursday.
Yeah, we'll film on Thursday. But you know what? Hey, look at me. We're filming on Thursday, but guess what? We'll get it in. We'll do it Thursday morning. And that, so we only missed 3. Maybe. We missed 3.
Like next week. So you're gone
extended family. It's every It's so good. Well, it's my whole family. It's my dad. He's 85. Well, we take a high-end cruise. We start with no, but this is a great big with the kids. You know, it's great.
But yeah, so you missing 2 weeks when we just got her, so that's cool. But
airing out your dirty laundry and trees a symptom of a dying podcast. Like, who seriously wants to tune into a show while they're working or just chilling at home? Maybe they're in the car, and the first thing they hear is Brendan bitching about Brian taking a family holiday. It's like when there's a couple in your friend group who are constantly
arguing and bickering, but no one has the ball to break up already. After all these years of more than Brendan needing Brian, the tables have finally turned on your boy Bubba, and now he's copying a taste of his own medicine. Just watch the way Brian talks to Brendan now compared to when they were back in LA. He gives absolutely zero fucks what Brendan thinks. He's doing things his own way and doesn't need Brendan's approval anymore. But Brendan's turned to the boyfriend who's trying to convince Brian that he's without him and needs him to be happy.
Just need you to
That
kind of.
no,
I got it.
that couple
Listen,
points.
you know, after however long, 14 years?
Yeah, something like that.
That hurts,
What
right?
up if you have 3 glasses of wine?
Hey, after 14 years,
She didn't have been in the studio, building this place, putting up lights, renting the place, leasing it, paperwork, all that stuff. I mean, everything. And I've been
grab ass when you're like,
and I've been doing stand-up and just, yeah, I've been, you know what I've been? About as useful as a cow chewing grass. And what else is new?
back hurts.
What are you back hurts? I did say thank you. I did text. I really
Yesterday, after
I really
didn't notice the lights.
I'm such a that stuff, and I apologize. I know you're doing a great job.
Yeah, I don't need a pat on the back.
Well, yeah, it's nice to your best friend should say, "Hey, dude,
I used to, but that's
but I don't want to be that guy to you. I don't want to be that person. I want to be your friend who's there to support."
It's all like you just gotta know. It's all good. I don't remember resentment. We'll meet you back there.
While Brendan and Jin have been breaking each other's backs, Brian's been off chilling with the Austin assassins in the mothership green room. By the way, renting the place, leasing it, and doing paperwork all mean the same thing. And everyone knows that Bubba's not signing anything himself. Brendan's probably been loitering around taking pics and videos for Instagram and getting in Jin's way. But someone needs to pull Brendan aside and explain to him that Brian's been carrying the show ever since they weren't able to book guests anymore. Everything run with the show is a direct result of Brendan and Jin's input. And when Brian's the strongest link, you know you've got a problem. Speaking of guests, though, like I said at the beginning, this move to Austin was meant to be an opportunity to bring on some big guests and breathe some life into this podcast. And now that Brian's mixing it with the top 250 again, he's got some plans for the future.
What am I gonna do?
You know what you gotta do? Just show up.
That's right. Like, wait, but
What am I gonna do? No, I don't want you to touch me.
I'd be here and I'd be like, do you want to put the, you'd be like,
I don't need you.
I know that.
Just show up.
Well, no,
On vacation.
now listen, I'm gonna get us some great guests. I'm at the mothership. I'm at Creek in the Cave. We are gonna have some great fun guests.
I've never heard of it. I've heard of Creek in the Cave. Is Creek in the Cave actually?
It's a great club. It's a great club.
Oh, it's a club. See, I was thinking like a small red box.
No, it's like Fulton Gas Company. It's like right there. Right, that whole section is like, that's a great club. I love that. Sunset Strip. We got some great.
Be careful with wine.
So yeah, I did Story Wars with Louis J. Gomez.
What is Story Wars?
Louis J. Gomez.
Is it like a play on like this?
It's great. No, Louis J. Gomez came up with this idea.
I have no idea about that. That's not.
Yeah,
I don't know what it is.
So you tell, you submit stories anonymously. All 5 submit 3 stories. Yep. And then they'll read the story, and you have to guess who. It's a real story. You have to guess who in the crowd, who in the panel.
Oh, gotcha. So it's not stories from the crowd.
Yeah, no.
It's stories from the panel.
Yes. And so I'm doing it with Big J. Okerson. Might be the funniest motherfucker.
I always tell you this.
Like, he might be. Zach Galifianakis and Artie Lang, to me, were this raw, fun, like being able to improvise, the funniest people I've ever I would say Big J. Okerson is just from raw talent, ability to be funny. There's nobody funny.
Calling Big J. Okerson a top 5 comedian in the world right now, and even going as far as to say that there's nobody going around better than him at the moment, is absolutely crazy. These guys are so fucking desperate for a guest that they've resorted to glazing average comedians. Next, they'll be saying how amazing Steve-O is to get him in the studio as well. Brendan has burned so many bridges over the years that it's going to be almost impossible to get a decent guest on the show ever again. And with this whole move over the past few months, all the chatter and the endless promotion from these guys, we haven't heard one word about it from published North Star Joe Rogan. We all know how much Rogan loves to gloat when another comedian moves to Austin, yet he's had absolutely zero to say about this in any facet. Come on, B. The writing's literally on the wall. And after they finished glazing Big J, they moved on to Louis J. Gomez. And if you don't know the history here, stick around because I'll give you a taste straight after this video.
Louis J. Gomez, you know Louis. His dad was murdered. His mom was a drug addict. He went through some shit. Everyone knows that. Yeah, I didn't know who he is. Yeah. I love that guy. He's great. I did a show. He had a stand-up show at Creek in the Cave. No, he just comes in. Has he done this podcast? Come on. Yeah, sorry, I gotta get that. He's Twitter agent? No. We gotta get Big J.
So for those of you who don't know, Louis has been one of Brendan's biggest years, especially after Gringo Puppy came out and Brendan started getting attention from the internet for being the world's worst comedian.
No. It's not sustainable. You don't know anything about anything.
I know everything about everything.
That's not true. I'll listen to Brendan Schaub, drives an Aston Martin. Thanks. Brendan Schaub is an athlete. He has an Aston Martin. Brendan Schaub is an ass. You showed up here in a skateboard. No, I didn't show up skateboard. Brendan Schaub is the best comedian in the country right now. Look at him. Have you seen his stuff? He's the best. So I will take advice from him.
Brendan Schaub, he might be, and there's a good chance he's the best comedian of the generation. Okay?
He is prolific.
This is nothing.
These aren't him.
This has nothing to do with his amazing.
I understand that because he's an athlete. I was a swimmer when I was a child, Louis. I was a great swimmer. I'll beat you in a race, and I'll beat him in a race in swimming. I'll kick his ass in swimming.
Brendan Schaub knows nothing about being fat and getting a cheat. Okay, and I guess the title of it was something along the lines of like Brendan Schaub caught trying to cheat on his wife, right? There's a video of Brendan Schaub at a restaurant, just a security footage, and he goes up to a girl, allegedly goes up to a girl, you don't know, literally security footage, he goes up to a girl, this video of giving his number to this chick, his wife saw it, freaked out, and he was like, this dude, I'm sick of this guy saying, he talks all the time, he probably doesn't say anything, right? He watches every video this guy does on it. Writing jokes?
Yes.
Go to Schaub, of course. Okay, you go to Schaub, you think he's writing a workshop, possibly.
Please edit this out.
They call it a workshop.
My LA friends, we don't have to take this abuse. We don't have to take this abuse in LA. We have mansions and we all drive Maserati. We don't have to take this abuse from these low-level bodega rats.
So, absolutely, we're not talking about comedy writing. We're talking about
high-level prolific comedian Brendan Schaub.
There are seriously a bunch of videos like that of Louis just roasting the shit out of Brendan, same with Tim Dillon, Dave Smith, and Big J. And so after calling out Brendan for so long and inviting him to Skankfest, your boy eventually agreed to do it and went on the panel, only for all of them to kiss each other's asses and play nice. So the fact that Brendan's willing to see past all of that and invite them on his dying podcast just goes to show how desperate they are to get it done. Forget comedians waiting for the stars.
You're Johnny Depp on. You're Johnny Depp. No, we're going to get Elon Musk on. I don't know who the platform for. I mean, I'd be down, obviously. I'll tell you guys, you know, obviously he's a good buddy, but you listen to Theo Von and Dirty Man, there's not another host in the world that's how you listen to it, you get to know what politicians should come on there. Because Theo, it feels like he puts his toes in there, he kind of knows it, but he's not too into the weeds.
So they're general questions that we're all curious about that no one asked them. It's his way of thinking. There's an innocence there. It's his life. There's no one else. You can find other Brian's and Brendan's. You can find other, insert whatever podcast what you want. There is not another Theo when Winston. These big politicians. He's not nervous. He's doing his thing. There's information there. It's so good. He's so unique. I just like to mention. He's such a unique guy.
Brendan went on that whole rant about Theo just so he could say that he spoke to him yesterday at the end. He's more transparent than his wife's Instagram stories. But the whole Jared Leto thing is wild. Ever since Brian Callen was falsely confused by several women of SAing them a few years back, Brendan has adopted the default position to never believe any allegations that women make ever again. They've openly defended Russell Brand and Jared Leto, and I've even heard Brian try to defend P. Diddy, but then backtrack when he realized what he just said. Becoming a apologist for celebrities with allegations against them, he's not the path to big numbers and pulling in big ad dollars. And I'll never get sick of hearing Brendan try to leech off Theo Von's success. He has to constantly remind everyone that they're still good buddies, even though Theo ditched Brendan to go out on his own and become one of the biggest podcasts in the world.
So he's super weird too. Like he randomly texts me. I don't know if he knew I or something like that. He said, "Check it in, man." You can do it. I just
right there. Okay, you count as you go along. So I'll find it. It's starting to happen. It was planted a big, right? Or
from LA. He's like, yeah, Texas.
Remember,
you should know it's no LA. There's no repeats in LA. And I was like, oh. How long did you get back in the shade? 3 years. Tough 3 years. Tough 3 years. Oh, see, I don't feel like I went, hopefully it's, that's it for me. Just the sweetest guy, dude.
Things are not going to end. I'm not going to lie here, guys. As much as I think Brendan is his own worst, I can't help but feel bad for the guy. He uproots his whole family while his kids are young to follow Brian to Austin. Rogan hasn't even acknowledged their presence in any facet. Meanwhile, Brian's hit the ground running, selling out shows at the mothership and going on different shows and podcasts. The new studio is in some random storage unit in the middle of nowhere. It looks shit and it sounds shit. Brendan's clearly hating it down there, but he's still pushing through with a brave face, trying to make it happen. Just know that you were wrong and go back to LA. You were clearly happy there. This didn't turn out the way you thought it would. Rogan doesn't know you're there, and he doesn't even know who you are. I said this a couple years ago in one of my videos. Brendan's biggest problem was trying to become in while still trying to have a voice in the MMA community. If he had never tried his hand at stand-up comedy and instead used his podcast profile from JRE and The Fighter and the King to open up a gym franchise, I really think he'd be absolutely killing it right now. I really do. Think about all the drama he's been involved in. Almost all of it comes from him trying to be a comedian and struggling for acceptance within the industry. All of that shit with Bobby Lee and Kalila would have never happened. The internet wouldn't have turned him into a meme because of Gringo Bobby. He would have been just another retired MMA fighter who was friends with Joe Rogan and made a name for himself in his own lane. I actually think he can still do it now. Brendan still has some support in the MMA community. He could move back to LA, drop The Fighter and the Kid and the Golden Hour, put all of his energy into producing a professional MMA show. Actually, instead of watching the highlights, fire Chin and get a decent producer who understands basic audio-visual production, maybe a research assistant to give him a cheat sheet before every show, and then open an MMA gym. Work hard, grow the membership base, prove that it's a viable business model, then get some investors on board and expand around the country. Everyone would leave him alone and he'd make a shitload more money. I mean, look at the title of this episode of The Fighter and the Kid. Show up on why he shaved his head. And this is the only part in the whole podcast where he talks about it.
I'm sure you know this.
guys, but why did you shake your hand?
Vai
The boys want to shake
So
their
você só
hand
olha,
as
você
we
passa
do
e
it.
says, no,
So you get one.
himself
And how do you feel? I like it.
vineyard.
Don't care.
Plant the vineyard. So
So
you're
that doesn't
like,
feel like
so
so much. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm a fan. I'm not it's bad. I wear it out. My mom does. My wife.
the
That's
first
been
thing
shaking
that
head
does
forever. But I never shook hands. And then
So
the boys didn't want to do it. They came out here to Zon.
Right?
And like, Dad, do
Well,
it
how
with
you
this.
look fun, Bill?
We all
Exactly. What are you doing?
shake
Why
hands
is the
one of the best
first thing that
forms.
you're doing plants in the vineyard?
Yeah, it's easy to shake that too. We're
From
gonna do
under
this.
my show,
And you can do like some fades too. Yeah, you can do fades. Yeah, you can.
What crush
You can fade. That's like super fade.
It's wine. So the guy says,
I do 2 boxes. Once every week.
It was going to see.
They named a whole show after Brendan shaving his head. Bro, nobody gives a fuck. He's talking about his hair, but he's not even in focus because the autofocus was locked on Brian the whole time. Chin set it to manual focus and put them both at equal distances from the camera in the two-shot. Fuck me, Dad. What are we doing here, baby? I don't know if you guys can tell, but I'm actually kind of disappointed with this whole Texas move. I really thought that Brendan was going to put a bit of money and effort into the studio and try to pull some guests on the show, but this is just fucking miserable. There are quite a few theories going around about how he's still making money, and I definitely agree that they're buying bot views. I'd say at least 30 to 40,000 per episode. They're going to get caught eventually and find themselves on the receiving end of a massive lawsuit from Podcast One. That's how they're still making money. It's because the ad deals are syndicated by Podcast One, and they spread the revenue around to all the podcasts on their payroll. That's how all of Brendan's shows are still going under the radar and making money. They're part of a group. They don't have direct deals with any of the advertisers. But that's obviously just my opinion. I don't know for sure. I'm just speculating based off public information. As for Brian Callen, I think he's playing the waiting game and he's holding out for Brendan to have the idea to part ways. I don't think he has the balls to burn that bridge with Brendan, so he's planting the seed for Barbara to turn around and think it was his idea. That sounds like something Brian would do, so we'll just have to wait and see how it all pans out. So make sure you subscribe to this channel and my second one, Podcast Cringe Bites, so you don't miss out on all of my uploads throughout the week. Make sure you check out the link in the description to my Patreon as well, where you'll find a bunch of exclusive long-form content covering various comedy specials and Kid Tony shows. And guys, I'll catch you in the next one.
I think it's the best clip of all time. Louis CK, Mission Impossible song.
I absolutely know that. I don't know how it's true, but I know that
Have
it's
you been
true.
driving much in Austin?
It's not
bad at all. Like, it never takes more than half an hour to get from Mother's People. He'll come and eat at my house or
Is it Brazilian?
wherever he wants. If there's a video, he'll land right there and jump in, and you'll just take off. It's sort of legal, but when you're shady, you got two friends, and
Just flies his own.
he flies. He doesn't drive. Tony's there, Hedgecliff's there, Rogan's there. It's just great. I get to catch up and see those guys. I love it. That band will start to his place. He went there and
It was one thing for Brendan Schaub to drag Brian Callen to Texas, but the entire execution of the move has blown up in Brendan's face. And I'm not going to lie, I'm actually starting to feel bad for him. I've never seen Brendan with this much low energy. He barely laughed the entire podcast. He didn't even sit up and almost burst the vein in his neck while staring into the wrong camera, claimed to be non-violent and then threatened violence against someone in the next breath. There was no name-dropping or claiming he's super close to someone he's never met, and he didn't even falsely confuse anyone while exposing him. In this episode, Brendan just sat there slumped in his chair, looking depressed and defeated, sipping on a Diet Coke and shoving God knows what into his mouth at regular intervals, as the reality of his situation set in deeper. He did, however, bring up his son's baseball in the first 2 minutes.
I can't wait till you get there anyway.
Tigers to the championship. I'm going to have to fly from Austin.
We have to do sometimes.
Brian Callen, on the other hand, was glowing like an expectant mother who just got back from an ultrasound. For those of you who don't know, earlier this year after the LA fires, Brendan Schaub came up with the idea to stop and move to Texas. So he convinced his buddy Brian Callen to move there with him so they could continue their podcast and hopefully see what's left of the Thick Boy Empire, which has been dying in the arse years. However, what he didn't know at the time was that Brian would make the move on his own a couple of months before Brendan would, because Shaw would have trouble selling his multi-million-dollar mansion in Calabasas. Because Brian was renting, he was able to get his shit together and move down there much quicker. And so over the last few weeks, Brian's been flying back to LA to shoot episodes of The Fighter and the Kid until Shaw finally makes the move. And every time he comes back, he looks happier, healthier, and more at peace with his life, even though he wasn't able to fully beat the allegations. Brendan, on the other hand, looks like a divorced dad who gets to see his son 1 weekend per month after his ex-wife's new husband moved the family down to Texas for a new job, and is down about how much happier his ex-wife is without him and how well the new stepdad is going in his new job.
It's great. I'm loving it. I'm so fight crazy. Getting the late spot, like the eye closed. The little boy, so I'm doing that. This goes to 15 minutes. It's such a privilege. That's great. Oh, Tony's there. Hedgecliff's there. Ruben's there every night. It's just great. You know, I get to catch up and see those guys. I love it.
Everything I predicted right here on this channel has come true so far. Brian has hit the ground running in Texas thanks to his decades-long relationship with tall and funny comedian Joe Rogan. After the allegations relegated Brian to the passenger seat in Brendan Schaub's train wreck of an existence, he's been struggling to score roles as a Hollywood extra. He hasn't been able to get a streaming deal for a comedy special, and he's been struggling to sell tickets on the road. Actually, that sounds exactly like Chris D'Elia. Must be a coincidence. But now that he's made the Austin sacrifice and been abducted by the comedy mothership, his career is starting to turn around. And don't get it twisted, mothership regulars are making a killing. Rogan's club is sold out every day of the week, so I have no doubt that Callan's making more money from stand-up than he does from The Fighter and the Kid. However, if you recall, back in January, I had a poll for you guys asking what would happen to Brendan in 2025. A, to Texas, B, lose his lawsuit appeal, C, make a comedy comeback, and D, all of the above. Clearly, the correct answer is all of the above. A has already come true, and it looks like C is just around the corner.
I got an idea for, I know you're in retirement, but I got a little idea for you to jump up on stage and do some stuff. No, just for a different thing, but you might have to make a couple guest appearances. It'll be silly and fun, and I promise you, you'll get your beat wet a little bit. Just around. That's all. You know what I'm saying?
The first thing she says to me is, you know what people are going to say?
Real dark there for a second. As soon as Brian mentioned him coming out of retirement and getting back on stage, it's like all those memories of being bullied by the entire internet for being the worst comedian in the history of the world came back to haunt him in that single moment. But hear me out for a second, because I think we might be onto something here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but did that just sound like Brian was talking about going and kill Tony? Because if he was, then fuck me dead. 100% yes, make it happen. Chin, if you're watching this right now from your unstudio apartment, you have got to help make this happen. If there was a deserve that nobody asked for, but we desperately need, it's Brendan Schaub on. I'm not talking about going on the panel as a guest. Nah, fuck that. We need him on as a guest open micer. Could you imagine Brendan making a comeback 6 seconds at a time, earning his comedy chops from the ground up, being a regular on Kill Tony, getting an invite to Red Band's secret show, completely rewriting the script and proving to all the haters out there that not only is he the worst comedian in the history of the world, but he's actually willing to lean into it and resurrect the Gringo Puppy. Imagine all the recycled Texas material he'd have, such as shitting on homeless people, everyone being fat and white, complaining about the lips, and then showing off the size of his belt buckle. It would be the single funniest thing to have ever come out of the comedy mothership. And if you really want to see how bad bad things are in the Austin comedy scene right now, check out a link to my Patreon in the description below, where you'll find all my Netflix comedy special reviews and Kill Tony content. But as we know, Joe is the biggest obstacle for Brendan resurrecting his comedy career. So I'll come into Brendan's Joe Rogan problem in a moment, because Brian's Austin shenanigans did not stop there. If the stories about the Austin comedy scene didn't hurt others' feelings enough, then Brian's newfound love of helicopters certainly did. We all know that Brendan's been bleeding money for years, and he's being propped up by his dad, Peter Shaw, who's the director of Thick Boy Productions. So when Brian brought up his old buddy who picks him up in a chopper to go for Bob and Dagger in the back of his Texas dreams.
Yesterday we mentioned it's my buddy Shane Snyder, who is just a great guy, and I work out with Tim Kenny's best friend. Shane goes over a helicopter. It's not just flex. He'll come and get me at my house. Wherever he wants. There's a field. He'll land right there. You'll love this. We worked out, and he goes, "You want to get some barbecue?" I go, "Where?" He goes, "Salt Lake." I go, "How far was that?" He goes, "Oh no, you can't drive. It's about an hour and 10 minutes, but I'll get there in 7 minutes." And I went, "Huh?" He goes, "Hop in." And I hopped in. And did I mention that video? Bags and like our cars? Yeah, but he's got whatever you need in his helicopter. We got up, and in 7 minutes, we landed in a field. Right there. Well, it's better than Terry Black's. Right there. Salt Lake barbecue. Oh, Bubba, you like yourself some barbecue, right? Yeah. I had some bison ribs. I had some sausage steak. And then we got back in the helicopter, and I was back in my car in 7 minutes. Okay. Yeah. And that's hard to argue.
Forget walking into his truck. Bubba's about to walk into his chopper for some chopping. Thank you. As you would expect, though, Brendan's immediate reaction was to check out how much helicopters cost, to see if he could swing it past him, but it didn't take him long to realize that they were way out of his league, and there was no way he was going to be able to afford one.
Don't you buy a helicopter?
Well, he said, "I'll let you use my chopper to learn." And he said,
Was it tough to learn?
"It scares me because it's so sensitive. The wind hits you go like this. The whole thing goes, and I'm like, "Oh, I think it's just let it do what it's doing." I know, but I don't like this. And by the way, you're in a bubble, so you can see everything. It would take me 4 months, probably cost me $30 grand, a lot of money to get your license. But then you're off and running, Bubba. Now you can pick up a used chopper for about $130. Not terrible. But you're getting all or something. You're getting anywhere you want. Now I just need more money. I don't have the money. You understand? I'm not a helicopter guy. But if I ever make a lot of money, that's a lot of money right there. Now my one buddy, our boy Andy Stone, he flies around in that. He flies around that one right there. That lady one.
Why don't we go dibs on that one for $75K?
I'll do it with you. I'll do it with you. I'm not doing it tonight. It's not you're scared of it.
This is so unnecessary. No, neither need a helicopter.
No. For 30 cents. Oh, I'll pick you up in a second. You know what I mean? Now, here's the problem. Sometimes you got to be careful.
That thing you're going to
that's not.
Trade one for 42. That could be us.
Come on,
a single seat. No, we'll partner up.
That's a single seat?
Yeah, we'll partner up. 96 though.
Brian can sit on your lap.
That's what I'm saying. 40 grand though?
Yeah. Now you gotta spend. You gotta buy a good one.
Yeah, you really don't want a penny pinch on a helicopter.
No, you don't want a penny pinch on a helicopter.
You want a penny pinch on helicopters or tattoos.
And maintenance.
That's a good job for the best.
That's a good. I need to steal that. If you guys see that on stage, the mothership, it belongs to Brennan Schaub, and he's not getting credit. Don't penny pinch on tattoos or helicopters. That's a great job.
Yeah, that's actually a terrible joke, B. But don't let that discourage you, Brendan. Tony's waiting for you. Trust me, you're gonna kill it. I'm not gonna lie though. This whole conversation was fun. Seeing the rocks in Brendan's head slowly turning as he tries to navigate the world of aviation in real time was an absolute delight. He also had a moment of true self-awareness where he had flipping drugs is one thing, flipping choppers is a whole other thing entirely.
It's so convenient. He flies by my house. I'm with my kids sometimes. I'm with my kids and he buzzes my house. My kids were like, ah! He's looking at me like this. That's Bruce Wayne. He comes right down to the trees. He's like, my wife is like, your friend's out there, and he's like, what are you doing, fucker? I can land that field if you're ever late. We'll just go. I was like, what? Wow. And he goes, Rogan's like a half mile away from you.
I'm jealous. Yeah. Can't really mod helicopters, I assume.
Well, he's been sending me options.
Well, since helicopters are statistically more dangerous than drones, they're more dangerous than cars and airplanes. Helicopters fatalities per flight hour than cars per driving hour. Okay, 27 times more dangerous than driving a car. Well, that's because there's no fender benders.
There's no fender.
It's just mistake. Well, you're gonna learn.
Did you see some
happen? Yeah, like I've made a few mistakes driving my day, right? In all the cars I've had, if I made that mistake, like if you were like, Brendan flipped his T-Rex, right? I'm fine. Got a concussion, that's fine. Brendan flipped his helicopter. All right.
So if helicopters are 27 times more dangerous than cars, then for our boy Bubba, we better add a zero to that. Like a handicap. Could you imagine if Brendan managed to convince his dad and Legs to get him a chopper, and he got his license and everything? Forget drive fast old gas. We're talking about fly high, good land. Fly by the comedy mothership green room by night, all day. I'm telling you, it could work. He's the chopper impression down already. It's 10 times better than Callan's.
He comes right down to me. He's like, my wife is like, your friend's out there, and he's like, what are you doing, fucker? Gangster.
Yeah, Brendan's got that chopper noise down for sure. Brian sounds like a car that won't start. But all jokes aside, this move to Texas is going to be a real problem for sure. And the irony is the man standing in his way is the very man who started all of this in the first place.
Bro, Alex Burr is the scariest kickboxer who's ever competed in the sport. He's like the one guy of all that I would say, if he hits you once, you're dead. He just has to hit you once. And all the guys I've ever seen fight, I don't think anybody I could say that more than that guy, including in kickboxing, in everything. He's terrifying. He's crazy.
We came to the mothership and they were like, the security, like, it was terrifying because he was like, I want you to tell. And the security was like, I don't know what to do.
Me and DC were in the hallway upstairs in the mothership, and he's teaching us how he checks the calf kick. You know that little area where the elevator is, where the VIP is? And this little crowded area is like 5 of us. And Peloton's kicking my legs, and he's kicking DC's legs, and he's explaining how his leg up this way, and this is how he checks it. Oh, God, can people tell people about this? Like, how does a guy like that go and become a regular person? How do you integrate and just be a regular guy? Yeah, it's gotta be very weird. Like Schaub's figured it out. Yeah, Schaub got lucky that he found podcasting. I found this car show, All Gas No Brakes. So he found a way to transition and still have a good time.
Yeah, very few guys. That is just fucking unbelievable. The way Rogan brought that up with a straight face and got it completely wrong is just next level comedy. Talk about kicking a guy while he's down. Brendan started that channel, Drast All Gas, 18 months ago, and is still yet to break 10K subscribers when he's the most frequent guest in JRE history and runs 3 other podcasts himself. Not to mention the fact that his podcasts very rarely break 50,000 views. Like, just let the guy go, Joe. He's already dead. Stop the fight. This is where I start to feel bad for your boy, Brendan. We know how much he looks up to Rogan. He's his North Star. He runs everything past him and takes his advice in every facet. And then Rogan can't even remember the name of his stupid-ass car channel that nobody watches anyway and clearly exists as a way for Brendan's dad to write off all of Brendan's cars. Then Joe will drag him onto a fight companion where Brendan will make an absolute fool of himself, get every prediction wrong, claim that he milks scorpions, and mispronounce words with more than 2 syllables. But it's all good because Jamie turned off the live chat. I mean, what exactly is Brendan going down to Texas for? It's clearly working out for Brian Callen, but what's in it for Brendan? We all know Rogan's not going to let him in the comedy mothership.
Years ago, you told Brendan on this podcast that he shouldn't.
Yes.
Like, when do you feel like a fighter should walk away? Like, for example,
me and him, I was friends with him, so I knew that he wasn't really committed. And also, I trained with him a few times, and I knew that his lust for training wasn't there. And I was worried that logically he was suffering. There's going to come a point in time where you have to stop. And now is the best time to stop. Like, you already have a career. You're doing podcasting. You're doing well. He was making more money doing podcasts than he ever did. I'm like, dude, you've got it out right now. You're a funny guy. You're fun to hang out with. You might not have the best stand-up, but talking to the dude, he's a funny dude. He's got a great personality. He's fun to talk to.
You telling Brendan that, like, or just being honest enough to say you need to polish up your stand-up. Like, a lot of people surround themselves with yes, like comfort, right? It's so important to have people that's going to bounce.
Holy shit, the irony of that conversation is the worst example of a rich and famous person surrounding himself with a bunch of yes men who continuously bend to kiss the ring, while simultaneously being one of the worst comedians in history. If anyone needs to polish their stand-up, it's your boy Rogan. The net result of that conversation, where Rogan told Brendan to retire from fighting and focus on podcasting and stand-up comedy, is that his podcast is barely making any money, and he's retired from comedy. This is why I'm starting to empathize with Brendan, because he's too stupid to see that none of the guys around him give a fuck anymore. Well, it's either stupidity or he knows he doesn't have any other choice. I really think moving to Texas is going to ruin him. He's dragging his wife and kids away from their friends and family based on the false promise of a better life and more opportunities, when the reality is he's left the Golden Hour podcast back in LA. The show is basically dead at this point. Brian Callen's got one foot out the door and one in the chopper, and Brendan's comedy career is dead on arrival. What are we doing here, B? Sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. Remember though, if you want to see my detailed breakdowns of all the Netflix comedy specials and all the Big King Tony shows, don't forget to head over to my Patreon via the link in the description. There's a bunch of other stuff on there that you might be interested in as well, so go and check that out. Otherwise, subscribe to my channel right here on YouTube and hit the like button while you're here. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
So, I think so too. It can pay for itself, giving a helicopter tour, flying people where you want to go, we're like Uber for a job. Blue scorpion venom, is it real venom? Oh yeah. And they sent me videos of them milk these little scorpions. What's the name? Yeah, they milk scorpions, dog. Dude, I couldn't live 3 weeks ago. Scorpion did it for you? I don't know. That's the thing. I take so much. I don't know. You know what you're taking? For real. Water. That guy's an asshole. Go back to that guy. There's a guy like that out there who figured out a way to make money off of people who are just either desperate or too dumb to. What are you talking about? Sorry, buddy. I didn't pay for it or something.
Now, boy Brendan is back at it again. This time he's fallen for a snake oil scam, and in true short style, he milked it for everything it's got, even going as far as to bring it up on JRE with Papa Rogan after he knew full well that the whole thing was complete bullshit. And this is all part of Brendan's latest obsession with being the strongest dad on the battlefield. Just he posted a video of his routine to Instagram saying, a lot of chatter about me these days, so here you go. Meat and potatoes, workouts, bench pull-ups, at least. That's it. No fancy kettlebell pulls, no CrossFit, no saunas, ice baths, or trendy gym workouts. Never injured, strong as hell. I go to bed at 9 p.m. and wake up at 4 a.m. During the week, I fast until 1 p.m., eat only meat, and on weekends, I'll have cheese meals at the snack shack during my son's baseball games. My only goal is to be the strongest dad at the baseball field. My pre-workout is an energy drink and a mouthful of creatine powder, super meathead style. I give all glory to Jesus and scorpion venom plus peptides. Forgot to mention on top of this, I run 2 miles every day. If you've ever wondered why his comedy career fell flat on its face, well, yet again, we have irrefutable evidence of just how far gone this guy is. And the worst part is that he's genuinely a super strong dude. He played D1 football, he was a top 10 UFC heavyweight, he towers over Joe Rogan by a whole foot at 6'4", and he weighs upwards of 240 pounds. The guy's an absolute fucking beast. That's not enough for him. He still has to brag about how strong he is. He puts everyone down around him for absolutely no reason. And at the age of 42, he's jacked up on TRT and peptides. He gets stem cell injections. He takes a bunch of unregulated nootropics and supplements. Also, he can post videos on Instagram of himself doing half reps on the bench press. But more on that later, because I've got all the clips lined up for you guys from the last 6 episodes of The Fighter Over Here. So stick around for that. To start off with, though, let's take a look at how one of Bubba's friends duped him into squirting snake oil underneath his tongue several times a day. I don't know if his buddy was trolling him or he's just genuinely a dumbass like Shaw, but this was absolutely hilarious. As usual, it starts off with a flex and ends in embarrassment. And for those of you who don't understand Shawmanese, when he says milking, he means to say milking, as in milking a cow. But he just says it differently because Papa just goes. And so after his recent bicep tear, which apparently doesn't count as an injury, Brendan was explaining to Brian on the podcast how he was able to cure it overnight using scorpion milk.
This whole arm, right? It looks big. Yeah, that's because it's swollen. Yeah, well, yeah, thank you. A friend of ours goes, you need to get rid of your love. That shit came like, oh, we didn't talk. That's like, she got scorpion, blue scorpion venom. And I go, Brenda, who's smoking scorpions? Yeah, who's smoking scorpions? And they're like, and I go, you inject it? You know, I'm all about injecting. Yeah. I couldn't play catch up. I benched the sword. You don't use your bicep for bench. Scorpion venom, is it real venom? Oh, yeah. And they sent me videos of them milking these little scorpions. And they're, I think it's the DR, they're only, it's a special kind, because you can't get that fat Arizona scorpion. That ain't going to work. That's why these blue scorpions into DR. Making real scorpion venom. You're putting it under your tongue. Yeah. That's so interesting. How'd they figure that out? They started milking the scorpion. Yeah, I was like, yeah, I got the whole thing. They're showing me how they put it into four. I don't have the video. The guy was showing me next on. They put it in like the 4 sections. So they milk, rotate, milk, and they just keep going. Yeah, dude, someone's milking a goddamn tiny scorpion. They can be cheap. Yeah, I wonder if this is placebo or if this is real. That's what I want. I'm also on
So just in case you missed the graphic that Chin pulled up on screen there, Blue Scorpion Snake Oil costs $299 per month as a subscription. Seriously, the amount of shit these guys take and how expensive it is absolutely boggles the mind. That was like watching an 8-year-old kid brag into his buddies at school about what he did on the weekend. And of course, he had to slip in that bit about not being able to hold up the baseball glove for his son, just to remind everyone that he's the world's greatest baseball dad, strongest too. But thank God for Brian Callen, because if it weren't for him, we'd be none the wiser. He called bullshit straight away and found that it was a massive scam within a couple of minutes of Googling. I've noticed that Brian's pushing back against Shaw more and more since the move to Austin. He's got an exit strategy now, so he looks like less inclined to put up with Bubba's endless bullshit. Also looks more relaxed and happy than he ever did over the last couple of years. I mean, let's not get carried away here. He hasn't completely beaten the allegations, but having a strategy for life after Brandon is a winning move in my opinion. I can even see a tell-all book on the horizon about how he survived some of the darkest years of his life. I mean, he was literally out at one point. Anyway, once Chin pulled up an article breaking down Scorpion snake oil scam, it was all downhill for our boy Bubba.
Experts from around the world have been traveling to Cuba, blah, blah, blah. Studied infectious venom on some 10,000 people with companies published from this research, which means therefore. This man did, however, become so great that Labiofam had to change its tactics and could not supply it with venom. Venom produced a homeopathic version of the venom. That means it's not, it's a homeopathic version of the venom. Under the name Vitatox, the homeopathic version is now sold to Cubans for 4 cents and foreigners for $220. It's not backed by Cuba's regulatory Bureau of Health Protection. All we have are some anecdotes that are impossible to confirm. In the meantime, practitioners in several countries are offering venom treatment to desperate people. Do you know what you're taking? Real water. Why? Because that guy's an. Go back to that. Go back to that guy. You're so full of it, dude. We should call him Harut Tovmasyan. Like, dude, what are you saying? Hold on. So, let me just see. Let me go back. I just want to see what because he's saying that. I can agree.
It's derived from venom of a Caribbean blue scorpion. It's composed of a complex mixture of peptides, amino acids, and minerals.
It is a highly diluted homeopathic. Okay, guys, what that means, there's no venom in it. God, that's so bad. It sounds cool. It's that guy. Who's that guy? That's oh, God. Yeah, there's a guy like that out there who figures out a way to make money off of people who are just either desperate or too dumb to know difference.
What are you talking about?
It's not to pay for it.
Yeah. Brian knew exactly what he was doing. Like I said, he's got a safety net down in Boston. Now that he's closer to his old friend Joe Rogan, and Brendan knows it. But seeing Brendan fall for a scam all time is an absolute peach delight. And it wasn't as if he was curious or ambivalent at doing a lick of research, just because he thought it sounded cool to say that he squirts scorpion milk under his tongue 4 times a day. And if you notice the date in those clips, that was actually last month on March 18th to be exact. So 4 days later, here on the Joe Rogan Experience, fighting with Eddie Bravo and Gordon Ross, where he would randomly bring up his bicep and miracle snake oil cure, even after he knew full well that the whole thing was a scam. Just to remind you, if you didn't hear it, that company sells this stuff in Cuba for cents and marks it up to $200 to sell in the United States. Now that's some solid business shocking right there.
How are your shoulders? Yeah, and yours? Good shoulders? Good shoulders. I tore my bicep. Did you get it fixed or no? Nah, man. You don't have to get it fixed. Is it small tear? Yeah, it's small tear. Oh, I just been injected. PPC. Yeah, name something. Just start taking blue scorpion venom. Yeah, some scorpion. Some venom. I should name something. Brand name is Venom. Or actions of blue venom, they take venom and from peptides from a scorpion. What's the name place? Yeah, they milk scorpions done. I could have lived 3 weeks ago. No scorpion did it for you? I don't know. That's the thing. I take so much. I don't know. Something's working. Something's working. This week, no problems. What is the scorpion stuff supposed to be? Like there's all sorts of history. Really? Yeah, on the muscle you put it under your tongue. Yeah, you put it under your tongue. Every morning, every night. And I'm like, wow, double. Is there a side effect to it? Yeah, being feeling healthy. Does it make you feel great? Oh yeah, I feel great. Wow, but you're doing a lot of stuff. That's the thing. I don't know. That's like when I stumbled upon was it methanol blue? That's not how you say it. What is the actual methylene? Methylene. Dude, it's on me all the time. Do you want something? Yeah, I take creatine for neurological reasons and for muscle recovery. Yeah. And then I'm taking so many nootropics, I feel like I leveled out. And then someone recommended this methanol blue, methylene blue. 3 or 4 times a day? Yeah, I know I'm supposed to do it 1 a day. How do we know? Yeah, that's what's diesel sucks. You're like a test rat. Yeah. How do we know? Yeah. When it doesn't work, I think so. Probably. Yeah. Something's working. One of them's got full combos working. One of them's good.
The look on Gordon Ryan and Eddie Bravo's faces at the end there was the best part for me. And can I just say, we all know Brendan's a massive fucking idiot. But a part of me kind of felt happy for him just to see him in his element, cracking up his North Star in Joe Rogan, kicking it with the boys. Jamie disabled the live chat before they jumped on, so he didn't have to worry about getting roasted by the internet. And I can't help but feel that he leads such a miserable life full of reaction and rejection, always getting shit on by the internet. But in that single moment right there when he got Rogan to laugh and then leaned into it more and more just to keep it going for that little bit longer, it tugs at the heartstrings, you know? It's like going fishing with your dad for the first time. You hook on a massive fish, you start, and when it gets to the side of the boat, your dad bends down and scoops it out with a net. And in that moment, you see the look on his face and you think to yourself, you know what, maybe it wasn't my fault that he left us to start a new family once I moved over. Anyway, I really got to stop drinking before I record this shit. And so after Brendan's embarrassing yet entertaining snake oil scam, he moved on to his next obsession, which is bench pressing 225 pounds. It all started with a visit to the now infamous Waste Well, the health clinic that services the top 250 down in Austin. Now, while you're watching this, make sure you don't forget Brendan's Instagram post. He never gets injured. With the TRT, peptides, scorpion milk, and nootropics. Now our boy is onto stem cell therapy.
Waste wells up, bro. And so you know what I'm saying? Like, and they'll hook you up with peptides and all that stuff. Dude, I made placebo. I was like, they're like, what's wrong with you? I'm like, I think just structurally, like, because all the pounding, it's just kind of fucked up. Yeah, they shared it. And on the plane, and you showed the plane, my knee was working. My knee is 100%. I ran this morning, really? Is there like a fox? Now they said it would take 4 to 6 weeks to see a benefit. I don't know if it's just whatever they looked it up and also have pain in a few days. I'm telling you. They shot it with an A and they give you a skin infection. That's from my own. It's tears in here, and then you'll be fine. Yeah, I'll be fine. Yeah, it'll what? 100%.
So now the stem cells fix the tears and his biceps couldn't cry. Actually, now that I think about it, it actually checks out. But now that he's cured all of his injuries, Bubba decided it was time to hit the bench. And like I said earlier on, it's obvious that Brendan's strong. He can clearly bench 225 for reps without any assistance, but fuck me dead, what's with the half reps, dude? I don't know if it's an American thing or even just a football thing, but where I'm from, most of his reps wouldn't count, and you can tell that it's not hard for him. After he's punched out a dozen or so reps, he slows down and goes full range, so he can clearly do it, right? But Schwab's obsessed with being the best and breaking his own imaginary record of 40 reps, even though absolutely nobody gives a fuck, and nobody asked him for this. He literally brought it up on every single episode in the last month.
That benching is it's ridiculous. I've shown that to people who are like, Jesus Christ. So good. Yeah, because Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, that's crazy strong. People are doing that fully extending. I'm like, oh, you don't think I can do that? Oh, so this is what I posted. Out of bed, no warm up, didn't run my mouse because I want to do it after with my knee. Yeah, just to see how it feels. No warm up, nothing. But 225 and just 20, easy as pie. Wow, full extension. What do you just as a warm up? I'm doing some CrossFit kind of stuff. Do you not have bench? So, okay, so I haven't. So my chest is sloping. I ate too much this morning. Back. Did you do 37? Did you do 225? 35 and a half. 225, 35 and a half. 35 and a half. At the end of my workout. At the end of your workout, it was deadlift day, pull up day. And I thought, you know what? 25. And I don't use spotters. I think spotters are so I did 225. You can do one pull up. Can you bench 5? I can bench a lot better than you can. I didn't ask that. What's like 25? You look like you can do a pull up, right? You should be doing 10. I should be able to at least one. But have you ever looked at this? How many men bench 225 at all? It's like less than 1%.
200 or 210, I think. 220.
Yeah, 220 is the market, but it's difficult to get an exact global location because sweep is out there. It says approximately 1.2 Americans can bet 225. It's not many, which was surprising to me. I'm not even trying to be smart here. It's just a standard since high school. I feel like we made fun of you.
Yeah, we can work, even somebody like me can work up to that, but it's a lot.
Yeah, most of our guys get
Nice. What's your boots, dude? What's up with your boots? Are those Danner boots?
I don't know who Jeffrey Dahmer is, but these are Brun boots.
They're what?
They're small tortoise shell Brun. Brun, dude, they sent them. I've had them for a while. You would love them. Because the inside is so comfortable. They feel like my Jordans.
They're a sponsor?
Yeah.
Where's my spare?
They don't do a thing themselves.
What do you mean?
Because they go, you can only wear these boots if you bench over 225.
I bench, man.
Dude, bring up the thing our boy Catherwood just posted.
Shut up, freak. He puts up videos of him just... Yeah, I comment. You know what I'm talking about, right? And I DM you. Shut up, freak.
So then I did 225 this morning 34 times. So I'm 6 off of my ultimate goal. How many times? 36. But I just gotta get this bicep back. 100, and I think the 4 I cranked out.
That's a lot of. See, you did 34 times.
I'm 36. I did 36. I'm 4 off.
You did 36
this morning. I'm 4 off.
That is a lot of weight.
I know.
I mean, that's pretty.
Who knew that Brendan Schaub would go full Burt Kreischer this year? When Brian Callen finally leaves Brendan for that fat mothership check, and Tom Segura finally milks the last drop of scorpion milk from Burt Kreischer's teats, Bubba and Bart seriously need to join forces and start their own podcast. I'd honestly trip over myself to watch that every week. Just imagine the conversation. Brendan would start bragging about how he's the best baseball dad in the world. Then Burt will try and one-up him with the story about his daughter's period party, and then Bubba will challenge Burt to a push-up competition. And so they'll both end up on the floor doing half reps until failure. Maybe Burt can get Brendan back on the bottle for some real laughs. Now we're talking. But this is also, he gets an idea in his head and goes full redact with it. And don't get me wrong, I think it's a good thing for him at the age of 42 to be training towards them for his own personal health and well-being. He inspires some of his redacted audience to get into shape as well. Guys on everything under the sun. How is that an achievement? He was born with great genetics and he's on a fair worth of steroids, peptides, and supplements so that he push out half reps on Instagram for a weight that he can easily do proper reps with. If that's the most Brendan Schaub thing you've ever heard, I don't know what is. Actually, no, I stand corrected. Losing a 3-year lawsuit to a degenerate live streamer no one's ever heard of after falsely confusing Bobby Lee of trying to sabotage his marriage is the most Brendan Schaub thing you've ever heard. All this guy ever does is punch down on the people around him. In the studio, you saw him giving Brian shit for not being able to bench 225. I mean, Brian's 58 years old, and he looks pretty damn good for his age. Sure, he's got multiple families around the country, but come on, B, cut him some slack. And as for Chen, actually, fuck that guy, I can't stand him. He deserves everything he gets from Brendan. All that we're waiting for now is the Austin Podcast Studio reveal. I don't know when that's coming, but when it does, you know I'll be the first one to bring it to you. Until then, if you want to see my detailed breakdowns of all the Netflix comedy specials and all the Big Kill Tony shows, don't forget to head over to my Patreon via the link in the description. There's a bunch of other stuff on there too that you might be interested in, so go and check that out. Otherwise, make sure you subscribe to my channel here on YouTube and hit the like button while you're here. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
You got a good nose. You no homo, you have a button nose. I appreciate you put that. Doesn't he have a good nose? So does Eddie. Yeah.
333 Vader wants to know, how do you guys always keep positive, especially when any hate is going your way?
Because at the end, some people that edit these videos of these reaction videos, or the downfall of Shane Gillis or Andrew Schultz or Brendan Schaub, like, buddy, clearly you have editing skills. If you just focus on it, you have a career, dude. Like, if you did something creative where you weren't, just giving an opinion on somebody else's talent, like, dude, you can do this, man. I think they're more skilled than I do. Hard.
Yeah. I think part of it is also I just was thinking about the theory.
It's D-Day for our boy Brendan Shaw because his buddy Brian Callen has officially left the building and headed for greener pastures in Austin, Texas, leaving Bubba behind to figure some things out.
What's up, guys? As you might know, we are in the process of moving this entire operation of the Fire the Kid to Austin, Texas. Now with that, Brian decided to move way too early. I get out there, I'm right behind him, but Brian just moved way too early. So our schedule's a little here and there, and if we can't make it in the studio both at the same time, we gotta make some episodes, or we gotta give you the best of, like, this is what we're doing now. So we appreciate you guys. We're gonna do our best to give you real episodes. We're gonna get it done for the most part, but every now and then, we're gonna give you the best of. So enjoy the best of Fire the Kid.
And so in the spirit of banking episodes, The Fighter and the Kid released a question and answer podcast earlier in the week, while Brendan runs around getting his house ready for yet another open house this weekend. But the irony of doing a Q&A session reflecting on their careers and still not realizing that it's Brendan's own attitude and actions that led to their downfall and not the external factors that he's still continuing to blame is actually crazy. This whole episode was filled with the most dogshit excuses, including I got given the wrong information, I trusted the wrong people, I was going through a rough patch, and at one point he even justified his actions with the classic line, who cares? Mind you, this was all in relation to when Brendan and Brian falsely confused Bobby Lee of trying to sabotage Brendan's life in retaliation for Brendan trying to smash Bobby's girlfriend at the time, Kalila Poon, and one of her friends back to his truck after bombing on stage. And so I've dissected and decoded this train wreck of an episode using my advanced editing skills in the hope of gaining employment at Thin Boy Studios as an unpaid intern. So if you've been following their move to Texas on this channel, you may recall my theory that Brian Callen will be the net beneficiary of the move because it will bring him closer to Rogan, and he won't have to hit the road doing comedy now that he'll be able to join the top 250 assassins in the mothership green room. I also floated the idea that Brendan will attempt to resurrect his comedy career in Texas as well. However, according to the man himself, he's put the mic down for good. I'm not gonna lie, when I heard his justification for not making a comeback, I literally could not believe my ears.
Colin Sr. wants to know, Brendan, do you ever think you'll go back to comedy?
I get this all the time. I can't picture a world where I would have time to do it. That just was a few factors that go into it. A, I can already get good at stand-up. The amount of spend doing it, like Monday through Sunday. Like, you gotta realize, like, you guys saw me do comedy. Brian's been doing it for 30 years, Rose's doing it for 30, Phil's been doing it for 25, Shane Gill's been doing it for 20, and Schultz 20, Santino 20. It's all behind the 8 ball. So not only just to even touch the tip of the iceberg, I have to do so much work just to get even at any level, and I just don't have the time. So I miss the hang. Sometimes I miss certain things about it, but overall I don't miss it. And then I would miss my kids in sports. It's just not worth it. And I don't miss the travel. That was the worst part. And the late nights. Giving me by 8:30, never been healthier, never been happier. It just didn't make sense for me. I do live fire the kids every now and then. And if you make me commit to it like once a week.
Yeah, alright. First things first, the Shane Gillis guys is funny as hell. If he started comedy 20 years ago, that would mean he just turned 16 years old when he started. Brendan started doing comedy shortly after he retired from MMA, which was only a couple of years after Shane started. So technically, if Shaw had stuck with it, he'd basically be a 10-year guy by now. Instead, he dropped his first comedy special through Showtime barely a few years into his so-called comedy career, which was one of the first steps in making everyone hate him. I'll come back to this a little bit later on in the video when Brendan explains the 2 things he thinks ruined the Fighter and the Kid podcast. But to hear him finally realize what literally everyone has been saying for the last 10 years about how he sucks at comedy and needed to take a step back and actually put in the time and effort required to actually become half decent is one of the most Brendan Sharp things ever. Talk about being late to the party. Fuck my life. What a react. But like you saw in the intro, our boy Bubba isn't such a big fan of channels like this one. Not because we document his life stupidity, but because we're wasted.
333 Peter wants to know, how do you guys always keep positive, especially when any hate is thrown your way?
Because at the end of the day, when hate's thrown our way, I always laugh at this. I'm like, I spend, you know what I do all day? I spend, and this is all I've ever done, I spend all day trying to figure out ways to make people laugh. And then I do a podcast. I don't know what I'm doing that's causing, like, if you hate me, I don't know what to tell you. You know, like what are we supposed to do? Like, what are we supposed to do? You hate us?
I'll name somebody that's not like anybody we're not celebrities, but like anyone doing anything like hate's just what you sign up for. I don't know too many people that like just focus on that. If all we did focus on that, we wouldn't be here.
Yeah, I don't read comments good or bad. That's the thing. I don't know. Good comments, bad comments, I don't read because they give you the same power. If you put weight in that, you can't win with the internet.
I just come from the territory, and sometimes people are just come with you anyway. Sometimes it's fun to hate on somebody. Sometimes it's fun to kick somebody around. It's such a waste of time, though. It's just such a like some of the people that edit these videos, or, these reaction videos, or the downfall of Shane Gillis, or Andrew Schultz, or Brendan Jarrett. Like clearly, you have editing skills. If you just focus on it, you have a career, dude. Like if you did something creative, where you weren't, just giving an opinion on somebody else's talent, like dude, you can do this, man. I think God did it more skill than I do. Hard.
Child calls a child. He must have been of the opinion that a child.
I think part of also
child is thinking around with all that hard.
Man, you get it wrong a lot more than you get it right. You fail a lot more than you succeed.
But one of the reasons, like, we started a podcast, like, both of us have a lot of opinion.
Brendan shitting on reaction channels for making a career out of commenting on someone else's talent when he literally has a whole podcast dedicated to giving dog shit takes on the MMA world is peak irony even for your boy. But the best part for me is how Brendan tries to normalize the hate that he gets as simply it comes with the territory. Brendan has a subreddit dedicated to exposing his every move with almost 170,000 homeless cats. It's literally in the top 1% of subreddits. No one else is dealing with that shit but him. And this is the trend with this guy. He complains about people creating false narratives about his life, when the reality is he sits there every day running his bush mouth, spouting the most bullshit takes about everything and anything, constantly lying through his teeth about things that are easily verifiable, and then blames everyone around him when he gets called out for it. And credit to Brian Callen for leading into a lot of the hate that they get, and acknowledging that some of it's actually funny, instead of just denying and deflecting like Brendan does. But when it comes to hypocrisy, Brian and Brendan are just as bad as each other.
Some hate is good to listen to. Actually, this guy, that's good criticism. I've had people criticize me around.
Yeah, I'll give people like Shaw Blood. This way, like Shaw Blood. Quit interrupting Brian. Yeah, no doubt.
Some guy said to me, he goes, I was on Rogan a long time ago. Hey, dude, you get on there and all you do is try to show us how smart you are and how many books you read. I was like, you know what? You might be 100% right. You troll me. So there's a lot of that too. It's like, are you getting out there to promote something, or you getting out there to show off? It's just a hang. Like when you put on a special. If you're just yourself, which everyone loves, you don't have to promote anything. People go, and then you have a special. Like, God, Brian was great on that. I'll check out a special. You don't have to. I can't stand when people come on this show. Rogan, we have a short deal to have an agenda. We can smell it on a mile away. I told you this. Whenever I have to go on, people, you got to promote your stuff on Rogan. I had this. I hated so much. I hate we had an evacuation order. I looked at her and I go, I got to go do Joe's podcast and then shoot my special at the mothership, but I feel guilty about leaving you here. And she goes, what are you going to do? You can't change a tire. I got this. I was like, all right, see you later. Raise my kids. Tell my story. I'll be in Austin. Sorry about the fires.
Tell them to watch your special.
and halfway.
Tell the kids at school to watch Daddy's special.
Watch
Daddy's special.
It's
going to be good. False gods. I'm excited, man. I'm sure YouTube. Yeah, I think so. Right? YouTube's the move because you get the most views for sure. For me, then I got home. Here's the thing about football. Here's the thing about my dates. It's like it's forcing you to. I told you I'd be there. Such a relief. I said I go be. All the yourself, we all love you. Yeah, and people will. You don't have to. I'm thinking about when to put in this promotion stuff. I'm bad at it, so I'm not going to get good at it. And then when you said that, I go, I don't want to be on the road and promoting anything. I don't want to talk about it. I just want to hang. So I'm going to shoot the special, and I'm going to throw it away, and I got to start again. And just because I've done 5 specials doesn't mean it's going to be easy. 9-second quarter mile right from the street. Motherfucker. 9, that's what you need. That's what you need, Count. It's very your special kicks it, and you start selling out giant theaters. Let's go, baby. Let's get a little. That's what I'm away from looters. I don't want to do that. Like, I just don't. It's so unnatural. And I know this thing about me. I don't want to go see me when I do that. It's just not you. So when you do it, it's okay. Yeah, it's not going to do it. We don't do it anymore.
One-third. Did not grow 1/3. Rashi tells us if you try to plant that.
Again, our boy Bubba with the truckloads of copium when it comes to comedy special talk. If he has something to promote, which he doesn't, he'd be the first one to blurt it out on JRE for the world to hear. But when it comes to his buddy Brian, it's just fucking cringe. And it honestly drives me nuts that Brian has to self-publish his comedy special on YouTube because no streamers will touch him after the allegations. Not even our boy Rogan could broker a deal with Netflix for him. That's how fucking toxic he is. On a quick side note, there's nothing more American than Joe Rogan propped up on his booster seat in his Corvette, hitting 9-second quarter miles under the Texan sun. How does he reach the pedals though? Anyway, the Bobby Lee situation came up yet again, and if you ask me now what Brendan's biggest talent is, I'd definitely say his ability to butcher a narrative into the ground so badly that it's barely recognizable. I honestly have no idea what he's trying to say here, and after all that's being said and done about this, Bubba really needs to take the cue from Brian and go with his narrative instead.
Here's another question from the same person. Do you guys think you'll ever fix the relationship with Bobby Lee, and who gave you the info about Tiger Belly that caused all this?
Bobby Lee and I on text have fixed that relationship. We will. I think you'll see us together in something, in the future. And I've apologized and taken full accountability. I love him. He's a great guy. I won't go into the Tiger Belly stuff. But it's over. It's done. It was a huge mistake. And he's our boy. I love the guy. I think he's really funny. I don't want to make any excuses. I never have. I don't want to run away several times. And I throw myself on the mercy of the court.
I mean, I don't know where I would see Bobby. That'd be cool. I have no animosity towards him. I don't care. I think he's hilarious. He's so talented, but I'm sure he feels the same way. It's like my life doesn't get better if I never friends. Neither does his. He's a great guy. Yeah, I always. Whenever I still see it, he came up with the gun store. I was never that close with him. I always appreciate him. He's such a talent. He's a great podcast. You can stand up. It's not like I missed him.
I think that put him in the mix, in that mix was wrong. 100% wrong. And I was working on that information. And I take full responsibility. I don't even blame the information I got. I take full responsibility for that. I blame the information I got. For me, I always say it was the way I spoke to him. He was always my friend, always somebody I cared about. Didn't deserve any of that at all, not even a little bit. And I've not made a lot of mistakes in my life, but when I make mistakes, I've always accounted for them. And I believe a man should say, I was wrong. I fucked up. Huge learning experience. No excuses. No excuses. And I had a bad moment. I was in a bad way. I was personally and emotionally in a bad way, man.
I was at dark when I was at bad. It was bad timing. And also, I should have had in hindsight been like, what are we doing? No, we shouldn't do this. Like, we just weren't thinking. I had a million things going on. Like, whether it was or wasn't behind it, somebody that we cared about who was a good person, had nothing to do with it in the middle of it. It was outrageous. And that's my mea culpa.
But like, if it happened now, like, if we're in such a better spot, like, if somebody came to us with that same information, I'm like, it's not. It was a weird time. It was so stupid. Yeah, so stupid.
I think you'll see. I think you'll see us. They've certainly made it Bobby in the future. And indeed, I don't know what me and Bobby would do. You know, it's not like.
Hold up. The Albert Boston match.
So when Brian says who cares, I think he means that's how he should have approached the whole situation way back when it happened. As in, when he was presented with the fake 300 pages of evidence that Bobby Lee was behind the father of the kid's subreddit, he should have just said, who cares, instead of threatening violence against Bobby Lee over phone and text. I mean, are you fucking kidding me? The whole point is that you didn't say who cares, and you effectively intimidated and threatened a little Asian boy for absolutely no reason. And then he completely contradict himself in the same breath by saying, I still blame the information, not the way I reacted. So which one is it? Do you regret your behavior at the time, or do you regret being so naive as to be duped by fake evidence? Fuck me dead, now I'm falsely confused. But the icing on the cake is Brendan's answer to this next question. This perfectly encapsulates why Brendan is where he is today, and why he'll never go his way back into being the famous comedy podcaster that he always wanted to be. The delusion is strong in this one.
Mark 77 wants to know, what's one thing you would both do differently if you had to start this podcast over again?
Not the Bobby Lee stuff and listen to people.
So yeah, the time of the pregnancy
takes place. Do things different.
After he goes to years. Now, when is a woman noticeably pregnant? There's no pregnancy test that she could.
I think when Brian was going off, him taking a leave of absence was a bad idea.
That will happen.
Let me just do a show with random people. I think that was a bad idea. I think we should have, granted we need the money at the time, I think we should have put our foot down. Now, today, in 2025, you can do that once I'm champion you, right? Like, you see guys that get accused of bullshit, and everyone's like, we don't believe it. But back in 2019, when we were going through it, and I was like, B, what do you want to do? And the only way to get money was for Brian to take a leave of absence. I think it ruined the show. I think that, along with Bobby Lee stuff,
all the days.
now, I do think there's a place for us to come back, whatever that means, you know, that I would do this show for I love seeing Brian, I love you guys, I would do it for
says it's not a contradiction. You know why? You give him the test both of us.
Okay, so for those of you who don't know, when the allegations against Brian Callen from 4 different women came out in 2020 in that LA Times article, Brendan was supposedly forced to take Brian off air because otherwise advertisers weren't going to do business with him. It was a classic Me Too cancellation. And here we have Mr. Anti-Woke Anti-Cancellation openly admitting that he cancelled his own best friend for money because apparently he needed it at the time. Mind you, this was back when Brendan had one of the most successful podcasts in the world with Theo Von, getting millions of views an episode. The fake virtue signaling to his audience that he always sticks by his buddies and never gives in to cancellation is so fucking hypocritical. But the elephant in the room is that Brendan doesn't realize the real reason why the father and the kid fell off is because of him. Remember earlier on how he gave us those words of wisdom about how a return to comedy would be too late? It requires too much hard work and he's too fucking lazy to make a comeback at this point. The part he left out was that not only did he do everything too quickly and rely on his MMA fame and friendship with Joe Rogan to get his Showtime deal, but he was extremely fucking arrogant the whole time. That's what he still refuses to admit to this day. His whole attitude back then was so toxic that you can see it just by looking at photos. And it wasn't just his attitude, he actually hit back at his critics at the time, pointing out that he's rich, successful, and good looking, and they're not. Imagine trying to become a comedian and going full Karen on your audience, and then 15 years later admitting that you needed to put in the hard work to make it in comedy, and you're just not prepared to do that.
And that's not the only reason his podcast is so lazy and boring now that he just got left behind. Thanks to Papa Rogan, Brendan was an early adopter of the podcasting format and got in while it was growing exponentially. There wasn't anywhere near the amount of competition there is nowadays back then when he was getting the big view counts, but he didn't do anything with it. When Theo Von left to do his own things and figure some things out, Brendan used to make fun of him. Instead, he chose to hang out with sex pests and go down with the podcast. So his whole narrative of blaming everyone around him for feeding him false information and Brian leaving the podcast for a period of time in 2020 as the only two reasons why the podcast is ruined simply isn't the full picture. The real reason is him. And so now that Brian's officially gone to Texas, things are about to get really interesting. I stand by my prediction that once Brian gets settled at the mothership and builds a following down there, he'll start bringing home the cash, etc., etc. He will then leave the fighter and the kid. Brendan's already announced he's leaving Golden Hour. They're staying behind in LA. So once Brian's gone, he'll have 2 short shows that nobody watches and no comedy career because it's too hard. All that will be left is Bubba, the truck guy. What a fucking dumbass. Anyway, remember to check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you want to see my full review of Bert and Schultz's comedy specials. There's a bunch of other exclusive content on there as well, so check that out if you're interested. Otherwise, make sure you subscribe to my channel right here on YouTube and hit the like button while you're here. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
When or if will we ever see Theo back on the pod? What is your current relationship with him now?
I talked to Theo yesterday. He posted happy birthday. Theo's doing his thing, man. He's swamped.
He was testifying with a capital case.
I talked to Brian, so how long do you guys think you're going to fire him again? Like, why? He goes, yeah, clearly you guys don't like doing it. I never said that. He was like, what? I'm like, you're so up. Yeah, that's hilarious. Isn't that weird, though? It's kind of go strong. Isn't that weird? Yeah, I was like, oh, you're so up. Get different ideas.
They've only just announced their move to Austin, and already there's trouble in paradise. Ryan Callen's been talking shit, and it came back to Brendan, who decided to bring it up during the latest episode of The Fighter and the Kid. Instead of talking about it off camera, Brendan thought he'd make it as awkward as possible by bringing it up on their failing podcast. And gone are the days when Brendan would straight up bully Callen on camera. Now he's refined his style into a more passive-aggressive confrontation, where he drops an accusation while smiling through gritted teeth. He does the same thing with Brian's allegations. Brendan's the sole reason why everyone still knows about them, because he'll randomly bring them up to remind everyone and then mask it off by saying how funny Brian is and the allegations have ruined his life.
I have a very close friend, my best friend, who's also confused. But I'll get emotional. It drives me up, to be honest. You believe this shit, don't edit this out. I'm speaking to my car, don't like this. I'm gonna go ahead. It drives me nuts. It drives me nuts. You want to outcast him or some rules? That's what I don't. That's what upsets me. That's what makes me proud. And I'm now trying to get mad when it's proud. He's not going to lash out about it. Brian's cool. Brian goes to work. Brian's doing the road. Brian's trying to sell tickets. I'll tell you right now, I don't forget. That's not cool with me. That's why you don't see it.
The irony is, Brian's comedy career had a massive boost at the beginning of this year when he went down to Austin to record his new comedy special at Rogan's Comedy Club and sold out every show. That's the power of Rogan's celebrity. He'll drag in an average comic for a weekend and every single show will sell out fast. But not only that, Brian also did a solo episode of JRE to boost his profile, which is something our boy Bubba hasn't had the pleasure of doing since 2022, almost 3 years ago. Bear in mind that Brendan Schaub is the most frequent guest in JRE history.
I don't think about ratings. But that's why I have them. That's right. See what I'm saying? Like, it's not about ratings. Like, if you sit around thinking about the ratings, do you think you would be on?
Now,
what do you mean? Be on this show right now. I suppose I say things. How'd that come across? You didn't get it. You didn't even catch it. Oh, you fucking.
And so this move to Austin is looking like it's going to mostly benefit Brian. Instead of traveling around the country doing gigs to feed his families and pay child support, he will likely take a regular spot at the mothership, which will honestly probably pay more than his tours do, because Joe Rogan's known to be quite generous and give comedians most of the door. However, one thing we know about Brendan is that he's a shark when it comes to business. He will no doubt have massive plans to make a comedy comeback and finally get a spot on stage at the mothership as well, a place he's previously been banned from performing at. But I'll get into the rumors that Brian Callen is leaving the Fighter and the Kid in just a moment, because today I'm wearing my fresh new Business Shark tee and hoodie, which you can get exclusively from the Podcast Cringe merch store. Anyway, check out the links below or just head straight over to podcastcringe.com to get your Business Shark tee and hoodie, as well as a bunch of other exclusive designs only available from the Podcast Cringe merch store.
I like to remind you of this out there, but we can do that. A mutual friend of ours, Bailey, talked the other day. Talked to me, he goes, man, I gotta talk to Brian, so, I mean, how long do you guys think you can find again? Like, why is it clearly you guys don't like doing it? And I go,
Read it carefully enough.
you're talking to Brendan, man. It's me. He goes, yeah, I know.
That wasn't for all the
Short leash is just not doing it. I go, are you okay? Yeah, let me go through this with you.
It says,
Fighter Kid can make $0, and me and Brian would still do it. Yeah, it's never been about the money. Yeah, that's nothing to do with it. Right? He goes, really? Yeah. Oh, I just figured the vibe. Like, after talking to Brian, talking to you, I went, oh, you're so off, dude. Yes, I talk to Brian every day. Yeah. He's like, oh, I thought you only talked to me in the studio.
Okay.
I said, dude, I can't tell you how off you are. He goes, really? Yeah, I'll tell you up there. I said, you're either taking what I'm saying out of context or what Brian's out of context. I said,
we're not talking enthusiastic because we're.
I said, I can't emphasize it. Or maybe when he's talking to us, there's just issues, maybe. I don't know.
I never said that.
He was like, what? I'm like, you're so off.
Yeah, that's hilarious. We're going to Austin together. Dude.
Yeah, I said, Brian bought the house before me. I never thought he was going to go. He bought the house before I did.
Yeah. Now we're doing
both houses. Yeah.
it's going to go strong.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
I was like, you're so off. Yeah. Weird.
The woman has this relationship with her son, her child.
Okay, this is actually fucking crazy. There is so much loaded in there. Basically, there are two options in my opinion. The first one is Brian has been talking shit about Brendan and the podcast, and as usual, our boy Bubba is the 12th man on the deal team and has to find out from somebody else about personal matters like this one. Alternatively, Brian and Brendan's mutual friend was trolling Brendan. I think both options are equally valid. I've honestly heard it both ways. If you ask me, though, I'd say that Brian's been hinting to people that he's going to part ways with Brendan, depending on how things go down in Austin. And there's something that Brendan said there that makes me think that. I didn't realize that Brian was the first one to buy a place down there. I think a lot of us were thinking that Brendan was going to be more keen to move than Brian was, and Brian would either need a lot of convincing or would just end up staying back in LA. See, Brian's made a career out of being a Hollywood extra, as well as doing stand-up comedy, and the options are going to be limited when he moves to Texas. However, like I was saying earlier, it makes sense that Brian has a massive opportunity to resurrect his comedy career at Rogan's Comedy Club, given that they've been friends for decades. There's one more thing that I just can't get past. Brendan saying that they'll keep doing the podcast even if it's making $0 is absolutely wild. That right there just proves that somebody else is bankrolling this whole operation. How is it even possible to pay several staff as well as Brian's monthly appearance fee with $0 coming through the door? You guys know my theory. His dad, Peter Schaub, is keeping the lights on and covering the bills as a tax write-off and to keep his boy busy and out of trouble. But there's no way to know that for sure. I mean, I've also speculated that Brendan secretly isn't getting paid for doing ad reads. He's just doing them to keep up appearances and be like his buddies. Just take a look at how he throws one of his sponsors under the bus by admitting his gums are wrecked from sucking on too many nicotine pouches.
Before I get to Texas, I gotta go I would have some more than this team, but I have to go under. Yeah, I'd have to be knocked out. I don't know. Yeah. I can't touch anything. Nothing but sugar.
Because they're
Can't eat sugar. I can't eat sugar.
This woman is
because it's
You're so sensitive. Oh, buddy. Really? Oh, buddy. Like, wow. Like pain to my knees.
What?
Yeah,
Number
but I
one is
don't have touch sugar right here. Man,
daughter
that's
of
really
Aaliyah.
There's those that's in those cavities. People always get cavities, or is it?
Yeah.
That's in those cavities. Is it hurt on the outside too? Like it's not just on the sensor where I do my nicotine, like the gums are all.
Son of
Yeah,
Aaliyah,
do a ton.
son of
You have to put me under like you're banging a tiger.
No, they can give you Novocaine, can't they?
No. I can't do that. No, I can't be awake if you touch my mouth. But you ever had a dog that has a paw trying to touch it? Yeah, it's in my teeth. Oh, it's 240 grams. You touch my teeth. Here's the thing. I get anxiety even walking into the den.
The big old T-shirt. So I don't know how his sponsor Rogue would feel about Brendan saying a product that he's the ambassador for fucked up his gums. That's the kind of thing they probably don't want Bubba advertising. Stick to the script, B. Thank you. Well, let's get back to this move to Austin because this is going to actually be really interesting. We know this time last year, Brendan announced he was quitting comedy to focus on being a baseball dad and to be a home more for his sick daughter at the time. However, just a few earlier, he divulged the real reason why the comedy scene in LA had become so unwelcoming towards him.
I feel like Joe Rogan really like shifted the mindset in comedy of like we're not against each other, we're really together. We can like a rising tide can lift all boats. It seems to be like the tip of the spear on that.
And they took that and shipped it to Austin, so it's the same philosophy out there in Austin, but now it is like Game of Thrones, because the king's head and the guy's head cut off. My head cut off, he moved to Austin. Now it's back to the survival of the fittest. Just fine.
Now what happened is,
I'm down, but it was a better time.
How was it different?
People applaud.
It's just, you had a guy at that magnitude going, this is how we do it. We respect everybody. We support each other in every way possible. On this podcast, put each other on shows. This is how we do it.
In 70 years.
People are, I guess, even if they didn't want it, like, that's what I got to do. If that's what the guy says, and that's how he carries himself, we're going to do the same. So it was just more of a time. Then he leaves, and that kind of standard's gone. And, I think, you still get the big boy, Tito, Bob Bad Friends, got Brooke Kreischer, just a zone. Segura's gone, Dio's gone, Middleton now, right? So it's just kind of everyone spread to that kind of, those kind of spoken rules are gone. Which is, I'm down for the lawlessness of town. I'm down for that. I'll survive that, but it's just not as fun.
As fate would have it, Bubba wouldn't be able to survive the LA comedy scene without Papa Rogan to get him through the door every night. That's why I'm so interested to see what happens when they head down to Austin. We know that Rogan had a talk with Shaw and explained to him that he's not a headliner yet, and he has to put in the work of his act before Rogan will put him on stage. We've also heard Rogan deflect responsibility for bookings onto Adam Beagett, who takes care of all of the bookings at the mothership. But now that Brendan hasn't been on stage for over a year, he hasn't been working on his craft or putting in the hours on stage to make it into the elite top 50 group of comedy assassins, how will Joe Rogan deal with Bubba's constant pestering and nagging to put him on, especially if Brian's got a regular spot? If things go the way I think they will, Brian eventually won't need the monthly paycheck from Brendan's dad, and Brendan will be stuck with a dead podcast and a dead comedy career. First it was Theo Von, and now it's looking like Brian Callen will be figuring some stuff out. And it doesn't help that Brendan's completely innumerable.
Way bigger now that he's on his own, yeah. Way bigger.
He's so good. He sounds admirable. He's a super nice guy. He knows exactly why he stands where he stands. Like he's really thought out every position. So he's not a liar.
He was a little weird when when he was on Fox, he was pushing the agenda, but then when he went on his own, I'm like, yeah, well, towards the end of Fox, towards the end of his run, he was like the only guy on the news talking about real shit. And and talking about things that were very controversial and people did not want to talk about. That's why they fired him. He was at the top. So a lot of different things. There was multiple different. I mean, it was no one was happy. There were multiple conflicts in it. God, but yeah, it's at this point, it's a weird medium because there's too many commercials. You have to watch it at the time that it's on. Yeah, advertising. It's all pharmaceutical companies. It's just too hard.
So I actually went and looked this up. In the past week, Fox News averaged 2.8 million viewers per night, and CNN averaged 500,000 viewers per night. Compare that to the Fighter and the Kid's 900,000 views for the past 30 days, and Fox News does more than 3 times the views that Brendan does in a month in just one night, and CNN isn't too far behind. Why Brendan makes shit up like that when it's easily verifiable will never cease to amaze me, but it makes more and more sense why Rogan tells Jamie to disable the live chat on Fight Companions. And Brendan's clearly nervous about this move. It seems like he was a bit quick to pull the trigger on the move, and now he's getting cold feet.
How do you feel about that? No, it's getting real. I told my parents yesterday. I was like, I did get a call from your dad. I know. Was he crying? No, he's like, I can't wait to get out of here. No, everyone's cool with that. Yeah, like I said, I got pushback from anyone. So a few people expected, but for the most part, it was snow. I don't have a wife, I don't have kids. Like, this is like the best time to give it a shot. So I'm any pushback on your friends or family? Most people I can't believe you. Yeah, that's right. Probably 18 from the old. Like, I can't believe Brian's now. I can't believe Brian's going. Yeah, man. Come on, man. Let's go.
Yeah, Brian's 100% been talking shit behind Brendan's back. He's got a plan, and I'm totally fucking here for it. Now, you guys know I don't like to be cynical, and I never make assumptions or create my own narratives. Seriously, who the fuck keeps adding shit to my scripts? Sorry. Anyway, apparently Texas has much looser family laws and actually caps monthly child support payments at $2,760 for 3 kids. I mean, everything helps, right?
New Austin look, dude. Your hair has that cowboy hat, and I fix my teeth. Oh, dude. And your wife did abortion for that kid search history, dude. My only issue with all of it with the years, I think you have to figure out the studio, all this. Figure all that out there. The kids are stoked, but I just don't think they realize the magnitude. They don't yet. But they'll get, kids do, especially boys. But they adapt this quick. Especially all the finest teams, stuff like that. They could end the season. May, so after that, they'll get you some Tesla. You'll be driving around with me. It's going to be great. Yeah, I'm excited. I can't wait. A new journey, a new chapter. I can't
Okay, is it just me, or was the whole vibe of this podcast fucking weird? It's like everyone in that studio has Stockholm Syndrome. Brian sits there like a hostage, nodding and smiling, picking away at his hands, while Brendan looks around, forcing everyone to laugh at his shit jokes. It'll be interesting to see how much money Brendan's dad puts into the new podcast studio down in Texas. Maybe Papa Rogan can lease them some space for cheap in one of his warehouses or something. But honestly, at this point, they should really downsize everything and do it at a Brendan's house or something. Tiger Belly does way better numbers, and it's all running at Bobby Lee's garage. Either way, it's going to be an interesting few months to see how it all pans out. Like I said, I've got my money on Callum coming out of this in a better position than he's in now, and Brendan will no doubt continue to redefine rock bottom. The guy would survive a nuclear holocaust. Anyway, make sure you check out the links below, or just head straight over to podcastbridge.com and check out all my new merch designs. Otherwise, sign up to my Patreon via the link in the description for my longer form uncensored content. And don't forget to like this video and subscribe to my channel on YouTube while you're here. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
She might be my type, because I'm not guys. I'm a veteran. I would beat the shit out of me. Yeah, but you're 280 pounds. Just said I'd be scared of her. Not you, me. Ryan. Oh, that's why I said that.
Not because Shane was actually older.
Which comedians was he? No, when he said your friends aren't funny. I don't know. Not to make it awkward. Listen, he said that. Is that your shirt? Try fast talking ass. Bro, where are you keeping on? I don't know if you like that stuff. I like those. I like the way it looks. What does it say in the back? Anti-electric vehicle club. Oh, there you go. What makes you drive in your truck here in electric vehicle? I just answered that. I asked for the GT.
Brendan Schaub's comeback tour has finally kicked off for 2025 with an appearance on the latest JRE fight companion for UFC 312. He was joined by registered sex offender Brian Callen and former UFC welterweight champion turned top 250 comedy assassin Matt Serra. Seriously, the funniest guy in the room is a 5'6" bald dude on TRT with violence in his DNA. You know there's something going wrong. And I'm not talking about Rogan here either. By far the funniest thing about Rogan's live streams is how Jamie has turned off the live chat. There's absolutely zero doubt in my mind that it's mostly to do with the fact that everywhere on the internet Brendan goes, he gets trolled in the comments. Even after the stream was finished and Jamie took it down to edit a few bits out before uploading it as a video, the comment section was going hard. Love how Brendan Schaub can be so wrong so often with confidence. Schaub's self-awareness is almost as good as his MMA career. Always love listening to Brendan talk like an expert, then be wrong about everything. Brendan's podcast logic. 1. Agree with the person talking. 2. Repeat person talking. 3. Number 1. It's a good vibe with 3 comedians and Brendan Schaub. Schaub is so bad, and he's moving to Austin to be closer to Daddy Joe. Yep, that's right. Brendan confirmed in this episode that he is in fact moving to Austin. More on that later though, because seeing Rogan and his buddies getting so worked up over the comment section is some of the funniest shit you'll ever see. When it comes to interacting with their fans, nobody comes close to being as sensitive as these green room murderers. Remember last year when Brian Simpson just wanted to see what the internet thought about the controversial split decision between Gamrot and Dan Hooker at UFC 305 that got absolutely shut down by Rogan Hinchcliffe and Brendan Schaub.
Split decision. I don't do live comments. What? What are you doing with this stuff? I want you to. Let's be the people in the room. Let's not connect with folks outside that have nothing to do with us.
You're watching us on YouTube.
Yeah, what are you doing?
I'm just keeping up with the zeitgeist.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. I want there's 3 other people in the room, and we're also on YouTube. No.
Were you just watching you on YouTube right now?
Bro, this is ridiculous.
You want a mirror or something?
Look, guys, we're not making too much of this. Let's just see who agreed with you.
You're about to be watching you.
Don't ever let them know you're doing that either. It doesn't matter. It's like you're dealing with crazy people.
Yeah, you'll stay as famous as you are.
Also, you're doing it while you just hang out. What was your take on it? What I missed?
I was right. 1, 2, 3. Split decision though.
Yes, it's split.
4 years. So now we know that
I actually agree with Rogan about staying in the conversation. It is kind of weird to have your laptop out while you're on JRE on a live stream to read the live chat. You could have just asked Jamie to check what people were saying on Twitter or whatever. But the cope from Rogan and Tony calling their fans mentally ill and crazy is so fucking wild. These guys will sell anything and everything to their fans with a straight face. But when it comes to the live chat and comment section, all of a sudden their fans are crazy people who should not be heard under any circumstances. And heaven forbid their fans know that they read any of their comments. Like Tony said, you're not going to get famous if you read the comments. It's all about dick riding Rogan to fame and fortune while ignoring the people who got you there. And speaking of dick riding Rogan, did you hear Brendan the Parrot Schaub agreeing with everything Rogan was saying, as if he isn't the most hated man on the internet? I don't know if you guys have heard or not, but Brendan's back in charge of his socials. Papa will take it from here, B. Like I was saying, though, on the latest JRE fight companion, the funniest guy in the room was Matt Serra. And for the first time since it happened just over a year ago, finally someone brought up Cat Williams talking shit about Rogan, and he's never been funny buddies to his face. Honestly, when Matt blurted this out, I pricked up almost instantly. I've been waiting for someone to say this for so long, and Rogan's response was some of the biggest cope I've ever seen on an episode of JRE.
Which comedians was he shitting on when he said your friends aren't funny?
I don't know.
Not to make it awkward.
Listen, he
Why
said
would
that.
he do that?
He said that because he thought for some crazy reason that I didn't want to have him on, like somehow or another, that he would be showing up people or something, like because he's so good. Maybe he thought that because he's isolated. That's not even. He doesn't know me that well. The first time I met him was in the studio.
Yeah.
I love Cat Williams. I've always been a fan. He's so wild, and I've actually taken advice from him. There's 2 pieces of advice that I took from an interview that he did once, and I use to this day. One, he said, I never eat before a show. He said, don't eat, because I want to be hungry. Better off being hungry, my brain works better. And then 2, he said, I have a music playlist that I make that just gets me in the mood to do a show. I'm like, that's a good idea. The green playlist that we have on Spotify, that's all the songs. It's like 35 hours.
It's smart.
Yeah.
You should do. That's what athletes do.
It was a smart thing. I was like, why don't I do that? Like, that makes sense. Like, you want to turn it into a little bit of a party. You get that music going, it feels good. Like we do with the green room with the mothership. Get that music going, everybody's having fun.
So basically, Rogan's response was, I don't know, I love Cat Williams. Great guy, never met him. Rogan asked him who Cat Williams was talking about when he said he's been pushing the same 6 never been funny comedians, and Rogan's answer was, I don't eat before shows anymore and I listen to music. He even dragged the sacred green room into the mix as well. And fuck me dead, out of the 10,000 hours of Brendan Shaw podcasting I've listened to, I've never heard such crisp silence from your boy. Bumper and Brian got real quiet for a minute there. But for someone who insists on promoting dogshit comedians in America on his podcast, Rogan hates it when any of them get their flowers when he's in the room. See, Rogan's the John Wick of comedy assassins. He's the queen bee of the hive, the tallest, funniest comedian alive. So when Matt was passing on a compliment to Brian Callen, Rogan changed the subject real quick.
I want to give you a compliment. Longo, who doesn't give compliments? I don't know if he saw you, but he said, I was dying the whole time, dying. You killed him.
Yeah. I love it. This guy's the stress factor. Yeah, Matthew's up very high on this kid. He's very, very high on this kid.
Rogan and Callen have been friends since the 90s, but man, Rogan likes to shut him down. Imagine if that were Shane Gillis. He'd be giggling and smiling like a high school, crushing over the quarterback. And I've heard people say this so many times. Schaub and Callen must have something over Rogan to keep getting invited back on for the Fight Companions. I mean, Brian even made an appearance on JRE a couple of weeks ago to promote his comedy Mothership appearance and the recording of his latest comedy special. So they must have a compromising video or 300 pages of evidence or something to keep getting the royal treatment from Rogan. And just in case you didn't know, Brendan Schaub is the most frequent guest in JRE history. Brian Callen's also in the top 5 most frequent guests, yet in almost every single Fight Companion, they're the weakest link, and Rogan lets them know it too.
I remember Matt Serra when he fought Matt Hughes. And Matt Serra dropped him.
And I did drop him. Let's talk about that.
I
wanted, every time I hear him say it, it was a headbutt. My head hit him. The head connected. He was still standing.
Look at that head.
It's a head. My head.
I said that head hit Tower 7. That's how the thing collapsed.
When my head touched his chin, my hand went.
Yes. That was ball. That was certainly ball. But it was definitely your head hit him first.
Yeah, but you couldn't even try to
say that. Look, Matt, you always had crazy about it.
He went through a lot.
He did go. He's coming back. He looks really good.
Who's coming back?
Matt Serra. No, I don't mean fighting. No. I mean coming back from his injury. Matt Hughes got hit by a tree, you know, and so his recovery. No. His car stalled out or something. I don't know what happened.
But it's depressing.
I don't know what happened.
Either way, son.
What are you talking? What the?
I'm not sure.
Jesus Christ!
Track like it's 22 times.
Maybe he had some information on NASA.
There's a massive opportunity for Rogan to have some awesome guests on his Fight Companions, like ex-fighters or even former MMA referees. Instead, we get 2 fucking degenerates who can't seem to capitalize on the Rogan bump. It's insane how shit their podcast numbers are, especially Brendan's solo Schaub show, where he speaks into a microphone all alone in a studio, looking into a camera with nobody on the other side. And speaking of, let's get to Brendan being an absolute fucking dumbass. And let me just say up front, I get it. Brendan cops a lot of shit. Some people think it's bullying. For me, I see it as a public service. In fact, even the first judge in his lawsuit who ruled against him in the lower court described videos shitting on Brendan Shaw as being heavily in the public interest. Thank him be. But the thing that people seem to forget is that your boy does it to himself. He tries to attack or go hard on someone, but it always ends up backfiring on him. I mean, on what planet did Bubba think it would be a good idea to call someone out for being a poser? Bro lives in the glassiest of houses.
I was busted up on his right eyebrow. Yeah. Joe, you know, it was one of my favorite moments when you guys, when you had Zuckerberg on, and he goes, I hunt. Oh, no. I went like this, yes. What does he hunt? I went, yes. He goes, and then my favorite was, I bow hunt. I went, thank you. I love it. I saw Joe go. I saw Joe go. Do you? No, I heard him bow to you. I think he did. He just forgot his bow. I would never forget my bow. But I'm a fanatic. Like, I shoot archery every day. Yeah, they should shoot bows and arrows. Yeah, he does. There's a video of him. He has. No. He definitely has. Laser tag. He definitely hunts pigs. He lives on an island. He has an island in Kauai that's infested with wild pigs. He does hunt them. I've seen videos of him doing it. It's just, someone gives him a bow. He doesn't look at it. He doesn't care.
Rogan was real quick to defend his billionaire oligarch. I'll come back to shitting on Brendan in just a moment, but he was right. When Zuck 2.0 tried to bring up his bow hunting exploits with Rogan, it ended up falling flat on its face, which honestly, I'm here for. These are the JRE moments I enjoy the most, when the rich and famous elite corporate overlords come onto JRE to reinvent their image, but mess it up completely.
You do wind up eating that meat from the animal, and you were there while the animal died. Like, you put it all together. Like, oh, this is where meat comes from. Yeah. Which is another reason why things have become sort of emasculated, because that energy is not necessary anymore to acquire meat. Actually pull the trigger, kill the animal yourself, cut it up, butcher it, cook it. You knew what you were doing.
Yeah. Well, my favorite is bow and arrow. Mm-hmm. And that's, I think, like the most, that feels like the most kind of sporting version of it.
Yeah, if you want to put it that way. Yeah. I mean, you're just trying to get meat, it's not the most effective. The most effective is certainly a rifle.
Yeah, no, I mostly use a rifle just because it's so much more efficient. Your conversion rate is so much higher, but it's but yeah, what kind of bow do you have? Gosh, I didn't get to do it this season, but
do you know the company that makes it?
Not off the top of my head. I don't know if you have to know.
Yeah, no, this is embarrassing.
I can get you hooked up. Yeah, I think it's like just a compound bow that I got strung to my draw length.
Did you get someone to coach you?
Yeah.
Who coached you?
It's basically a bunch of the guys who help run security around the range.
Okay.
Bro was planning that moment for months, only to come on and completely bomb. Someone definitely got fired over that one. But now that Dana White's on the board of Meta, Joe's got to bend over and let Zuck have his way with him, to support the cause. However, we can't let Brendan off the hook here, because later on in the past, he would also become a bomb expert when he tried to flex his hatred of electric vehicles on Rogan, completely forgetting that Rogan had just taken delivery of a custom Tesla Model S. And just like Zuck, Brendan had been waiting for this moment for months. Finally, Rogan acknowledged his shitty little YouTube channel that hasn't broken 10k subscribers, called Drive Fast All Gas. Well, it actually started out as Toontown, but Brendan allegedly received a cease and assist from Disney, so he changed the name to Drive Fast All Gas, which makes more sense when you read it as an acronym.
Is that your shirt? Drive Fast All Gas? Bro, where's mine? I don't know. You drove my Tesla. I like those. I like the way it looks. What does it say in the back? Anti-electric vehicle club?
You're electric vehicle. I'm a little jealous. I'm not in the car.
Like I was telling you at dinner, my thing was I'm so angry at Newsom trying to ban combustion engines. I had so much anger, but now I'm moving to Austin. It's kind of believable. Good. Tesla's got a factory here. I know. Get yourself one. Get yourself a Cybertruck and put the Fighter and the Kid logo all over. Just drive around town like a mini riot.
Let's go, baby.
There you go. Confirmation from the man himself that he's moving to Austin. Say less. Our predictions from my post last week, one by one, all of the above will happen. But like Brian was just there, Rogan recently took delivery of a custom-tuned Tesla Model S from Unplugged Performance, and in another gift from Internet Gods, they decided to make a little video of them delivering the car to Rogan's house, but they were so focused on Rogan that they forgot to show us the car. I feel like I'm watching a guy trying to sell a car and the buyer isn't completely sold. Why is cameraman more focused on Joe's legs than the car? The cameraman is definitely getting replaced after all them comments. Terrible cameraman. Next time, give us a clear 360 of the car, please. I felt it was needed in the video, and we never got it. The build and the whole reveal has been a mess. Show off the damn car and all the parts, and hire a proper social media manager for fuck's sake. Joe's legs are made out of carbon fiber. And so after getting roasted for fangirling over Rogan's legs, they ended up posting a comment addressing all the backlash. We appreciate the constructive criticism on wanting more footage of the car in a 360 view. The last thing we want to do is not showcase Joe's epic custom build as fully as possible. We have more footage and will release another edit that shows the car more clearly. As a response to the comment requests, we'll 60 capture of our future videos. For this particular video, we shot with Joe in one take quite rapidly, so as a result, the content capture with Joe was raw and imperfect, yet still greatly enjoyable to us. We hope to our viewers too. Okay, seriously, who the fuck wrote that? That sounds like something out of a dry fart or gas video. And why is Bubba promoting his car brand when the last time he posted was over 4 months ago? What are we doing here, B? But in all honesty, I'm so ready for Brendan's Austin, Texas arc. If you thought Tony Hinchcliffe's boots were cringe, wait until you see Bubba when he settles into his new digs up the road from Papa Rogan. He's going to become a gun expert, buy a Cybertruck, and try to pierce it with a bow and arrow. Him and Chin will start posting barbecue videos. Oh man, it's going to be a peach's delight. Just don't ask Bubba to point out where Texas is on a map.
You're the first one to make arguers in the finish. Well, also, he's trying to make a name for himself, and he's in Australia, home country, the whole deal. That's where he's from, right? You have to have your hometown boys when you have a fight on a card in the motherland. That's why poor Strickland going back there. Yeah, Strickland gets this it's kind of neutral ground. Same area. It's same area. It's pretty close. But you know what? It's totally close. Yeah, closer than Vegas for Strickland. Yeah, not much.
Brendan really has absolutely no geographical awareness of the world around him.
Now, I believe they're on opposite sides of the globe.
They are. It's like this, right? It's like this. Yeah. Santa lives here. And polar bears live here. Yeah. Santa doesn't want to eat my polar bear, so he's up here. As I remember, polar bears are down here. Yep.
Why do they show polar bears at the North Pole?
Because polar bears are drinking. Polar bears are in the Arctic. Yes. And the Arctic would be the North Pole, and Antarctica is the South Pole. Make sure I'm right about that.
I think we all learned something here today.
Where's the North Pole?
The North Pole is the Arctic, and the Antarctic, and the South Pole is the Antarctic.
The Arctic is the center of the North Pole.
Okay.
So the Arctic is the North Pole. Santa lives
South Pole, as I said.
So Santa lives in the Arctic.
The amount of
why is it important to know where Australia is? Why is it important to know where Africa is? It's the same thing.
How long was it on?
2 seasons.
Yeah, you enjoy doing it?
Yeah, it's fun. Season 1 we went to Asia forever, and then season 2 we went to Europe, Africa, and
you went to Africa?
Well, just one location. We were in Morocco.
Jesus Christ, dude.
People say Africa like it's a country. I do it too all the time.
Africa is a country.
That's a big continent. Oh, yeah. So like Egyptians are technically African, Moroccans are everybody's claiming Africa.
But it's so many different places.
Yeah, but it's like I'm American.
I know.
Hey guys.
No, that's different.
No, but it's not a continent. The whole continent is North America, though.
You know, I've often said that Brendan needs to get as far away from a camera and microphone as possible, but to be honest, at this point, I think it's the safest place for him. Imagine if he had a real job that people relied upon to live their lives. At least this way we can check in on him and make sure he's still safe and not hurting anyone, you know? It's like those parents that would rather their teenage kids drink at home rather than going out and getting drunk and getting up to no good. Better do it at the house where it's safe. But like I've been saying, I am so ready to embark embark on this journey with Brendan from LA to Austin, even though he probably has no idea how far apart they are or where they're located on a map. Brendan's determination not to quit is only matched by his stupidity and lack of self-awareness. I honestly think he's going to make a comedy comeback this year and try to make his way onto the stage at the Mothership. And if he somehow gets a spot on Kill Tony as a guest on the panel, that would literally break the internet. Plenty more to come, so stay tuned. Anyway, remember to check out the link to my Patreon in the description. I recently dropped a video covering the episode of Kill Tony with Shane Gillis, Mark Norman, and Ari Shafir, so make sure you're signed up so you don't miss out on that one. There's also up there covering the Kill Tony New Year's Eve show, which they only just uploaded to YouTube. While you're here though, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
All black guys like anime. That's not all black guys. I've never met a black guy in my life who likes anime. No, I don't think it's any of that. I think he's under a lot of pain, and then when it becomes a women, for sure, show your phone up on that podcast in 13 years. Your phone. Slap me. Slap me.
Okay.
I'm sorry, dude. God damn. When has that ever happened? When has that ever happened? When has that ever fucking happened? That's great. And I'm going to slap the person called me. Slap him. Slap my wife.
If podcasting is an art form, then Brendan Schaub is the Leonardo da Vinci of the industry, a renaissance man in every facet, from his days as a high school athlete, receiving no college athletic scholarship offers, instead paying his way into college, where he would go on to be undrafted in the 2006 NFL draft, and then getting released from the Utah Blaze in the Arena Football League without making the roster. Forced into retirement at the age of 24, Schaub then went on to train in boxing and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, eventually making his way into the UFC 2 years later, where he would flourish in the heavyweight division, losing 4 of his last 6 fights, 3 of which by knockout. However, after close friend and podcasting legend Joe Rogan encouraged him to rethink his career in MMA and consider moving into podcasting and stand-up comedy, Brendan would seize the opportunity to announce his retirement from the sport and take his talents on stage and into the studio. A true modern-age polymath, Brendan would contradict all the haters and soy boys who laughed at him instead of with him, securing his first comedy special on Showtime just 4 years into his career as a stand-up comic. But with an IMDb rating of 1.4 stars out of 10, Brendan found himself at a crossroad. Do I apologize to the comedy world and open a gym back in Colorado where I can lead a quiet life, raising a small family, winning all their baseball games, and pass on all my athletic knowledge and abilities to a new generation? Or do I carry on unscathed, push through all the hate, and prove to the world that I belong on stage behind a microphone, making people laugh? Naturally, Brendan chose the latter option, continuing his comedy career and releasing his second comedy special on YouTube 3 years later, titled Gringo Papi, a clever play on words because his wife is Mexican and he's white, and he's also a father, so that would make him the white daddy. I think that's right. Hey, fuck you guys, it's funny, alright? Anyway, sorry, where was I? Oh, so Gringo Papi ended up with an even lower rating of 1.1 out of 10, making it the worst comedy special ever released in history, on paper at least. Luckily though, Brendan, who fancies himself as a bit of a business shark, always had a backup plan. You see, Bubba talks for a living, and thanks to his close relationship with superstar comedian and legendary podcaster Joe Rogan, Brendan was an early adopter of the podcasting format with The Fighter and the Kid, which was a joint effort between himself and Hollywood extra Brian Callen. Schaub would also go on to spread his talents across other podcasting ventures, including a 3-year stint on The King and the Sting with widely loved comedian and podcaster Theo Von, which turned into The Golden Hour, as well as his own solo podcast, The Schaub Show, both of which are still in production despite extraordinarily poor performance. Meanwhile, Theo Von's solo podcasting venture has gone on to perform amongst the best podcasts in the world. And so this would become a theme for Brendan Schaub. His extraordinarily poor performance in any facet would see him become frustrated with the world around him, resulting in some of the most embarrassing scandals on the internet, from truck walks gone wrong to 300 pages of missing evidence to hundreds of thousands of dollars wasted on beast lawyers pursuing unwinnable lawsuits. Brendan went from high school athlete to UFC heavyweight to stand-up comedian to a massive fucking lol-cow podcaster who can barely string a sentence together. Oh, I think he's a car guy as well. For some of you, this might be news. For others, this story is all too familiar. You see, Brendan fancies himself as a man of many talents, an athlete, a comedian, a thinking man, a beast of a baseball dad. But where Joe Rogan has flourished with his down-to-earth, relatable character, asks his guests the question while thinking, Brendan doesn't have access to guests. So it's up to him and his co-hosts, and increasingly his producers these days, to provide the hot takes and analysis on topics that all of them know absolutely fuck all about. Brendan calls this the deep dive.
Now you did. I know you like these deep dives.
That's why we took like the deep dive on this stuff.
Yeah, I gotta get.
I've covered many a deep dive on this channel, most recently from Brendan Shaw, the lawyer.
Whether you're guilty or not, whether they find you guilty or not, whatever they're going to find you, whatever he's going to, appeal this, whatever the end of the verdict is, whatever it is, even if in the retrial or whatever it is, in the even the appeal.
And so even after butchering Conor McGregor's recent civil lawsuit loss, where Brendan repeatedly displayed his lack of knowledge on complex legal matters, he recently went on to counsel McGregor in his business affairs as well.
So his nut is this, if you let them, you can't get out of those. And those boats, and again, unless he paid all cash, which hopefully he did for all this, so he doesn't have a big, huge nut every month, but chances are he didn't pay all cash. So his monthly nut, just based off what we see online, is a few $1 million a month. Most of that was taken care of from the nut he was getting every month. I keep saying that. So most of that was taken care of from the money he was getting from Proper 12. I'm getting $5 million a month. That covers my nut every single month. So you go from your nut of making $10 million a month to zero.
So to clarify for those of you who have no idea what in the fuck he's talking about there, when you're rich and you can't beat the allegations, you have less money, so you can't afford to continue living the high life. Those are the basic nuts and bolts of it. But it was this past week where we really saw Brenda go off the deep end with his take on the healthcare CEO shooter, where true to form, he identified with the CEO and not the shooter. Now, all jokes aside for a moment, because this is actually a fascinating look into this guy's brain. And just to cleanse the palate and set the tone, let's look at two hot takes from people who have managed to successfully read the room with regards to the CEO shooter situation, and then compare it to Brendan's breakdown.
You know what's annoying me about this kid who killed this CEO is none of these news programs are talking about the incredible lack of empathy from the general public about this because of how these insurance companies treat people when they are at their most vulnerable after we've all given them our money every fucking month, and now we finally need you, and all you do is deny us. And then these puppies and all of these things are taking the pictures of their CEOs off their websites. You know, I'm going to be honest with you, okay? I love to think that CEOs are fucking afraid right now. You should be. By and large, you're all a bunch of selfish, greedy pieces of shit, and a lot of you are mass murderers. You just don't pull the trigger. That's why it looks clean. That's why these people look, oh my God, oh, he was just, walking into a hotel. It's like, okay, well, what was his job? What did he do? What was the results of it?
Jamie and I were just talking. They think they have a photo of the guy who whacked that insurance CEO.
Oh, yeah, uh-huh.
Yeah, they think they have a photo of his face now.
Oh, they do, huh?
Well, I would think
from another time, or they picked it up later.
I think, there's cameras everywhere. Yeah. If I had to guess, some guy got fucked over. Apparently that company is really bad on denying claims. 34% denial rate, something like that. Like 16. Yeah. So I don't think anybody's gonna be crying too hard over that guy. Maybe his family, but that's about it. Yeah, it's a dirty business. The business of insurance is gross. It's gross.
At a moment where the stakes are high, the tension between rich and poor is on a knife's edge, and the social contract with government is hanging by a thread, Bill Burr managed to capture the thoughts of the masses without inciting violence, without condoning murder, and without spreading hatred. He simply said the quiet bit out loud in the most Bill Burr way possible. Joe Rogan and his guests also understood the underlying tensions at play between the insurance industry and the everyday person. Brendan Schaub, on the other hand, had a much simpler explanation. Nothing to do do with politics or sociology, no accounting for cost of living pressures or economic conditions. See, our boy Bubba understands these things on a more human level. He put himself in the shoes of the man himself. We've seen Brendan the lawyer, Brendan the business shark, and Brendan the accountant. Now we have Brendan the criminal psychologist. Hey, real quick, how many chicks you guys fucked?
Apparently, this kid, smart kid, wicked smart kid, clearly his hero is the Unabomber, but Ted Kaczynski. But apparently his family, he became estranged from his family. He got a back injury, like a really bad back injury. They did surgery, I guess, and it didn't help. And since then, it just mentally broke him. And I guess he was saying, like, he can't have any physical contact with women because his back's so up. Like, he can't have sex. So that just drove him crazy.
Look at that. Are those really his screws?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, those are the biggest screws I've ever seen in life. What's going on there? What is that? Hold on. I don't believe that's a real picture.
So, but back to him, apparently this kid did that. It never got fixed, so he's in agonizing pain all the time and couldn't be intimate with women, and it drove him crazy. Like legit crazy. So he didn't speak to his family for at least a year. His friends and family on his social media reached out like, "Hey, hope you're okay." His one like best friends that came in, trying to plan the wedding. He committed to it. What's going on? Get back to us. He's in Hawaii. I know people that have those huge screws.
For football and stuff
like
that.
And sometimes that's why they
it helps.
Yeah, sometimes it helps.
Yeah.
But for him, it did take. Who knows what happened? Who knows if it was a botched surgery?
That looks like a joke. I can't believe it.
I'm sure there's other ways you can deal with it. You know, the PRPs, stem cells, down to Tijuana. Yeah, that's he would probably still be alive if this kid went down to Tijuana.
What I heard is like, I don't know how he injured his back, but he tried to go surfing afterwards, and then it was just, he was in pain for like weeks after.
But apparently he had a really bad friend.
That's why he got the
was
surgery.
telling his buddies, like, dude, I can't have sex. Like, it hurts too bad. Like, I can't be intimate with women.
I think that he might have just gone crazy. There's a thing. Young people, young men, schizophrenia and stuff like that kicks in when they're in their 20s.
I don't think that's here.
I don't think the drugs he was taking.
No, I don't think it's any of that. I think he's under a lot of pain and then becomes a woman.
It says he had pain for years, but it didn't say exactly how he got it.
I've been dealing with severe back
make you crazy.
Make you crazy and just be like, and everything's dark like this world, and then you can't hook up with chicks. So then, you would call him an incel, right? Usually incel, because it's not that he hated women. Clearly women like him, you just can't bust nut.
There's something. So that's a good looking boy right there. Okay.
That is fucking brilliant. Honestly, when I heard this for the first time, I paused and I thought to myself, what did we do to deserve such a high-grade podcast lock? Our boy Bubba's got it all figured out. Despite the protests of his producer and co-host, it had nothing to do with the manifesto found with the guy or the socioeconomic climate, and sure, this kind of shit builds up over a long period of time with various factors involved. I mean, it's a complex situation with a lot of moving parts. I'm sure you've all heard this, but the healthcare company the CEO was in charge of payout ratio in the entire industry. But not for Brendan. Nope. Bro just needed to bust a nut. Fucking amazing. That has to be one of the most redacted takes I've ever heard come out of his mouth. I mean, that's the kind of explanation you'd expect from a middle schooler joking around with his buddies, not a 41-year-old baseball dad of the year. However, as per usual, things got worse. And can I just say, what's with fascination these days with SA in prisons? First, we heard Andrew Schultz fantasizing about it over Kendrick Lamar, and now our boy Bubba has let his own prison fantasy slip.
This kid had a crazy IQ as well, so I'm sure he related to the Unabomber in that sense. And then you have this super darkness because you're always hurt, and then you can't bust nuts, and you're an attractive dude. So I guess you grow up on it.
But to kill someone? Come on, dude. I mean, if I'm like in insane, crazy pain, guess who I'm going to kill?
Your dog.
Myself.
Yeah.
Or the doctor that put the
No, you to end the pain. Because
I could see that happen.
Your pain's gonna get worse, dude. Also, that CEO had nothing to do with your back.
You're fucking with that guy's family too. Everyone that loves him, like you can't do that to someone.
Also, that guy's not recommending that doctor. It had nothing to do with the screws.
No, he's just
But also, dude, you come from money. So there's other avenues you could have took to figure this back pain out. You're going to be so bad in prison. You know what they're like at Pelican Bay, son?
Yeah, I was going to say.
They're not memory foam, bud. You know,
you're not going to have posturepedic back pain.
Oh, you think you have back problems now? You just pulled landscaping duty, but you know, that's how that goes. And also, he's okay in jail. He's a good-looking guy. That's gonna give him crazy back pain if he's getting hurt. That's gonna hurt. Yeah,
nobody when they're taking you from behind, nobody's going, you're back okay on this. It's just
they're not jumping on that. You have to lay down. There's no fish. It's bad. And then you get that label.
Goddamn.
And you're limp fish in prison.
It's gonna be a bad time.
It's actually pulled out of prison, man.
Yeah,
they might fix it. He's a bitch. You're just gonna wiggle that bad boy out. Let the going home is train. Oh, wiggle it out.
Yeah, all you got to do is wiggle it out, B. Thank you. But like I was saying, it's interesting to see how none of them understood the connection between the actual CEO that got shot and the company he worked for compared to the entire healthcare industry. Not to mention, the shooter was apparently just getting started. And as usual, the comment section did not disappoint. Mixed in with all the paid bots were some clearly agitated listeners. Hearing Brendan speak about this shooter is hilarious. The horrible take, the continued use of the word compromised, and the mispronunciation of all the words. I love this. Thank you, Brandon. Do they all have CTE? Their take on Luigi is embarrassing. So many minutes wasted because these guys don't even know why Luigi killed the CEO. You know Brendan comes from money because he's been able to go this far in life dressing and having the mindset of a middle schooler. Even if you don't agree, it's easy to understand why he did it. Brendan and I missed the point so hard because they're so out of touch in their little bubble. Brian totally missed the point of why Luigi shot the CEO of United Health. Crazy. So you'd think that after trying to milk the CEO shooter story over the last 3 episodes, with special thumbnails and everything, they have actually done some basic research and understood the various motives of the alleged shooter, other than needing to bust a nut. But as usual, they misread the room and came up with the most bullshit take possible. And the funny thing is, Brenda wasn't trying to be funny. He was actually being serious. He really thought he'd figured it all out. But there is one saving grace about Mr. Shaw. He has a tendency to blurt out the truth from time to time. We all know he has a track record of lying through his teeth about almost everything. Remember when he said this earlier this year in an interview?
From the outside looking in, I mean, we're not in your head, from the outside looking in, but you mentioned at the very beginning, broad shoulders. You can just like sweep it off and on to the next thing. Let's keep going. Unlike anybody I really have ever seen.
Yeah, I appreciate it, brother. It's my dad just workout. I'll have friends who say, whenever Sean brought a professional athlete's work ethic to a podcast or to stand up, and now with the cars, and watch out. It's like, no, that's not a professional athlete's work ethic. There's some, I've been UFC fighters and players that have work ethic. They're just so talented that they get away with it. So that doesn't work for me. The work ethic is across all workers. You know, that work ethic came from my dad. My dad who called herself made. So when I was young, he taught me the work ethic. So no matter what I'm doing, whether I was a janitor for a short period of time when I was young, I was the best janitor there was. I was there early, stayed late. Like, it's just a work ethic. So wherever you put me at that work ethic, it's going to change. Whether it's in the car business, fighting, podcasting, stand-up, that work ethic is important.
First we had Brendan the lawyer, then the business shark, then the accountant, and now the criminal psychologist. But now we also have Brendan the janitor. Maybe not though.
Sorry, did you say your first job was a janitor?
I was a janitor at Alpha, yes.
Like mopping floors?
Cleaning the bathroom. I got fired because they wouldn't give me the Super Bowl, so I quit. And it was when the Broncos won the Super Bowl. And I kept getting trouble because they'd be like, hey, clean the bathroom. I'm like, no doubt. You know the 5 cents candy back in the day? Yeah. I used to grab a handful of Twizzlers, go in the bathroom, grab all the old truck and car magazines, and just sit there for hours reading the magazine, eating the candy. And then finally someone was like, where the fuck is that Brendan kid? I tried to pick the cigarettes out of the ashtray before they had to do that at 5 a.m.
What was your first job, Brian?
At McDonald's.
No way!
Hang on. I got fired because they wouldn't give me the Super Bowl off, so I quit. Huh? Bro, you can't even go one sentence with me. These are what I like to call the confessions of a degenerate mind. If you give him enough rope, he'll let the truth slip out from time to time, and it's almost completely involuntary. We may not know how this all ends for Brendan Shaw, but one thing you can count on is that I'll be here to document it in forensic detail. So make sure you go and check out the link below in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in my longer form uncensored content. While you're here though, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
I don't have to tell you this. Everybody's got an opinion, and they love to be able to tell you what their opinion about you is, right? And it can be flat out hurtful at times. You have to have the thickest skin out there.
I have a very close friend, my best friend, who's falsely confused. Whether you're guilty or not, whether they find you guilty or not, whenever they're gonna find you, whatever he's gonna, appeal this, whatever the end of the verdict is, whatever it is, even if in the retrial or whatever, in the even the appeal,
Bro, you just said the word. How did you forget it that quick?
Not a lawyer. I don't know if you guys know this. Not a lawyer. Not CT. Nice splash. Not gonna lie to you.
Watching Brendan Shaw try to reinvent himself every couple of years is like watching a baby never learn to walk. Full marks for effort, but 0 marks for execution. And while he threw in the towel in his stand-up comedy career at the beginning of this year, the unintentional comedy he offers every week on his podcast keeps us coming back for more. The top 250 local business is booming this year. So when I saw the thumbnail and title for the latest episode of The Shaw Show, I laughed so hard that a little bit of pee came out. Conor McGregor Trial for Dummies, and the thumbnail has the Learning Made Easy trademark for dummies. But the funniest part is they're not leaning into it, they're actually being serious. Brendan and his producer Chin really thought they could give us a legal breakdown of the McGregor trial and help to educate all of us casuals on how the Irish legal system works and shed some light on all the little nuances that the lawyers, jury and judge got wrong. Because being thousands of miles away in a podcast studio gives you the best vantage point when it comes to analysing all the facts and evidence. For dummies, by dummies. Now, honestly, who better than Brendan the Business Shark Shaw to break out a complicated legal case for us? This is the guy who didn't know he was suing a YouTuber for copyright infringement until over 18 months into the case. He actually thought it was a defamation case, so his lawyers had to get him to sign a declaration that he understood the difference between copyright and defamation, and then submit it to the court. But not only that, he lost the case to a degenerate live streamer who was representing himself, or as Brendan likes to call it, pro bono. Now you can start to see why I got so excited to hear Bubba's breakdown of this lawsuit.
I don't want to say it's not a thing, but the Conor McGregor being accused of assaulting a woman, it was not. It's not big news here unless you're kind of a hardcore, you know what's going on. But as far as like on mainstream media, it's not a thing here. And I've been getting so many DMs and emails like, dude, what do you think this Conor stuff? And man, is everyone freaking out in America? I'm like, dude, when I say it's not a thing here, the public didn't get freaking privy to it till he actually got convicted of assault. And it was like a ticker on the bottom of ESPN. That's it. I'd say 98% of America didn't even know this was going on, which is insane because over in Ireland, over in Europe, this is like mainstream paparazzi. If people are following it day by day, it's a big deal over there. I knew that was going on, but for the rest of, especially casuals, had no clue. Like my dad, once he saw the ticker at the bottom, was like, Conor McGregor found guilty of, aggravated assault, whatever they're saying it is now. He's like, what? Are you kidding me? And I was like, he didn't know? He's like, no, what's going on? I'm like, oh, buddy, do you have time to chat? Because it's going to be a deep dive.
It's also important to remember this is a civil case, it's not a criminal.
Yes.
And what an absolutely brilliant way to start this breakdown by saying Conor McGregor was found guilty of assault, only to be corrected by his producer, Chin, who's also a non-redact, yet still understands the difference between a civil and criminal trial. Throughout the whole 40-minute breakdown, Brendan referred to the civil court's finding that McGregor is liable for SA as being guilty, which made me tingle every single time, but the sheer arrogance on display from our big Bubba cannot be ignored. Of course, he had to start it off by explaining to us listeners how he's in a unique position with his ear to the ground on such matters. He's been following this closely because of his ties to the UFC and his dedication to covering all things MMA in a timely and considered manner. However, there's one unique factor that apparently qualifies him as an expert on this particular legal matter, and it's his relationship with Brian Callen. Never has there been a media personality that threw more people under the bus every week for absolutely no reason at all. You'll see what I mean in a moment. So not only is he part of the 2% of Americans that actually knew about this case, he ain't just some casual who regurgitates what he hears from so-called experts and podcasters. I mean, surely Brendan did his own due diligence, right?
So I've tried to do my due diligence, listen to these experts that have chimed in on it. I've listened on the podcast. When you talk about this stuff, it's tough, especially coming from my experience where, oh boy, it's tough because when I hear this stuff, obviously I'm going to have a different perspective. I have a very close friend, my best friend, who was falsely accused and it ruined his life. My friend Brian Callen was one of the good guys that suffered from this. And Brian's a fighter, and you know, he won't speak on it too much, but it really messed him up financially. Has to tour every weekend just to make ends meet. And that's not how this is supposed to go. The way comedy should work is a guy at his level should be able to maybe do one show a month, or you know, pick and choose when he's on the road, because he's put in the work for 30 years in the clubs, in the theaters, in podcasting. He's put in all the work where at his age, he should be on the road all the time. He should be enjoying the fruits of his labor and raising his children and doing what he wants to do and doing spots around town. And all that was taken away from him. With a simple tweet. No evidence, zero evidence, no trial, nothing. Just boom. You're saying, she said, he said. I know the details. It's not my job to speak on it, nor do I have that authority. That's Brian's thing. I know the exact details, and it's awful what happened. Awful. Ruined his life. Brian does his best, and he does a show. So for Brian, I take to a show. I take to a show. Watch his podcast. I'm also gonna have a different perspective on this stuff. Where when I hear this stuff, I go, I need to hear more. I think most people go, "Oh my God, Connor's a piece of shit. I knew this guy. This is terrible." Because of my experience, I go, I don't believe it. It's on the consumer to figure out and form your own opinion. Don't listen to certain journalists or MMA experts or personalities who despise Conor McGregor. They're going to be biased, and they can paint a picture that's probably going to convince you otherwise. We can get into it. I just want you guys to know where I'm coming from. I'm going to have a very different perspective because one of my closest friends, my brother, has gone through, not to this degree, it took everything from me.
Just when everyone had started to forget about the allegations against Brian Callen, Bubba starts running his injected lips and reminds everyone about the multiple assault and harassment accusations against Brian over a space of nearly 20 years. And Brendan's done this so many times, he uses the people around him and blurts out details about their personal lives just so he has something to say. Most of the time, he doesn't actually have a point though. For example, he just tries to convince us that he's in an unbiased position relative to other commentators and McGregor haters because he's close to someone who was accused of similar acts but was unable to clear his name despite trying to sue one of their husbands and failing. Honestly, it drives me nuts how often Brendan brings up Brian's allegations.
It drives me hard, to be honest. Believe this, don't edit this out. I'm speaking from my I can like this. I'm gonna look right. It drives me nuts that Brian's at where he's at. I will challenge
challenge anyone, any comic, to go on stage after Callan. And you're telling me Brian's not the 99% of those fucking comics. It drives me nuts that he's not up there with those guys. You want to outcast him over some bullshit? That's what I don't agree with. That's what upsets me. That's what makes me proud, and not now trying to get mad. What makes me proud is he's not going to lash out about it. Brian's cool. Brian goes to work. Brian's doing the road. Brian's trying to sell tickets. But I'll tell you right now, I don't forget. That's not cool with me. That's why you don't see me at those.
A lot more sincerely staffing, but I know we don't get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah,
So if Brian's struggling financially, why doesn't Bubba just pay him more instead of rage crying over the allegations? If Brian Callen is struggling to make ends meet and has to actually work for a living like the rest of us instead of living off daddy's money like Bubba, what's wrong with that? Brian's in his late 50s. In fact, he's only a year older than Rogan. Plenty of people work into their late 50s, dude. Is it possible that Brian's just not that funny and can't sell out big enough venues to tour once a month? And wasn't Brendan the one who cancelled Brian by taking him off the podcast because of advertiser backlash when all the accusations came out? Where was the rage crying then, B? What are we doing here? Anyway, let's get back to Brendan's lawsuit analysis.
This is so complicated. I've been following pretty closely. It's pretty complicated. Meaning, I can paint a narrative for you guys that will make you believe that Connor's completely innocent. I can do that pretty easily. I can also paint a picture where the accuser is completely correct. Yeah, I can. Yeah, pretty easily too. That's the problem with this. Let's start with Connor. So when I tell you all this stuff, what I want you to do is in the back of your mind think, if this was in Conor McGregor, would this have any sort of validation? If it wasn't the most famous mixed martial artist of all time, if he wasn't the biggest name in UFC history, is this even, are you believing any of it? This is what, 2018, so he goes out, it's not out in the town, right? He gets texts and pictures from this woman who's accused him of these acts. I'm talking pretty simple pictures, pretty saying stuff like that. She does have a boyfriend and she does have a child. So there's that, right? And this is why you're just like, Jesus Christ, Connor is a party animal. This isn't like one night. This is a 2 to 3 day bender on cocaine and alcohol. 3 days, 2 to 3 days is insane. I've never done coke, so I guess you just go all night. I don't know how it works, but I guess it's what you need to go. Kids apparently they're partying, they're doing their thing, and her claim is then Connor forcibly held her down and had his way. During all this, she's texting her boyfriend, lying to her boyfriend about her whereabouts, who she's with. She didn't mention Connor or anything like CCTV, so in the hotel, that shows her after the time when she said she was assaulted, that she is hugging Connor, kissing Connor, taking drinks, convincing other people leaving the party to stay and party more. Apparently she saw some therapist that said, no, it's just a delayed reaction, and that's PTSD. That's tough for me to believe. So she went to the hospital. I think she went to the clinic, and the bruises on her arms and legs and body, they're like, we've never seen anything this bad.
So what happened?
That's not good.
His son Horkinos went in to remove his tefillin.
That's not good. I think that's ultimately what convinced the jury that Connor's kind of at least liable for some of the damages. And now remember, he wasn't found guilty of. He was found guilty, I think, of something.
Okay, so Brendan brings up some valid points there around credibility. However, these days in courtrooms around the world, especially cases of this nature, there's no generally accepted standard of behavior for an alleged victim. A lot of the things that Brendan pointed out are irrelevant when judges and juries are determining whether or not consent was given. However, this is the most important detail that they missed, and honestly, this is why guys like Brendan and Chin shouldn't really be talking about this shit or giving their opinions. Connor was not found guilty of anything. It's a civil case. Connor isn't in the eyes of the law. He was found liable for SA, resulting in an award of damages to the plaintiff of around $250,000. So, for someone who's been all over this case and following it from the beginning, listening to expert breakdowns on different podcasts, he still can't understand the simplest legal terminology. It kind of makes sense, though, why he spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees himself with absolutely nothing to show except for a judgment against him. I thought he was a numbers guy.
Here's where it's tough to defend Connor. For her, this is not a money number. Now, this is over a 6-year period where she's been harassed. She had to move houses. Apparently, some people broke in her house, threatened her boyfriend, right? So there's all that stuff. Apparently, Connor's team offered her a settlement. She refused because she wants justice. That's the rule. Okay. I don't know how true that is. So apparently, Connor's team went, hey, we don't need to go to trial. Here's the settlement. She refused it. So that's over a 6-year period. She only got, I think, awarded like $275,000 in American dollars, which might cover for fees. So we say it's a money play. There's not much money here, and it changes her life forever. Because who would sign up for all this trauma, all this stuff nonstop? And it's not like she got $50 million, $10 million, even $1 million.
He was asking for 1.7, $1 million in loss of earnings, $750K for rehousing. As you brought up, her house was broken into.
The court just awarded her $275,000.
Correct, yeah. Which, and to your point, there wasn't even a guarantee that she was going to get that. Had she lost, she would have had to pay Connors. So, to your point about taking a settlement, that versus the gamble of going to trial, not only not getting what you're asking for, but potentially having to pay money. To your point of why even go through all that.
I honestly think she's like that.
Was of sound mind. Like, he was fine. Then he was fine. He was of sound mind. He was totally with it. When the other opponent realized this, so he comes
Seriously,
in the back and hold it.
Okay, so everything they all just said there is almost entirely wrong. First of all, the damages order that got handed down by the court does not include legal costs. So Brendan's theory that a lot of the money will just cover her legal fees is complete bullshit. There will be a separate cost hearing to determine how the legal bills are split up. But generally, in these cases, the defendant who lost would have to pay all of the plaintiff's legal fees. However, there is a possibility that she would have to pay Connor's legal fees, even though she won, and it's all to do with the fact that Connor offered a settlement that she rejected. Basically, when you're in a civil dispute and the defendant offers you, the plaintiff, a settlement and you reject it, but then you go on to win the case at trial and the damages you're awarded are less than the previous settlement offer, the court could order you to pay all the defendant's legal fees from the time you rejected that settlement. This is called the Calder Bank mechanism, and it exists to encourage parties to settle out of court and take pressure off the court system. And it makes sense, right? If you reject a decent settlement offer and then the court awards you less damages than that settlement, well, then you've just wasted everyone's time and money. That's why the woman in this case could actually end up going broke, even though she won. And I actually think this is a possibility because if you're in McGregor's position, right, and you've got this woman coming after you, she was asking for $1.7 billion initially. Connor said in court that he's earned over $650 million in career earnings. You can see how his settlement offer could have been the $250K figure she was awarded by the court. In that case, she can be liable for all of Connor's legal fees after the date she rejected the offer, even though she won. I guess that reinforces Brendan's point, though, that she wasn't in it for the money and that she just wanted to clear her name and get some justice. We'll have to wait and see.
They almost suck to say it. The UC's moved on. They have, we case loves to fight and A lot of people, like, he hasn't fought since 2016. UFC's flourishing. UFC did not immediately respond to Conor. Conor has not fought since he lost leg. I think I said he hasn't fought since 2016. I mean, he has had a win.
Fuck me dead. Even when Brendan corrects himself, he's still wrong. Conor beat Donald Cerrone in 2020, dude. Bob is such a casual. Seriously. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed my breakdown of Brendan Schaub's breakdown of the Conor McGregor lawsuit. Make sure you go and check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in my longer form uncensored content. While you're here though, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Okay, it's Monday morning. It is 8:52 a.m. here Pacific time on this chilly SoCal morning. How's everybody doing? Right, let's forget I can't hear you guys. And if you want, I'm not hard to find, but it better be one-on-one. Don't do that de-Stockton stuff where you jump guys. If you do decide to join me, it better be more than 4 to 5.
Brendan Schaub's back at it again, making headlines for all the wrong reasons. What started out as a seemingly genuine effort to bring attention to a progressive degenerative disease that he suffers from himself, commonly known as CTE, or as Brendan likes to call it, SAT or just CTE. It ended up turning into a back and forth between him and Nate Diaz on Twitter. But now your boy took it a step further and delivered a staggeringly redacted hit piece on The Schaub Show, rife with all of our favorite Schaubisms. And I don't usually say this often, but working on these clips for you guys from Brendan's epic meltdown today was some of the most enjoyable work I've ever done on this channel. Don't get me wrong, I absolutely love slogging it through all the podcast cringe slop for you guys day in, day out. But every now and then, I kind of feel like, you know what, this one's for me. This is the cream on top. It was honestly like a Shakespearean soliloquy. You had all our favorite Schaubisms littered throughout. He almost started rage crying at several points, announced all of our favorite words with the skill and precision of a surgeon performing brain surgery after 20 beers. But this isn't the first time our boy's had a public meltdown all alone, by himself in his studio.
Remember, Jen, on Monday, I'll tell you about that. Steve, the guy went really bad on me. He was like defending Dana. I went dark a little bit how I can kill people. Because hand-to-hand fighting, I let give up. Unless your name's Francis Ngannou, Gordon Ryan, Tyson Fury, I won't give up. These are just facts. These are just facts.
Now here's the thing, in my opinion, Brendan's actually right about almost everything he says in this video. For 99.99% of the human population, Bubba's a problem. But the way he gets so easily triggered by guys who have made a good living out of trolling people is absolutely fucking hilarious. See, your boy's had it tough. Over the past decade, Bubba's been catching L's like a fat kid on prom night. Almost everything he's tried, he's failed at. But not like normal fails. I'm talking really public, embarrassing fails. Like Joe Rogan telling him he should quit fighting because he's not built for it anymore, live on a public broadcast, to then become one of the most widely ridiculed comedians in the world, and then getting dropped and ghosted by Theo Von. He went on to build one of the most wildly successful podcasts in the world, while Brendan was left to share the crumbs with a bunch of cancelled losers who get paid to laugh and be his friend. You guys know I could go on and on listing all of Bubba's seemingly endless failures, but that's not why we're gathered here today. I actually have a serious point to make once we're done laughing at Brendan's on-air meltdown this morning, so stick around to the end where I'll explain exactly what's going on here.
I'm going to jump right into it. Some of you, especially the new viewers, are probably tuning. Oh, how's Brendan responding to Nate Diaz? Not long right here. I've never had issues with the
So, 4 minutes into the latest Schaub show, Brendan declared that he wasn't going to spend too long on this. It didn't really bother him anyway, you know, and he was only going to talk about it because his fans probably expected him to, as well as any new fans, of course, because we know Bubba's got such a big reach these days that he's always fielding new fans. But after making this declaration, he went into a 20-minute uninterrupted rant trying to convince us how tough he is and how he could easily snap Nate Diaz in half. Oh, and he doesn't care. None of this bothers him. Remember that. It's important. Luckily, though, he actually provided some context to this beef with Nate, which goes way back to 2017 when Conor McGregor fought Floyd Mayweather Jr., and I managed to find a clip of the interaction he's talking about here to give you the full context.
We don't know how long ago was that. I mean, when Conor fought Floyd, I was paid by Showtime. Look back around there. I was paid by Showtime to sell the public that Conor has a chance. Now, that he was going to win, but he has a chance. That was my job. That's what I was paid for. I was a Conor expert. Still am. Love the guy, right? Hopefully fights him right on. So that was my narrative, and I was leaving after doing my job, and I was walking, and the entire arena, pro Floyd, pro boxing, there's no familiar faces, so it's not awkward for me because my Showtime boys are there, Brian Bailey, everyone's there, and walking back, and I see Nate, and I'm like, oh, thank God, another UFC guy. I love it, yes. I go to say what's saying, just start talking. You know, his own insecurities, I don't know what's going on there. That's a weird one. Whatever. Price drink before that, Brandon was too cool, so that's why I was like, yo, nothing. So, you know, he's like, grouse thing, top cold. All good. Now that
Of course, none of this bothers you, boy. That's why he decided to dedicate half his show to a single tweet from Nate Diaz. But as you could see from that interaction 7 years ago, Brendan was the one who walked away saying he didn't have a problem with Nate, which, to be honest, was probably the mature thing to do and de-escalate the whole situation. Nate Diaz was probably just trying to be friendly or something. Who knows what goes through that guy's head? Anyway, so last week on the short show, Brendan got all emotional when talking about his buddy's experience with CTE and how much it's affecting his life. This is where the whole Nate Diaz beef started up again.
Just laugh. You can hold it. You can't read it because you can't see anything. So
just laugh because we get our car.
So much unactualized potential. Harvey Torah, the Harvey Torah Limarati. I learned so much.
And thank God I'm all right, you know. Somewhat all right. How does that fit? I talk for a living. I do a lot of creative stuff, which I think helps me delay whatever's headed my way. You know, when I talk about pay, compensation, there's not enough money in the fucking world.
Much more. I did so much more. And that is the greatest existential pain that a person could face when they are at the end of the journey of life. I could have done more. I could have been more. I could have learned more.
Serious challenges and meeting basic everyday expenses.
He says, I learned so much from my rebellion. The truth is, I didn't take more than them like a dog takes when it's lapping water from the sea. Like the dog goes over to the river and starts drinking water, you never finish the water.
So Brendan's heartfelt, emotional-filled dedication to his old sparring partner struck a chord with Nate Diaz, prompting him to share his thoughts on your boy's performance. He said, Brendan, the big old bishop. Now, Brendan didn't like this, so he hit back with this. Oh, buddy, I probably got 20 pounds on you, so not too far off. I'll snap your neck. Set up a grappling match and let me know how it goes for you. Have one of your handlers read this tweet and get back to me. Okay, just quickly, why does Nate have to let him know how it goes for him? Like, wouldn't Bubba be there too? Isn't he meant to be the opponent? I just feel like Brendan would already know the result given he'd be the other guy in there. Anyway, sorry, I digress.
Driving my son to baseball practice, and a buddy, my brother was like, oh God, here goes Nate Diaz again with that. For what? They put Brendan the Big Old D Shop with a crying emoji. Okay, and this I assume, and most people tell me that it's in response to me getting emotional. My friend of 20 years.
Fuck me dead. Can somebody please explain to me, honestly, why does every Brendan Schaub story start with him either driving to or from baseball practice, or being at a baseball practice, or just being somewhere in the vicinity of a baseball game? I don't get it, but finally we're in the thick of it now. Brendan's about to go into full flight and totally melt down over something that he clearly doesn't care about, right? But while you're watching, I want you to picture this. Just imagine that jump who got the press recorded didn't realize until they got to the end of this rant. Imagine. See, that's the type of shit I think about. Best brains being thinking. Wait, one more thing. If you put headphones on and listen real close, you can actually hear Chin breaking up as Brendan starts to heat up.
I don't get it. This whole.
No one ever asked me anything except that you.
How honest do I want to be with you guys? This whole.
What's the service going to be a key ball?
Social media thing, like Brendan didn't tag you, Brendan the Big Old shop, crying emoji. Here's.
So Rabbi Rothschild tells the story. So one time, Rabbi Akiva and I were walking on.
Here's how I feel about it.
Early, and Rabbi Akiva said to me,
"This is just internet gossip, right? This gets him trending. He doesn't have a lot going on. Didn't get paid for the Masvidal fight. Probably doesn't know what he's going to do next. Connor, he's probably waiting on that. Connor's tied up. The DUI deal, so he's right. Fought Masvidal, lost to Jake Paul, right? That's a big blow to his ego. So I guess he needs to do this to stay current. I retired 15 years ago, man. That being said, that's social media. This isn't real. Because here's what's real. I will fuck you up. That's real. I'm not asking for this. I don't want to come up. I'm not trying to come up. At the end of the day, if you walked in right now, I said, Chin, Case, can you guys leave? Only one of us is going to walk out unscathed. And it's me. Every fucking day of the week, 365 days a year, I will snap his neck. I know. Is this year ago 209? I know 209. I get all that. Very cool. None of that is real. Oh, he did credit against Donald Cerrone. Did you see Leon Edwards? I get, dude, he's had some great fights, tough dude. I don't give a I'm 245 pounds, trained black belt, top 10 UFC heavyweight in the world at one point. I'm not out of shape. I'm a fucking beast when it comes out to I know. I tell jokes, I do crazy. I made some mistakes. Oh, he got knocked out by No Garo. He's in the truck. I get all that. Firing kids, silly dude. I get all that. At the end of the day, the way this works, I'm not a civilian like the rest of his goons around him. I'm not this fake gangster. I don't go looking for fights. I know I'm tough. I don't have to get on Twitter and blast it out and prove it every day because I'm insecure because whatever is going on with his childhood trauma. I don't have to do that. At the end of the day, I will twist your fucking neck off. Ask your boys. There's many guys that you fucks with that I've rolled with. Ask them how it went. Ask them. Very close guys, you ask them how it went. That's real. This isn't real.
Oh man, that was fucking poetry. A-grade podcast cringe slop, straight from the deep fryers. Thank you. Let's just quickly recap the highlights because that was jam-packed. What the fuck is unscathed? Is that some sort of jiu-jitsu move that Rogan taught him in the Mothership Green? Hang on. Don't worry about that. Scratch that. What about Brendan's incredible ability to have a full conversation with himself? He's so good at it that he can anticipate what the other person would theoretically be saying. According to your boy, this is what Nate Diaz would be saying if he was there. Brendan tells jokes, he's made some mistakes, but he's also into drugs. He has a podcast, a fighter, and a kid, and he's a silly dude. Bro, what? No, wait. This takes the cake. There's many of guys that you fucks with. Oh man, that's unbelievable. Seriously, what did we do to deserve this? Christmas came early this year, boys. It came early. Except we're not done yet, because as usual, it got worse.
The difference between you and I, if you start crying because your brother on a CT, the difference between you and I is if your brother, James' brother, if your actual fucking brother came out and started getting emotional, or if you started coming out and getting emotional about your brothers issues with CT and fighting and all this, because we know he has his issues, I would support you, even though you've been it during the entire time.
A few moments later.
The elephant in the room is guys do have some issues. Not everybody. I'm not saying everybody. I feel like I don't. I don't know if you do. I'm not going to get on here and make funny and all that. I don't know if your brother actually has it either. He has some issues. I don't know if it's from that. I don't know you guys well enough. But what I do know is you're not going to do shit. That I can guarantee.
So after Bubba cooled down a bit, he tried to backpedal Nick Diaz having CTE. Amazing. How did he do it? We'll never know. But then he ramped up again. Seriously, this is the last clip I'm going to play for you guys before I explain what's really going on here in my opinion. But Brendan went on for almost 20 minutes uninterrupted. Like, dude, that's fucking wild. That is not normal, B. Imagine there's some random who clicked on his video and started watching, and this is what you saw.
It's all fake, bud. You're not fooling anybody. I seen how the sausage is made. You're not tough to me. I know tough guys. Tough guys don't get on the internet and tweet at another grown man who beat the shit out of them. When they're crying, they get emotional because their friend of 20 years is having major issues, suicidal thoughts. That's the difference between you and I. I'm not some moron who buys into your tough guy narrative, bud. I don't give a fuck. You're from Sacramento. That's your biggest thing? That's it? That's the narrative? I know tough guys from Sacramento. What are you going to do, Nate? What are you going to do? Volume punch me, motherfucker? That's what you're going to do? What are you going to do? Out-grapple me? In what consent? What world are you living in? This is the real world. You can show up with all your boys, do all that stuff. But what a real man will do is pull up one-on-one. I don't have a posse. I don't need one, bud. I'll drop my kid off in practice, roll over, twist your neck off, and then pick him up just in time unscathed. With a Diet Coke.
If you wanted to make me laugh, Papa, you got me. But can someone explain to me what suicidal thoughts are? Is that like a depressed Instagram model? And did you see his neck in those clips? Jeez, man, talk about freaking up. Anyway, let's just calm down for a minute, because this is where I wanted to get to. Here's the thing. You know, at the beginning, when I was listing a few of Brendan's failures, how he can't stop catching bells, the bottom line is that I don't think he's in a good place. He's super emotional. He's having hot flushes. I mean, he was almost rage crying over a tweet from Nate Diaz. That is so fucking wild, man. Imagine being a 41-year-old dude with 3 kids sitting down and yelling into a camera feed over a tweet. Seriously, 6 words and an emoji. All of this shit he's through over the years has taken its toll on him. That's why I don't think any of this had to do with CTE awareness or putting Nate Diaz in his place. Brendan's just a wreck. He needs to stop and get help and get as far away from a camera as possible. The worst part is, though, people were egging him on in the comments section. This is the "we like this side of Shaw" button. It's about time Brendan started sticking up for himself. I like this version of Shaw. Fucking right. Well said, Brendan. That's good. Brendan finally stood up for himself. I wish he responded to everyone like this. It's about time Brendan starts to push back. Now, most of those were probably paid bots. It's strange to have that many likes but not many replies. And don't get me wrong, I said this at the beginning. Brendan's probably right. He would probably fold Nate in half if it came down to it in a one-on-one situation. I mean, Bubba's a big dude, but I think these meltdowns that he keeps having could get a lot worse if he doesn't get off the internet. He is way too sensitive for this shit. And I hate to be the one to say this, but he seems dangerously unstable. He's got all the embarrassment from the lawsuit, being caught lying on his podcast and forced by his lawyers to sign a document admitting that he lied and that he knows everything that's going on. Every month it's something new with this guy, and when the money finally stops coming in, yeah, I don't want to think about the headspace he'll be in. So I'm happy to have a laugh at his on-air meltdowns with you guys, but beneath the surface, there's definitely some shit that needs to be addressed there, and the first step, in my opinion, is for him to just go off the internet and start rebuilding his life. Anyway, make sure you guys go and check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in my longer form uncensored content. There's plenty of other stuff on there covering Rogan, Kill Tony, various lawsuits, as well as other bits and pieces, and it's just a great way to support the channel. While you're here though, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
That's crazy. I don't know. They invited me. I forgot. CD. So the lawsuit thing, I'm sure it's a question. The lawsuit thing. The guy who's no longer with me, a business guy, comes to me and goes, "Hey man, there's this guy on YouTube." Again, hand to God, I've never seen him. I don't see him. Thank God that people don't realize this. Even if he's doing like dragging it out, it's pro bono. I don't pay anymore. So whatever issue they have with it, I couldn't tell you what's going on with it. I couldn't tell you when it's going to end. I know nothing about. I don't associate with them anymore. I couldn't tell you. I could not hear.
Just when we thought the degeneracy of Brendan Shaw had maxed out its quota for 2024, he managed to completely flip the script and remind us just how self-destructive he really is. And I'm not talking about the way he talks like a toddler or dresses like a 19-year-old fuckboy, but even his addiction to lip fillers, nicotine pouches, and peptides. Shit just got real for Brendan, and the funniest part is he did it all to himself. Never has there been a public figure who was such a clear and present danger to themselves. Brendan's been caught lying to his audience across several podcasts, which ended up being presented to court in his ongoing lawsuit with a small YouTuber, which he started, forcing his lawyers to submit a document to the court admitting that he had in fact lied to his audience. But it gets worse. See, Brendan already lost this lawsuit earlier this year, so if he had just taken the L like a big boy and moved on, none of this would have come up, except our boy Bubba has an exceptional ability to misread the room and completely fuck himself for no reason. Like, there is absolutely no reason at all for him to be in this position. It's just wild. Let me explain. So as most of you know, back in 2022, Bubba the Business Shark launched a copyright lawsuit against a small YouTuber called Kyle, who goes by the name Unique. Now here's the thing, everything you're about to see here is a complete lie. All of the clips I'm going to play for you, right, have been quoted in a legal filing by Kyle in a motion to dismiss Brendan's appeal on the basis that he is not in control of Thick Boy Productions. This is from Kyle's filing, and it's fucking hilarious. Business records filed with the California Secretary of State show that podcaster and former comedian Brendan P. Schwab is the principal officer of Thick Boy Productions. In fact, Schwab is the only officer of Thick Boy named as the Chief Executive Officer, Secretary, and Chief Financial Officer in its most recent filing. For all intents and purposes, Brendan Schwab is Thick Boy and is solely responsible for all business decisions of the entity. Schwab sells Thick Boy merchandise and bills himself as the Thick Boy himself in promotional materials. So get this, for the rest of this filing, Brendan is referred to as Thick Boy instead of his actual name. Oh, that's brilliant. Sounds like the ghost boy is a comedian himself. Anyway, I cannot express to you guys how redacted Brendan is for getting into this mess, but let me try. Take a look.
Yeah, that's the thing with, like, defamation of character, stuff like that. That's even like the narrative on me, which I don't talk about, but I have a lawsuit against this YouTuber who's a small-time YouTuber. If you don't know the background, you're like, oh, it's this guy who's big in the space and the smaller guy. I don't know. If you want to criticize my fight pics, my stand-up, my podcast, that's what I'm a public figure. I signed up for that. That's not bother. When you start slandering my name, stealing content, and creating this false narrative, cheating on my life, and all this crazy defamatory stuff, and using content with that clickbait, stuff like that, for years, that's how we do it. Then I have to do something. If you make an entire career of defamation, I have to do something. Several times I've had my team reach out and go, we don't want to pursue this, dude, just stop. And he wouldn't. So what would you do? So this narrative that, oh, this bigger YouTuber is showing this other YouTuber for no reason to sign some, I thought you could get down with cancel culture. I don't, let me fast. This is different. You gotta know your facts, you gotta know your details.
Okay, so why don't we look at the real facts and details? In Kyle's recent motion to dismiss, it says it appears that throughout the pendency of the litigation, Robert Allen has not given Thick Boy updates or explanations as to what is happening with the case. Thick Boy's CEO, Sean, publicly spoke multiple times about the lawsuit in the last 2 years, but seemed to have no idea that it was actually a copyright infringement case. In fact, he continually called it a defamation of character case, supporting his assertion that he has not been properly informed by his counsel. And then he references the clip that I just played for you. Back in 2022, by his own admission, Brenton thought that he was pursuing a defamation case. It seems like everyone else was clued into the fact that it was actually a copyright case, except for the guy who was signing off on all the filings and supposedly paying the bills. Talk about facts and details, huh? Except it gets worse. Let's move into 2023, over 18 months into the lawsuit. Yet our boy Crinjo Pubby still didn't understand what the whole case was about.
You seem to be good at like just focusing on what you can control and not letting the negativity get you.
I mean, I have to. Otherwise, I'm trying my right. I'm a piece of nice. My TRX. It's a Dodge truck. So I'm not I'd say like Lamborghini. It's a little truck. I'm a blue collar guy. So yeah, what else can you do? Stop. That's not me.
Have you done anything to try to like suppress this or like get on top of it? Like it's just
there's nothing you can do.
I mean, can you sue people? Have you tried doing any of that?
No, I mean we have a lawsuit with a guy who made like 3,000 videos. Again, if you're gonna critique stand up or my fight pigs or whatever, my football pigs, that's what the internet's for. Now if you're gonna go out there and defamation, like whatever, it's his kids that beats his wife, and got my attention, I'm gonna come out. That came out of play.
Now, some of you probably remember that clip from a video I made last year, pointing out how Brendan had no idea what the lawsuit was about and how he potentially just screwed himself by talking about it publicly. And now, finally, it made its way into a court filing. Take a look for yourselves. Almost 19 months later, a YouTube page called Hot Breath Comedy Network posted an interview with Schwab on December 12, 2023. The interviewer asks Schwab how he handles negativity online, which led to this exchange. We just saw that in the clip I played. He goes on to say, Robert Allen declined to explain why his supposed client was so uninformed about the litigation when the question was raised in lower court filings. These statements bolster Thick Boy's allegation that it was defrauded, it has not been apprised of the progress of the lawsuit, and has no interest in moving forward. Thick Boy has clearly not given informed consent for its counsel to move forward with this copyright infringement appeal. In fact, the appeal filings indicate that something odd is going on with this case. Thick Boy Productions is a Colorado corporation based in California with a principal office address in Calabasas, California. Yet this appeal was filed under a mailing address in Florida that has no official affiliation to Thick Boy Productions or its legal counsel, and appears to simply be a single-family house in a residential development. All available evidence suggests that Thick Boy has no knowledge of this appeal, no interest in pursuing it, and the action is being controlled by somebody outside the organization without the consent of the company's CEO, secretary, and CFO. Well, fuck me dead. How many did have to make about this for Kyle and his ghost lawyers to finally figure this out? But it gets worse. We're now in 2024. Brendan's lost the lawsuit on the basis that Kyle used clips in his videos under the provisions of fair use, except instead of walking away and licking his wounds, Brendan supposedly doubled down and filed an appeal. Or did he?
But that was a time period. It's like the same thing I'm sure you get brought up. Like, even with this lawsuit thing, right, with this YouTuber, that's all around the same time. I have a whole team, right? You have a business manager, you have this entertainment manager, you got lawyer, you got this. I have a whole bunch of people working for me at the time. I've never been the guy to give people like, you can control this. Never. It's not my thing. That's why I'm at where I'm at. But somewhere along the line, I lost my way. I started delegating certain things to people. And you notice, like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, my social media was awful because it's not me. Those days are gone.
So this was part of the Fighter and the Kids 1000th episode celebration, where they couldn't get anyone to actually come into the studio to hang out with them, so they phoned it in instead. Minor detail. Anyway, for some reason, Brendan and Brian thought it would be a good opportunity to clear up a few things about the last couple of years. You just heard Butler explaining how at the time of the lawsuit, there was also all of that bullshit with the wrongful accusations against Bobby Lee and Kalila over the Fighter and the Kids subreddit, and so Brendan simply put it all down to delegating his authority to people who didn't have his best interests at heart. By the way, all of this is quoted in Kyle's legal filing.
So the lawsuit thing, I'm sure it's a question, lawsuit thing. The guy is no longer with me. There's this guy comes to me and goes, hey man, there's this guy on YouTube. Again, I hand to God, I've never seen him. I don't see him. So this guy who works for me, right, doing this stuff. Business manager, he goes, hey man, I got a call from this lawyer. I've known him a long time. There's this guy on YouTube. He's making thousands of videos, bad mouthing you and using your content.
I said, I don't care.
I go, I don't care, dude. Like, there's a million of them. What are you gonna do? He goes, that's bad, man. He said you hate your kids, and I was like, okay. Next week comes back to me, dude. I'm telling you, I really think you should do something. They know how to pull out my heartstrings. He goes, he has a rap sheet where he beat his son. It's on video on there. I'm like, whoa. All right, do what you gotta do. That's right. And I was told, Charlie, be ready. I was told, this is easy. It takes 3 months. It's still going on. That was really 3 years ago. It's still going on. But here's what people don't realize is, so they give me 3 months, and I don't know if they're in cahoots, just get money out of me or whatever. Me 10 years ago, I would never. You're never gonna beat the internet. It's just internet's gonna internet. There's nothing you can do. And at the time, like the initial cost, good amount of money, but again, at the time, whatever, your boy's balling. So at the time, like, do what you got to do.
So according to Brendan's lawyers, everything he just said in that clip was a lie, and he was forced to sign an affidavit confirming that it was a lie, which I'll show you in a moment. But here's what Kyle's filing said about those clips you just saw. Thickboy initiated the lawsuit only after the unnamed business manager told Thickboy 2 unequivocally false statements. 1, that Swindells said Sean beats his kids, and 2, that Swindells has a rap sheet where he beat his son. These 2 statements are absolutely untrue, yet form the basis for Thickboy filing this action. In that respect, Thickboy was defrauded by his former business manager and entered into this action under false pretenses. This is also evidence that Thickboy has never had an interest in litigating its copyright interests in the 4 videos in question. It goes on to quote one of the clips. Here, Thickboy bluntly speculates that the business manager and Robert Allen were possibly scheming to defraud him of money. Shaw appears to state that he knows nothing about Robert Allen or possibly the business manager and would not recognize him if he were in the same room. This shows that Thickboy was neither involved nor informed in the litigation at any point, even now before this Court of Appeals.
Well, thank God, and people don't realize this, and even if he's doing, like, dragging it out, it's pro bono. I don't pay anymore. So whatever issue they have with it, I couldn't tell you what's going on with it. I couldn't tell you when it's going to end. I know nothing about. I don't associate with them anymore. I couldn't tell you. I could not. I take accountability because that's all. I have to give these people jobs. I have the wrong people around me that I hired, right? I have this business guy that shouldn't have business managing any of my information, bad information, and I'm at a time where I'm not staring at shit, and it's not good.
So Brendan thought he was clearing things up for the record. He was doing his best in every facet to explain how he's no longer associated with the lawsuit. It's out of his hands. These other guys are taking care of it pro bono, which clearly he has no fucking idea what that actually means. And here is what Kyle's filing said about that clip. So Thickboy had ended its association with the former business manager who was handling this case and knows nothing about the litigation. Thickboy is not receiving updated legal counsel. This raises an important question regarding that previous allegation of authority. If the employee who was controlling the litigation is now gone, and Thickboy knows nothing about the lawsuit and has no interest in it, who is making the decisions? Thickboy makes it sound like the former business manager is still handling the case without authority. As far as decision-making authority, Thickboy stated, "Your boy's back. I've been back about a year now. I run everything. Everything you see is me. Everything you see is my
my decision. Obviously, this is confusing. The original lawsuit was filed in February 2022, and this appeal was filed in March 24. Shaw brushed the decision-making authority of Thick Boy's operations away from the former business manager a year ago and has no knowledge or interest in the current litigation. This indicates that Thick Boy never gave consent for his appeal to be filed and move forward. Wow, that's some good burst lawyering right there. Thank you. And speaking of lawyering, I would pay good money to see the look on Brendan's lawyer's face when he saw this legal filing and then went to watch all the clips that were quoted. Imagine the slow closing of the eyes, the acceptance that you're the read act, and then scrambling to undo everything Bubba just said. Well, this is what they came up with, and I'm going to try my best not to laugh while I read this to you. Stay strong, brothers. Here we go. Declaration of Brendan Shaw. I am the CEO of Thick Boy Productions. In February 2022, I appointed Robert Allen as Thick Boy's lead counsel in this action. Mr. Allen has regularly communicated with my business manager, Lex McMahon, and me regarding the status of this action. Mr. Allen had full authority from Thick Boy to file the complaint against Carl Swindells on February 28, 2022. Mr. Allen had full authority from Thick Boy to file the notice of appeal of the district court's decision on March 1, 2024. Mr. Allen continues to have full authority to act on Thick Boy's behalf in all matters associated with this action. I understand that Thick Boy has fully participated in this action as required, including making the decisions to file the lawsuit, responding to discovery, and deciding to file the appeal. I understand that Thick Boy's complaint in this action alleges that Carl Swindells committed copyright infringement defamation. Oh, I almost made it. I understand that Thick Boy filed this opening appeal brief in early May 24, and the parties are currently waiting for a decision from the court. So here we have a signed affidavit from Brendan Shaw basically refuting everything he said about the lawsuit over the last 2 years. This is the signed confession of a compulsive liar. And for those of you wondering why this is so serious, it's because if what Brendan was saying on episode 1000 of The Fighter and the Kid, you know how the lawsuit is out of his hands, he's not up to speed, he knows nothing about it, well, that would imply that somebody was submitting the legal filings without Thick Boy's knowledge or approval, which is illegal, right? Like, that's potentially a criminal act. But here's the best part. Now that Bubba submitted a sworn affidavit to the court, if he says anything to contradict any of those 9 points on his podcast or in an interview or whatever, well, that would be perjury. Seriously, only Brandon could get himself into this much shit over absolutely nothing. And don't forget, this whole thing is over $13,000. That's right, 13K grand. Take a look at this from Kyle's filing. Clearly, Shaw is misusing the term pro bono, as an attorney at a top LA law firm would not switch a rich celebrity's case to a pro bono cause. Thick Boy's speculation that this lawsuit may only be a legal cash grab by his attorney reinforces that the term was used in error. But nonetheless, this case has dragged on for over 28 months, and Thick Boy is claiming that it did not pay for the appeal, and its voluminous brief filed by its elite legal team. The Thick Boy legal team sought approximately $13,000 in damages in the lower court, so a contingency or no cure no pay agreement does not make financial sense. This raises more questions about who is controlling this litigation and whether improprieties are afoot. Regardless, all evidence points to the conclusion that Thick Boy Productions is not a willing and active participant in this lawsuit. Well, thank God for Brendan's quick-thinking lawyers who got him to sign an affidavit admitting that he is in fact in full control and knows all the facts and details about the lawsuit and its status. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a legal document proving that Brendan Shaw is full of shit, and he fucking signed it himself. So normally I wouldn't do a video like this on YouTube. This is more of a Patreon-style video, but I wanted to share this with a wider audience because it's not all jokes, right? I mean, people deserve to know when they're being lied to by a public figure. That's why I've always said Brendan is not built for this. He needs to get as far away from a microphone and a camera as possible. He just cannot stop taking L's. This is why lawyers will always tell you when you're involved in a lawsuit, don't talk about it. Keep your mouth shut until it's over, because you can potentially perjure yourself. And not only that, Brendan went so far to save face in front of his audience that he ended up throwing his lawyer under the bus. He just doesn't get it. When it comes to the legal world, the things you say matter. You can't just make shit up and create false narratives to save your own ass. So if you want to stay up to date with this lawsuit and the appeal, make sure you check out the link in the description
subscription to my Patreon, where you'll find a bunch of videos, not just lawsuit stuff. It's also a great way to support the channel. Also, if you're not a regular here on YouTube yet, hit the subscribe button and make sure to give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
You know, I'm a shark when it comes to business. Hey, my man. They underpaid. He should have paid a lot more. I'll bet that's his thing. Dude, I almost got a fight this morning. Straight up, close I've ever been to get in a physical fight.
Not just an argument and an emotional fight.
Straight up, I got out of the car.
Okay, actually, why didn't you start the podcast with that?
I don't know.
Okay, so go
Talk
ahead.
about movies and stuff. I didn't want to just jump in.
All right, so.
All right, I'm going to share the story of what happened to us yesterday to me and the kids. It was very scary at the time when it was happening, but also it made me realize there's like superheroes and vigilantes, and it happened to be Ren yesterday.
It must feel so good for her, dude. Oh, she was like, I've never been so turned on.
There you go.
That's what it took? Well, of course I can whoop his ass. I'm like, you don't know that,
Yeah,
but you get him.
arrest. Yeah, it's not.
Oh, dude, I'm talking under 45 seconds.
Yeah, no, I know. All right, so what happened?
Easy there, thick boy. Let's take this one slow. So, if you haven't heard, Brendan's wife found herself the victim of a road rage incident last week in a drive-thru at Starbucks. Luckily, though, Cringe Joe Barbie just happened to be 5 seconds away and came to the rescue of his wife and kids in what can only be described as an heroic effort. However, like everything that happens in Brendan's life, there is a problem. Which story do we believe? You see, his wife came out and posted a now deleted Instagram video explaining what happened and bragging about how her beast of a husband came to the rescue and saved her and the kids from imminent harm by giving the alleged perpetrator diarrhea. Yeah, she actually said that. But as if this was all scripted by the man himself, Brandon just couldn't help himself and shared his version of events on the latest episode of the Golden Hour podcast, which was posted in full Starbucks theme. So luckily for you guys, I've gone through and dissected each version of events and put them side by side for forensic examination. And given that there's no evidence of these events other than the hearsay testimony of Brendan and his wife, it's up to you which story you believe. But don't worry, I'll obviously tell you what I actually think happened and why. Just before we get straight into it, remember to check out the link in the description below to my Patreon, where I just posted my much anticipated video covering last weekend's King Tony MSG shows with full uncensored clips and commentary. From the feedback so far, it's looking like you guys want a part 2. If you're interested, go and check it out and support the channel over on Patreon. Unfortunately, for one reason or another, our boy Bubba did not make an appearance at Madison Square Garden. However, Rogan did force Tony Hinchcliffe to share a small room with Brendan yesterday on the flight companion for UFC 305, which was awkward as fuck. But getting back to our forensic investigation of the alleged road rage incident last week, let's see how it all started.
Worked out early enough, so my wife posted that. What she posts, she put, "You were my superhero today, and always I hope you talk about it." But just know your kids that I was so proud of how sexy you came to my rescue at Starbucks today. I'll forgive you leaving your shoes on the floor. We got at 6 a.m. to get back in time to get the kids ready for school.
Back in time?
To get back.
Oh my God! Finally, someone figured it out.
So I always leave the house early to get back, get the kids ready for school, summer camp, whatever. 7 a.m. I'm headed back, and I call her, and she's like, "Oh, we left already." Can you so early? She's like, "Tiger has to get there early for summer camp. Something has to do." She's like, "We're in line at Starbucks." I'm like, "What Starbucks?" She's like, "The one off the soda." Right up there.
We're leaving my house pretty early. We usually leave around 7:45, whether it is to go to school, to camp, and Brent usually works out in the morning, and he comes back on time to say goodbye, whatever, give us a kiss, and head on for the rest of the day. But yesterday he didn't make it. The odds of him not making it yesterday. And so I drive to Starbucks, it's super close to my house, and I pull into the Starbucks. There's that work truck in front of me, and they're ordering. So I'm right behind, and there's a car behind me now because that's their.
All right, so we've only just got the tip in, and already the inconsistencies have started. Brendan's saying he was heading back to the house to see the wife and kids off at 7 a.m., but the wife is saying that they left at 7:45 a.m., and Brendan was running uncharacteristically late, so he missed them.
So I'm like, all right, well, I don't want the kids to start to see me. I'll stop by the Starbucks. As we're on the phone, I heard, get the car, get the hell in the car. Give the kids up. I'm like, whoa. She's like, babe, this guy's getting out of his car. He's banging on the thing. And I'm like, what? I lock the doors, roll up the windows, leave him there. Make sure he can't get out. I'm 1 minute away, make sure his ass does not leave. I can't yell and get in the car. Right?
While the truck in front of me that caused havoc was ordering, Ren called me. And he said, hey, babe, where are you? And I said, oh, I'm at the Starbucks. I said, I'm with the kids. He said, oh, I'm literally like 3-4 minutes away. He goes, order your stuff. And then because it's a gas station, you can wait. He said, just wait for me. I'll come give you guys a hug and a kiss. And then you guys can head off to your day. So I said, perfect.
Then we have another inconsistency. He's saying he heard the incident take place while they were on the phone, but she's saying that nothing happened over the phone. They just planned to meet at the gas station, and then after they hung up, that's when shit went down.
He was in that big construction, like city truck, and he couldn't fit through the drive-through, so he was reversing, and Joanna just gave me like a curt, like beep, like, no, I'll get out of the way, and then the car behind her, because she was backing up, held on the horn. I guess he thought maybe it was her or something, but he was pissed. And then she was like, oh, I'm going to get out the way so you can back up. That's when he got out and started hitting the car. She's like, whoa, dude.
I pull up, it's my turn to order my drink, and I roll the window down, I order our drinks. But the work truck in front of me, I guess work trucks are a little wider, they're like a wider load. So he didn't give himself enough space. So he starts backing up. And in 2024, I want to say most cars have rear view cameras. However, this guy got really close to my car. So I did a courtesy, like, honk. I said, babe, I'm like, hey, I'm here. Don't back up anymore because I'm right here. So he stops. I put my car in reverse and I start backing up myself. The lady behind me apparently doesn't know we live in 2024 where we have rear view cameras, and she holds the horn, which felt like for 5 minutes she's literally hanging on to the horn, like honking the horn. And I'm like, whoa, I'm like, what are you doing?
Okay, this is brilliant. I'm not sure why, but I always assumed that Bubba was the biggest redact in the family. However, it looks like there's some fierce competition from the wife. In almost the very same sentence, she says the guy in front was reversing, and even though it's 2024 and we have reversing cameras on most cars, she gave him a courtesy beep. But the woman behind her didn't realize that it's 2024 and we have reversing cameras and beeped as well, except she held onto the horn for a much longer period of time. So the woman behind her doesn't know we have cameras and beeped, but she herself beeped as well. Yeah, makes sense. That's the kind of logic I would come to expect from Bubba's better half.
You see this guy coming and he starts shouting at me like horribly. What do you do? He honks at me and then he comes to my car and he slams the hood of my car. I told the guy, I said, back up. I said, if you get any closer, I will run you over. I said, you are scaring my kids. You need to back up. And he goes, who do you think you're talking to? Blah, blah, blah. He goes, I will. You when he said that, it clicked in my mind that my husband was on his way to give me and his kids a kiss before sending us off to summer camp. And so I said, oh, okay. I said, you really want to do this? I said, that's how you feel? And he goes, yes. And so I'm like, all right. I said, you know what? I'm going to call my husband, and he's the one that's going to. And I said, you don't talk to a woman like that, let alone you don't talk to a woman who has her kids in the car.
So again, this supposedly happened while Brendan was on the phone with her the first time, except she's saying that she called him the second time after she was threatened to summon her beast of a husband to come down and commit a felony in front of the kids.
I giggled and I looked at him and I said, "You're going to regret you said that in about 1 minute, 1.5 minutes. You're going to regret you just said that to me." And he goes, "Okay, I'll be waiting." I said, "Okay, dude, why don't you get back in your car? We'll see what happens."
So I go, "What kind of car is he in?" She's like, "He's in a construction truck, like a light truck." I'm like, "Big dude?" She's like, "Looks pretty big, has a beard." I'm like, "Cool."
So now I'm shaking and I call Brand and I'm like, "Babe, where are you?" And he's like, "Oh, he's like, oh, like happy go through old guy, driving to Starbucks." And I'm like, "Where are you?" And he's like, "Oh," he's like, "What's up?" He's like, "What's going on?" I said, "The MO in front of me just threatened me and your kids." And he said he was gonna meet up. And Brand goes,
all of Aaron Shabbos here
"What does he look like? What is he driving?" And I said, "He's in front of me. He's in a white work truck. He is a Caucasian male, and he was very aggressive towards me." And this is what he said. He goes, "I will be right there." And I said, "Thank you. I will be here too."
Okay, so this is where things really start to get interesting. I don't know if you guys just caught that, but did you notice how Brendan allegedly asked his wife if the driver of the truck was a big guy, and she said yes, and he said, "All good, I'm coming." Her recollection was that she only told him the type of car he was in and that he was Caucasian. And here's the thing, we're getting to the meat of the story now, and this is where they basically tell two completely different stories. She's trying to flex that her beast of a husband came down, super aggressive, he saw red, she's never seen him like that before, except Brendan says the complete opposite. He says that he was super calm, he was in control, and he took care of the situation in an orderly and civil way. He even says that his wife was so surprised about how calm he was, and that it turned her on. Yet her recollection straight from the G-Wagon completely contradicted that. So who's telling the truth?
Hold up. I'm taking a left-hand turn. I see that construction truck trying to get out of the way. I cut through all the lanes, middle of traffic. I cut him off. Cut him off. This dude done though. Your boy just got done with buys and checks.
Next thing you know, I hear like screeching tires. And I'm like, "Oh shit, that's definitely going to be red." When it comes to the intersection in the middle of Ventura Boulevard. So this guy has no idea what's going on. He thinks he's God Almighty, calling me up, saying all these hurtful and horrible things to me, and thinking, "Cool, I just get to leave now."
He's like, "Nah, man." He's like, "Nah, man." I go, "No. I'm calm in this situation." So I go to open the door. I go, "Get the door." His door. I go to open it. I go, "Got the car."
This thing?
That's it. And he goes, "No." And I go, "Get the car." I go, "Roll down the window." I just very calmly, I go,
to embark on his journey.
"What?" I go, "You're done." He goes, "No." I go, "Very cool."
Nowhere I see Brent get out of the car, like out of his truck, with like a death stare in his eye, like all he saw was red. He was so upset, he slams the door and he tries to like open the passenger door of this guy's work truck and it's locked. He starts like yelling, "Open and window," and this guy looks over and he doesn't know what just hit him.
You know what's getting terrifying? I shows how calm scared the shit out of me. People that can fight and can handle themselves aren't all crazy. You just walk them with you.
Goal to aspiration. What are they waiting for? What are they waiting for? What are they waiting for?
Several ones.
They're waiting just for the right
truck.
moment.
Get out of the truck, your day's going to be like worse. You do this. Get out the
I don't know when, but
get out of the car.
so they're not now. Like, if
I'm
they
not
get
going to fight in the
tomorrow,
middle of the road. I go, all good, dude. Just turn around. See that dumpster behind the Starbucks? I'll fight behind that. I'm telling you, I won't touch you. Just drive your fucking car there, and I'm going to get right by that dumpster.
Oh, and when that right
He's like,
moment
"Nah,
comes,
the thing is," and I'm like, I'm just super calm. And I'm like, "No, dude, just, we'll do it here, we'll do it there. But either way, you can't talk to me like this, man. Like, you think you're tough? Talking to an innocent female and 2 kids, I can tell you, just go down and figure this out." He's like, "The thing, just get almost get to the rep, just takes off." I hear my kids like, "Yeah."
understand, right?
And I turn around and say,
professional waiters. That's what they spend an entire life waiting to make things
also,
says that's called sorcery. That's called not only.
All right, while you guys are recovering from the cringe overload, let me break this down. Like I said before, she's saying he rocked up in a rage and saw red, but he's saying he was completely calm and it turned her on, which I'll show you in a moment. But did you also notice how, according to Brendan, he was being super cautious? He asked his wife on the phone how big the guy was. He approached the truck in a calm manner and asked him to wipe the window down, asked him if he had a gun, and then simultaneously told the guy to get out of the truck, but warned him not to get out of the truck, apparently for legal reasons, which I'll also come to in a moment. And it just struck me that with the whole tough guy narrative that Bubba pushes on the regular, he kind of acted like a massive pussy. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I would have necessarily done anything differently, or if I would have busted the guy out of the truck and beat him up. I'm not some tough guy, and I'm under no delusions. But Brendan's an ex-UFC top 10 heavyweight who could smash 99.99% of the human population on any given day without so much as breaking a sweat. The other thing is, Brendan's also a beast of a family guy, and when it comes to his family, he's made it clear that all bets are off. So why would he ask a guy if he had a gun? Like, I get that it could obviously be a problem, but when you're in that moment, a true tough guy like our boy Bubba wouldn't even think of that. He'd already pulled the guy out of the truck and beat him senselessly. I mean, could you imagine Sean Strickland walking up and asking a guy if he has a gun right after that guy threatened his family?
I was like, how do you know he's telling the truth? You don't have a gun. I'm like,
well, you know what? Yeah, I don't want to do
what?
things.
Do you have a gun? He's like,
In the morning,
What if he said yes?
hey, your dad.
I know. My wife wants to apologize.
What?
You would have been like, my wife wants to apologize.
Honey, get over here.
Get over here! I came here because I think we should deport her.
I don't want to start the new week.
Yeah, that just ruined the tough guy narrative that he's been building for years, because that's how a rational-headed individual would think in that situation, not somebody like our boy Bubba. Remember just a few months ago when he got all butthurt because Steve Will Do It called him out on Twitter for his redacted comments about UFC 300, so he challenged Steve Will Do It to a duel at Bradley Martin's gym.
Steve Will Do It. He came at me on Twitter. I was like, what? You know, I have a background, so there's stuff you can go after. Yeah, I was a world champion. No, I'm not Kevin Hart or Joe Rogan. You know, so you can poke stuff at them. It's like, oh, I just don't know. Failed comedian. Oh my, you don't know comedy. You don't know comedy. That doesn't work. I'm easy to find. You can get my number from Bradley. If there's something going on that I don't know about, you're so upset, I can meet you at Zoom culture, whichever location you want. You can meet there. We can talk about it. If you're so mad, back room, figure it out. You sign papers that you're not going to sue or anything like that, we'll figure it out. No, like, I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's how this goes. Do that, but I know what you're saying. No, but I'm saying if he's that mad, it's like, if he wants to, yeah, we can figure it out. Yeah, I have no problem with that. But you never, I know. No, I don't want it. He seems like he's small too. I don't, so it doesn't, like, I don't come off as a bully. No, he came at me, so it's like, if you're that mad, that's an angle. I'm down. I've never had to beat a single person on this earth come after me that I couldn't beat up. That's just facts. This isn't a bully thing. This isn't a cocky thing. It comes in hand-to-hand fighting. I'll f you up. Unless your name's Francis Ngannou, Gordon Ryan, Tyson Fury, I will f you up. You're just facts. You're just facts.
That's right, unless you're one of a handful of this planet who are trained assassins like Bubba, or basically just anyone with a gun. And this is the thing about it that I think a lot of us already know. He's just a common bully. He only ever threatens people he knows he can handle easily, like Bobby Lee, Delilah, Steve Will Do It, his producer Chin, and his side piece Brian Callen. As long as he's safe, he's a tough guy. But when you introduce variables, then he's cool, calm, and collected, which is obviously a good thing, don't get me wrong, but if he wants true tough guy status, a family man who sees red and his family is threatened doesn't knock on the window and politely ask someone if they have a gun before challenging them to a duel by the dumpsters.
The sheer terror in this guy's face, I've never seen it. I'm not for violence, But the happiness I felt to see this guy literally his hands and like be on the crying, on the verge of crying, shaking, he didn't know what hit him, was the most gratifying thing that I have ever experienced.
So good for her. Child shoes, I got been so turned on. There you go. That's what it took. That fat construction guy.
That's a basic fat construction. Basic.
No, I'm just saying, like, of course I can whoop his ass. I'm like, you don't know that from the get-go?
Yeah, it's not a
dude, I'm talking under 45 seconds.
I know.
Jesus. Oh, ain't tight.
And also from his wife's perspective, I think it says a lot that she would willingly drag Brendan into a potentially violent situation like that and expect him to be the tough guy when she wasn't really in any danger. Remember, after that guy had allegedly threatened her, she wasn't in any imminent danger. In fact, Brendan told his wife to block the guy in and not leave. That's just pure ego. I mean, wouldn't you tell your wife and kids to get away from the threat and not escalate it anything? The right thing to do would have been to get the CCTV footage and submit it to police so they can arrest the guy in the truck if it actually went down the way she said it did, because it would constitute assault under California laws. Not to mention that I'm surprised she didn't get the whole thing on camera herself. And speaking of Californian laws, Brendan yet again proved just how little he knows about how the law works. This was actually fucking hilarious because his co-host Eric Griffin called him out and had to explain that his reasoning was completely wrong.
I'll give him warnings, because if he's filming or because he's going to sit, I'll give him several warnings. Well, if it's in, if it's on trial or it's in the court of law, then warnings. That's what goes through my head.
I know, but I don't know if that. I don't actually think that's going to help you in court. No, except like if you're Bruce Lee and you have the skills to kill someone.
That's not true.
I'm not saying you can't be like, get out of the car. Get out of the car.
I gave him a warning. I said, get out of the car. He goes, no.
Except for they could argue that when he got out of the car, he took it as like a life-threatening.
That's what I said. If you get out of the car, I'm assuming you want to engage in physical.
What I'm saying is, if you really wanted to fight, I mean, there was ways to get him out of the car, and he would have been like,
Trust me, he was out.
That's what I'm saying. But that must have been disappointing then.
Yes.
So you walked up, and you were hoping that he was a tough guy. Trying to, because then you're like, yes.
I was just hoping it wasn't Francis. Is he black? Nope. I'm like, I'll be right there.
Okay, that's some teenage boy logic right there. I'm going to start throwing punches, and if you get in the way, it's your own fault. You can't consent to battery in the state of California. Most jurisdictions around the world are the same as well. But not only that, they sandwiched his car in so he couldn't get away, and then Brandon allegedly threatened that he would assault him if he got out of the car. That sounds like false imprisonment to me. I mean, how can you have a genuine fear of imminent harm if you are actively preventing the threat from leaving? Wouldn't that make you the threat? In fact, if that guy had caused an accident in the process of escaping Brendan's threats, then Brandon would potentially be held partially liable. He really needs a fucking handler, dude. Maybe somebody with a law degree, or even just somebody with an ounce of common sense, just to stop him from repeatedly incriminating himself on the internet. But hey, redacts are gonna redact. Anyway, remember to check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you want to see my breakdown of Kill Tony's massive weekend at Madison Square Garden. There's a bunch of other stuff on there as well, so check it out and support the channel on Patreon. Also, if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
There's no way on earth you're going to be able to defeat the beast of a husband that I have. So good luck. This guy, I think, probably got diarrhea.
Have you not never seen Presumed Innocent? What?
Wait, have I seen what?
I can't.
Wait, what did you say? What did you say?
Nothing.
Don't answer. I couldn't understand what he actually said.
Superman? No, that's not gonna help, right? Here. Do Dr. Doom for Superman. Comic book cover. Not Dr. Doom cover. Proven it right, though.
How much fun is it? Who told you this? What? Did you read comments to figure this out, or how? What are you doing? Yeah, this is why you're unlikable. Just be you. You're so.
So the fighter and the kid are back from summer break, and things are not looking good. The views are continuing to tank, the ad revenue is drying up, and there seems to be tension growing amongst the crew. This is typically what you see in the final days of a show, just before it's cancelled and the excuses start getting thrown around. I mean, things have gotten so bad that Brendan is giving away a truck just to sell a bit of merch. But I'll come back to that towards the end, because since they came back from their short break, it's clear that everyone is starting to want our boy Bubba. And just in case you missed it, while Brian Callen was holidaying in Turkey and Bubba was in the shop working on his truck, they re-uploaded old episodes of the podcast and called them throwbacks. And there's one comment in particular that caught my attention. These should be called back when the podcast made money. So being the naturally curious individual that I am, I wanted to figure out how much money Brandon's podcasts are actually making now after years of dropping views. First up is The Fighter and the Kid. Using an industry standard CPM assumption and based off their recent views data, my estimate is that the podcast is around $200,000 to $300,000 per year. Then there's Brendan's personal channel, Thick Boy, which does a similar views to The Fighter and the Kid, but given that most of those views come from shorts, which barely make any money at all, I'd say that channel struggles to clear $100,000 per year in ad revenue. And of course, there's the Golden Hour podcast, which has the lowest views out of the three channels and probably brings in around $200K per year in ad revenue. So in total, across all three channels, my estimate is that Brendan's content brings in around $500,000 to $700,000 per year at the moment, which would be the lowest it's ever been for him in almost 10 years of podcasting. Throw in a couple of producers' salaries, Callan, D'Elia, and Griffin as well, not to mention all of the property and studio costs associated with running several podcasts. Well, you don't have to be a numbers guy to see that something doesn't add up. Meanwhile, Bubba's still burning through cars, his wife's burning through handbags, and the IRS are probably balls deep in the subreddit monitoring their activities. Thank God for Creature Puppy, huh? But let's put the numbers to the side for now and enjoy some old-fashioned podcast cringe slop. Because if you thought things couldn't get much worse for our boy, then you'd be wrong. You see, when your staff start to smell blood, then you start to lose your authority. And that's exactly what seems to be happening with Bubba's best and brightest. So let me give you the background. In their first episode back, they were getting up to speed with the latest entertainment news when Brendan apparently triggered some of his fans by mixing up DC and Marvel.
The coolest thing in one of the current events we have here is Marvel announced the new Doctor Doom is gonna be Robert Downey Jr.
Did you see people go crazy?
I was in the room. They went nuts.
Tough one because he was Iron Man.
Yeah, so like the whole multiverse thing, right?
Well, Robert Downey Jr. was also Black Guy, Tropic Thunder, and
Great
also
film.
Iron Man. How do you feel about people going crazy over that now?
I don't know Dr. Doom. That's
Right.
I'm familiar with Dr. Doom. Yeah, I know Dr. Doom.
Who was he? He's a villain.
The villain, Superman.
Bad guy.
You're familiar.
Yeah, comic books, man. I grew up on that shit. But, I didn't get busting out my pants when Robert Downey Jr. took the mask off. I'm also 40, though, you know?
Yeah, but it's also, he's so good. You know, he's going to kill him.
Oh, no, he didn't do no wrong, my bro.
So as it turns out, our boy was actually correct. Superman and Dr. Doom did a crossover, which was apparently what he was referring to there. But one thing we know about Brendan is that it doesn't matter who's right and who's wrong. He always seems to fumble the win by going too hard. And it's understandable, right? He's so used to getting ridiculed for being a redact that when he finally gets something right, he doesn't know what to do with it. And you know it's bad when your number one fan, Chin, doesn't understand why you're getting so worked up over it. The next clip from the following episode is so beautiful that I reckon I could personally convince a judge in a copyright lawsuit that it should be considered art and therefore a creative work. And just remember, he didn't bust a nut in his pants over Robert Downey Jr.'s reveal because he's 40 years old, right? He doesn't care about comic books.
Oh, Jay was saying we're getting some emails because we were talking about Dr. Doom. I was saying how he was with Superman.
So Dr. Doom's from Marvel, right?
Yeah.
Superman's from DC.
Yeah.
It was like, what's Marvel, what's DC? Brendan's so wrong. I'm not wrong. I had the comic book as a kid. If you look it up, my memory remembers certain things. The cover of that comic book, I remember. Type in Superman. No, that's not gonna help, right? Do Dr. Doom versus Superman comic book cover, not Dr. Doom cover
With DC and Marvel.
No, just do that. Dr. Doom, Superman comic book cover. You see the action one? There's a few.
That's where it starts.
There it is. Oh, where?
Shut
up. DC. Yeah, one's DC. Shut up, nerds.
So by the way, this all works well.
They did a collab together or something? Yeah, they do collabs with Marvel DC. They do every now and then. That was one I've remembered.
Fantastic Four.
How would you find this out? Who told you this?
Who told me what?
Did you read comments to figure this out, or how?
No, Jason.
Emails, man.
Because they're like, what's Marvel, what's DC? Those don't mix. That never happened. It's Superman. Dr. Doom's Marvel. Yeah, dude, that's a freaking comic. Falls to the I love them. What's from like 1940?
So you got
I think I had the original first. I had the cover. I remember the Steve. That picture of Dr. Doom.
So the one who said that
He's funny about
this context
like proving it right now.
not God.
Oh, I do. It's a big thing. Yeah. It's like saying John Elway played for Pittsburgh Steelers.
You sure open up like a Star Wars Marvel thing? Don't get that wrong.
Okay, we'll come back to the shark attack in a moment because there was three things there. Chin is a useless producer. He's a redacted Googler. The timestamps are always wrong, including in this latest episode. He still hasn't fixed them yet, and he talks too much. But all those things aside, even though Brenda was right, Chin is finally starting to realize how much of a child he was being by insisting he correct the record and let everyone know that he's a beast when it comes to comic books. Who is Bubba kidding? He 100% read the comments on that episode. There were no emails, bro. And just so we can appreciate how low the collective IQ of everyone sitting in that studio is, let's get back to this shark story.
Oh yeah, this was a good one. Great white shark, Australian surfer, leg goes right. 10-footer. July 31st.
Marvel Moment servers. I agree with Jordan. Is it this?
No, Australia.
No, it's
Wales, sorry.
Let me see.
So firstly, Snaps points out that some Australian guy got bitten by a great white shark while surfing. Bubba then says, is this in California? She corrects him and says, no, it's Australia. Then Chin and Callan jump in and say it's in South Wales. And so they all thought that there was a horrific shark attack over in the United Kingdom. Except New South Wales is actually a state in Australia on the east coast. So Snuz was right in the first place. But hey, maybe that isn't common knowledge. However, for a guy like Brenda, who was formerly an internationally recognized stand-up comedian who toured globally before his untimely retirement at the beginning of this year, you'd think he'd at least know the difference between two places on opposite sides of the planet. But thank God for Brian Callan's super smart nephews.
Talking about smoking cigars. Are you a cigar man now?
Well, I don't say no because I enjoy what gives me some energy. There's something about it.
Cigars like a manly, mature thing to do.
Yeah, I was just with my nephews who I love. My two nephews now that are grown. They're the best.
How old are they?
23 and 27.
Okay, little young for cigars.
It's just smart and just they get it. My nephew could press the he's a huge UFC fan. So we go, I don't know if I told you this, but we go, we put stuff on the floor, we're watching the fights.
Okay, let me just jump in for a moment to give you the context so you can fully appreciate the cringe that's about to unfold before your eyes. Recently, the boys celebrated episode 1000 of The Fighter and the Kid, which I covered in great detail right here on this channel. However, there was one part that I left out about why Rogan has never been on the show.
Last two are questions. questions that I just got from so many people that we're going to generalize them. The first one is, why has Joe never been on the show?
Good question. He's been on. He called in when we were at Fox. He's never been on the show. He called in. Yeah, as far as in person.
Actually, the podcast where he took to Stop Fighting was actually our podcast.
That's a Find the Kid, but it was at Joe Rogan's studio, so I wouldn't say he's on the show. He's been the most famous guy in the room, so I just don't feel comfortable asking for anything. We've never asked him on the show.
Everybody asks Joe.
Yeah.
We're his friend. I don't want to be the one to ask him everything. He gets asked for everything. Even when I call him and I want to bring my nephew to the fight, to the Conor McGregor channel. But other than that, I don't even ask him for that.
See, I would, well, you did ask him for that.
No, I asked him that. But
See, I wouldn't ask him for that. I would rather pay, not ask. Yes. I would have paid him. Like, you're here? Like, yeah. You should ask me. Like, that's not. I don't feel comfortable doing it.
Okay, so this is a super sensitive issue for our boy, but you see, along with being banned from Rogan's Comedy Mothership, Brenda's also banned from attending UFC events by Dana White due to his redacted takes on anything to do with the UFC. Basically, Ariel Helwani is higher on the list of people to get free tickets from Dana than Brendan Schaub is. So when Callum went on to tell the story about his experience at the UFC recently with his nephew and Joe Rogan, it hit Brendan on multiple levels.
So we go, I don't know if I told you this, but we go, Rogan puts us on the floor, we're watching the fights, well, we're on the floor, we're just not behind him. We're not caged up.
I don't want to, I just want it all to be correct.
On the floor.
I can't see that.
It's actually a little bit more than you got to get about 6 rows back.
More than that.
No, 6 rows. We can see 6 rows on TV. No, 6 rows back. No, about 6 rows back.
I know exactly where you're at. You're behind the fight.
Yeah, so that's 6 rows. Roughly 6 rows.
It's all good, dude. It doesn't mean that
hey, you're interrupting my story.
It doesn't mean you're not as famous as Joe Rogan they put in the front or Tony Hinchcliffe.
They got my seat.
Very spot on.
So I appreciate that. Rogan texts me and says we're eating at such and such. You know, gives me the coordinates. You know, come by and have a beer. And I say to my nephew, I go, you know, it's late, but I'll go for you because you get to meet probably Hinchcliffe. He's a huge Joe Tony fan. I meet Jelly Roll, who's there.
24-year-old.
Sick dinner. Just goes, dude, I'm not going to show up as your +1 and just be that young guy because it's going to be work for them because now they have to acknowledge me and talk to me, and it's just an interruption into the flow. And I went this. He gets it. He gets it. He just gets it.
It's a huge opportunity.
He's got a really amazing job, by the way. Like an amazing job. And so, and there's a reason he got that amazing job. That social intelligence reason. By the way, tell me how rare that is. A lot of people can't read a room, right? This kid can read a room. He can read a room. So you read a room, I read a room. We see a situation. We can be put in a situation, and we come out of that situation. We'll be across in a room. We're not talking to each other. We come out with the exact same conclusion every time. Right away. We were in a couple of situations where everything was amazing. Like it was like, wow, you're in this situation which couldn't be coordinated, and these people are amazing. And both of us come out and go like this, not good people.
Yeah.
And you're like,
we were at that one dinner that one time. You could tell I was kind of zoned out. You're not buying it. I went, I just don't.
Oh, I remember that. So,
holy shit, where do I even start? Brendan and Brian calling themselves room readers has to be the funniest thing I've ever heard them agree on. Brendan's too busy reading the comments to worry about reading the room. And the defining feature of Brendan Schaub's whole is that he continuously fails to read the room. Back to how they attacked Bobby Lee and Kalila because somebody went into thinking they were behind a lot of the hate on Reddit, and after drama, it turned out that Brendan was just butthurt that Kalila's friends outed him on Trash Tuesday, cheating to walk him to his truck. All the time that he sued a YouTuber about him, and then 2 years later pretended he knew nothing about it. After he lost in court, a few weeks later, he's worse at reading a room than Brendan Schaub and Brian Allen. I mean, the irony of bragging about how good they are on a podcast that should have been cancelled 3 years ago. Seriously, what are we doing here, baby? But it gets worse. After Callum told his Yuri Bubba wanted to get in on the action, so he told one of the most random stories I've ever heard. And at first, I had no idea why the fuck he was telling us this story, but then as he got towards the end, it all made sense. See if you can spot it too.
I had a day yesterday. I brought boss to the studio, right? So he's here with me all day. And then I did some work to my lighting. I was for not you or Rabbi, so that's cool. So I was in the fuel lines in my truck just blew up before I'm getting on the highway. So I called Joe, come here, big boss, you up on the side of the road for him. Get him out of here, and then I'll deal with him. Back to the shop. Of the afternoon, in 3 hours, it's 100 degrees out. 3 hours. I'm in jeans, and there's no shade. And I'm so frustrated. I'm just sitting in silence, so frustrated. I couldn't talk to anybody. The tow truck guy comes from AAA, young Mexican cat. Him, kind of shooting the shit. He tells us, that car guy, he was like, oh, yeah. Figuring out okay, and then there's like that awkward silence. How long you doing it? He's all this 3 years. I'm always interested in like the pay structure, and I go, so how do they do it? Like, even Ubers, I was asking how does it pay? Like, what do you think of it? So with him, so them, I need exact numbers. Like, how they do it? Just AAA, like the truck, and then they pay you a salary. He's like, so I do all of Southern Cali, right? Like, I go all over. Like, oh, like 9 to 5. He's like, oh man, I try to work 14-hour days, Monday through Saturday. I wish I could work Sunday. I was like, God damn. And I remember I was in my truck, and he goes, yeah, I wish I could work Sunday. He was like, the big thing is tips too. Like, we get tips, man, really helps us out. He's like, maybe it's just the economy. They just people aren't tipping enough cash. It wasn't like he was giving me a sob story and giving me a tip. He was just, yeah, it's because you want to do hours. I wish you could work more. I work Sunday. I worked 24 hours. I was like, oh, hustling, man. He's young. I was like, oh, just hustling, trying to make that bread, huh? He's like, well, I got 4 kids, man. One of my kids is autistic. I was like, how old? 8. I was like, oh, he's getting in and out. He dropped me off at the house. I had to take the house and the shop again. Dropped me off at the house. I never have cash for whatever reason. I had this cat because Tiger's baseball team went bowling. I covered it for all the dads, and so they gave me a bunch of cat. I had them stacked in my pocket.
Because he had a relationship with Rabbi Rothschild. But again, even though it was Bishul Bidarka, so I recognize Bishul Bidarka as a valid Rabbia. Therefore, after that first act, therefore, was no longer Bishul. So the rest of the guys are high. What are they high for? What are they high for? Adultery.
So Greg told that whole half story just to let everybody know that he is a baseball dad. Like, bro, we get it. You quit stand-up comedy to be just a dad. And don't forget, he's always asking questions about
A shark becomes a business.
And I called this out a couple of weeks ago, noticing that Brenda will find Eddie up being a baseball dad. That's right. Ryan was telling everyone about an upcoming comedy gig, asking for advice on whether to drive or fly.
We left that 4, it took you 4 hours.
Because
I had no choice after this game. It took me 4 hours.
So the move is it's a 30-minute drive.
Jeez, he's almost as bad as those vegans and Tesla drivers he's always bagging. Dude, you're a beast of a dad. Unfortunately, he's not when it comes to TV shows. This seriously has to be one of the worst takes I've ever heard come out of Brent lips.
Wait, have you seen Presumed Medicine?
What?
I can't.
Wait, what did you say? What did you say?
Nothing.
I didn't understand what he actually said.
Presumed into
Oh yeah, Presumed Medicine. That's an old movie. That's from is that the remake?
I can't. What else you got?
It's pretty much the business straight bar. They eat
like Breaking Bad, right?
So it has relations with someone.
What?
What?
Presumed innocent.
Acts of relation. Ultimately, again, will be the Hannah. So again, what's that case? That's the information will be done.
Okay, let me get this straight. Brendan thinks that an 8-part limited series on Apple TV that was based off a 1990 film starring Harrison Ford, which was based off a 1987 novel, is better than Breaking Bad and The Sopranos, arguably 2 of the top 10 TV shows in history. Don't get me wrong, I love a good courtroom drama as much as the next guy, and Jake Gyllenhaal's an awesome actor when he's not claimed to be a UFC fighter turned nightclub bouncer, but fuck me, that Bubba CTE is out of control on that one. And speaking of CTE, let's finish off Brendan's last-ditch effort to sell merch and make a few dollars to cover all of his bills. The countdown, with only 3.5 weeks left to enter. You see, Brendan's YouTube channel last year called Toontown, which ended up dying in the after videos. In fact, the most viewed channel by far is the one of him flipping his truck in the middle of nowhere. And so after only a few videos, Bubba decided it was time for a rebrand. Some have speculated that Disney finally noticed he was using their trademark and sent him a seasoned assist. But others, including myself, think that it's yet another attempt to refresh and start the fire again. So now his truck channel is called Drive Fast or Gas, which stands for, never mind. And so what better way to launch his new brand than to give away a beast of a truck? All you have to do is go to drivefastorgas.com and purchase as much merch as you can to maximize your chances of winning. Or you could just read the official rules where it says no purchase necessary to enter or win. So you could just send Bubba a handwritten letter or send him a text message or an email. Either way, this looks dodgy as fuck. And as I said at the beginning of this video, I just don't understand numbers are still adding up. I mean, even if the giveaway is sponsored by a bunch of off-road advertisers and he's earning revenue from all the ad reads across his podcast network, he simply doesn't have the views to get them a return on their spending. So either he's making promises that he can't keep, or there's somebody in the background paying his bills and maintaining his lifestyle. Anyway, that's it from me for today. Remember to go and check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you want to see some of my uncensored content. I'm currently working on my review of Joe Rogan's latest comedy special with full clips and commentary, so make sure you're signed up so you don't miss out on that one. Otherwise, if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Is the press behind the guy color? Or is it on there? Now you're pretending like she's always been liked and always been loved. He's like trying to get all like urban. She's like, oh, dude, the stallion, y'all. She's like, not only do we do it in 2020, who's gonna do it? What are you doing? This is why you're unlikable.
What is that coming to? You have anxiety,
The Joe Rogan Experience has become so unironically entertaining that it's almost ironic. Here we have the latest fight companion with Brian Callen, the washed-up Hollywood extra who knows nothing about fighting, Brian Simpson, a comedy mothership regular who also knows nothing about fighting, and Brandon Schlob, a former UFC power bottom who is known for having the most dogshit takes on fighting on the internet. But don't forget Rogan himself. Not only is he notorious for not getting jokes, but that's now become the funniest thing he's ever done. Every now and then, Grumpy Joe will rear his shiny head and create some of the most awkward moments for absolutely no reason. So we'll get to Grumpy later on because we're basically at the point now where his whole podcast is a giant meme, especially these fight companions with Schlob and Callen. Brendan sits there for 3 hours being almost completely incoherent while Brian fishes for viral moments by trying to troll Rogan, except it all goes over his head because he takes Brian so literally. I want to start with Brandon, though. It's so nice of Jamie to disable the live chat whenever Bob is on a live stream, but that didn't stop people ragging on him after the stream ended in the comment section. What does Brian and makes him constantly invite them? Why the hell on here? I look down on whoever puts a mic in front of Shaw. Bubba just agreeing with everything Joe says is the funniest shit ever. The microphone really close. If he isn't careful and it touches his chin, he'll end up on the floor doing the upside down tortoise. I hope Brendan isn't nervous being on a podcast that will eventually get more than 50,000 views. Sure, casually ingesting 40 milligrams of nicotine, then lighting a cigar and talking about nootropics is crazy. Yeah, this guy is on so much shit, it's getting scary. I mean, the amount of coke this guy is dealing with on a day-to-day basis is sending him into a spiral of substance abuse, from smelling salts to nicotine to cream, even PEDs.
Tell you what, that wakes you up for a show. We have an agreement. We'll pop a little step before you go on stage. I live in my garage before I get up and head to work. Oh, yeah. Damn, you're all in. Have you had these, the Lucy's, the breakers? No. Oh, they're eights. They're eights. Lucy's have eights, and they have like a little mint thing in it. 24. How many do you have in there? It's very high. It's good. You have 24 milligrams in your mouth. I go through 2K of the day. What do you use? Which one? Oh my god. You push the envelope. Yeah, that's not even an envelope anymore. You got a satchel. The
directions say to keep it a foot away from your face.
Hand me the Lucy, man. One ain't gonna do it for a trial there. I think there's one more in there. It's the same flavor. Yeah. You don't want to. You already have 24. Yeah, just the same flavor. I took the 24 out, but I don't mix flavors. Well, now you get 16, so you'll have 2 of those. We'll get 16. To save your heart will stop. Yeah, Lucy's are for people who are tired, but I like it better than Zen, a lot better. Because Zen gives you this weird flavor in your mouth that it makes you pick up. Yeah, it doesn't seem good. How long have you been doing nicotine? Like a year. Why? Because it's good for your brain. It fires you up, man. It's good as like a nootropic. It helps your brain. It helps cognitive performance. The real problem is cigarettes are not good. But then they smoke actually a lot of great books were written on cigarettes. Yeah, nicotine's great.
Yeah, nicotine's great, Bubba. It's also the most addictive substances known to mankind. But these guys never let the bro science get in the way. Like, did you hear Rogan there referencing nootropics as being beneficial for cognitive function? Meanwhile, the company that he developed Alpha Brain with is being sued for making misleading and false statements in their ad marketing. The first time around in California, they managed to settle the lawsuit, but this time around in New York is a little bit more difficult. If you want all the juicy details from the court filings, as well as a break of the study they used to make their false claims, go and check out the link below in the description to my Patreon, where I'm providing ongoing coverage of the lawsuit, as well as a bunch of other stuff. Basically, though, there's a class action in New York claiming that the study they used did not reach the conclusions around cognitive improvements that they have been claiming for years. But Joe doesn't let that stop him when it comes to promoting non-FDA approved products on his podcast.
Want a Lucy?
Yeah, let me spit this thing out.
All right, so let's begin. A lot to do today.
Renegade rule. Thank you. Jay, do you know the Zen conspiracy? Do you know about this? We're all being accused of secretly being sponsored by Zen.
Yeah.
It's the funniest shit. Okay, watch this. This is crazy.
Okay, so maybe my conspiracy has been debunked, but now they've moved on to Lucy's, which isn't a conspiracy because they've been sending boxes of their product to podcasters. Remember this?
We are back. I gotta tell you, there's this thing that happened over the last few months, which is that everybody has discovered the wonder of just nicotine straight to the sleeve.
I didn't know where you're going with this. If I could invest in anything, and we just know we lost some podcast. Yeah, I wish we had.
Love it. Here's the thing. It's
this is not an ad. This is not an ad. By the way, this is organic. You know we love nicotine. Because they sent us this box.
Yeah. There's been because so many flavors, and these geniuses came up with the
breaker.
Gee, guys, remember when podcasts weren't 1 hour long infomercials? Anyway, let's get back to our boy Crinjo Puppy, because nicotine pouches aren't the only thing stopping him from flipping his TRX. Oh, no, wait, never mind.
You know, now, and like, probably the best shapes inside I fought is that Transcend, with like peptides, TRTs, it's Transcend. It's a company that like, you do your blood work like probably at least every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks, and they monitor everything. Right, you should be taking this, and it's a subscription plan. I send it to you. Oh, no, just start taking everything there. They check your blood work. Like that's what Cowboys on. Really hard. Like ways to well. I've never felt better. What do you think for your cognitive? Like for me, I need my brain to get cognitive energy. Yeah, peptides are incredible. Yeah, that's why they keep alcohol on them. I'm a guinea pig. I don't know sometimes a day or whatever. Well, you feel good.
Okay, why is Brendan using PEDs? He's a 41-year-old retired semi-professional athlete who stuffs his face with nicotine pouches and mumbles into a microphone for a living.
Because remember, in the UFC, he wasn't a huge name. He was fun to watch. We didn't have like a great record. And we're like, all right, he's fun, but he's going to be world champ. Leaves. It's such a fun story, dude, bro. You got so many pouches in your mouth. You sound like a squirrel. You sound like a squirrel. How did you say something?
Old squirrel shop. Squirrel shop. What are we doing here, Ben? Seriously, why is Sean on PEDs? Why are any of these guys on TRT and HGH and everything else they can get a doctor to prescribe them? Is it so they can perform better on stage or in the podcast studio? Maybe it's so they can perform better at play.
We're talking about, Armageddon, like, the days. They don't run. The cardio's not. He's got bad knees, actually. That's why I run. Yeah, I run all the time. If the shoe pops off, you'll be able to run. Like that guy. I was hanging out with this drug guy, and he has like a whole bunker for, the Armageddon and Doomsday. What are you gonna do, bro? He's like, we get in the mountains. I'm like, how? Have you ever jogged up there? You can't even walk. Yeah, you try carrying 80 pounds of mountains. Not getting into those mountains. Not, but I'm getting to the mountains. I'm gonna take your gear and run up. How much are you running? 3 miles usually. When did you start doing this? 4 months ago. I started with 3 miles, then I went to 2, then I did a mile as fast as I can. That's crazy. Why you do the fast? I don't know. They invited me to. I forgot. CT. I forgot. I didn't know until I saw a picture of Jelly Roll doing it. I used to run 3 miles I was struggling so hard.
Oh, come on, guys. Did Tom and Bert seriously forget to invite Bubba to their bear run? He's been training for it and everything. Can we just stop for a moment and appreciate what just happened? Here's my read on this, okay? Brendan knew that the 2 Bears 5-kilometer run was coming up because Tom and Bert started promoting it several months back. Schwab said he started running 3 miles a day a few months ago, which is 4.8 kilometers, so almost 5 Ks. Clearly, he was training for it and hoping for an invite at the last minute so he could rock up and put in a solid performance-enhanced effort and then claim that he hadn't trained for it at all. Now, I know I just made that up completely. I don't have 300 pages of evidence or anything like that, but come on, guys. Bubba starts doing 4.8 kilometer runs every day right after Tom and Bert announce a 5K bear run. Yeah, Armageddon my ass. But hey, we should acknowledge just before we move on that Brandon's apocalypse joke was pretty funny. No? Okay, maybe not. Tough crowd. And speaking of tough crowds, Brian Callen just couldn't get anything to land with Rogan.
The fact that he was partying and like hanging out all the time. Well, Hamzat's got a lot of bread, bro. He got a lot of money. Yeah. And with some people that have a lot of money, say people Khabib saying, you ever seen what Khabib does? Yeah, he's gonna let that the land he owns in Russia. When you're friends with Putin, they take care of their athletes, especially when they're fighting. Well, Hamzat is friends with that cardio guy, the leader of Chechnya. Yeah, he won a Nobel Peace Prize. Did he really? No, he did not. That was like, what the fuck? He's not. He is not. He's a warlord.
Joe, on what planet head of the Chechen Republic getting a Nobel Peace Prize? But as always, it got worse. Guests trolling Rogan has to be one of my favorite dynamics on JRE, and Callan is one of the best at doing it because he's been going at it for so many years.
I love that Francis made a ton of money. I love that he dropped Tyson Fury. I do not love the Joshua fight. That was sad. Watching him get KO'd like that against Anthony Joshua was like, oh. It's like you're just fighting one of the best boxers that's ever competed at weight, who's a knockout puncher, who really knows how to box, who's an Olympic gold medalist, and you've ever won boxing. Right?
He also might have had an incentive to keep that fight going for a long time. I'm not saying anything.
What?
Yeah, I said it. Mike Tyson Fury. He may have had a
You're ridiculous. You're so wrong. There's not a chance in hell that Tyson Fury carried him. He was terrified of his power. He got dropped with a furious left hook in the last round. He got rocked in the 8th round. It's the same thing that you see in the Usyk fight. He's not all there anymore. Those fights with Deontay Wilder took something out of him. 100%.
I started boxing late in life.
I think I still think that Tyson Fury fight. Did you not hear him talking? Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm finishing my thought.
Yeah, but you're finishing your thought while I was talking. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, but we were already having our conversation, and then you moved on. I'm saying that Tyson Fury didn't have a bag of tricks, and he didn't carry him. For me, it's very strange to me. It's very strange. I don't know. Maybe he didn't train at all.
He's one of the greatest heavyweights of all time, for sure. But he's also fighting a mountain of a man with insane physical abilities. They're calling him with vicious left hook in the 2nd round. If he was carrying that dude, all that should be out the window after you get dropped and rocked like that.
Oh, God.
Really, Callan was just talking shit, and once he saw Rogan take the bait, he went in for a selfie. But Grumpy Joe takes everything so literally these days that he kept shutting it down. And it bothered him so much that he even brought it up again later on when Callan brought up Justin Timberlake.
Justin Timberlake wasn't selling well in his concert. That's what
we got arrested for drink driving.
Conspiracy.
You're a conspiracy. You believe that Tyson Fury Francis is a guy?
I actually do believe
you're a ridiculous person.
No, I think he got paid for it.
Oh, God, that's the story. Honest
Yeah, you could tell Rogan was coping hard. It reminded me of Callan's all-time best failed troll on Rogan from way back in the old JR, where he played the tough guy, saying he could beat up anyone that tried to bully him.
You know what happened to me? I got bullied for a full year, and it turned me into if somebody tried to bully me, I'll show up at your house and kill you. That's what happens. I get so angry. I'm not buying that winning tons of it, and I hate it. And it's not true. Bully me. You know what? You're bullying me right now. Hold on, let me answer your problem.
You've talked to too many guys that let you say like that, and then it becomes like vernacular. When I first met you, all the people you used to hang around with, those are all toxic, and they've ruined the way you're allowed to communicate with people. Because they said stupid shit, and then you said stupid shit.
Hey, bro, look at how my. What do you have to say to me? Bro,
Clearly, Callan was taking the piss and trying to wind up Rogan. But Grump came out and started lecturing him. You could tell just from the look on Brenda's face that he knew it was a joke. They probably planned it in advance. Brian actually explained that it was a bit last year when he had Adam 22 on the Fighter and the Kid podcast.
do you remember that when I was going to go? I was going to about it. It was a long time ago.
5 years ago.
Yeah. I was about to go. Yeah, and I was going to ask you. You come at me. You better come at me correct. I was going to joke around with you. And he thought I was being hot.
Yeah, so you think after all these years, Rogan would have finally realized that Callan's just fucking with him, but Joe's having none of it, and there's an interesting dynamic to their whole relationship. Recently, on episode 1000 of The Fighter and the Kid, Shaw and Callan advertised that they were going to have the people on the show who helped make it all happen and were there from the start. So naturally, everybody thought that Rogan would make an appearance, especially given that he was the one who encouraged Brendan to quit fighting and move in hosting and stand-up comedy. But not only did they have no guests in the studio, Rogan didn't even call in to congratulate them, which raised some eyebrows. In this next clip is off the charts.
The last two are questions that I just got from so many people that we're going to generalize them. The first one is, why has Joe on the show?
What does that mean?
No question. He's been on. He called in when we were at Fox on the show. He called in. As far as really
Actually, the podcast where you told us about finding was actually our podcast.
to find the kid that was at Joe Rogan's studio, so I say he's on the show. Outside deal, we did a pretty good job booking the people that made the show through all the years. But again, we didn't think about Rogan because he's never been on the show. Yeah, but it's different because also Rogan, a lot of ways we got views is we're on Rogan so many times. Cross-pollinate.
I'll be on him again.
Yeah, next Saturday we're back on. So we didn't even ask Rogan.
No.
Never was been the most famous guy in the room, so I just don't feel comfortable asking for anything. We've never asked him.
Yeah, everybody asks Joe for his friends. It makes you feel. So I don't want to be the one to ask for everything. He gets asked for everything. Even when I call him and I want to bring my nephew to a fight, to the Conor McGregor channel. But other than that, I would never. I don't even ask him for that.
I wouldn't. You did ask him for that.
No, I asked him that.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't ask him for that. I would rather pay, not ask.
Yes.
I would have paid, and you're here, like, yeah. Should I ask him? Like, I just not. I don't feel comfortable doing it. Like, even people when I'm asking for their thing, and it made me feel sick. And I called him like, I feel free to do it. He's like, don't feel bad.
Because it's fine.
He's like, it's fine. He goes,
everybody's an agenda. Everybody has a
everyone's pitched up to do it. So it's like, I've legit I've never asked him for I've never asked him to be on his show. I've never asked him to come on this show. Nothing. I'll ask him for advice.
I asked him if I could do the podcast one time because I wanted to promote my special Man Tears. I think that it was complicated. It was for a long time. And that's it. That's the rest of it. I was like, hey, can I come on? But he would have said yes.
Yeah, so the real reason they never asked him to come on the podcast is because they know he'll turn them down. Rogan really goes on other people's podcasts, though, which is really strange. I also find it strange that instead of going to their studios, he'll let them do an episode of their podcast in his studio. I don't know if he's just lazy or he thinks he's helping them. Maybe he wants to stay hiding behind his massive Mike Tyson and avoid any full body shots. I don't know. This whole podcast world is so weird. They've all basically turned into lolcows at this point. And the ironic thing is that their shows are the most entertaining that they've ever been. Seeing four middle-aged men jumping around, sniffing out of a bottle, stuffing their faces, and not getting each other's jokes is peak entertainment in 2024, and I'm here for it. We're in a post-entertainment world now where it's just a bunch of clown shows on repeat. I hope you enjoyed this breakdown of the latest JRE Fight Companion. If you want to see some of my uncensored content, head over to my Patreon, where I just dropped the first part, 3-part series on Tony Hinchcliffe and Kill Tony. Otherwise, if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
This is a very good fight.
I'll test skill B.
I'll get a
saying person with a collecting tax.
Drives me.
Don't start from me. Shabbos, let's say Shabbos. You know what? I don't want to do certain things. First thing was out of here. And your nuts. Again,
it drives me
nuts. It's not a good sin to start with. Or I want to pay my stuff today by paying my debts.
Yeah, so.
Brandon Shaw and Brian Callen celebrated their 1,000th episode of The Fighter and the Kid this week, and they did it in style. Okay, no, not really. But Brandon hyped it up all week, saying that we're going to have a very special guest on episode 1,000, someone who played a big role in its success, except they ended up just having a few of their buddies phone in for a Zoom call, and the best part for me was seeing the top comment get deleted by Jin. I didn't get a chance to screenshot it. Said something along the lines of, how pathetic is this that they couldn't get any guests in the actual studio to celebrate, so they phoned them all in. They got a bunch of likes and it was literally the top comment, but now it's gone, so they must have deleted it. If anyone got a screenshot or knows what it said exactly, drop it below and I'll pin your comment so it's here to stay. But listen, I'm not here to poke fun at one of the oldest and longest running podcasts in the world. The Fighter and the Kid has been going for over 10 years. They started in 2013 on Fox, but then they went out on their own in 2016 after a contract dispute, and ever since it's been downhill. They struggled to get 50,000 views per episode, and considering that they used to get hundreds of even millions of views, It has to be one of the most epic downfalls in podcast history.
This is where I'm at. Like, maybe we don't reach a million views or even 100,000 per episode. I'm okay with it. I wish I did. That'd be great. But if it's like hustling and playing the whole YouTube algorithm game, like I'm not gonna do it at 41. I'm not gonna do it.
Yep, makes sense. But like I said, I'm not here to poke fun at their podcast. What I am going to do, though, is call out Brandon Schaub for lying about his lawsuit, lying about why he quit doing stand-up comedy, and also for lying about where he gets his money from. As usual, I say at this point, Brandon is out of control and is so full of lies that he really needs to stop and get help. I really mean that. I'm not even joking a little bit. Every time he opens his mouth about the lawsuit or about stand-up comedy or anything to do with his decision-making, he only makes it worse. Brandon, if you're watching this, stop it. Some help. The lies you're telling are damaging the people around you and ruining any semblance of integrity that you never had. For all my regulars watching who have been following this train wreck from the beginning, you're going to see Brandon lying through his teeth yet again, blaming everybody but himself for the damage he's caused, while Brian Callen sits next to him, enabling all his lies because he's got skeletons in his own closet that he's still trying to hide. But if you are new here, don't worry, I'll get you up to speed as we go along. If you end up wanting more, you can go and check out my Patreon via the link in the description, where I have full detailed coverage of all the legal filings in this case, as well as Rogan's Alpha Brain lawsuit. There's also more uncensored content over there that you might be interested in, so go and check that out. For now though, sit back and relax, grab a cupcake, and let me explain what's going on. To celebrate episode 1000, they did a 3-hour podcast where they had their buddies voting for a chat, which was cringe as fuck. But they also decided to answer some questions from their so-called fans, and nothing was off limits, including how they mistakenly bullied and threatened Bobby Lee, Brandon's failed lawsuit, and his recent retirement from stand-up comedy.
What's going on with you and Bobby Lee? Have you guys squashed everything?
Yeah, I know real quick. Brian's closer with Bobby. He's always been closer with Bobby than I was. Like, me and Bobby didn't talk like weekly or even monthly. If I saw him at the store, we're always cool. Yeah, but it's not like if I tell you, which is the truth, I don't talk to Bobby. I didn't talk to him before. So there's no falling out. We were never that close. Yeah.
I think we spoke a little bit, and I said, "I love you, and I'm terribly sorry." He said, "We're good," and so I love him, and I take. I was going through something. I was working on nation, and I was wrong. I was wrong through. That guy didn't deserve it. I was defending my friend Brendan. I wasn't working on all the information, and I don't know. I get into what it was. I was going through some really crazy, and I just lost my. It was a weird time. And I lost the last person that deserved it. And I have apologized to him unreservedly.
For those of you who don't know, a few years ago, Brandon and Brian got trolled by somebody who was claiming to have evidence that Bobby Lee was behind some of the posts on the Fighter and the Kids subreddit, which included stuff about Brandon cheating on his wife, hitting his children, and other deeply embarrassing details about Brandon's personal life. They jumped onto this fake evidence and immediately started calling and texting Bobby and his ex-girlfriend Kalila, threatening to expose that they were in an open relationship, as well as physically threatening Bobby Lee himself. The only person I know of who threatened Bobby Lee and actually assaulted him as well is Ari Shafir, so they were in good company. Unfortunately, it all ended up being fake. Bobby had nothing to do with the Fighter and the Kids subreddit. Brandon and Brian went into control, and the rest is history. But instead of taking responsibility for their actions and being straight up about it, they still blame the people around them for leading them astray.
Well, that whole time was so weird. Like now I'm in a much better place, much healthier, and I have people around me. Like when that was going on, like if that same opportunity came to me now, so I'm pissed off. Like, are you ready? No, it was so weird. So, and then also, like I never thought it'd become what it did. I didn't want to go public. I heard some of this stuff, and then it just became this monster. You know, so it's like
part of it is people love Bobby. I was out of line. You know what I did?
I told you that before we got off here. Like, holy fuck.
And I've never, to be honest,
and then straight, don't get mad. This friend is like
I got a little crazy. When you get mad, when I think my friends are getting, I was mad about some stuff that was going on. I get it. When we get mad, you get mad.
So at least Brian Callen's being straight and taking responsibility for it. He's the one who called up Bobby and physically trained him. But then here we have Brandon using every excuse in the world to deflect responsibility when all of this concerned his family and the things he was doing behind their backs, allegedly. The reason I'm bringing up the Bobby Lee drama is because Brandon used this in the podcast to try and justify launching a lawsuit against a YouTuber known as Unique. Essentially, his argument is that he was in a bad place, he was trusting the wrong people, and he got dragged into something that he didn't fully understand of rewriting history in real time.
So that was a time period. It's like the same thing I'm sure you brought up. Like, think of this lawsuit, right, with this YouTube. That's all around the same time. I have a whole team, right? You have this entertainment manager, you got the lawyers, you got this. I have a whole bunch of people working for me at the time. I've never been a guy to give people like, you can control this. Never. It's not my thing. That's why I'm at where I'm at. But somewhere along the line, I lost my way. And I started delegating certain things to people. And you know, like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, my social media was awful because it's not me. Gone.
Did you get that, guys? Brandon never delegates, ever. That's just not his style, except he did it on that one occasion. Basically, Brandon puts it all down to being in the wrong head time, as well as having the wrong people around him, giving him the wrong advice, and simply going to profit off of his fame and fortune. This is his full explanation, and just so you know, I had to edit this pretty heavily because he was umming and ahhing, stuttering, and repeating himself, so I did my best to help him form normal sentences. Take a look.
So the lawsuit thing, I'm sure it's a question, the lawsuit thing. The guy who's no longer with me, this guy comes to me and says, hey man, there's this guy on YouTube. Again, I hand to God, I've never seen him, I've seen him. So this guy who works with me, right, doing this stuff. Directed, thank you. Like a businessman, right? Hey man, I got a call from this lawyer, I've known him a long time. There's this guy on YouTube, he's making thousands of videos, you know, bad you're using your content. But he said, I don't care. I go, I don't care. He goes, that's bad, man. He said, you hate your kids. And I was like, well, okay. Next week comes back to me, dude, I'm telling you, I really think we should do something. You know, they know how to pull out my heartstrings. You know, he has a rap sheet where, you know, he beat his sides on them on there. I'm like, whoa. All right, do what you gotta do. And I was told, this is easy to take 3 months. It's still going on. 3 years ago, it's still going on. But here's what people don't realize. So they told me 3 months, and I don't know if they were in cahoots together, just getting money out or whatever. Me, now, 10 years ago, I would never, you're never going to be the internet. It's just, internet's going to internet. There's nothing you can do. And at the time, like, the initial cost, good amount of money, but again, at the time, whatever, you're always balling. You know, so at the time, like, I got to do.
Okay, so let's break this down because it's important to set all of this out to understand just how full of shit he is, and trust me, it gets worse. Brandon's saying that he never knew about the videos Unique was making. It was brought to his attention by a business manager who potentially had some sort of arrangement to screw Brandon out of legal fees to line their own pockets. At the time, they told him it would only take 3 months to get it all settled and done, but now, 3 years later, it's still going. Do you notice how nothing is ever his fault? He decided to go with the lawsuit because the YouTuber allegedly beat his own son, so he had to throw in that little humble brag there. And that line we've heard him say before, you never get to beat the internet. Brandon was the one who leaned into all the hate he was getting by telling all of his haters that he's rich, he's more successful than them. What they think doesn't matter because they're all nobodies hiding in their mom's basements. He did that, and how it all turned out for him. He can't go anywhere to anything without getting shit on by all of his haters. So for him to act all high and mighty with his catchy phrase, it's yet another example of Brandon trying to rewrite history. Anyway, let's keep going. It's about to get good.
Well, thank God, and people don't realize this, and even if he's doing like that out, it's pro bono. I don't pay anymore. Should they have with it? I can't tell you what's going on with it. I couldn't tell you that. And I know nothing about, I don't associate with them anymore. I couldn't tell you. I could not tell you. I take accountability. That's all. I have to give these people jobs. The wrong people around me that I hired, horrible people, right? I had this business guy that should no business managing any of my bad information. And I'm at a time when I'm not steering the ship. It's not good.
Okay, first up, Brandon does not know what pro bono means. I think what he's trying to say is that they were working on a no-win, no-fee basis, which also doesn't make sense because he's previously admitted to having paid their massive legal bills. So either they switched it to a no-win, no-fee basis after the lawsuit started dragging out for years, or he's just straight up lying. But the other thing that caught my attention was the pretty outrageous statement that he wasn't in control of his company, Thick Boy Productions, which is the entity that brought the action against Unique. I went and looked up who the directors are of Thick Boy Productions, and I found this. His father, Peter, was the first director, and then he brought his son, Brandon, on as a director as well as a later date. Now, the way these kinds of things usually work is that a representative of the company, usually a director, has to sign off on the legal filings. Sure, your lawyers submit them on your behalf because they're lawyers, but the individual or company bringing the suit is ultimately responsible for bringing the action and would need to sign off on it. So you can't delegate directors' obligations and responsibilities. There are three possibilities here. Is Bubba's right, and his lawyer and former business manager are running the lawsuit without his knowledge or involvement. If that's true, the lawyer needs to be reported to the American Bar Association because that's illegal and he would be disbarred. The second is his dad is calling the shots and paying the bills without Brandon's knowledge or involvement. And the third is Brandon knows exactly when he's straight up lying about not being involved in the case.
Now you can notice, fast forward now, I had to take time out from stand-up. I'm doing too much. I got cut back on the shows. I was going down a bad road, man. I control it. My social media was back. I've been back about a year. Everything you see now is my decision. Notice how much better it is, how much more positive person. That time when Brian's going through that was like the darkest hours of our careers, of our life.
And I made it worse by far by pointing my gun at somebody I care about that didn't deserve it.
To your defense, that could have been Bobby, that could have been Roki, that could have been Bert Kreischer.
On that day, I was going.
It just so happened.
I was going to do something else, and I don't like talking about it because that makes an excuse.
So again, I want to give Brian Callen credit here for taking this on his own shoulders and not trying to deflect onto anybody else. But as for Brandon, he made some interesting comments there that we've heard before. Things are different now. He's changed. He's in control. He's the one calling the shots. Hey, Bubba.
Can you sue people? Have you tried doing any of that?
No, we have a lawsuit with a guy who made 3,000 videos. Again, if you're going to critique stand-up or my fight pigs or whatever, my football pigs look good, that's what that's for. Now, if you're about the defamation, like, whoever got hits his kids or puts his life on, got my attention, I'm going to have that game I don't play. You guys on that, so.
That was only 6 months ago. He claims to have no knowledge of the lawsuit, what it's about, where it's at, or why he's doing it. Clearly, based on his own words, the lawsuit was always about silencing a YouTuber who was posting videos exposing Brandon's lying and cheating, allegedly. But forget 6 months ago, what about just recently when he finally lost the lawsuit? That's right, Brandon ended up losing the lawsuit, and then only a month ago, he filed an appeal. He was appealing thus to being in control, Bubba. You just said everything happened in the last 18 months are all your own decisions. So either someone is fraudulently filing lawsuits on your behalf, maybe your dad's doing it for you, or you're just plain full of shit. And that's what I don't get. It's so easy to look all of this stuff up. I've covered this extensively. Does he not realize we all know the truth about this lawsuit, how he lost it? One other thing, I've seen this a lot on my travels, like Rogan and Brandon and their fangirls, as we don't know what's
going on, it's their producers and they're doing the copyright claims and strikes, so you can't blame them for it. Let me ask you this then, if I wanted to fight back and sue them for the sort of interference in my business, who do I sue? Do I sue Ben Pixels, Superband, Brandon's producers? No, I sue the entity or the individual who owns the copyright. So this whole argument that it wasn't them, it was their people, well, it has no bearing in the law. It's just a code. This is why he needs to stop, get out, and get as far away from a camera and microphone as possible. Except there's one problem. It gets worse. One of the questions from their so-called fans for episode 1000 was one thing that they're proud of each other for. Here's Brandon's response.
It drives me off, to be honest. You leave this shit, don't edit this out. I'm speaking from my door, I know you're like this. I'm gonna look right. It drives me nuts. Nuts. That Brian's at where he's at. I will challenge anyone, any comic, to go on stage after count, and you tell me Brian's not better than 99% of those. It drives me nuts that he's not up there with those guys. You want to outcast him over some bullshit? That's what I don't do. That's what upsets me. So it makes me proud, and I'm not trying to get mad. What makes me proud is he's not going to lash out about it. Brian's cool. Brian goes to work. Brian's on the road. Brian's trying to sell tickets. Well, I'll tell you right now, I don't forget. That's not cool with me. That's why you don't see me at those
Exacting one of relations of she's no longer psalonic, and therefore is punished in a regular case of adultery by
should read right now.
Yeah. So.
Oh man, here we go. Okay. So back in 2020, 4 women came out and made allegations against Brian Callen, which to this day he vehemently denies. He has never been found guilty of any criminal charges by a court and therefore maintains his presumption of innocence. However, Brian did try to sue the husband of one of the complainants for effectively cancelling him. Brian claimed that her husband contacted his agents, which subsequently dropped him as a client, as well as various comedy clubs, which also refused to book him at the time. Even some of the sponsors refused to do business with them if on the show. Unfortunately, Brian wasn't able to prove his case to the sufficient standard and eventually withdrew action. That isn't why Brian's comedy career never took off. The real reason he's simply just not that funny. Now, I don't hold Brian in the same low regard as Brandon, but this isn't it, Bubba. Sitting there in rage crying because your buddy didn't make it is fucking sad. You can't force us to find you or not funny. It's got nothing to do with the allegations. See, this is what I mean when I say Brandon needs to stop and get out. He still doesn't get it. Even though he claims to be back on top, he's making his own decisions and he's no longer being manipulated. He still understands how comedy works. You've got to be funny. That's it. Brian has access to Rogan on his podcast and mothership as well. He can go on any of his buddies' podcasts and get exposure. He's got his own podcast as well, so there is no excuse for not making it. And as for Brandon's own comedy career, well, he's finally at the real reason for quitting stand-ups.
Weird life, man. Decisions like a married man and a father's dream should do. Like it was. I was going down a road that I was like, who is it? I was like, who is this guy? What are you doing, man? And me too. That's why you don't see me on the road. That's why I'm around my kids. Like I was going down a road that it's not what I do. Guys who can manage that stuff, God bless you. You're figuring it out better than I am. I can't do the road. I can't give you the good podcast. I can't do the car stuff. And be upside me.
Now, others can tell me I told him to stop doing stand-up and traveling to keep him home and out as a thing for Instagram baddies. He's been caught out a couple of times. So maybe his wife put her foot down and said, you either choose that or you quit and stay home with us and cast and total drugs and love nowhere. He really just needs to stop talking. But like I said at the beginning, if you want detailed ongoing coverage of his lawsuit as well as the Alpha Brain lawsuit and more uncensored content,
head over to my Patreon where I can freely, without any copyright restrictions, as well as YouTube censorship regime. Otherwise, if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit that subscribe button, and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
You look at the valuation of their stock, how much that company's worth now because they signed Rogan, compared to what they paid them. You know, I'm a shark when it comes to business. They underpaid them. Give me some of this. Well, we can't play it. Oh, we can't play it because of YouTube. Listen, YouTube, I love you, but come on. Don't get silly. Can't play the American song. We can sing it. Why? Copyright. Alright, guys. Now, Jamie's back. We're back. Jamie, don't be afraid. Jamie, can we get in trouble for this? Already is good. Jamie, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I just reached out to a lawyer. Wait, so we're not allowed to have fun and use music anymore? What'd you guys sign? What'd you sign? I know, on YouTube.
It's no secret that Joe Rogan's been having a hard time since he came back to YouTube this year. Apart from having to put up with all of us mentally ill YouTube users who comment on his podcasts, he now has to follow the same rules as everyone else on here. It all came to a head on episode 2128 with Joey Diaz. The episode was taken down from YouTube soon after it was published, and a short clip was cut out before it was republished again. That clip was of Tyson Fury singing American Pie in 2020, just after he beat Deontay Wilder in their second fight. And so a couple of days later, Rogan had this to say on episode 2130.
From just staying entirely on Spotify to now wherever we're dealing with YouTube is so bizarre. Like, people can claim copyright for things that are 100% not there. Just if they claim it, then they can monetize your show. They take all the money from your show, so then you have to remove it, and then you have to fight it. It's bizarre. Well, it's dumb. It's dumb. There's things that you should be able to talk about. If there's a popular song, you're like, wet ass, but like, look at the moral decline of America. Listen to this. I don't cook this wet ass. You should be able to play that and just go, what the f are we doing? This is wild and entertaining and fun and a great song. But so this is Hitler.
But at the same time as the not-so-powerful JRE was fumbling his way through YouTube's copyright claim circus, one of Rogan's proteges was the headline act of his own circus. In February, Brendan Schaub lost a 2-year lawsuit that he had brought against a smaller YouTuber named Kyle Swiss. Brandon claimed that Kyle had used clips from the Schaub show and the fighter and the kid in Erie videos without authorization from the copyright owner, Thick Boy Studios. So on the one hand, we have the most powerful podcaster in the world having episodes of his podcast taken down and being forced to cut out a couple of minutes before re-uploading it to YouTube. And on the other hand, we have Brendan Business Shark Schaub losing a court battle against another YouTuber for using clips in commentary videos. Now, I've also had my fair share of copyright battles right here on this channel, but I've been lucky. I've got a legal background myself, and my best friend is a lawyer. So when guys like Bert Kreischer, Theo Von, Brendan Schaub, the Nelt Boys, Netflix, The Johnny Carson Show have come after me and tried to steal my ad revenue, I've been able to fight back and win every single time. But there's been one exception. There's been one massive pain in the ass that won't seem to go away no matter how many disputes, appeals, and legal letters we send. That pain in the ass is Joe Rogan. That's right, the legendary free speech icon himself is the biggest copyright troll I've had to deal with. Not only does Rogan have a whole team of people dedicated to stealing ad revenue from YouTube channels like mine, they've even blocked my videos from being published. One time, Rogan took all the ad revenue from a 20-minute video of mine that wasn't even about him because I used a 20-second clip from JRE.
But if they claim it, then they can monetize your show. They take all the money from your show, so you have to remove it, and then you have to fight it. It's bizarre. But it's dumb. It's dumb.
Here's the thing, it gets worse. You know how Brandon lost his copyright lawsuit? Well, and this is where things get really interesting. You see, by losing his lawsuit, Bubba has basically put a spotlight on podcasting and exposed a gaping hole in the industry. but then appealing the district court's decision has blown that gaping hole right open. We'll explain exactly why in just a moment, but I want to say this first. We like to poke fun at Brendan and laugh at his stand-up comedy, inability to string coherent sentences together, and just general delusional and degenerate behavior. But this is the single most stupid thing he's ever done. Most of his other failures have been funny and pathetic, but this is something else. I honestly cannot express to you just how damaging this has been for podcasting, but let me try anyway. So this is what the judge said in making her decision against Brendan. Because Mr. Swindell's reaction videos use the copyright works to criticize or comment upon them, rather supersede the work's original objects, the first fair use factor weighed in Mr. Swindell's favour. And to support this, the judge referenced a piece from just last year between the late artist Andy Warhol and a photographer who claimed Warhol's use of a photo he'd taken of Prince for one of his artworks was in breach of copyright. The quoted section reads, "A use which comments on, criticizes on, or provides otherwise unavailable information about the original is unlikely to supersede the original." That simply means if you write commentary or criticism of a copyrighted work, you can use it without the owner's permission. But it didn't stop there. She also referenced the Ethan Klein copyright case from 2017, which had won. The quote reads, "YouTube reaction video interspersed with segments of a copyrighted work in order to comment upon that work was a transformative fair use." Now, when Bubba lost this case, Ethan actually pulled up a screenshot from my video covering the lawsuit that appeared on Reddit and had a little bit of a gloat about how he helped Brendan lose his lawsuit.
This is also really a formal detail. Brendan Schwab.
He's going to be punished by straight
Schwab, what do you do with the W, you know? You're like, but here it's spelled with a W. So I don't know if they're fucking making fun of me, whoever wrote this, because I used to say Schwab. I think it's Schwab. So he sued like a YouTuber for making fun of him. He's such a moron. He thought he was suing him for defamation. It turned out he was suing him for copyright. Apparently he didn't know what he was doing because like suing him for defamation would be like an obvious foul. He lost the case, and what in part is that in the verdict decided in favor of fair use against Brendan. They cite none other than your boy, shout out Matt Hawes, because Mr. Swindell video used the copyrighted works as criticism rather than to supersede the work's original objects. Fair use factor weighs in Mr. Swindell's favor. Quote from Hussein Zana versus Thank you for the top comment. Ethan has unironically done more for free speech than any conservative dissenter. Thank you so much for saying that.
Okay, fine. So we know Brandon lost the lawsuit, but what about this appeal? Here is the basic argument that his lawyers are now trying to make. The main issue on appeal is whether Swindell's has been his burden of showing that his extensive use of Thick Boys podcast episodes, while adding at most relatively short and insubstantial voiceovers, constitute fair use. Now here's the thing. Brendan's lawyers are right. In some of Carl's videos, he used long clips from Bubba's podcasts and provided very little commentary, sometimes just one sentence that didn't really provide any additional context or perspectives to the original content. So how come Brendan still lost? Well, here's the answer. Tucked away on page 26 of Bubba's appeal filing, his lawyers say this. On the podcast, the hosts discuss and debate topics such as news, sports, and celebrities. The podcast takes place in a production studio, and the hosts joke around with each other and provide funny stories and unusual wordplay. As Swindell's admitted, Schwab has also conducted interviews with a variety of people, including Navy SEALs, NFL players, MMA fighters, comedians, and others. There is nothing factual about the episodes. Schwab and the other hosts made creative choices as to what to discuss, yet the district court found that the episodes were factual in nature. That was incorrect. So this is the thing about copyright law. Not all types of media and art are treated the same. For example, a song or piece of music has a higher level of copyright protection compared to a newspaper article in the New York Times or Washington Post. That's because the Copyright Act distinguishes between creative works and factual works. Now, here's the other thing. Brandon's lawsuit is the first of its kind to make it into the courts. Prior to this decision, there was no precedent that had categorized podcasts as factual works. And if you're wondering what that means, it simply refers to the fact that on a podcast, it's just people sitting around talking about stuff. It's not a work of art in the sense that creative decisions are made about what colors to use for a painting, or the skill and the brush strokes, or maybe it's the creative direction from Martin Scorsese and his collaborations with Robert De Niro. You could use a bunch of different examples, go for your life. The point is that now Brandon lost, there is an established legal precedent that says podcasts are not creative works for the purposes of copyright law, and therefore don't have the same copyright protections as more creative or artistic works. And that's basically the basis of his appeal. It's a Hail Mary hoping that the appeals court will say, hey, you know what, the Short Show and the Fighter and the Kid are creative works, they're works of art. Therefore, the standard should be higher for Kyle Swindells. Because remember, the judge said that Kyle did use too much of Brendan's clicks, but Brendan lost because, well, basically there was nothing for Brendan to protect in the eyes of the law. It's just him talking in front of a camera. Anyone can do that. It's not creative. This is what I mean when I say Bubba has exposed podcasting. Not only did he lose the case, but now he's paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to set up a precedent that screwed over all of his buddies, including Joe Rogan. So the irony is, Rogan can't just play songs randomly on JRE or clips from movies or TV shows, but I can use clips from his podcast to comment and criticize the things he says. And now, thanks to his buddy Brandon, there's a legal precedent that reinforces my right to fair use of Rogan's clips.
Well, it's dumb. It's dumb.
When is there a mistake? Only what? When that person acts.
Unlucky, Bubba. You did it to yourself, bro. So I just wanted to bring this to you guys here on YouTube. I've been working on my full legal breakdown for my members on Patreon, and I didn't want all of you here to miss out on what's happening with this case. So if you want the full legal breakdown where I take you through the appeal in detail, check out the link in the description, head over to my Patreon and sign up so you don't miss out. Anyway, that's it from me. I hope you enjoyed this video. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. If you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit subscribe. Also, don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Oh my God. He's fine, by the way, so he's fine.
Service provided by the manufacturer. To cancel, press the SOS or cancel button.
This guy, by the way,
Starting
he
SOS
just
call.
lost a lawsuit. And by the way, the guy who he lost the lawsuit to he was represented himself.
Remember, Chin, on Monday, I'll tell you about that. Steve will do a guy who went really bad on me. He was like defending Dana, and I went dark a little bit how I can kill people. When it comes to hand-to-hand fighting, I will fuck you up. Unless your name's Francis Ngannou, Gordon Ryan, Tyson Fury, I will fuck you up. These are just facts. These are just facts.
Brendan Schaub has reminded us this week yet again that he's the biggest loser on the internet, getting trolled on Twitter and not realizing it, or going on a CTE rant on his live stream that nobody watches, and then clickbaiting his dying audience on the Fighter and the Kid. But it's not just that, he filed an appeal this week in court that doesn't make sense, so more on that towards the end, because no matter what this guy does, he finds a way to extract maximum damage and make himself look like an absolute tool in the process. He really has taken losing to a whole new level and almost turned it into an art form. So it all started with UFC 300. Our boy Bubba was a vocal critic of the event. He thought that the stakes weren't high enough and it was all for show, which isn't necessarily wrong or a bad take, but in the end it was a pretty wild show. Most people I know enjoyed it. And so in true Dana White fashion, he had a little edit made up to call out all the critics of the event, which included Brendan Schaub.
All right, so this is
This is pretty. This is interesting. So Dana White does a thing on. Shout out to Dana White. Yeah, Dana White does this thing on UFC 300. He basically made like his version of a diss track of all the people in MMA media. Not all. He left out a few, but some of the people in MMA media who were kind of critiquing UFC 300. And so he plays video. Now I think this was on Saturday, April 24th. He did this. Yeah, Saturday. So he can play the video too.
What's up, guys? As we rolled into UFC 300, the MMA experts weighed in on what they thought of UFC 300. And for all the fighters that were on this card, when I said it was the greatest card ever assembled in the history of combat sports, this is what the media thought of you guys.
UFC 300 makes no sense. Is any fight on this card 300 worthy? No.
This is the most diabolically disappointing UFC 300 announcement.
Ooh, they did Jesse dirty.
Kind of.
Yeah, it is dope. It is dope. And it's awesome that he actually replied with respect. That's so awesome. I saw that, and then what I put up there, I put, why you bring up old shit? You know, like, I put fair play. UFC 300 was amazing. And then Dana responded, that's awesome, #respect. Yeah.
Do you think Crinjo Papi will ever realize that Dana White thinks he's a joke? I mean, clearly the whole thing was a publicity stunt. Dana grew the UFC off the back of being the underdog that everyone wanted to ban. They were always second to boxing. Nobody took them seriously. So he's always going to use whatever negativity and hatred he gets to promote the UFC and prove everyone wrong. It's so formulaic, you could literally write an equation out for it. So then, why is it that Brendan has to take everything so literally?
It's how people, like, whenever Dana, you know, we've had our issues over the years, but it's all good, man. You know, it's all good. I give Dana, you know, the credit for, you know, giving me the career that I have. You know, if he didn't change the rules and do the Reebok deal, who knows what would have happened to me. I probably would have stuck around and didn't make the money, but he didn't. And, you know, he changed the rules because that was best for his business. He wasn't trying to hurt me. It took me a while to realize that, but that gave me the fuel to build the podcast and find the kid and, you know, the Big Brown Breakdown, do what I do. So, you know, I should probably give him some sort of percentage, you know, if he needed it. But I would. I don't want to.
Oh, geez, I think I just vomited in my mouth a little bit. Of course, Brendan tries to turn this into a flex, but wait, it gets worse. So we all know who the Nelt Boys are. If you don't, God bless you. You can turn this video off right now and go back to living your life with absolutely zero regrets. But for the rest of us, Dana White aligned himself with Kyle and his buddies, no doubt to capitalize on their audience and maintain relevance amongst the younger crowd. So after Brendan Schaub called out Dana for UFC 300, Steve Will Do It got onto Twitter and trolled him so badly that it was actually funny as hell. Dana White is a top-tier human. Brandon Schaub, you're a goofball. I thought you were a former UFC fighter. You failed at comedy and you can't even talk UFC right. Brandon Schaub is a loser. Then he took it down a notch and made fun of his name, saying Brandon Schaub, more like Brandon Slob, #loser, followed by imagine being a former UFC fighter and get introduced by Dana White as a podcaster. Lol, Brandon Schaub, loser. So clearly Steve had a few too many hard seltzers and decided to troll the Crinjo Papi, which honestly seems entirely appropriate. I mean, I agree with almost everything he said. He was speaking straight facts. But for our boy Bubba, he felt that he had no choice but to address Steve on his live stream earlier this week.
Steve Will Do It. He came at me on Twitter. I was like, what? Like, why though? He's close with Dana, and I think he's young. I don't know how old he is, but I think he's young, so maybe that's his way of, like, getting his boys back, which I respect. I get that. But this isn't, you don't know what you're doing. You're not educated on the dynamics of everything. And, you know, that stuff doesn't bother me. You know, I've dealt with much worse. He's defending his boy, which I get. I love. I do the same. I write for my guys. I do a little research. I'm not doing this isn't it, but then this isn't it. You know, I have a background, so there's stuff you can go after. Yeah, I was a world champion. No, I'm not Kevin Hart or Joe Rogan. You know? So you can poke stuff at them. It's like, oh, I just don't know, blah, blah.
Failed comedian. Oh, but you don't know comedy. You don't know comedy. That doesn't work. From your outside perspective, I'm not at Kevin Hart or Joe Rogan or Sebastian's level. No. Does that mean I failed? Fuck. Then 99.999% of comics fail. If that's your level, then yeah, all of us are failures for about 5 guys in the world to ever do it.
Okay, this was absolutely wild. Brendan dedicated almost 1 hour off the Short Show, or whatever it's called, to discussing the Dana White Steve will do it drama. That's how much he doesn't care about any of this, and it doesn't bother him. Almost an hour of an hour and 25-minute live stream. Yeah, this doesn't bother him one bit. And you can tell the comedy thing really got to him. For those of you who don't know, the Cringe-O Puppy had to scale back on his stand-up comedy commitments because he was struggling to sell tickets and was building a reputation for cancelling shows. So he pretended that he was spending more time with his family earlier this year as a cover for effectively retiring from stand-up comedy. And just quietly, on what planet are Joe Rogan and Kevin Hart in the same league of comedy? I should also correct him. He was exaggerating when he said there's only 5 successful comedians on the planet. There's actually 1,000 of them. Was it 500? No, it was 250, wasn't it? Anyway, I do have to agree with Brendan on one thing. He definitely isn't a failed comedian. That would imply he was a comedian to start with. Thank him, B. But then things went a little dark. Brendan wasn't done yet. He leaned into it and he started throwing veiled threats towards Steve will do it. And don't forget, Bubba has no issues with him. None of this bothers him. He's completely cool with all of this. Just saying.
Yeah, with Steve, I have no issues with him. He seems like a good guy. Anybody that knows him tells me he's a good guy. I don't know what he does. Maybe just ill-informed. But I'm easy to find. Super easy to find. Super easy to find. You know, and we have a mutual friend in Bradley Martin. I text Brad yesterday. You know, I talk to Brad probably once a week. Brad's a close buddy of mine. Help me out, you know, with my energy levels and peptides and all. Like, Brad's my guy. Absolutely adore Bradley. He's the fucking man. And he's best friends with Steve, so there's a mutual friend there. So I'm easy to find. You can get my number from Bradley. If there's something going on that I don't know about, you're so upset, I can meet you at Zoo Culture, whichever location you want. We can meet there. We can talk about it. If you're so mad, we can go in the back room and figure it out. You sign papers that you're not going to sue or anything like that, we can figure it out. No, like I don't. But you know what I'm saying? Like I know this never do that, but I know what you're saying. No, but I'm saying if he's that mad, it's like if he wants to work with you, yeah, we can figure it out. Yeah, I have no problem with that. But you would never find it. No, I don't want it. He seems like he's small too. So it doesn't like I don't come off as a bully. No, never. He came at me, so it's like if you're that mad, that's an angle. I'm down.
Okay, Brendan, there's this thing called the Second Amendment, and never mind, let him have his fun. But all jokes aside, not everyone thought this was as cringe as I did. He actually had quite a bit of support for calling out Steve and saying, hey man, if you've got a problem, we can sort it out like men. And I'm not going to lie, I would love nothing more than to see our boy Bubba line up the Neld boys and teach them a lesson one by one. The world would definitely be a better place after that. The thing is, though, he didn't just leave it at that. He went on and on and on. Now, I don't know if it was the kratom or the road pouches, the addies, or just too much coffee. Brendan went to extraordinary lengths to prove to everyone just how much none of this bothers him.
Whatever community, trucking, car community, nobody that's ever come after me, I've never been worried if you lock me in a room with them how it would go. I've never had a single person on this earth come after me that I couldn't beat up. And that's just fact. This isn't a bully thing. This isn't a cocky thing. So I think that's why it doesn't bother me, because I know Steve, or I know insert comic, or insert podcast, or insert whoever it is, from anything that I do. I know if we were in the same room, you would not talk that way. When it comes to hand-to-hand fighting, I will fuck you up. Unless your name's Francis Ngannou, Gordon Ryan, Tyson Fury, I will fuck you up. These are just facts. These are just facts. Now, we can live in a world where these YouTubers and the guys like Steve, his buddies around him are going, dude, you should
fighting. Oh, dude, I don't know, dude. I'm not no hero that. There's that world that lives on social media and YouTube. That's not real. That is not. You cannot fight. I promise you cannot fight. Maybe you can amongst your boys and the YouTubers. Cool. That's not real, Bubba. This will not end well for you in any facet. This is the real world. You will get severely. And that's why I'm cool with it.
Yeah, he is 100% cool with this. But you've got to admit, Bubba's right. It's all fun and games on the internet, but once the cameras and mics are turned off and it's just you and Brendan in a dark room, yeah, he's going to have his way with you. Hang on, are we still talking about fighting? The other thing is, to play devil's advocate, no one's calling him out to fight. None of us are saying, Bubba, you're a tool, let's fight, I'll smash you. So it doesn't really make sense to call somebody out to come and fight you when all they were doing was pointing out that you're a loser. It's like if a kid says to another kid that they're stupid and read too slow, and so the other kid says, yeah, but my dad's stronger than your dad. Yeah, but you're still a slow reader. Either way, Brendan's Sookfest apparently worked, or so he thought. To me, Steve was still trolling him and talking absolute shit. I want to take back anything I said about Brandon Shaw. The guy is a very nice person and I shouldn't have attacked him. I don't think he is a nasty person. My bad, Brandon Shaw. You're a good guy, I feel. Looked into you more. It's no more nasty people than 2024, and I don't believe you're nasty. He also said, I listened to him talk about me on his podcast, and I'm like, this guy seems like an awesome guy. So I want to take back what I said. And so Brandon took the bait and replied with, all good, my brother. I'm so glad they managed to clear all of this up, and Bubba still has no idea that this whole thing was a massive joke at his expense. But wait, it gets worse. Oh man, this was cringe as hell. Let me explain. So, like I said earlier, not everyone shared my feelings about this whole situation. A lot of people sided with Bubba on this and thought it was about time that he called these clowns out and set them straight. The fact that Steve fake apologized apparently fooled a bunch of people into thinking Brendan had won, and so it wasn't all bad for our boy. But then, in true Crinjo Puppy style, he took it too far and tried to milk it for everything. This was the thumbnail for the latest episode of The Fighter and the Kid. He's got Steve in the middle talking into a mic. It says they hashed out their beef, and to the average person, it looks like Bubba managed to get Steve on his podcast to settle this beef. Except it was pure clickbait. In fact, the clickbait was so bad that not only did they not get Steve on the podcast, they spent less than 60 seconds actually talking about it over the whole episode.
I feel like most people are like, it's like, remember Chin on Monday, I was telling you about that Steve Will Do It guy who went really bad on me. He was like defending Dana. I went dark a little bit how I can kill people, which was out of character for me, and I apologize. Me and him connected. I thought we talked. Oh, you did? Yeah. Because him and Bradley are super close, and Bradley texted me. He's like, yo, I'm going to connect you with Steve.
And when you talk to him, I'm sure he's a great guy, and you guys get along. You know?
He was like, oh, dude, I watch your podcast. Like, oh, you're actually a good guy. He's like, I was drunk, man. He's just firing off at the mouth.
I love it.
He was all sorry, man. He was like, I didn't
good for him. That's amazing.
I told him, I said, I get it, dude. It's all good. We're more similar than we are.
Of course. Good for him.
Yeah, it was great.
Know who I like a lot? Luke Thomas, but I don't know.
Yep, that was it. And it wasn't the homeless cats that got their knickers in a knot. We all know Brendan's petty trick, but it was actually his dying audience that started to turn on him. The Steve Will Do It clickbait was pretty shameless. Come on, guys, don't do this. He's not even on the pod. What the F? Clickbait. 3 minutes 50 for 5 seconds of Steve Will Do It talk. Laughing my ass off. Not on the pod? Guys, this is ridiculous. Crazy clickbait to put in with the mic, which is from the Nelt podcast. Haha, wow, what a misleading thumbnail. How is the headline about Steve Will Do It if you only talk about him for less than 1 minute? And that's how Brandon managed to take what little credibility he'd mustered through this fake beef and turn it into yet another massive L. All by himself. And the funniest part is the clickbait didn't even work. That episode has less views than they usually get, which makes it all so much better. This guy's a full-on train wreck at this point, and that extends to the courtroom. Here we go. All right, let's change gears. So, for those of you who don't know, a couple of years ago, Brandon sued a small YouTuber called Kyle Swindells, who goes by the name Unique. And earlier this year, the judge sided with the defendant, going against our boy Bubba, declaring that Kyle's use of clips from Brandon's podcasts fell under fair use, dismissing the case and leaving Bubba with an enormous legal bill with nothing to show for it. If you want the full breakdown, you can go and check out my video covering the legal dispute. But you would think that after making one of the biggest L's in internet history, Brandon would let it go, lick his wounds, learn his lesson, and go back into the hole that he came from. I mean, Kyle self-represented with the assistance of a ghost lawyer. Nobody knows who he is. It's a complete mystery. He operates from the dark using an untraceable email address, feeding Kyle everything he needs to make his legal filings and representations in court. Anyway, sorry. So you would have thought that Buffer would let it go now, but in true Brandon style, he had to make the whole situation worse by lodging an appeal. Honestly, this guy is the gift that keeps on giving. This is what it says. Reasons why oral argument should be heard. Plaintiff appellant, Thick Boy Productions, pause, respectfully requests that the court schedule and hear oral argument in this case. This case involves novel and important issues of copyright law and fair use, and how these legal standards should apply in the modern age of internet podcasts and YouTube. The main issue on appeal is whether Swindells has met his burden of showing that his extensive use of Thick Boy's podcast episodes, while adding at most relatively short and insubstantial voiceovers, constitute fair use. So, if you recall, the judge agreed with the defendant on all the elements of fair use, except for one. She actually agreed with Thick Boy Productions that Unique had used more clips than were necessary for his commentary and didn't specifically comment, criticize, or analyze all of the copyrighted material to the extent that perhaps he should have. She said, all of the accused videos include segments of the copyrighted videos which Mr. Swindells did not criticize or comment on. This is actually something that I personally agree with. Too many commentary channels just dump clips into their videos and don't address them specifically or comment on them. They don't actually transform the material by giving it new context based on an opinion or perspective. They just dump whole sections of podcasts and say, look how stupid Bubba is, without actually explaining why he's stupid, which is actually quite an easy thing to do. Yet Bubba still lost. Because the defendant satisfied all the other criteria so well, the judge had no choice but to rule in his favor via summary judgment. So if you want to know more about this appeal, I'm going to upload a full breakdown video on my Patreon going through all 60 pages of the appeal. I'm not going to do it here, it'll be far too long and not everyone will be interested. But in that video, I'm going to explain exactly why this appeal is doomed to fail, which has implications for all podcasters, including Joe Rogan. It all comes down to one specific thing that all of the circle jerk, never been funny comedy podcasters just can't seem to get their head around. So check out the link in the description to my Patreon, become a member so you don't miss out on that video next week. But that's it for now. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. If you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
You bully me, bro. I don't give a shit about your UFC bullshit. I will come right at you. I could pin you on the ground right now. You could try. You could try. No reason. You could try. And guess what? Guess what? I would come right to your house. Bang, bang, bang.
You'd be dead, Joe.
Would I?
That's considered to be a vice.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I got it. See, what happened was traction control, which I thought was off, was not. So when I'm trying to do a sweet donut for the boys, I flipped my TRX.
So Brendan flipped his TRX. On the latest episode of Toontown titled I Flipped My TRX, Brendan explains how he flipped his TRX. And so far it's looking like the fourth installment on his new channel will probably be the most successful. I mean, it's not every day that you flip your TRX. And in case you can't tell, he could not be more proud of flipping his TRX. He actually did something worth making a video about.
Turns out my neck isn't messed up. I got a concussion. Arm got a little roughed up, but overall I'm okay. Bad news is my truck's not. It's totaled.
So the good news is Brendan's okay. The bad news is this actually happened over a month ago.
Let's do this, man.
Yeah, I gotta get back to the shop.
What do you mean?
My hands like.
You're always in the shop now.
I know, dude.
Yeah, all right, I get it, dude.
I got my own shop now, dude.
Yeah, you got a little wound on your arm, too.
Well,
Looks like it's infected. It's seeping. It's seeping. That wound is seeping, and Sanaz's mouth just opened. Yeah, it's still open right now.
I can't see it.
That looks like it's seeping. Yeah, not good. Not fun.
Well, that's what happens when you.
Now, since you're talking about the shop, I'm probably going to have to bother you now.
I gotta get back to the shop.
How you feeling?
I get that.
You gotta get glad you shopped?
Yeah, I got some work.
You're doing more for the truck.
Well, this for the lighting, different truck. The other
Different
truck's
truck.
out of commission, which I'll be able to talk about. Once insurance hits.
Other truck might be in the hospital right now. Get
Other truck might be 6 feet under, and I probably should have been 6 feet under.
Yeah.
You saw the video.
So what happens? I feel like insurance will be like, yeah, you have a claim though.
I talked to him as well.
Yeah.
Geez, he's lucky his insurance agreed to pay him out. You'll see why in a moment when I show you the full clip. But who knows with this guy, right? He's known for making stuff up in the moment to sound cool. And while I agree that he probably needed to wait a little bit until the insurance was sorted out before posting a video, the timing of this upload is definitely suspicious. See, he hadn't uploaded any videos to this new channel for the last 6 weeks, and the TRX isn't the only truck that he features on Toontown. So I wouldn't be surprised if he knew this video would attract a lot of attention and banked it until the judgment was handed down in his failed lawsuit as a distraction from what's become the biggest L of his career. And it's also no coincidence that Brendan's team are deleting any comments asking about or mentioning a lawsuit this week. I've been keeping tabs of this week's uploads across all of his different channels, and in the first few hours of upload, there have been comments asking when he's going to talk about his lawsuit, except now they're all gone. Sounds like someone's trying to cover something up. So as soon as I saw this video and remembered that he mentioned the crash when it happened 6 weeks ago, it immediately clicked that he was keeping it up his sleeve until the judgment came out. So just as a reminder to anyone new here, or if you missed my full breakdown of his lawsuit, Brendan sued a smaller YouTube channel called Uniqueness 2 years ago for using clips from The Fighter and the Kid in his commentary videos. And this whole time, he's been lying to his fans by telling them it's a defamation case, but I revealed that it was actually a copyright case and explained all the details earlier this week after the summary judgment was handed down in favor of the defendant, a guy who was self-representing with the assistance of a rogue, ghost, phantom lawyer. Nobody knows who this lawyer is. It will forever remain a mystery. True story. So, if you don't believe me, go and check out my breakdown video. But here we are witnessing one of the funniest things Brendan's ever done. Just take a look at some of the comments on his TRX video. I thought you were going to give up on comedy. This was hilarious. Spending so much money tuning this truck and then crashing it almost immediately is the funniest thing he's ever done. This is just like his stand-up comedy. Bubba has finally found his niche, just needs to make a video where he totals a new vehicle every week, and he will be back on top of the YouTube world. I didn't know Bubba had a new special out. This is comedy at its finest. And so how did all of this go down, and how exactly did he come to flip his beloved TRX? Well, as usual, the episode starts out with some modifications, and then he took it off-road to test it out. Now remember, Brendan is a beginner off-roader. He has no experience handling high-powered modified vehicles in an off-road environment. But due to his commitment to the Dunning-Kruger effect and his love of trucks, he found himself out in the open with an absolute weapon.
Look, we made it. We're at Johnson Valley. We're in the middle of nowhere, but this is where you come to put your truck to the limits. We've done it all. You guys have seen it. We got the King shocks, Kivy Tech, Alcon brakes. We need to be able to stop. We have the overkill tuning going on there. We have the Innovate wheels, Toyo tires. Now it's time to take this Street Princess and get her dirty.
So you can see just from these clips how heavy the TRX is and how much movement it has due to the raised softer suspension. Now, I know a little bit about this stuff, having done a little bit of off-roading over the years and a little bit of physics in high school as well, not to mention some basic common sense. But with these types of off-roading setups, you have a lot of weight combined with a higher ride height with softer suspension, obviously a lot of power as well. And in the wrong hands, this can lead to disaster. Just for a quick comparison, think of a Formula One car, for example, which is the complete opposite. They're very low to the ground, they have incredibly stiff suspension, they're much lighter in weight, as well as an incredible amount of downforce. This creates a lot less body roll and weight transfer, resulting in a lot more grip on the tarmac. But for off-roading, you want to have more freedom of movement so you can clear obstacles and get through more harsh, unforgiving terrain, similar to rally driving, right? If the suspension is too stiff and the ride height is too low, you'll you'll end up just sliding everywhere because there's nothing to absorb the weight of the vehicle. Pretty basic stuff, right? So when Brendan decided to leave the dirt road and go for the softer silt road, well, it was obvious that it wasn't going to end well.
Hey guys, we changed locations. We're at the Silk Road here now. This is the money shot. So you notice this is finer than sand. It's so fine. So the issue with that is you can't stop. Once you get going, you gotta just pedal to the metal and just march through. Otherwise, you get stuck. It's gonna be a really sad video. So I'm just gonna blast through this thing. It should be an epic shot. We'll see.
So these are some pretty cool shots here. This kind of off-roading is so much fun. There's a lot more movement, a lot more resistance, and you've got to put in more work to follow the path of least resistance. And like Brendan said himself, you can't lose momentum. You can't take your foot off the gas. Otherwise, you'll get bogged down, which makes it incredibly difficult to get going again, especially if you're an inexperienced weekend warrior like Brendan is. So when you try to power your way out of it, you just kick up sand and sink deeper, pretty much like Brendan's stand-up comedy career. Now, this right here is so typical of everything he does. He'll try something, it won't work out, so he'll try it again and again and again until he's exhausted all possible failures. It reminded me of Murphy's Law, which states anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Or is it the other way around? It's hard to tell. I've heard it both ways. Anyway, Brendan refused to accept his latest failure as a sign from God and decided to push on.
All right, that's we got this kick. It's finally time to go home with our tail between our legs. I thought, you know what? Let's get them out of the desert. But you know what? One more cool shot. We're out here. Why not? What's the worst that can happen?
During emergency calls, the SOS service provided by the manufacturer. To cancel, press the SOS or cancel button. Starting SOS call.
I actually think he handled that pretty well once he realized he'd rolled over. I think it's easy to criticize people in these situations when you're watching it back in hindsight, but the way he took a quick moment to accept what had happened, he took a look around, and then he scrambled to get out of there. I'd say he acted pretty quickly and just got the hell out of there, which is the right thing to do. You don't know what's going on outside, if there's a fire or if the car hasn't settled yet, so I'm not going to bag him for that. But from the limited angles available in this video, it looked to me like the front end found some grip and grabbed, and then the traction control started cutting the power to the rear wheels, sending all of that weight into the suspension, which just soaked it all up and rolled over. I don't know, maybe some of you watching have more experience.
Remember Chin on Monday? I'll tell you about that Steve will do it guy. Unless your name's Francis Ngannou, Gordon Ryan, Tyson Fury, I will f you up. These are just facts. These are just facts.
Brendan Schaub has reminded us this week yet again that he's the biggest loser on the internet. Whether it's getting trolled on Twitter and not realizing it, or going on a CTE rant on his live stream that nobody watches, and then clickbaiting his dying audience on the fighter and the kid. But it's not just that, he filed an appeal this week in court that doesn't make sense, so more on that towards the end, because no matter what this guy does, he finds a way to extract maximum damage and make himself look like an absolute tool in the process. He really has taken losing to a whole new level and almost...
So again, how can you say that it's not that? How can you say that it's not a mice? About my Allah today, Rabbi Sheni, so they called Yesh with the call. They called for a deal for a lot of mice. So also because the essence of the
Turn it.
just again through the speech. But the open up.
Can we play this?
Well, we can't play it.
Oh, we can't play it because of YouTube. Listen, YouTube, I love you, but come on.
Just so everybody knows, I'm breathing in fumes right now.
Because I just start the beast up.
That's correct. Yeah, I love that because what happens is all that carbon monoxide sits right here, right now. So I'm getting high.
That's what the fans are.
I've gotten to do amazing things about 5 of my friends' houses. You know, I've got to help Brendan when Brendan needed help. You know, I've got to, like, be there for my friend.
Help with my mortgage at my house.
just really needed, bro. I need to feel. Just need to feel. Bring it, Brian. I need to feel that you really need it.
She's so much stronger than Brian. But I mean, Brian, if you can.
Brian could do that.
Yeah, just like this. No chance. She did hold it up, though, so that's pretty impressive.
Yeah. I don't like this podcast. This shit podcast.
Here's a body to you, Brian.
I want to quit right now.
Every week, Brian Callen gets closer and closer to walking out on Brendan's shop and quitting The Fighter and the Kid. We've passed the low-energy phase of the podcast. Now we've moved into Brendan's last-ditch effort to save the thick boy empire by getting rich dudes on the show and paying them for money. I honestly didn't think they would last this long when they moved to Texas, but now it looks like they're running on fumes, literally. But I'll get to their latest guest, Aubrey Marcus, in a moment. For those of you who don't know who he is, he's one of Papa Rogan's former business partners, the guy who founded Onnit. He brought on tall and funny scientist Joe Rogan to collaborate on the now infamous Alpha Brain supplement, and then sold the whole company to Global Personal Care Corporation, Unilever, during the pandemic for over $200 million. However, like I was saying, all is not well in the Lone Star State because Brian is getting sick and tired of having to put up with Brendan's constant exaggerations and fake hype over his latest discoveries.
Styles Switch Barbecue.
Why do you say it's good? Because I have to be honest, dude. You're one of those guys that you annoy me because you'll be like, the best wings, the best pizza. I'm like, it's just wings.
Yeah, no, their wings were good. But
that's like Brendan's equivalent to Andrew Schultz's epiphanies. When he figures something out for himself, it's the next best thing, and he cannot wait to tell everyone about it. You know, like a child. And that's the ongoing theme with Brandon. It seems like the more things slip away from him, the more immature and juvenile he becomes. There's a segment in the podcast with Aubrey Marcus later on that I'll play for you, where if you close your eyes, it feels like you're back in middle school all over again. Except then you open your eyes and realize you're watching three grown men dressed like teenage fuckboys, unironically talking out of their asses. But the thing for Brian Callen is that he's clearly struggling financially, and the daily grind of having to turn up to Brendan's storage unit to record the podcast twice a week, while being forced to inhale fumes from Bubba's beast of a truck, and then slogging it out at the comedy mothership where he's constantly workshopping new material, that doesn't seem to land. Well, it's all starting to weigh on him. For Brian, everything's a business transaction for him now.
Aubrey Marcus, I haven't seen you in way too long. I've been here more than 4 months.
I know, bro.
But we get to a certain age, buddy, where it's like, if we ain't making money, if we're not doing business, we're learning. It's hard to just hang out when I'm too old to be hanging out. I got kids.
I often have kids.
Right. Yeah.
That's how we're starting comedy podcasts these days. I'm sorry I haven't seen you since I moved to Texas. I couldn't justify it financially. But we shouldn't be too hard on Callen. It must be hard to support 5 separate families while still living in the shadows of all the allegations that were leveled at you a few years ago, forcing you to work for a guy you clearly despise as you cruise into your 60s with no end in sight. And now that Brian called out Joe Rogan for cosplaying as a scientist on the recent Fight Companion, I'd say his opportunities at the mothership are drying up too. Personally, I'm sad for him. I really wanted this move to Texas to work out for him so he could finally escape from captivity and leave Brendan behind once and for all, just like Theo Von did. But the thing is, I'd rather watch the fighter and the kid die a long, slow death of 1,000 tiny cuts until the lights literally go out in the middle of a podcast. Oh, no, wait, that already happened. But all jokes aside, no pun intended, their most recent episode, Aubrey Marcus, was eye-opening to say the least. I've been documenting their struggle to book guests on the show on this very channel, and here we are with quite possibly one of the slimiest snake oil salesmen you've ever seen, here to lecture us on authenticity on The Fighter and the Kid. He's lecturing us about authenticity on The Fighter and the Kid. All right, I've made my point. Let's roll the tape.
Still taking Alpha Brain now, along with the new correct supplements.
Yeah.
You know, there's an interesting study I just saw that was Zach Bush was talking about, where they put people in a Faraday cage and then they measured their electromagnetic frequencies and everything that was happening in their body. And when they brought them into emotions of like extreme joy, like talking about a sentimental moment with their grandmother or something with their wife or their kids, the time their kids were born, and they brought them into that moment, there was a spike of energy, whether it was from the heart field or the mental field, but there was a spike of energy that was measurable. And then when they asked them about other traumatic, experiences or places where they were super vulnerable or bad things happened, they saw the same equal amount of energy expelled. And the theory being actually that it's authenticity that actually spikes the field, because our souls are in truth. Like our spirit body knows truth. We know the frequency of it. We know the resonance of it. And so when you tap into truth, actually your whole body lights up. And so truth is even more important than the positive emotion, just being real.
Well, I think especially now, like with AI, like Rogan and Santino talking about like AI is going to take over, it's going to ruin the entertainment business and all these jobs. I think there's going to be a thing where being authentic, propelled, like destroys all that. We're going to be able to tell what's AI, but then the people that are authentic and actually have talent are going to be bigger than we're at.
So the guy who lied about his football career continues to take anabolic steroids for recreational use, got caught cheating on his girl multiple times, sued a YouTuber for exposing him, and was then forced to submit a sworn affidavit to the court admitting that he blatantly lied multiple times on his podcast, is telling us on that very podcast, propped up by fake views and bots, that authentic creators with talent are going to be in high demand once AI takes over. And we're only just getting started with this episode. The absolute lack of self-awareness on display is mind-blowing. You've got Brendan Schaub, the human embodiment of failure, sitting there nodding along to snake oil salesman Aubrey Marcus, talking about the power of authenticity, while Brian Callen's soul visibly leaves his body with every pass. You can literally see Brian calculate how many more episodes of The Fighter and the kid he'll have to sit through. Kids turn 18 and he's no longer on the hook for child support. Meanwhile, Bubba's sitting there thinking he's about to stage a comeback off the back of a collaboration between him, Rogan, and Aubrey. What if I can get the Scorpions to milk themselves? When I was listening to this episode, I thought to myself, this is the perfect snapshot of a dying brand. Even the bots are hate watching at this point.
It's gonna be a real fight. Did you say it was an exhibition?
How do you feel? This is my thing on it. We both, like, you're closer to Jake than I am. We both love Jake.
Yep.
I'm with Dana when he was on Pulse, and he's like, dude, you and your brother, fight guys your size.
Right.
He's like, what are we doing? Like, fight people your fucking size, man. I'm a little bit like with the Javante Davis, Jake, it's like, all right, can Javante deal with the size? But I just don't. For Jake, and he has this, it appears you know better than most, he has like this yearning, for whatever reason, he wants this cosign, this validation from the boxing community. He just
that's 100% in his sights, but in the
my thing
meantime,
is like this is pushing that further and further, because I think he was kind of here, and then the Javante Davis, the Mike Tyson's going,
well, so he just did. So he has this kind of strategy where he'll fight a legit, fighter. Like Chavez Jr. was getting a little older, but it's still got him ranked. Then he'll go for something that's just a spectacle. And we remember the spectacles in the Pride days where you had some little guy versus a big guy, and everybody's asking that question, how will speed do against size? And then Jake capitalizes on this question that's in people's mind, has a fight.
He's making tons of money.
And like that, so he has this strategy of like, all right, let me go do the thing that's going to get maximum attention. Netflix is going to co-sign, and then he'll go switch back and then fight another fighter who's on his track. Bring out that his goal above anything is to be the cruiserweight champion.
That's what I don't get. If I'm Jake being legit in boxing, being the cruiserweight champion, the idea to me more difficult than he thinks. Just keep doing the circuit.
All right, so let me tell you, I know Jake's one of my best friends.
Of course, this guy is best friends with Jake Paul. So far, everything checks out. And did you see our boy flip-flopping around, desperately trying to agree with Aubrey about Jake Paul's career trajectory? First it was, I agree with Dana. Why doesn't Jake stick to fighting people his own size? And then after Aubrey spun his web around Schaub's head, he came out with, why is he trying to push for the cruiserweight title? Just stick to the circus money fights. Oh, buddy, what are we doing here? Whenever Brendan's in a room with someone wealthier than him, he goes into autopilot and ends up on his knees searching for the truth. Callan, on the other hand, wasn't convinced. One of the only redeeming features of Brian's character is his wish to call people out on the spot. After sitting there listening to Aubrey wishing Jake Paul's balls, he finally had enough and said what we were all thinking.
Usually me and Ob talk before the fights, and Ob predicts the win. And he's been right, 3 for 3?
Yeah, like, no, 6 for 6. But 3 of the times we saw we actually will go into meditations together and breath work, and we'll have visions, and they've happened to turn out, oftentimes in strange ways. Like, we're going to have a picture of the fighter you just knocked out on all fours. You can get knocked down in a lot of different ways, but we just saw that moment. Their mindset is in the right place, and I think that'll play to Jake's advantage. But let me just answer the question: why is Jake doing this?
I don't do it.
Jake's doing this because he's got plenty of money, and so at a certain point, the money doesn't matter as much. But what Jake needs is he needs some kind of thing that's scary to him and dangerous to him to actually keep him on the path. Yeah, on the path where he's not off the rails. I think it ends with Jake being a cruiserweight belt holder. I don't know if they'll unify the belts or whatever, but they'll find a path to somebody in the cruiserweight who has a belt. And I think Jake's going to bring that energy of shocking somebody with the attention. Jake's positive energy that we're working on the whole time. Like, what people don't realize is this is also, for anybody who's seen Chief of War, which is a great show out now on Apple TV Plus. At the end, they have and this isn't a spoiler. At the end, they have a battle, and in the battle, it's like let the spiritual warfare begin, and their own shamans and singers start calling in the spirits of the elements and all, and like everything good to get the mind and the spirit aligned. And Jake's doing that at 100. He's got, Lucas Mack, who's one of the best breathwork practitioners. He's got myself and Bailana singing the sound bowls. Like, we're bringing the best spiritual energy. He's got the best training.
Excuse me, because he's not going to say it. I really appreciate that. Thank you for spiritual energy, bro. Because when he's in there with a cruiserweight contender, some dude who's been throwing his right hand since he was 7, I don't think a lot of that's going to matter. That's a big problem.
I say that Alex Pereira does the same thing.
I'm sure he does, but
you know what?
Alex Pereira's
you
also
see
training for a long time.
So, but I'm saying it's the mix.
Yeah, yes.
Like Alex Pereira, where he walks out, it's for real.
Yeah,
it's for real. He's bringing some deep jungle energy.
Did he just say deep jungle energy? What the fuck did we just listen to? I lost several IQ points after listening to that clip. Deep jungle energy sounds like his next supplement line. Imagine admitting you're friends with Jake Paul in public, but then doubling down by claiming you're his breathing and spiritual coach while wearing those pants. It was only a few weeks ago that Jake Paul announced he was quitting podcasting because he's not good at talking, and his brother and all his friends agreed with him. Jake thinks he's cooking by fighting a guy almost 70 pounds lighter than him in an exhibition fight. But that wasn't the worst part. Being such good friends and a former business partner of Joe Rogan, I should have known that Aubrey Marcus was trained in the fine art of stand-up comedy worship. You guys know I don't usually do this, but I'm issuing an official cringe warning to anyone new here, or just for anyone with a weak stomach. It's like that old saying goes, laughter is the best medicine.
All spiritual people need friends like all of us, because we can get way too serious.
Yes.
Also, laughter is the most underrated as far as cultivating good energy. You want to feel good energy? Find a comic that's dialed in, that's locked in,
right,
and you're under a spell of hilarity, and your gut is bursting.
I say that to people.
It's like ecstasy.
Yeah, people who hate on comics, I always say, hey, face. Like, we literally spend all our time trying to make people laugh. That's the worst we are. We're not great, but for the most part, I promise you, the comics that you're hating on, whoever they might be, all we do all day is sit around and think of ways to be funny.
Look, I work with the best shamans in the world, and the best shamans in the world can cultivate a level of positive energy that keeps you safe and keeps you focused on what you're learning. The comics are better than any great shaman. They're able to take a whole stadium try to get one ayahuasca shaman to get a whole stadium. Maybe they could. Maybe they're the baddest of the best. But you get a whole stadium in the same energy, laughing, and it's the best, highest frequency energy that you can possibly imagine. Like, comics are laughter shamans in a way, and it's like, I have so much respect.
So true. So true.
Brandon was awfully quiet during that entire conversation. He wanted absolutely none of that. But that was just a bridge too far for me. As you all know, I'm a huge fan of stand-up comedy. However, we're getting to a point where comedy worship is out of control. The Austin comedy gatekeepers aren't just trying to monopolize comedy, they're trying to monopolize laughter. Do these guys actually believe the bullshit coming out of their own mouths? Or are they just so dialed into their grift that it all comes naturally to them now? Aubrey Marcus was talking about laughter like it's some sacred psychedelic ceremony, while Brendan Schaub was sitting there looking like a kid in timeout. The comedy writes itself with these Muppets. And Brian Callen's speech about comedians spending every waking minute thinking of how to be funny is just as bad. The reality is they spend every waking minute scheming how to grift off their audience. This brand of pseudo-spiritual grifting is next level. The Austin comedy assassins have moved on from promoting vitamin supplements to pitching their comedy as vitamins instead. And we all know the golden rule of comedy in Austin. If at first your audience doesn't laugh, just keep saying it until they do.
Every conspiracy theory always has a bunch of Jews who are controlling the world, and it's like,
well, that's the term cabal. And I think that's like,
that's right, by the way.
That's all comes from Kabbalah.
I've never seen.
And so it's actually a Jewish slur. And so this idea that it's the Jews, well, they've been getting blamed for a lot of, and
2500.
Certainly, I think there's probably Sith Jews and probably full-on Jedi Jews. I'm fucking Jewish. Like, I care more about the good than anybody. Yeah, 87% Ashkenazi. Damn. So like fundamentally, yeah, they can go both paths for sure. I mean, they have. There's something that's in I think it's also like that's like so there's this idea.
And when you're Jewish, he goes, yeah, wait, get out.
So there's this idea that genetic bottleneck.
You got there in the end, Brendan. There's no trend that Bappa won't jump on board with. Did you see how proud of himself he was there? There's nothing quite like interrupting a conversation to explain a joke that didn't land in the first place. One suggestion though, Chin, if you're listening, please get Brandon to say the word anti-Semitism. Seriously, could you imagine? That would be epic. And then after he says it, ask him what he thinks it means. Come on, Chin, you've got the opportunity to do something really funny here. But getting Aubrey Marcus on as a guest is just further proof of just how desperate these guys are. We heard Brendan complaining just the other week over on his Patreon. It's too hard to book guests because he's too busy with the kids to make a phone call or send an email. And also, for some reason, Brian doesn't want to ask anyone in the Mothership Green Room to come on the show. So all that's left is a Rogan affiliate who peaked in 2016 selling nootropics to CrossFit dads. This guy takes word salad to a whole new level. Hopefully, though, Brendan is officially entering his spiritual phase. We all knew it was only a matter of time before he entered his right-wing Christian arc. Could you seriously imagine him sitting there on his own after everyone's left him, fumbling his way through the Bible, trying to explain the subtext of each passage? Meanwhile, Brian Callen, who just recently publicly humiliated Joe Rogan, now finds himself spiritually handcuffed to the very man-child that Rogan helped to create in his own lab. This is actually a new experience for Brian. For once, he's being forced to suffer the consequences of his own actions. That was a low blow. I think that's enough slander for me for today. Make sure you check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in seeing my breakdowns of Kill Tony, as well as my comedy special reviews and much, much more. And if you want to see more cringe outside the podcast universe, head over to my newest channel, More Cringe, and get subscribed so you don't miss out on my uploads throughout the week. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
You know, Rogan said something interesting. He was talking about last night when we were together, and he was talking about some people that tend to get a little bit, they blame other people for their failings, or they get critical, they get bitter. You did this. Like, what are you doing, man? No. I didn't have anything to do with your being a superstar. You did. Like, when was the last time you took responsibility for where you're at, man?
If we were smart, we would have done Patreon 10 years ago. You can regulate, so because a lot of the red YouTube is super toxic. You can get rid of all that. So you have hardcore fans like, oh, thank God I can finally comment again and not get destroyed.
Yeah.
Or get made fun of.
That's cool.
That's why I would do it.
At this point, I'm convinced that Brian Callen is low-key trolling Brendan. In basically every episode of The Fighter and the Kid these days, Brian brings up a major criticism of your boy and masks it off as a random thought he had or some conversation he was having with somebody else. We saw just a couple of weeks ago how he brought up the shorter life expectancy of athletes and had Chin pull up all the sports that Brendan's attempted over the years just to show everyone how the leading cause of death is heart disease from steroid and PED abuse. And of course, we can't forget the sad reality of CTE and TBIs in football and MMA. Brendan was sitting there biting his nails, squinting as he read off the screen about how his days are numbered. But over the last few episodes, for some reason, Brian's been grilling Chin about his alcohol abuse and all the various health issues that he's been dealing with as a result. Naturally, Brian has this special way of bringing it up. He has the subtlety of a poet and the precision of a marksman.
So Chin's gonna die, and here's the thing: we're all gonna die. Take your pulse right now.
Ironically, Brian's probably the healthiest person in that storage unit, and so in keeping with the theme of bullying his producer over his poor lifestyle choices and bad health, Brendan casually brought up his drinking issues because, it's edgy to air your employees' dirty laundry on a podcast just for a laugh. But things quickly turned on Brendan after Brian dished out a piece of advice that seemingly applied more to Brendan than it did to Chin. This was another one of those moments where Brian Callen directed his wise cautionary tale at Chin when he was really speaking to his boy Bubba. Just quickly though, if you haven't already, check out my new channel, More Cringe, which I just launched yesterday, where I plan to cover cringe from all over the internet, not just on podcasts. Shout out to all of you who have already subscribed and helped to get it off the ground. You guys are the best. All right, Chin, roll the tape.
What are you gonna do for the fights, Chin? Watch where I sell drink. They always do that. So many people messaged me after that episode, by the way.
What'd they say?
A lot of them are on my side. They're just like, you just do your thing. Yeah, they want you to
do your thing, bro. Do your thing.
No, and then anyone that says do your thing.
One thing about the internet is you can count on that, man.
Yeah, I appreciate their support. But then also some people said like, yeah, dude, we love you. This rehab center in this area. People that care about you or people that actually are in for your best interests.
We care about
not. Yeah, of course. That's what we're trying to help.
The main thing is that
people that says, dude, you're fine, keep doing this, is not your friend.
I think Brendan and I have been around long enough, and we've had our own issues, and so I think what happens in you age on you is you realize that there's a limit to what you can say and do for anybody, and we all have to be our own source of change. Rogan said something interesting. He was talking about last night we were together, and he was talking about some people that tend to get a little bit, they blame other people for their failings, or they get critical, or they get bitter. And he said, you're where you are because of you. You did this. Don't then turn and look at successful people and go, oh, those guys are assholes. Like, what are you doing, man? No. I didn't have anything to do with your not being a superstar. You did. So why are you turning to people that have been a little more successful and criticizing them? And it's exactly right. It's like, when was the last time you took responsibility for where you're at now? Yeah. And that's an important thing to say. So,
and you're talking about some old salty comic.
Yeah, sure. Exactly. Maybe.
I don't blame you. I don't blame anyone for anything. I'm just like,
no, I'm just saying, and I appreciate that with you. But I'm saying that, we're all responsible for the condition we're in one way or another. There's things happen in life, but what are you going to do to get out of it? And but there's some salty people out there in our community, and they spend a lot of time kind of like criticizing people that have been more successful. And it's like, hey, bro, that's all they are. Yeah. Or maybe that attitude is the reason you are where you are. So you're not happy.
I seriously could not watch that clip with a straight face. I was literally cringing the whole time as Brian spelled out Brendan's entire career right in front of him. Nobody is saltier and more bitter than Brendan Schaub. His whole downfall started in the first place because he tried to be someone he wasn't, thanks to his North Star Joe Rogan, who I'll get to in a moment. Don't think I missed that bit. This Mark Maron beef is out of control. But the sheer irony and hypocrisy coming from both Brian and Brendan when it comes to lecturing Chin on taking responsibility for his actions and taking steps to improve his life when they're both sitting in armchairs in some random storage unit in Austin, Texas, making podcasts to entertain their haters and a bunch of bots. Like, imagine being in a meeting at work and your boss randomly brings up that you're an alcoholic with health issues in a meeting about the stationery budget. Brendan has to be one of the biggest hypocrites I've ever seen in my life. Stick around because in a moment I'll pull up a clip of Brendan choking up with tears while blaming everyone else for Brian's problems. He does almost exactly what Joe Rogan was describing through Brian right there in that clip. But like I said, let's quickly switch gears for a minute because when Brian was recalling that conversation he had with Rogan the night before, Brendan blurted out that he was talking about an old salty comedian. And we all know he's talking about Mark Maron. The Rogan beef with Mark is crazy because it all started with Rogan being a little gossip queen and completely making up his own narrative. I know, right? That's completely out of character for a tall and funny comedian like Joe Rogan. When has he ever done that before?
Rogan texted me the other day. Some guy was talking about me on a podcast, and Rogan texted to me. He goes, "Yo, he's not your boy." And I was like, he pays attention to that stuff. Joe's hyper aware of weird eccentric circles. Like he doesn't care about him. He doesn't care about he cares about his boys and like, just giving you a heads up. This guy told me, he said it to me. I was like, a guy. And the guy, I'm friends with the guy. I know my podcast 2 times.
What was it about a real thing? Like I was on an Instagram live, just doing a thing, and I was rambling on, like I do. And I was talking about Netflix, and basically what I said was that Netflix has created this cash grab culture where a certain echelon of comics can just do, pop-up shows shit-faced and make millions of dollars.
Yeah.
And I wasn't talking about who I. Do you know who I was talking about? No. Chappelle. So and it's not an unknown thing. It was unknown to me, but yeah. But I decided just to be diplomatic and not mention names. And somebody on Instagram was like, talking about Kreischer. Oh, that's how it started. And then I'm scrolling and I see him on a podcast saying there's this guy, we're friends. He's been on my show. I've been on his show, and he said some shit. And Rogan Rogan got in my ear and said he's not your boy and all this, and his name rhymes with it. I'm like, oh my God.
So Joe, don't read the comments. Rogan created a beef with Mark Maron and Bert Kreischer for absolutely no reason at all. On a side note, I couldn't help but imagine what Dave Chappelle's reaction would have been if Rogan called him up to let him know that Mark had been talking shit about him. He'd probably be like, Mark who? Like the time Joe was explaining to Chappelle how Andrew Schultz is a comedy genius for doing his little skits in the pandemic, and Chappelle didn't have a clue who the fuck he was talking about. And so clearly, according to Brian Callen, Rogan hasn't been following his own rules about ignoring the haters and not giving them any attention, because it looks like Mark Maron's recent publicity tour for his comedy special has been keeping Joe up at night. It's so funny to me how Rogan falls for this time and time again. Remember how last year Cat Williams caused a stir by calling out Rogan on Shannon Sharp's podcast, which led Rogan to cave and invite Cat onto his podcast, which in turn gave Cat so much publicity that his comedy special went straight to the top on Netflix a month later. Now everyone's talking about Mark Maron talking shit about Rogan, and what do you know, Mark's also got a comedy special out. The whole business model of going on JRE to promote your special has been flipped on its shiny bald head. Now comedians are just calling him out for the same effect. Now that's genius. Maybe Schultz should try that instead. This is turning into the UFC, except there's no fight and they're just comedians. But I promised you earlier I'd show you a clip of Brendan doing exactly what Brian was describing earlier. How Rogan was saying he's sick of these comedians blaming everyone else for not being as successful as the top 250 are. And what do you know, Brendan was actually talking about Brian.
I'll get emotional here. It drives me off, if we're being honest. Leave this, Jim. Don't edit this out. I'm speaking from my. You like this? I'm gonna look right. It drives me nuts. Nuts that Brian's at where he's at. I will challenge anyone, any comic, to go on stage after Callan. I challenge any of those comics. I don't give a fuck. If it's the Comedy Store, Zanies, wherever they're at, you're telling me Brian's not better than 99% of those fucking comics. It drives me nuts that he's not up there with those guys. He's better than 99% of them. And you want to outcast him over some bullshit? That's what I don't. That's what upsets me. So what makes me proud, and not I'm trying to get mad. What makes me proud is he's not going to lash out about it. Brian's cool. Brian goes to work. Brian's doing the road. Brian's trying to sell tickets. But I'll tell you right now, I don't forget. That's not cool with me. That's what you don't see at those places. Sorry, dude. Thank you. What else?
I don't think she can read right now.
Yeah.
Oh, do you guys miss Brendan's side piece, Schnoz? Yeah, me either. I actually have some solid advice for your boy Bubba, though. You see, the thing is, B, you can't keep blaming everyone else for Brian's actions. At some point, he's got to take responsibility for where he is. You know, sitting next to a washed-up UFC power bottom with shit for brains. That's on him, bro. You can't keep blaming everyone else for the allegations that brought his comedy career crashing down. By the way, I thought the reason why you don't go to those comedy clubs anymore was because you retired to be with your family.
Yeah, back in studio, had a health scare with a baby girl. You guys saw my social media. She went for emergency surgery. She has trouble breathing, and she's been in and out of the hospital, like I explained on my Instagram post. Yeah, I had to cancel Austin and Nashville. Usually I hate doing that stuff. It happens, but yeah, I think this time I just don't care. That's where I'm at. I gotta be home more. I'm gonna pull back from touring so much, and I just gotta be home, man. I got it. I can't miss Tigers games. Can't miss my Boston growing up. Baby girl. Just I can't do it anymore. I'm tired, man. I'm tired. I'm tired. You know, I've been hustling for over 12 years now. Not that I'm gonna stop doing the pods, but as far as the plane life and stuff like that, I gotta chill out. My new spots in LA, local, SoCal, NorCal, but going international or, you know, coming across the United States ain't happening right now. So I'm gonna take a break from that and just focus on family and do my thing, man. Do my thing. So yeah, let's get into it. Enough of that.
You need to get your story straight, B. You're going round in circles. First it was family, then it was too many soy boy comedians talking shit about you, then it was because Rogan left LA and you couldn't get any stage time. What are we doing here, B? But the haters have well and truly broken Brendan's job, and at this point it's more pathetic than it is sad. The amount of absolute dog shit this man has spoken into a microphone, and then changed his story to make it worse, and then lashed out at people for things that he was entirely responsible for, is out of control. And instead of following Rogan's advice to take responsibility for his own actions and improve himself, his solution is to start a Patreon to get away from all the haters. You seriously can't make this stuff up anymore.
Dude, I can't wait for the day when we don't have any reads and we just podcast. I don't know if that day's ever coming, but if it did, that would be awesome.
We just do podcasts. We're not worried about reads.
If we were smart, we would have done Patreon 10 years ago. Yeah. So then eventually that gets built up enough, we make the same money off that.
You have to worry
about just all free for the actual thing.
We're with the idea of doing Patreon, aren't we?
I'd be down for it. We've never really done it. I'd be down for it just because we've been around so long. Are we as big as we were 10 years ago? Yeah. But the one thing we have is hardcore fans. Yeah. So we'd be for them. Yes. That's the reason how to do it. Yeah. And you can regulate, so, you know, because a lot of the Reddits and the YouTube is super toxic. You can get rid of all that. So you have hardcore fans like, oh, thank God I can finally comment again and not get destroyed. Yeah. Or get made fun of. That's cool. That's why I would do it. Like that. You'd have to give them incentives on after 12 years of a free show, why they're paying whatever is $3. You'd have to add content to it. can't just do the same show. Right? Where they're like, dude, we got it free for. I mean, if you do some like behind the scenes, you do some live shows, you give extra episodes, you do longer episodes just for the Patreon, like you give them a reason to subscribe. That makes sense. Yeah, I'm down. Are you though? That's my biggest fear. Are you? You down? Oh, would you commit to it? It's going to be a beast. It's more what you do now. Bro, all right. Afraid? What do you think, Jay?
I'm done as long as it gives. We'll still put out free content, right? But then just adding to it, like extra stuff for the hardcores, which have been supportive since.
Yeah, extra episodes, longer episodes, Q&As, jokes on there. Yeah, and the goal would be eventually at a point where we don't have to do any reads, and we're just doing it.
You just enjoy the content, whatever. That's the biggest thing.
Also, we don't have to put crunch. No, so we can music on there, videos. Like we can do that. That's the it's the Wild West on there.
Just be completely raw. I mean, you guys are pretty raw as is, but every now and then we'll have to.
It's on me. I'll say a few outlandish things and just edit it out.
Not just that, but just saying names of people that you don't want to put them out there. You know, that kind of stuff.
Give me something else.
You mean current event? Yeah. All right. Have you guys heard this story?
This is wild. You know, I love my serial killers.
That is classic Bubba right there. The real reason I'm starting a Patreon is for the hardcore fans. It's for them. But also, it's so I can hide from all the toxic haters on YouTube and Reddit. Let's get real for a second here. The real reason why Brendan's never started a Patreon is because without ad reads, there's no reason to have a paid subscription. Because who's going to pay for all the bots? I'm being serious. Think about it. They start a Patreon, they buy a bunch of fake memberships to boost the numbers. But because there are no ad reads, they can't offset the cost of all the bots. So what would be the point? There's no one to fool. And for the life of me, I cannot understand why these so-called comedy podcasters insist on having production meetings in the middle of a podcast. Tom and Bert do it as well. Guys, nobody wants to hear that shit. Have a conversation behind closed doors, make a decision, and then announce it. Talking us through the pros and cons of a business decision is fucking boring. Not only that, Brendan's in for a rude shock if they ever do start a Patreon. Does he really think a bunch of homeless cats won't sign up to troll him for the low price of $3 per month? And no ad reads too? I smell a bargain here, guys. Brendan, you should definitely do that. I can't wait. Sign me up. Incidentally, check out the link below in the description to my Patreon if you want to see my uncensored exclusive content. I'm currently working on a video covering the disaster Kira Tony show in London. That Tony Hinchcliffe and Brian hiding from us. So check that out if you're interested, and don't forget to subscribe to my other channels right here on YouTube as well. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
And with McConnell, right? And this is proto-typical ChatGPT talking to Brendan Shaw. Here it is. He's dumb. He's a meathead. He's bad at podcasting. He's a bad fighter. Did you flip it? The standards, right? The standards. None of it's original. So his team put in ChatGPT. How do I talk to Brendan Shaw? Again, he's in Brazil, so I don't know. Maybe it's a translation issue.
If you think yourself as dumb, think the people that watch the Brendan Shaw show on YouTube, the comedians, the special. That's okay, bro. Even I can do better than that shit, brother. And I don't even speak English, and I can be funnier than you, my brother. So was he on Ariel when he said that?
Correct, right? That's the point.
No, but did he go on? No, but he didn't go on. He didn't go on
to address this. He doesn't have
only that, or did he go on there for other?
He doesn't have a fight coming up,
right?
Brendan Shaw is losing his mind in the most prototypical Brendan Shaw way possible. This is some of the funniest I've seen in a while. The guy simply cannot stop taking L's. Whenever there's issue with his podcast or someone's calling him out or he fumbles a business venture, he always manages to misread the room and make the situation worse than it needs to be, while also embarrassing himself in the worst way possible. This beef between Brendan and UFC fighter Renato Moicano is no different. It's the same shit different day. Brendan starts it, the other guy claps back, and then Brendan has a full-on meltdown over it while claiming, wait for it, this is the best part, he does not give a fuck. Brendan cares so little about this situation that he decided to dedicate half an episode of The Fighter and the Kid to addressing two sentences Moicano dropped on the Ariel Helwani show. This reminded me of the time Brendan lost his mind over a 6-word Nate Diaz tweet where he ranted for a whole episode and nearly had an aneurysm, C-clamps and all, just to tell us how much he doesn't care. His beef with Nate while ranting at Moicano. This dummy spit has everything. We've got Brendan confusing himself, we've got Brian Callen pushing back with logic and Brendan shutting him down by humiliating him, and we've even got some new Shawbisms. Remember though, if you like my videos and you want to keep up to date with my uploads throughout the week, make sure you subscribe to both of my channels, Podcast Cringe and Podcast Cringe Vibes, and check out the link in the description to my Patreon for uncensored exclusive deep dives on all the usual suspects. But for those of you who don't know what's going on, this is where it all started.
So I'm sure you, I don't know how much money you can give me my money. Give me my money. I got all the ties to UFC. Give me my goddamn money. I already put a deposit down on a 0-1. Got it. Moicano, here's the thing that's up. So is it safe for the audio listeners? Yeah. So what Jim brought up says, Hanato Moicano turns out $200K, which I flatlined with him. $200K settlement check in a bizarre display of UFC solidarity. This is not what free market is about, he says his decision. Here's the thing, Moicano. That money is getting allocated no matter what, buddy. No matter what. You being a company man and not taking it doesn't give you an inch of good grace with the UFC. This does not matter. There's guys that are more famous than you that are fighting right now that are taking their settlement. The UFC does not give up. The UFC made out in spades. They got off so easily. It's so dumb not to take the money. It makes no sense. I'm not his friend. If I could just take him to the side and explain to him how, if he has kids, but he can take this money and invest it for your children. And the UFC's not giving me a bad matchup. They literally don't care. Probably the one guy's gonna stop me tennis tracks. Send me my goddamn money. I don't get He's just uneducated about the whole situation.
This all has to do with the recent class action antitrust lawsuit that Brendan was part of by default, which accused the UFC of using monopolistic practices to suppress athlete pay by using exclusive contracts and coercion. The UFC ended up settling for $385 million in October last year, and it was officially approved by the court in February of this year. This whole thing had been going on for over a decade, but the final settlement was split between fighters from December 2010 through June 2017, which is why Brendan Schaub was included, and of course Moicano as well. Except Moicano rejected his $200K portion of the payment because, in his own opinion, it just didn't feel right.
On your podcast, the Show Me the Money podcast,